Chapter 1. The airplane crash and the stranded on a deserted island. The sound of waves crashing against the shore echoed in his ears, while the briny sea breeze filled his nostrils, the warm sand beneath him still holding remnants of heat. With a pained hiss, Chen Fang struggled to open his eyes, greeted by a vast expanse of twinkling stars and the soft glow of moonlight cascading down. Am I still alive? After a moment of contemplation, he finally confirmed the undeniable truth of his survival. Simultaneously, fragments of memories from before his unconsciousness flooded his mind. The airplane had shuddered violently, the cabin experienced a loss of pressure, and oxygen masks descended. "Bend down, brace yourself." The trembling voice of the flight attendant echoed over the intercom, mingled with the terrified screams of passengers. As his dazed mind slowly regained clarity, he began to recollect that he was en route to a prosperous nation with the president of an ice cream company to finalize a $30 million contract. However, during the flight, they had encountered unexpected turbulence. Despite the captain's fervent attempts to regain control, the aircraft's trajectory could not be salvaged. Ultimately, it appeared they were forced to make an emergency landing on the ocean. And then, he found himself in the present moment. Chen Fang's pupils dilated in shock. Clearly, the emergency landing was a failure, yet I have survived. A flicker of relief surged within him, a joy born from the jaws of despair. Nevertheless, this elation swiftly dissipated. As he instinctively attempted to lift his arms, he was astonished to find them feeling as heavy as lead. For a brief moment, he feared he had sustained a debilitating injury, his heart racing in his chest. Glancing around, he finally exhaled in relief. To his left, a woman with her hair in a bun rested against his arm, while another woman lay atop his right hand. Her hair obscured her features, making it difficult for Chen Fang to discern her identity. Well, after a plane crash, is it a tad too late for a scenario of left and right embraces? Chen Fang was uncertain whether this was fortune or misfortune. Just as he prepared to extricate his hands to assess his condition, a sudden slap struck his face, accompanied by a piercing scream, "Pervert!" "Huh?" Chen Fang turned to see the woman on his left had awakened, glaring at him with fury while adjusting her disheveled cheongsam. It was then he noticed her flight attendant uniform. "Is it you?" he involuntarily exclaimed. The woman glaring at him was indeed the flight attendant from their first-class cabin. It was a rare opportunity to travel abroad with the president, and he had relished the exquisite service of first class. He had been marveling at the beauty of the flight attendants when, in the blink of an eye, turbulence had ensued. His gaze dropped to the name tag adorning her chest. Gu Xiaoro. Noticing where his attention lingered, Gu Xiaoro's anger flared even more. "Pervert, are you still looking?" "I." Chen Fang began to explain, but a sudden movement to his right interrupted him. The woman who had been lying atop him slowly rose, glancing around in confusion, and inquired, "Where are we?" Chen Fang turned to look, and then he froze in astonishment. To his astonishment, the individual before him turned out to be none other than his esteemed CEO, Lin Qingsno. Instantly, his gaze became fixated. Lin Qingsno, typically adorned in a professional ensemble, now appeared in merely a white shirt, the jacket mysteriously absent. Her slender waist was accentuated, rendering her figure even more voluptuous. The narrow skirt, likely pushed upwards by the waves, rested above her knees, revealing her long, shapely legs encased in sheer black stockings. To compound the situation, her white shirt had become thoroughly soaked from the relentless waves, clinging to her form and nearly transparent in the sunlight. From his vantage point, he could distinctly discern the outline of her black lingerie. The stark visual contrast was undeniably alluring. Who would have thought that I would one day embrace the CEO? Chen Fang couldn't help but muse. Lin Qingsno had earned her reputation as an icy CEO, known for her formidable lineage and keen intellect. A quintessential businesswoman, she was also notably single, the object of many male employees' late-night fantasies. Lin Qingsno's presence seemed to jolt the flight attendant, Gu Xiaoro, into awareness. She abruptly surveyed their surroundings. Beneath the moonlight, the vast ocean shimmered, with frothy waves continuously cascading onto the shore. Behind them lay a dense thicket of trees. At that moment, they found themselves on a soft, sandy beach. Indeed, where are we? How'd I end up here? Gu Xiaoro pondered, her mind still rebooting. Observing the bewilderment on both their faces, Chen Fang sighed and shook his head. Who could fathom their location? At that moment, both Gu Xiaoro and Lin Kingsnow's gazes fell upon him. Chen Fang widened his eyes. Don't look at me. I too am eager to uncover our whereabouts. As he spoke, he gradually rose, attempting to stretch his limbs. Fortunately, while his body ached, he was relieved to find no severe injuries impeding his movement. Forcing himself to remain composed, his mind began to recall survival knowledge learned from various reality shows. Fortunately, having absorbed a fair amount of such content, ideas quickly surfaced. The two essential elements for survival on an island were fresh water and fire. Fresh water was not an immediate concern, as he had spotted a few tall coconut trees in the distance. As for fire, it was night, and in this deserted isle, fire was even more critical than water. With no moss available, I'll have to make do with dry leaves, he mused, approaching the forest's edge to collect dried leaves scattered on the ground. Upon inspection, he noted they had been there long enough to crumble at his touch, making them suitable for tinder. What are you doing? Gu Xiaoro inquired, puzzled. Meanwhile, Lin Snow had snapped out of her daze, accepting the reality of their plane crash and subsequent stranding. Sensing Chen Fang's intentions, she moved without hesitation to assist him in gathering fallen branches. Truly the CEO, exhibiting remarkable composure, Chen Fang thought, casting her a glance of approval. Soon, the two had amassed a collection of branches and dried leaves. During this process, Chen Fang also procured 2 sufficiently resilient sticks and a broad tree base. A.S. memories of the masterful bow drill method taught by the esteemed De Yi flooded his mind. Chen Fang swiftly untied his shoelaces and began to replicate the technique. Within a minute, all the necessary tools were assembled. However, the execution proved to be quite challenging. After nearly 10 arduous minutes, during which his arms began to ache, a small flame finally flickered to life. Success at last. Chen Fang sighed in relief, and once the fire grew more robust, he carefully added additional twigs. The flames danced and crackled. The 3 of them sat encircled around the campfire, each feeling a newfound sense of security. Lin Qingxue surveyed the surroundings before her gaze settled on Chen Fang. Chen Fang, what do you think we should do next? Her eyes shimmered with admiration. The sequence of actions he had performed to ignite the fire had earned him a considerable amount of her trust. Upon hearing her inquiry, Chen Fang turned to Gu Xiaoro, who was gazing at the fire with a look of confusion. I believe this question is better directed at her. Me? Gu Xiaoro's eyes widened as she pointed at herself uncertainly. Chen Fang nodded affirmatively. Indeed, you flight crew members must have undergone significant training in this regard. Moreover, considering that this flight route is not your first, you should possess more knowledge about our location than we do. Chapter 2. Remove your stockings. Well, I'm not entirely sure either, Gu Xiaoro pouted, her expression one of feigned innocence. I have indeed flown this route numerous times, but I've never encountered a situation where we fell. Chen Fang felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Her reasoning was undeniably sound, leaving him momentarily speechless. However, Gu Xiaoro seemed to realize that her previous statement was rather disappointing, and she added, if I recall correctly, our flight path did not pass over any small islands, so we must have veered off course. Well, that was certainly an improvement, albeit marginal. Chen Fang turned his attention to the surrounding environment, having given up on extracting any useful information from her. All I can discern is that we are in a tropical region. At that moment, Lin Qingxue interjected, pointing towards the coconut and palm trees not far away. These are typical tropical plants, although some temperate regions may also host them. No, it is definitely tropical, Chen Fang stated with unwavering certainty. Noticing the puzzled expressions on their faces, he scooped up a handful of fine sand from the beach, allowing it to trickle slowly through his fingers. He continued to elucidate, you must have observed that the beach is comprised of white sand, which is clearly formed from coral fragments. Coral is extremely sensitive to water temperature. It ceases calcification below 18 degrees Celsius and stops reproducing below 20 degrees. Moreover, the existence of a beach indicates the absence of the seasonal climatic shifts and storms typical of temperate zones, thus confirming beyond doubt that we are indeed in a tropical environment. After his explanation, both women were left in a state of astonishment. Gu Xiaoro blinked in disbelief, while Lin Qingxue's usually cool demeanor brightened with newfound intrigue. She had not anticipated that the typically reticent employee would possess such extensive knowledge. Reflecting on this revelation, Chen Fang spoke again. However, if we are in a tropical region, and considering our flight path, it is highly likely that we are on an island in the Pacific, making rescue considerably challenging. Upon hearing those words, Gu Xiaoro immediately became anxious. Does that mean we will have to live here for a long time? Her voice trembled with a hint of tears, and moisture began to well up in her eyes, threatening to spill over at any moment. Not necessarily. Chen Fang quickly reassured her. After all, the airplane is equipped with a black box, which can withstand high temperatures and water submersion and continue to transmit signals. Perhaps the authorities are already aware of the incident and will soon dispatch a rescue team. Despite his words, he felt a profound lack of assurance. Who knew where the aircraft might be drifting now? Yet at this moment, it was all he could say. On this deserted island, survival skills were undoubtedly crucial, but one's mindset was also a significant factor in determining the duration of a survivor's existence. Just as he intended to offer further comfort, a strange sound suddenly reached his ears. Listening closely, it seemed to be Gu Xiaoro's stomach. I didn't eat much during the day, and am feeling a bit hungry, Gu Xiaoro admitted, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment, unable to meet his gaze. Only moments ago she was in tears, and now she was hungry. How mortifying. That's quite normal after all. Flight attendants need to maintain their figures, don't they? They must eat small meals frequently. Lin Qingxue interjected, providing a timely reprieve. Immediately, Gu Xiaoro's grateful eyes turned toward her. However, when it came to food, Lin Qingxue also had no idea. She instinctively glanced at Chen Fang, who had demonstrated diligence in the workplace, and, judging by his actions of waking up and starting a fire, seemed trustworthy. Observing the surroundings, Chen Fang scanned the area, but all he could see were towering trees and some low shrubs. None bore fruit. A short distance away, there were a few coconut trees, but several were exceedingly tall, making it quite fanciful to think of climbing them barehanded. There were a few shorter ones, yet their trunks were robust, offering no footholds for climbing. The only feasible option would be to form a human ladder, with 3 of them standing on each other's shoulders. However, having just awakened from unconsciousness, none of them were in prime condition. This approach seemed exceedingly difficult. Let's not expend too much energy only to end up with no coconuts. That would be quite the joke, Chen Fang mused internally, deciding to search for alternative food sources. As for the coconuts, they could be addressed later. The sound of the waves grew increasingly distinct in the night. This, however, reminded Chen Fang of the rising tide. Turning his head, he could clearly see, illuminated by the bright moonlight, that the sea level had risen considerably. The spot where the 3 had just awakened was now submerged. The tide was coming in. Chen Fang's eyes brightened, and he excitedly slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "I've got it." At his words, Gu Xiaoro and Lin Qingxue both turned to look at him simultaneously. "What idea do you have?" Lin Qingxue inquired. Chen Fang did not respond immediately, but instead scanned the area for something. Ultimately, his gaze landed on the elegant legs of the 2 women. "What are you looking at?" Gu Xiaoro asked, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under his scrutiny, instinctively drawing her legs close to her chest and wrapping her arms around them. Though Lin Qingxue remained still, her delicate brow furrowed slightly. Both of them wore stockings, one black and the other gray. Yet at that moment, Chen Fang's eyes gleamed with excitement. Was he perhaps a connoisseur of stockings? As she pondered this, Chen Fang spoke up, extending his hand to gesture towards Gu Xiaoro's legs. "Please, remove your stockings." "Ah." Gu Xiaoro was taken aback, her eyes wide with fear as she stared at Chen Fang. Her words stumbled out. You want me to take off my stockings?" What do you intend to do?" She was acutely aware of the irresistible allure that stockings held for men. She had encountered this reality numerous times during her years on airplanes, where countless men had openly or covertly admired her legs. Moreover, on this desolate island, there were no laws to restrain him. Could he truly be attempting to exploit her vulnerability? The more she contemplated, the more frightened she became, summoning her courage to say, "I remind you, you mentioned that rescue might arrive soon. If you act recklessly, you will face legal consequences upon our return." Chen Fang dismissed her concern. "Could I be penalized for catching a fish? Why wouldn't you?" Gu Xiaoro instinctively retorted, but halfway through, she realized the flaw in her argument. Of course, otherwise, what do you think I intend to do? Chen Fang shot her an irritated glance. I have no such inclinations, and besides, I am not that kind of person. The reason I require your stockings is merely to fashion a fishing net to catch some fish during the rising tide. Aren't you hungry? Ah, upon hearing his explanation, Gu Xiaoro felt her cheeks flush even hotter, resembling ripe peaches. However, a new question soon arose in her mind. But if they are both stockings, why not use that sisters instead? Chapter 3. Mine is ultra-thin. Caught off guard by Gu Xiaoro's question, Chen Fang found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Lin Qing was his superior, the president of the company, and an icy beauty at that. The mere thought of commanding her to remove her stockings sent a chill down his spine. After all, he had no intention of living on a deserted island for eternity. He would eventually have to return. Today, he was certain that upon his return, Lin Qing would not hesitate to dismiss him from his position. However, this reasoning was clearly unsuitable for public disclosure, and Gu Xiaoro would undoubtedly find it unacceptable. As he felt the intensity of her gaze upon him, demanding an explanation, Chen Fang suddenly had a stroke of genius. Of course, that wouldn't do. President Lin's stockings are black, and fish instinctively feel panic when they see black. Therefore, your light gray stockings are evidently far more suitable for catching fish. He spoke with feigned calmness, though his heart raced with anxiety. Fortunately, Gu Xiaoro seemed to accept his rationale, nodding in realization. And her guilt began to surface for doubting his intentions, as he was fishing solely for her benefit. Then I shall remove them now, but don't look, all right? She said. Of course, you do as you wish, Chen Fang replied, quickly stepping aside and turning his back, exhaling a sigh of relief. Internally, he marveled. I truly am a genius. Can you believe that worked? Unbeknownst to him, Lin Qing was observing his silhouette, a subtle smile gracing her lips. A rustling sound behind him soon broke the silence. Okay, you can turn around now, Gu Xiaoro called out. As he turned, he found her shyly averting her gaze, her own intimate garment now resting on the ground. Indeed, if we catch fish, you shall be our great benefactor, Chen Fang remarked, unreservedly picking up the stockings with a grin. He then ventured into the nearby thicket, gathering a bundle of flexible twigs before returning. The so-called fishing net was a simple construct, bending the twigs into a circle and placing them at intervals of 20 centimeters within the stockings to support them. A few adjustments to the waist area using small wooden strips transformed it into an entrance that was easy to enter but difficult to exit. Initially, Gu Xiaoro felt somewhat embarrassed to watch, but she was soon astonished by Chen Fang's craftsmanship. It was remarkable how he had fashioned a passable fishing net. Even Lin Qing, taken aback, couldn't he help but inquire, Chen Fang, where did you acquire such skills? Ah, I hail from a rural background, having lived by the river since childhood. Setting traps is a common pastime for me, Chen Fang explained with a smile, rising to find a suitable location for casting the net. Wait a moment, Lin Qing called. Approaching him. It's too late, and it's unsafe for you to go alone. I shall accompany you. With the campfire here, Miss Gu will be safe on her own. Chen Fang turned in surprise, meeting the bright gaze of the other party. How shall I express this? Lin Qing's eyes were not the typical almond shape, nor were they particularly large. However, when combined with her other features, they were irresistibly captivating. Chen Fang found himself momentarily entranced. He had never anticipated that this seemingly unapproachable ice queen of a CEO would take the initiative to show concern for him. After all, you are male. Your presence in the team ensures greater safety, so you must not encounter any mishaps. Lin Qing felt a bit self-conscious under his gaze. She turned her head slightly to offer an explanation before striding away into the distance. Watching her retreating figure, Chen Fang smiled faintly and hurried after her. After walking over 200 meters, Chen Fang finally discovered a suitable location. The terrain here was relatively lower, making it easier for water to collect. This will do, he decided, confirming the spot before beginning to gather stones nearby. It took him nearly 20 minutes to construct a pond of approximately 5 square meters. He then placed the prepared fishing net into the water, ensuring to weigh it down with a stone to prevent it from being swept away by the sea. Once everything was complete, Chen Fang stood up, frowning and murmuring, "One fishing net seems insufficient. Without bait, the chances of catching fish are quite slim." He felt a twinge of worry. After all, finding bait on this desolate island was no simple task. It would either require animal entrails or, at the extreme, human excrement. Both options, however, posed their own difficulties. Just as he was feeling helpless, Lin Kingsnow's voice suddenly reached his ears. "How about we make another fishing net?" "Huh?" Chen Fang turned, momentarily perplexed by her suggestion. Lin Kingsnow had already lifted her right leg, pointing to the black stockings adorning her leg. "Didn't you say one fishing net had a low chance? Then let us increase the odds." At her words, Chen Fang's eyes widened in shock. After a moment, his face flushed. "This might not be appropriate, right? What? Is it possible that fish are truly frightened of black? If that were the case, wouldn't deep-sea fish be terrified to death?" Lin Kingsnow regarded him with an amused expression, clearly unconvinced by his clumsy excuse. "Moreover, even if fish were indeed afraid of black, it wouldn't matter. Mine are ultra-thin. Once set up, they'd be nearly invisible." Chen Fang inhaled sharply, taken aback by the notion of ultra-thin. Since Lin Kingsnow displayed such a spirit of sacrifice, he thought it best to heed her advice. "All right, I shall gather more stones," he stated before moving aside to continue building the pond. Meanwhile, Lin Kingsnow began to remove her black stockings. At that moment, as Chen Fang returned with several stones, he happened to catch sight of the scene unfolding before him. The silvery moonlight bathed Lin Kingsnow, making her appear almost luminescent. What was more striking was that one of her feet was perched upon the stone platform he had built earlier. As her hands slowly glided down her thigh, the ultra-thin black stockings rolled down to her knees, forming a delicate circular band. In an instant, Chen Fang felt a rush of blood to his head, his eyes widening in disbelief. The visual spectacle was nothing short of cinematic. Images of celebrity-studded stockings advertisements began to manifest in his mind, exuding an undeniable allure. Yet, none could compare to the scene unfolding before him, which was far more intoxicating. It wasn't until Lin Qingxue had completely removed her stockings that he regained his senses. Was it beautiful? In his daze, a voice suddenly broke through the silence. "Is it beautiful? Indeed, it is exquisite." Chen Fang instinctively nodded. However, the next moment, he was jolted back to reality, his heart sinking instantaneously. For Lin Qingxue was now standing merely 2 meters away, regarding him with a languid gaze, her alluring eyes devoid of any emotion. This was a predicament. Panic seized Chen Fang as he hastily attempted to explain. "Ms. Lin, please allow me to clarify. I did not intend to gaze upon that. I was merely observing the fish pond we constructed earlier." "Understand. No need for further explanations." Lin Qingxue interjected, stepping closer to Chen Fang. With a swift motion, she let the black stockings fall, swaying gently in the ocean breeze before him. Chapter 4. Undressing by the fire. Chen Fang's physique was surprisingly admirable. Staring at the black stockings before him, he momentarily found himself lost in thought. Although the group had been immersed in the sea for an indeterminate duration, a gentle breeze carried a faint, alluring fragrance. "Why are you dawdling? Aren't we supposed to be fishing?" Lin Qingxue remarked coolly, breaking the silence. Chen Fang snapped back to reality and reached out to accept the stockings. A fleeting glance at Lin Qingxue revealed a delicate blush adorning her cheeks, indicating that she was not as composed as she appeared. It seemed she was not as frigid as she often projected. After all, she was merely in her 20s. A subtle smile tugged at Chen Fang's lips as he entertained this thought. Gathering his focus, he resumed the task of crafting the fishing net. Lin Qingxue's words were indeed truthful. The stockings were exceptionally thin. One could surmise they could be easily torn with a gentle tug. No. Chen Fang quickly shook his head, banishing such thoughts as he concentrated on weaving the net. Before long, the second fishing net was completed and placed alongside the stone pile they had constructed. With the task accomplished, all that remained was to leave the outcome to fate. Chen Fang clapped his hands together, and he and Lin Qingxue made their way back. At that moment, Gu Xiaoro was seated next to the bonfire, nervously glancing around as if some lurking creature might spring forth from the shadows untouched by the firelight. Upon spotting the two return, her demeanor visibly relaxed. "You're back," she exclaimed. Being alone, even with a campfire, had left her feeling somewhat uneasy. However, her gaze soon fell upon Lin Qingshue's legs. "Hey, sister, where are your stockings?" "They're being used as a fishing net," Lin Qingxue replied with feigned calmness. "A fishing net?" Gu Xiaoro blinked, looking perplexed at Chen Fang. "Didn't you say black ones were unsuitable?" Indeed, they're not the most appropriate choice," Chen Fang admitted, scratching his nose awkwardly. "But the odds of catching fish with just one net are rather slim, so having an additional one provides extra assurance." Gu Xiaoro did not press the issue further, recognizing the necessity for sustenance. Moreover, both of them had removed their stockings, which alleviated her concern somewhat. As the three of them sat in silence by the fire, a shared sense of trepidation about the future lingered in the air. Chen Fang felt somewhat better, yet his clothes were already damp from their time in the sea, clinging uncomfortably to his skin. Observing Gu Xiaoro and Lin Qingxue, it was evident they were not faring much better. Thus, he earnestly proposed, "We should remove our clothes and dry them by the fire. Otherwise, this dampness is bound to sour our mood." He recalled what the Ge had said about maintaining dryness on a deserted island to avoid the rain. A wet body could not only lead to illness, but could also negatively impact one's mindset. Over time, such discomfort could even cultivate despair, a grave taboo on a deserted island. As he spoke, he began to construct a frame for drying their clothes in front of the two. He elaborated on his reasoning, yet Gu Xiaoro still appeared somewhat reluctant to accept the suggestion. Gazing at the shelf before her, she remained motionless for quite some time. Undressing in front of a stranger was undeniably mortifying. I only have this uniform on the outside, with nothing beneath it, and if I were to remove it, I would be left with." She grimaced, her voice barely above a whisper. However, before she could finish, a rustling sound emerged from beside her. Turning her head, she was astonished to find Lin Qingxue already beginning to strip off her clothing. The jacket, the shirt, and then the narrow skirt, all in swift succession. In the blink of an eye, she was left with nothing but a set of black lingerie. Gu Xiaoro stood there dumbfounded. Chen Fang's eyes widened in disbelief, frozen in place. He had not anticipated Lin Qingshue's boldness. The crucial point was, her figure was simply unbeatable. With curves that were perfectly accentuated, her body was both voluptuous and slender in all the right places. Her flat abdomen bore no trace of excess flesh, and even hinted at the outline of two abdominal lines. Her skin was fair and delicate, resembling the finest jade. Moreover, her lingerie was exquisite, adorned with lace trim. Chen Fang found himself irresistibly drawn in. "Sister, you..." Gu Xiaoro looked at her in astonishment, uncertain of their age difference. Yet, the aura exuding from Lin made her feel several years younger. Lin Qingxue maintained her calm demeanor. "Chen Fang is right. Mindset is crucial on this deserted island. If one wishes to survive, now is not the time for pretense. Is it acceptable to wear a bikini at the beach for all to see, yet not here?" This line of reasoning left Gu Xiaoro utterly speechless. How compelling, she thought, unable to refute it. Chen Fang silently gave her a thumbs up. After all, she was a CEO, her logic was formidable. She discerned priorities with clarity, knowing when to be reserved and when to act decisively. Yet, why did Lin's face appear even redder than when she had taken out the stockings? It seemed she had not glanced in his direction even once, clearly suppressing her feelings. Gu Xiaoro was now entirely convinced, shedding her Qipao uniform. In terms of physique, she was equally commendable. When it came to body shape, it was difficult to determine who was superior. Chen Fang could not make such a judgment. However, their contrasting personas were strikingly evident. Gu Xiaoro hugged her knees, her eyes reminiscent of a frightened little rabbit, embodying a delicate and endearing younger sister type, evoking an instinctual desire to protect her. In contrast, Lin Qingxue exuded an air of aloof elegance, even in this environment, accustomed to holding her head high, like a proud swan. She commanded both reverence and the urge to conquer. Not daring to linger his gaze, Chen Fang quickly turned away, soon left in nothing but his underwear. His well-defined physique caught the attention of both women. In an instant, Gu Xiaoro's eyes widened in awe. 8 distinct abdominal muscles were clearly visible. In addition, his pectorals were prominently defined, and his arms were robust and powerful. With broad shoulders and a slender waist, He epitomizes the quintessential inverted triangle physique. A flawless, lean figure indeed. Unlike the exaggerated physiques often showcased in bodybuilding competitions, his form aligns more harmoniously with conventional aesthetic preferences. It is a sight that captivates the hearts of many women. Even Lin Qingxue found herself stealing glances, though she quickly averted her gaze, her cheeks ablaze with warmth. She suddenly realized how little she truly knew about this employee. The reason she had invited him to sign a contract was her impression of his diligent and capable demeanor, coupled with his reticence. Yet, Chen Fang's recent performance has left her utterly astonished. Not only is he well-versed in a plethora of knowledge, but he also boasts an enviable physique. A classic example of someone who appears robust without excess when clothed. While others with such a figure would revel in flaunting it online daily, Chen Fang often seems to blend into the background at the company. Gu Xiaoro could hardly contain her amusement, silently pondering that perhaps revealing herself wouldn't be such a significant affair after all. Her sister was right. It could be likened to a beach bikini. The key is that witnessing the physique of another is hardly a disadvantage. Chapter 5. Other Survivors? On the beach, the atmosphere suddenly became peculiar. The once timid Gu Xiaoro now resembled a wealthy matron captivated by a muscular male model. She unabashedly gazed at Chen Fang, her eyes shimmering with intensity. Lin Qingxue, however, remained composed, quietly observing the campfire before her. Ironically, it was Chen Fang who should have been the least bashful, who felt uncomfortable under Gu Xiaoro's penetrating gaze, instinctively shifting away towards the back of his clothing. Could it be that he had encountered a female rogue? Lin was still beside him. What would he do if she were to make an advance? Refusing her would be exceedingly difficult. Yet, accepting would tarnish his image in Lin's eyes. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Qingxue. Amidst Chen Fang's chaotic thoughts, Lin Qingxue unexpectedly broke the silence, extending her hand toward Gu Xiaoro. Gu Xiaoro, lost in admiration of Chen Fang's physique, was startled by the voice that reached her ears. Regaining her composure, she quickly extended her hand. I am Gu Xiaoro. Upon finishing, her gaze inevitably returned to Chen Fang. Chen Fang, an employee of the esteemed Lin. He smiled and shrugged. Which company do you work for? Gu Xiaoro inquired, turning to Lin Qingxue, having long wished to ask since Chen Fang had referred to her as Lin. This young lady, appearing to be of similar age, was already a president? Qingxue International, Lin Qingxue replied nonchalantly. No sooner had she spoken than Gu Xiaoro's eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming, What? Qingxue International, the company valued at 20 billion? To be precise, it is 213.5 billion, Lin Qingxue corrected her. Gu Xiaoro was taken aback. The reputation of Qingxue International was resounding, having flourished tremendously in recent years. Starting with a mere 1 billion, under the guidance of a young female president, it had evolved into a colossal enterprise within 5 years. Hardly any youth in Huagua remained unaware of it. Yet, this female president was shrouded in mystery, rarely making public appearances. Gu Xiaoro had previously discussed with her colleagues in private, speculating whether her appearance was less than satisfactory, leading to her reluctance to be seen. They even entertained the notion that this young female president might be a mere fabrication to enhance her visibility. To her astonishment, the illustrious president now stood before her, so youthful, so radiant. The aura she exuded was incomparable. Who would have imagined that I would find myself stranded on a deserted island with a president worth over 200 billion? Gu Xiaoro mused, recalling how her father often spoke of this company at home. Your father? Lin Qingxue raised an eyebrow. Oh, my father is a shareholder in Hongxing Pharmaceuticals. Gu Xiaoro promptly introduced. At this revelation, a flicker of surprise appeared in Lin Qingxue's eyes. Their company operated in the beauty sector and had some intersections with Hongxing Pharmaceuticals, which was also a 100 billion valued enterprise. With your background, why pursue a career as a flight attendant? Lin Qingxue expressed her surprise, quickly adding, I do not mean to disparage flight attendants. I merely believe you have better options available. Upon hearing her words, Gu Xiaoro sighed, her expression tinged with a hint of resignation. I comprehend the intentions of President Lin. My father had previously wished for me to join the family business. even going so far as to send me abroad for my studies. However, my disinterest in management and academia has rendered me merely a decorative figure. Her tone was imbued with self-deprecating humor. Seemingly reluctant to dwell on the matter, she turned her gaze towards Chen Fang, the handsome gentleman beside her. "And what about you, Chen?" Lin Xingxue couldn't help but glance over, equally intrigued by the background of her subordinate. Chen Fang shrugged. "I lack the illustrious lineage you both possess. The small village I hail from is likely unfamiliar to you, and it is perhaps best left unmentioned." "Oh, what does that matter? Good looks and a fit physique are enough," Gu Xiaoro blurted out almost instinctively. Yet, halfway through her statement, she realized the inappropriateness of her words, quickly covering her mouth. Her cheeks aflame. "Oh my goodness! What am I saying?" Lin Xingxue interjected aptly. "Xiaoro is right. A hero's origins are irrelevant. With your abilities, you will certainly go far." The trio continued their conversation, their bonds strengthening imperceptibly. Initially, they had shielded themselves with clothing, but soon Gu Xiaoro began to find her attire cumbersome. After more than an hour, Chen Fang turned to glance at the beach, donning his dry clothes. "It's about time. We should check the catch from the nets." "I'll go with you." Gu Xiaoro quickly dressed and stood beside Chen Fang. Lin Xingxue remained silent, but followed suit. In no time, the three arrived at the spot where Chen Fang had cast the nets earlier. The tide had risen significantly in such a short time. Where they had previously stood on the beach, they now needed to wade through approximately 5 to 6 meters of water to reach the nets. This was merely the beginning of the rising tide. It would not recede until the following morning. "Wait here, I'll take a look," Chen Fang said, rolling up his pant legs and wading into the water. Upon retrieving the 2 nets, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment. While there were indeed many hermit crabs, they were all rather diminutive. He had managed to catch a single fish, yet it appeared to weigh less than 2 pounds, hardly enough for the 3 of them to share. "Is this truly all we caught?" Gu Xiaoro asked with a frown. "This is rather meager, isn't it? There's little we can do. Without bait, managing to catch even 1 fish is quite commendable," Chen Fang replied with a hint of resignation. "Fish are not like pork. Their fat content is low, and consequently, they're less filling. We shall have to endure tonight, but once the tide recedes tomorrow morning, there should be plenty of seafood on the beach for us to gather." Noticing the disappointment on Gu Xiaoro's face, he added reassuringly, "Let us take this fish back and grill it for now." The trio retraced their steps, the waves lapping incessantly at their feet. By the way, Chen Fang suddenly recalled something and urged everyone to look around. "If there are any beverage bottles or plastic sheets, be sure to collect them, as these items can prove useful on the deserted island. The tide is currently rising, and it is likely that many human necessities will be washed ashore. Though typically regarded as marine debris, these items are treasures in our present circumstance." Upon hearing his words, Lin Xingxue and Gu Xiaoro began to survey the area. However, after wandering over 100 meters, they found little to show for their efforts. Just as their spirits began to wane, Lin Xingxue abruptly halted, pointing toward the waves. "Look over there. Is that something washed up?" The 2 of them lifted their gazes. In the moonlight, they discerned a shadowy figure rising and falling with the waves, steadily approaching the shore. "Let us go take a look," Chen Fang exclaimed, leading the 2 towards the mysterious shape. When they arrived, the shadow had just been washed ashore. However, upon closer inspection, their expressions turned ashen, for it was revealed to be a man carrying a suitcase. Chapter 6. The astonishing contents of the suitcase. With his eyes closed and utterly still, the man clutched the suitcase tightly with his right hand, uncertain of his own fate. "Is he still alive?" Gu Xiaoro asked, a hint of fear in her voice. Meanwhile, Chen Fang had approached the man, squatting down to carry out an examination. Grasping his jaw, he pried open the man's mouth. There were no foreign objects inside. Next, he placed his hand beneath the man's nostrils, carefully assessing for breath. There was none. Finally, he checked the carotid artery on the left side of the man's jaw. No pulse. As he peeled back the eyelids, he noticed the pupils had already begun to dilate. Without a doubt, the individual before them had succumbed to death. "Is this the ABC injury assessment method? You know this?" Gu Xiaoro exclaimed in surprise at Chen Fang's precise actions. The acronym ABC refers to the English initials for airway, breathing, and circulation. as a flight attendant. She was required to learn this, as emergencies could arise on airplanes. However, she had never had to put it into practice. If it weren't for Chen Fang's sudden use of this method, she might have nearly forgotten it. Hearing her exclamation, Lin Qingxue looked at Chen Fang in astonishment. Although she did not fully grasp the significance of it, Gu Xiaorou's reaction suggested it was a highly professional technique. What else was Chen Fang capable of that she was unaware of? She couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret that he was underutilized in her presence. Not lifting his head, Chen Fang replied succinctly before stating, "This man is dead." In truth, even without his words, Gu Xiaorou and Lin Qingxue had already begun to suspect the grim reality upon seeing the dilated pupils. The moment they heard his definitive conclusion, their expressions turned somber. It was the first time they had encountered a corpse so close, especially in the dark. To claim they were unafraid would be a lie. Yet, Chen Fang remained remarkably composed, his attention now focused on the suitcase as he began to pry the man's fingers apart. To his surprise, it proved somewhat challenging. The deceased had evidently clutched it tightly in a desperate hope for survival, resulting in his muscles now being rigid. However, this only fueled Chen Fang's excitement, indicating that the suitcase likely contained valuable items. As he pried the man's fingers away, he did not immediately inspect the suitcase, but instead set it aside and began to strip the man of his clothing. As he worked, he murmured softly, "My apologies, my friend, but I'm left with no choice." "Hey, what are you doing? He is already dead," Gu Xiaorou interjected, her face reflecting her discomfort. Yet, Chen Fang seemed oblivious to her concern, his hands continuing their task without pause. Unable to bear it any longer, Gu Xiaorou urged, "Chen Fang, perhaps it's best to stop. We've already taken his suitcase." Although this situation rendered a proper burial impossible, she felt that such actions were still somewhat indefensible. However, before Chen Fang could respond, Lin Qingxue abruptly turned to her, fixing her with a piercing gaze. "Do you intend to remain on this deserted island for the rest of your life?" "What?" Gu Xiaorou momentarily failed to comprehend Lin Qingxue's meaning, yet instinctively shook her head. Of course, she did not wish for it. She longed for the rescue team to appear before them at that very moment. Since she did not wish for it, she decided to heed Chen Fang's advice. Lin Qingxue's expression was grave. This was a deserted island, and every resource at their disposal was invaluable. Only by maximizing their resources could they prolong their survival, thereby increasing the likelihood of awaiting rescue. Gu Xiaorou found herself at a loss for words, realizing that her previous actions had been somewhat excessive. Lowering her head, she softly murmured, "I am sorry. I was wrong. I'm not a saint. I simply have yet to adapt." Lin Qingxue waved her hand dismissively. "It's all right. I understand. Let's not idle away our time. With the tide rising, some items should wash ashore. Let's go and search." With that, she led Gu Xiaorou forward. "Do not wander too far," Chen Fang cautioned before they departed. After they had finished stripping the clothing, they did not return immediately. Instead, they carried their suitcase and garments along the shoreline in search of more resources. Minutes later, the group reconvened by the fire, presenting their collected spoils for beverage bottles, a can, and several sheets of plastic. The clothing removed from the man had been set aside to dry by the fire. Gu Xiaorou even discovered an article of clothing half buried in the sand. The relentless waves and the sun had weathered it, and when Chen Fang tugged at it, it crumbled into two pieces devoid of any utility and was consequently tossed into the flames. Indeed, these are useful resources, Chen Fang mused as he examined their findings. The beverage bottles could hold fresh water or serve as tools for distilling it. The plastic sheets, when placed in the fire, would produce thick smoke, enabling them to signal a helicopter from the rescue team if one were to pass. However, he pondered the contents of his suitcase, hoping fervently that it did not contain cash. With a sense of trepidation, Chen Fang pulled the suitcase closer. Given that the individual had clutched it tightly in his final moments, it might indeed contain something valuable. Yet, this was a deserted island. Cash was worth less than a bottle of water. The suitcase was equipped with a combination lock, compelling Chen Fang to resort to smashing it open with a stone. After a few strikes, the lock yielded. Lin Qingxue and Gu Xiaorou turned their gazes toward him, both anxious and eager. As the suitcase gradually opened under their watchful eyes, the contents revealed themselves, causing their eyes to sparkle in unison. Contrary to their expectations of cash, they were met with an array of food items, bread, instant noodles, sausages, and even a few exquisite small cakes. In addition, there were several bags of chips, yet not a single piece of clothing to be found. This fellow is quite the foodie. Chen Fang grinned widely, filled with delight. Thankfully, he was a lover of food. Alas, there was no water, as airplanes typically prohibited such items from being carried through security. Otherwise, considering this man's nature, he likely would have packed a few bottles of soda as well. Moreover, those few bags of puffed snacks occupy a considerable amount of space. If they were all placed atop the bread, it would suffice for the three of them for quite some time. Nevertheless, it is adequate. The provisions before them would ensure they need not worry about sustenance for 3 days. If they were to ration judiciously, it could last even longer. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaoro's gaze had become fixated, her eyes sparkling as she stared at the exquisite little cake. Despite the suitcase bobbing and rolling amidst the sea, the cake remained relatively unscathed, nestled between several bags of chips, with merely the decorative fruits atop slightly askew. Such a visually appealing dessert holds an irresistible allure for many young women. As she secretly swallowed her saliva, Chen Fang had already retrieved a bag of bread, torn off half, and subsequently divided it into 3 portions, distributing them to the others. Gazing at the meager piece of bread before her, Gu Xiaoro's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this all we're having? Chapter 7. Seeking Warmth and Unity? May I not indulge in a piece of that? Gu Xiaoro inquired, her hand gesturing toward the small cake nestled within the suitcase, akin to a child brought to a convenience store by a parent. She had always harbored a fondness for sweets, yet her resolve to maintain her figure had rendered her hesitant to indulge. However, in her current state of hunger, the allure of that petite cake had escalated exponentially. It seemed to radiate a golden glow in her eyes. Chen Fang, however, resolutely declined her request. No, we must conserve our resources until we locate a more reliable food source. Gu Xiaoro pouted, her initial impulse to retort stifled as she caught sight of Lin Qingsno silently savoring her bread nearby. The words she had been about to voice were swallowed back down. She cast a lingering glance at the cake in the suitcase. A little indulgence would suffice for now. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, the suitcase was shut. She looked up to meet Chen Fang's enigmatic smile, which only served to deepen her discomfort. "This is for your own good," he said, as her frustration mounted. With a resigned sigh, she declared, "Fine, if I can't have it, then I shall embrace this opportunity for weight loss." With that, she took a vigorous bite of her bread, her fierce chewing prompting Chen Fang to wonder if she had mistaken the bread for flesh. "Do not be disheartened. We have grilled fish," he reassured her with a smile, retrieving a freshly caught sea fish and spearing it with a stick. He carefully placed the fish over the glowing embers, and within moments, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. How delightful! Gu Xiaoro, having finished her bread, greedily inhaled the scent and leaned forward, her gaze fixated on the golden grilled fish, resembling a little greedy cat. "All right," Chen Fang announced, taking some prepared leaves to divide the fish into 3 portions. He allocated the larger portions to the 2 women, keeping only a meager amount for himself, primarily bones. As the fish was rather small, having eaten well before the flight, he could afford to go without for a night. Every bit saved counts. Just as he was about to begin his meal, 2 pieces of fish suddenly appeared before him. Startled, he looked up to see Lin Qingsno and Gu Xiaoro simultaneously placing a morsel on a leaf in front of him, their actions surprisingly synchronized. Stunned for a moment, they exchanged smiles, and Chen Fang felt a warmth blossom within him, gaining a deeper understanding of their personalities. Lin Qingsno was evidently cool on the exterior, yet warm within, possessing a keen intellect and decisiveness befitting the president of a billion-dollar company. Gu Xiaoro, though seemingly more flawed with her princess-like demeanor and a touch of naivete, was not beyond redemption. She simply needed time to adapt to her new reality on the deserted island. At her core, she remained a kind-hearted soul. Although you deny me the cake, I possess a generous spirit and shall not hold it against you," Gu Xiaoro remarked, noticing Chen Fang lost in thought. And to emphasize her words, she puffed out her chest proudly. Chen Fang's gaze grew somewhat fixed, revealing a certain depth of character. It was then that Gu Xiaoro realized her actions were rather inappropriate and shot Chen Fang a fierce glare. Scoundrel! Simultaneously, Chen Fang felt a twinge of regret. After all, his superior was right beside him. How reckless! Turning his head, he indeed found Lin Qingxue looking at him with a complex expression. President Lin. I was merely joking, Chen Fang explained, his voice tinged with guilt. I know, Lin Qingxue replied with an impassive nod, then added, you should eat more. We girls tend to eat less. Moreover, without you, you wouldn't have caught this fish, so it's only right that you indulge a bit. Gu Xiaoro nodded in agreement from his side. Oh, please don't say that. If it weren't for your stockings, I would have caught no more of that. Chen Fang was about to decline modestly when Gu Xiaoro interrupted him. Blushing fiercely, she shot him a glare and lowered her head to deal with the grilled fish before her. The mere thought of him holding her stockings made her cheeks burn. Lin Qingxue remained silent, maintaining her composure, yet Chen Fang could clearly see a rosy hue creeping onto her fair face. Being a sea fish, its inherent freshness and saltiness were already sufficient, making it incredibly delicious. The three of them were left wanting more. If we haven't had enough, it's all right. We can go tide chasing tomorrow morning and surely gather a good haul, Chen Fang remarked. Lacking a watch, he simply glanced at the sky, which was growing increasingly dim. The sound of the waves echoed in their ears, and the sea breeze began to pick up. Feeling a slight chill, Chen Fang suddenly became aware of a pressing concern. What's wrong? Noticing his grave expression, Lin Qingxue frowned and inquired. Chen Fang, his face etched with worry, replied, staying overnight poses a problem. It's already starting to get cold, and it will surely be colder at night. In this environment, succumbing to hypothermia is extremely perilous. Even with a campfire, it is not akin to the warmth of an enclosed space. The heat from an outdoor fire dissipates quickly. Most critically, one cannot lie by the fire. The heat from the sandy ground dissipates rapidly. Right now, there is some warmth, but as the night progresses and the sea breeze intensifies, the heat will be swiftly carried away, leaving one feeling icy beneath. A moment's inattention could lead to catching a chill. We have no cold medicine or antibiotics at hand. Upon hearing this reasoning, Gu Xiaoro and Lin Qingxue began to frown in distress, unable to conceive an effective solution. Suddenly, Chen Fang's eyes brightened with inspiration. I've got it. What is the idea? The two of them looked at him expectantly. Under their gaze, Chen Fang momentarily faltered, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. After a prolonged pause, he finally asked, do you know how penguins keep warm? How do they do it? Gu Xiaoro was already captivated by his question. Chen Fang explained. They huddle closely together, forming a circle, and then, after a while, the penguins in the center swap places with those on the outer edge, who shield them from the cold. Thus, even in the frigid temperatures of Antarctica, it ensures a remarkable warmth among the community. Gu Xiaoro's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, they are incredibly intelligent. However, Lin Qingxue remained silent, gently biting her lip, clearly already aware of Chen Fang's so-called method. Clever, isn't it? Chen Fang chuckled. Hence, we should learn from the penguin's approach. What? Gu Xiaoro suddenly realized something amiss, her voice involuntarily rising. Are you suggesting that the three of us should sleep tightly embraced? Lin Qingxue shook her head in exasperation. This girl, only now do you grasp his meaning? Well, for the sake of survival, we need not be overly concerned with such matters, Chen Fang explained. No way, I disagree, Gu Xiaoro declared resolutely, still struggling to accept the notion. Though she worked as a flight attendant and witnessed the chaotic private lives of many colleagues, she had always adhered to her principles, remaining an untouched maiden. Disagree? Then you can keep watch while Lin and I warm each other. Chen Fang raised an eyebrow, his gaze fixed on Lin Qingxue. Lin, what do you think of my proposal? Chapter 8. The President's Unwilling Sacrifice? What nonsense! How could President Lin ever agree? Gu Xiaoro believed that Chen Fang was utterly deluding himself. His request was beyond her comprehension. How could the icy President Lin Qingxue possibly acquiesce? Yet, before she could finish her thought, Lin Qingxue had already nodded. I have no objections. What? Gu Xiaoro gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at Lin Qingxue. He mentioned sleeping together, in an embrace. I am aware, Lin Qingxue replied, her expression unfazed, finding no fault in the proposition. Under special circumstances, such arrangements could indeed serve as an effective means to mitigate heat loss. In the wilderness, the danger of hypothermia is a grave concern. However, Gu Xiaorou's features contorted in distress. After grappling with her thoughts for some time, she ultimately could not convince herself. Well, I certainly cannot. With that, she moved closer to the fire. That is not a problem. You two can rest first. I still need to keep watch, Chen Fang said, waving his hand nonchalantly, a smile playing on his lips. Lin Kingsnow's swift agreement had taken him by surprise. Who among the company would imagine him sleeping in an embrace with the frosty president? Upon returning, they would surely regard him as a figure of admiration. As for Gu Xiaorou, there was no point in pressing the matter further. Keeping watch? Is there really any danger? It seems unnecessary, Gu Xiaorou queried, blinking as she surveyed their surroundings. At present, there is no immediate threat. The fire will deter most wild animals, Chen Fang acknowledged, stirring the flames with a stick. Nevertheless, someone must tend to the campfire. You know how arduous it is to ignite one? Moreover, should it extinguish, the night will grow colder, and should one fall ill with a fever, it would be disastrous. His words instilled a sense of trepidation in Gu Xiaorou. Had she been too hasty in her refusal? After all, it was a matter of survival. The thought of sharing warmth seemed, oh no, that was still unacceptable. Her physical resilience was adequate. One night should not lead to illness. Let us take turns keeping watch instead. At this juncture, Lin Qingsnow interjected. Chen Fang had already done enough. It was only fair that he should not bear the burden of keeping watch alone. Gu Xiaorou readily agreed without hesitation. Yet, Chen Fang waved them off. It's all right. I'm not too fatigued today. You two should sleep first. I will rest once the time is right. He then laid down the garments he had stripped from the man on the ground temporarily. In that case, I will keep watch, Lin Qingsnow stated without pretense. Lying down after her brief remark, Chen Fang chuckled lightly. There is no need for that. It is only the first day, and I remain unfamiliar with the island-esque conditions. It is prudent to maintain a degree of vigilance tonight. If there are no further threats and I can gather some durable firewood, then keeping watch will become unnecessary. Following this, Gu Xiaorou also reclined, nestling closely beside Lin Qingsnow. Between the two women, there existed no psychological barriers. As Chen Fang gazed upon their equally long legs, he could not suppress a gulp. Was this really a test for the cadres? He dared not linger on the site, hastily diverting his gaze and contemplating his plans for the future. Even if news of the plane crash spread swiftly, the rescue team would not locate them promptly. Therefore, it was imperative to prepare for a prolonged stay on the island, perhaps 3 days, 5 days, or even longer. During this time, fresh water and food would be of utmost importance. Additionally, he needed to swiftly familiarize himself with the island's environment. Chen Fang mentally devised solutions. In the meantime, Lin Qingxue and the other woman had already fallen into a deep slumber. After the traumatic experience of the crash and lying on the beach for an indeterminate duration, they were utterly exhausted. Listening to their steady breathing and feeling the temperature gradually drop, Chen Fang too began to feel drowsy. However, he resisted the urge to sleep, waiting patiently for 4 or 5 hours until he was certain that there were no other disturbances. He then placed a thick log onto the fire and quietly approached the two women. Without hesitation, he lay down beside Lin Qingxue. He intended to embrace her, but ultimately withdrew his hand, merely leaning against her. To his surprise, as if sensing the warmth emanating from him, Lin Qingxue turned over, instinctively wrapping her arms tightly around him. Her legs naturally draped over him, treating him as a large hot water bottle. Chen Fang couldn't help but smirk. The faint fragrance at the tip of his nose, combined with the softness pressed against him, stimulated his senses. Here he was, cradling the president of a company valued at over 20 billion. Not only employees, but countless wealthy heirs sought her affection. If the scene were to leak, he would undoubtedly find himself trending overnight. Just as he pondered this, a cool breeze swept through, and he felt Lin Qingxue's grip tighten. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him. Hey, President Lin, ease up, I can hardly breathe. Chen Fang's muffled voice emerged as he popped his head out. It felt rather pleasant, but Staying in this position was becoming suffocating. Seeing no other option, he embraced her petite waist, holding her tightly. For the sake of survival. That night, Chen Fang slept soundly. After an indeterminate amount of time, he vaguely sensed Lin Qingxiu stirring in his arms. She slowly sat up, straddling him. Chen Fang's eyes widened in astonishment as he watched her toss her cascading hair back, then lower her head, biting her lip, gazing at him with an alluring expression. She then began to unbutton her shirt. Under the moonlight, it was a scene brimming with endless temptation. President Lin Yu. Chen Fang stammered, utterly speechless. Lin Qingxuang suddenly bent down, her face almost brushing against Chen Fang's. Her enchanting eyes sparkled with allure. Chen Fang, I am aware that you and your colleagues have always perceived me as the embodiment of your fanciful misdeeds, and I suppose you were no exception? With a sultry smile, she boldly tore open her shirt, revealing the black lingerie beneath. In an instant, she pressed down towards Chen Fang. Chen Fang, the air was filled with Lin Qingxuang's voice, distinctly different from her usual tone, sending shivers down his spine. The familiar sensation of suffocation washed over him once more. Chen Fang felt his bones go weak, yet the stark contrast was overwhelming. President Lin, please, not like this. The environment is quite inappropriate. If you truly wish to proceed, let us change locations, he managed to utter after a brief struggle. However, with that slight resistance, the scene before him abruptly shifted. Lin Qingxuang was now fully clothed, staring at him in astonishment. Chapter 9. The Ebbing Tide and the Harvest of Seven Sea Fish. What is happening? Chen Fang stared, bewildered. At this moment, was the moonlight shimmering like water, or the sacrifice of a beauty? The dawn had already broken. Meanwhile, the astonishment in Lin Qingxiu's eyes gradually faded, replaced by a simmering anger. Her typically indifferent face was visibly flushed with color. After all this time, it was merely a dream. At this juncture, Chen Fang regained his composure, feeling utterly embarrassed. The suffocating sensation and the pressure he felt were undeniably emanating from Gu Xiaoro, who was nearly draped over him, her arms wrapped around his neck. The very position they found themselves in had evidently contributed to that earlier sense of suffocation. As for the soft whispers that had lingered near his ear, they were likely Lin Qingxiu's attempts to awaken him by calling his name. Could there be anything more awkward than this? As Lin Qingxiu's expression grew increasingly grim, Chen Fang felt an overwhelming sense of shame wash over him. After all, he had been startled awake by his own voice and struggles. This meant that she had undoubtedly heard everything clearly. Even the dimmest of minds would comprehend what dream he had been ensnared in. In this moment, despite Chen Fang's rapid thoughts, he found himself at a loss for words. Just then, Gu Xiaoro stirred beside him, having awakened from his sudden movement. "HM, has the day broken so soon?" She rubbed her bleary eyes, and the next moment, upon realizing the situation before her, she let out a piercing scream. How'd I end up in your arms? When did you embrace me?" Chen Fang rubbed his buzzing ears, innocently extending his hands, gazing at her with a look of disbelief. "I say, Miss Gu, perhaps you ought to take a closer look at who is embracing whom." Gu Xiaoro glanced down, only then noticing that she was practically sprawled over Chen Fang, her posture decidedly alluring. Moreover, one of her hands was positioned beneath his head. The answer to the predicament was glaringly obvious. Her cheeks flushed crimson, a wave of embarrassment washing over her. Just last evening, she had resolutely rejected Chen Fang's proposition, and now, must have been too cold yesterday. It was entirely instinctual, definitely not intentional. Yes, it must be so. With a vague excuse, she hastily withdrew her hand, distancing herself from Chen Fang. Well, it seems the count of awkward individuals has increased. Yet, having company was certainly preferable to being alone. Chen Fang sighed, casting a helpless glance at Lin Qingxiu, offering a wry smile. "Lin, it wasn't my intention, perhaps it was." As he spoke, he found himself at a loss for further words. What could he say? That due to the chill of the previous night, he had dreamt a spring dream, with Lin Qingxiu as the leading lady? Fortunately, Lin Qingxiu appeared disinclined to dwell on the matter, turning her head to point at the dwindling fire, her tone somewhat awkward. "The fire is nearly out, so I thought to wake you to gather some firewood. I just wandered around nearby, but found nothing. No worries, I'll handle it. I'm on my way to find it. Chen Fang leapt up with determination. As long as you don't mention that matter, everything is negotiable. With those words, he departed, leaving only Lin Qingxue and Gu Xiaoro, who sat in a daze, each adorned with a rosy hue on their cheeks, lost in their own thoughts. Soon, Chen Fang returned, carrying a small bundle of firewood, which he tossed beside the campfire. He hadn't gathered much and was still unsure whether to camp nearby. After a brief explanation, he selected a few pieces to add to the fire. Despite not having been sun-dried, the wood was still capable of igniting, even if it was slightly damp from the night's air. However, the atmosphere remained somewhat awkward. The three sat in silence, the only sounds being the crackling of the firewood. I suppose I should go find something to eat. Chen Fang finally broke the silence as he stood up. With the tide having receded, it was an opportune moment for beachcombing. There might be some treasures to uncover, especially with the fishing net still lying nearby. As he spoke, he prepared to leave. We'll go too. Lin Qingxue and Gu Xiaoro stood up in unison. As Chen Fang turned to look at her, Lin Qingxue felt a flush rise to her cheeks and awkwardly added, "The more people there are, the greater the bounty." Chen Fang smiled and did not refuse. "All right then, let us venture together. It's a good chance to gather some sea treasures and perhaps share a few words to dispel this awkwardness." Before long, the trio arrived at the spot where they had cast their nets the previous day. The sea had receded, revealing a pristine beach. "Wow, look at all the seafood," Gu Xiaoro exclaimed, her eyes sparkling at the multitude of marine creatures scattered across the shore. Overwhelmed with excitement, she darted forward. However, her expression soon faded as she picked up a small creature. "A hermit crab? This is too tiny to even fill a gap between my teeth. And it seems this beach is mostly occupied by these little things." Chen Fang was not surprised. He had already recognized the situation. These creatures were indeed too small, likely requiring more energy to consume than they would provide. Nevertheless, he remained optimistic, knowing that the best treasures are often hidden beneath the surface. He had some knowledge of beachcombing, beneath the sandy surface, in muddy flats, under stones, and among rocky areas and mangroves. These were the places where seafood lingered after the tide receded. However, instead of searching immediately, he first approached the two stone enclosures he had constructed. Though the tide had receded, considerable water still remained within the stone walls. The fishing net was submerged below, obscured from view. Even if there are no fish, there should be at least a few large crabs, Chen Fang murmured to himself, not holding on to high hopes. Yet, as he pulled up the fishing net, his eyes widened in surprise at the sight within. Not only were there various sizes of crabs, but also 3 lively fish, each appearing to weigh no less than 3 pounds. The largest catch, by mere estimation, weighed nearly 5 pounds, pulsating with vigorous life. "Ah! Fortune smiles upon us this time." Chen Fang could not contain his laughter as he retrieved another fishing net. The situation was similar, perhaps even yielding an additional catch. Altogether, there were a remarkable 7 fish. Moreover, nestled within were 4 or 5 crabs, each the size of a palm. What a bountiful harvest! With such a plethora, surely we can indulge in a sumptuous feast today? Gu Xiaoro inquired eagerly, her eyes sparkling with delight. The joy of the harvest had made her forget the morning's awkwardness. "Absolutely." Chen Fang waved his hand grandly, his spirits elevated. This was merely the bounty from the fishing nets. We have yet to explore the shore. Rest assured, today you shall feast to your heart's content. With that, he temporarily placed the nets in a stone pool and strode purposefully towards the distant beach, excitement gleaming in his eyes. If the nets yielded such a bounty, surely the shore will not disappoint. Chapter 10. Gu Xiaoro is bitten by a snake under normal circumstances. Beachcombing requires tools such as small shovels and gloves, which are the most commonly used implements. However, on the island, one cannot indulge in such luxuries. Chen Fang merely fashioned 2 short branches to serve as makeshift digging tools. As he ambled along, he occasionally prodded the sand, and each time he plunged his hand into the grains, he found treasures, either a tide crab or several sand crabs. He even managed to collect 7 or 8 geoducks, each impressively plump, nearly as thick as 3 adult fingers. "Ugh, this geoduck looks rather sinister," Gu Xiaoro remarked disdainfully, eyeing the shellfish. You'll only find it delectable when you eat it, not sinister. Chen Fang replied with a smile, tossing the gathered seafood into the makeshift pouch formed by his clothing. Gu Xiaoro and Lin Qingsnow followed closely behind, mimicking his actions as they poked about the beach. However, after a considerable time, their hands remained empty. Frustration began to set in, and even Lin Qingsnow felt disheartened. Gu Xiaoro, in a moment of despair, squatted on the beach, her spirit deflated. What's going on? Why is it that you always manage to find seafood while we come up empty? Do you think beachcombing is that simple? Chen Fang cast her a sidelong glance, continuing to probe the sand as he explained. This is not mere random poking. One must observe the holes in the sand. Each of these creatures leaves a breathing hole, which looks distinct from the surrounding area. As he spoke, he unearthed another tide crab, which, although not particularly large, still possessed a decent amount of meat, especially the notably robust claw on its right side, moving as if beckoning like a hand. A breathing hole? Gu Xiaoro exclaimed, her eyes widening as she scanned her surroundings. Yet, no matter how she looked, everything appeared identical. Lin Qingsnow also persevered silently, yet her efforts yielded little. Seeing their plight, Chen Fang located some breathing holes for them to dig, granting them a sense of involvement. The effect was indeed positive. Soon enough, Gu Xiaoro's interest was piqued. Her spirits lifted, and she began to cheer occasionally, her steps becoming considerably lighter, like a soldier eager for action, awaiting the general's command. Lin Qingsnow, though more reserved, exhibited a slight increase in enthusiasm, a faint smile gracing her lips. In less than 20 minutes, Chen Fang's makeshift pouch, formed by his clothing, was already half filled. He lifted it slightly, estimating it to weigh around 10-odd pounds. Not bad, although the shells constituted the majority of the weight. There would be enough for the three of them to feast upon for a day or two. Chen Fang felt quite satisfied. Unbeknownst to them, the group had wandered into a rocky area. Chen Fang glanced around, a subtle smile creeping onto his lips, just as he heard Gu Xiaoro gasp in astonishment from behind him. Oh my goodness, am I seeing this correctly? Is that an abalone? Indeed, it is an abalone. Chen Fang felt a surge of excitement as he spotted numerous abalone, resembling the surrounding rocks, clinging to them. These creatures favored feasting on algae during the night, resulting in their bodies being covered with algae for camouflage. However, a few were still discovered by the group. With the dawn breaking, their numbers were not overwhelming, yet there were still around 10. Each abalone was quite sizable, and Chen Fang estimated that 4 would weigh nearly a pound. For abalones, while not the finest, they were certainly valuable. Even when consumed as sashimi, they offered a delightful sweetness. Therefore, they could not be overlooked. With this thought, he led his companions closer, cautioning them about the abalone's strong adhesion. They needed to strike swiftly to detach them, lest they become more firmly anchored. Suddenly, he reached out and effortlessly dislodged one abalone. All right, watch how I handle them. Gu Xiaoro, brimming with excitement, mimicked his actions and managed to detach another. She then set her sights on the next one, moving even more quickly than Chen Fang, which greatly encouraged her. Unconsciously, she ventured deeper among the rocks, spotting 3 or 4 more clinging to the surface. However, before she could act, she felt an icy grip around her ankle. Something slimy was entangled around her, sending a chill up her spine. Instinctively, she looked down and nearly lost her composure. A water snake, over 2 meters long, was coiling around her ankle, hissing as it flicked its tongue. Ah! Gu Xiaoro screamed, startled, and began to dance in place out of fear. The creatures she feared most in life were those without legs and those with many. Even a mere glimpse of them online could haunt her dreams. Now, with one wrapped around her leg, it was easy to imagine her sheer panic. The scream alerted Chen Fang to the unusual commotion in the water, and his expression turned grave. He intended to warn her not to move, but it was too late. Gu Xiaoro had transformed into a frantic dancer in the shallows. This was disastrous. Chen Fang's heart sank. Sea snakes typically do not attack humans. Divers often encounter them without incident, as they usually swim away. Attacks are often a response to provocation. However, with Gu Xiaoro thrashing about, she was sure to startle the snake, prompting it to strike. It should be noted that sea snakes are highly venomous. Even in a city, if taken to a hospital too late, the chances of recovery are slim. As anticipated, the snake lunged, biting her leg before swiftly retreating into the depths. Ah, ah, ah. It bit me, Gu Xiaoro exclaimed, feeling a sharp pain in her leg, her fear escalating. Meanwhile, Chen Fang acted swiftly, racing towards the shore. He picked up a stone and, with several strikes, killed the snake. What should I do? Am I going to die? Is the snake venomous? Gu Xiaoro approached him, her face pale with despair. Lin Qingshue's expression was grave. She too understood the potency of a sea snake's venom. Although there exists a possibility of a bite not resulting in venom, no one dares to gamble on it. What should we do? Should we tear the fabric to create a binding to constrict the wound? Lin Qingxue inquired anxiously, recalling that applying a bandage near the heart might slow blood flow. No. However, Chen Fang immediately rejected the idea. This method has long been proven ineffective. Snake venom inherently damages local tissues. A bandage would not only fail to assist, but would instead cut off blood circulation, leading to tissue hypoxia and exacerbating the injury. Upon hearing Chen Fang's explanation, Gu Xiaoro's panic intensified. What should we do then? Chen Fang, I beg you, save me. I do not wish to die yet. Tears began to well up in her eyes. Isn't it possible to suck out the venom with the mouth? Chen Fang, can you help me? I truly do not want to die. Suck out the venom with the mouth? Chen Fang raised an eyebrow, his expression laden with helplessness. He was about to say something when Gu Xiaoro's cries grew louder. I beg you, Chen Fang, please save me. From now on, I will listen to you. I will even hold you while sleeping for warmth every day. Chapter 11. Another survivor. The words of Gu Xiaoro caused Chen Fang to involuntarily twitch his lips. What on earth is this? No, Xiaoro, listen to me. The truth is, Brother Chen Fang, I implore you, I have never been in love, and I yearn to see my parents again, Wa. Gu Xiaoro interrupted him once more, her emotions beginning to unravel. Tears streamed down her face, rendering her utterly pitiable. This left him with no opportunity to speak. The only way to soothe her was to comply with her wishes, for otherwise, she would never regain her composure. Very well. Chen Fang sighed and approached, his gaze falling upon her leg. The bite mark was situated about a centimeter above her knee, 2 small punctures bleeding slightly. Without hesitation, he placed his hand over the wounds. He then leaned down, pressing his lips against the spot. Moments latte. He spat to the side before continuing. Gu Xiaoro fell silent, her eyes reflecting gratitude and a flicker of hope for survival. However, as she calmed down, an unusual sensation began to wash over her, particularly when she noticed Chen Fang's hand on her thigh. Each time his lips made contact, a shiver coursed through her body. She had never engaged in such intimacy with a male before. Strangely, her face flushed with warmth. After repeating this several times, Chen Fang finally ceased his actions. He turned to the sea and spat a few times before glancing back at Gu Xiaoro. Is this better now? Brother Chen Fang. Thank you. Gu Xiaoro looked at him gratefully, her eyes shimmering. Such an act undoubtedly carried risks for Chen Fang as well. It's all right, as long as you don't scream. He waved his hand dismissively, then continued, in truth, if it were a venomous snake, this method would be of no use whatsoever. What? Gu Xiaoro's face immediately froze, and a wave of panic surged within her. Lin Qingshue's expression also shifted slightly, but she quickly grasped the crux of Chen Fang's words. Are you implying that the snake that bit Xiaoro was not venomous? Indeed, Chen Fang nodded. Huh, not venomous? Gu Xiaoro was at a loss for how to respond. Her emotions had taken her on a roller coaster ride in mere moments. That's right, I was initially startled as well, but later discovered that the snake was harmless. Chen Fang pointed to the snake beside him, its head flattened from where he had struck it. He then proceeded to explain further. Not all snakes in the sea are true sea snakes. Some are semi-aquatic. The primary distinction lies in their tails. Sea snakes, having adapted to their marine environment, possess flattened tails resembling oars, facilitating their movement through water. In contrast, semi-aquatic snakes retain cylindrical tails akin to those of terrestrial snakes. The one before them, slender and adorned with black rings, exhibited a cylindrical tail clearly identifying it as a striped snake. This creature preferred to conceal itself among the crevices of rocks, preying on insects and small fish. The most crucial detail was yet to be revealed. Even in the case of venomous serpents, employing suction through the mouth is utterly unscientific. Not only is the efficacy negligible, but if the suctioner has any wounds in their oral cavity, they may inadvertently suffer harm. After a thorough explanation, Lin Qing and her companion were left utterly astonished, their gazes towards Chen Fang filled with admiration. Chen Fang, from where do you acquire such knowledge? Lin Qing found it incredible, her eyes radiating shock. With such skills, you could undoubtedly thrive as an outdoor broadcaster. It's truly a waste of talent for you to be in my company. Oh, it's nothing. Chen Fang humbly waved his hand. I merely consume a diverse array of information, and since I hail from a small fishing village by the sea, I have a bit more understanding of such matters. Upon hearing this, Lin Qing felt even more respect for him. The men who typically pursued her would eagerly ramble on about their own fields of expertise, desperately attempting to showcase the breadth of their knowledge. Yet Chen Fang exhibited no inclination to flaunt his abilities, preferring to remain reticent. The contrast was stark, and as a president, her standards were naturally elevated. She favored those who were reserved yet possessed profound wisdom, and Chen Fang seemed to embody this quality. In her heart, she had already resolved that upon returning to the company, she would provide him with a broader platform. Such a talent would surely achieve greatness in any field. However, Chen Fang, since you were aware, why didn't you speak up earlier? Gu Xiaoro inquired, puzzled. Chen Fang looked at her with a wry smile. Have you forgotten your earlier demeanor? You didn't afford me the opportunity to speak. Gu Xiaoro paused, recalling that indeed, she had interrupted him twice. The memory of Chen Fang's earlier actions made her cheeks flush once more, and she shyly lowered her head. All right, we've gathered enough. It's time to return. Chen Fang suggested, the appearance of the snake serving as a reminder. Should they encounter a sea snake later, it could spell trouble. Gu Xiaoro rose, feeling a slight sting where she had been bitten, yet it did not hinder her ability to walk. The three returned to the fire, retrieving the 2 fishing nets along the way. Naturally, they could not discard the snake they had killed. Its meat is rich in protein, often surpassing that of beef. Those who frequently watch wilderness survival shows are well aware that beef is merely a unit of protein measurement on a deserted island. With these seafood provisions, there is no need to deplete the supplies in their luggage, especially since those had a longer shelf life. Lacking other tools, they could primarily rely on roasting. Chen Fang also fulfilled his promise to Gu Xiaoro, directly grilling 3 fish. Additionally, he threw 7 or 8 crabs and a geoduck clam onto the charcoal, letting them slowly steam. As for the abalone, they simply consumed it as sashimi. Unfortunately, lacking a knife, they had to pry it off with a stone and chew it raw, which was, of course, far less palatable than slicing it thinly and dipping it in sauce. However, hunger is indeed the finest seasoning. The 3 continued to savor their meal with great delight, relishing each bite as their taste buds awakened. By the time the 2 abalone had been consumed, the grilled fish and other seafood were perfectly cooked, with an enticing aroma wafting through the air. Come now. It was time to indulge heartily. There was plenty to enjoy. Chen Fang generously shared the grilled fish and assorted seafood with the others, thoughtfully cracking open the crabs and meticulously peeling the outer skin of the geoduck clam. Gu Xiaoro held a whole grilled fish, golden on both sides and still sizzling, her eyes sparkling with excitement, completely forgetting the earlier incident with the snake. These seafood delicacies were low in fat, allowing them to feast without concern for their figures. However, just as they were preparing to indulge in their banquet, a commotion suddenly arose from the nearby thicket. Moments later, a disheveled figure with unkempt hair slowly emerged before them. Chapter 12. Chen Fang's ex-girlfriend? The sudden appearance of a shadow sent an immediate wave of tension through the 3 individuals present, their eyes fixated on the figure with a wary vigilance. However, the atmosphere soon relaxed slightly upon closer inspection. The attire and hairstyle suggested it was a woman. Chen Fang had risen to his feet, narrowing his eyes in scrutiny. Yet, the stranger kept her head bowed, her hair disheveled, obscuring most of her face, rendering her features indistinguishable. As she approached, she occasionally glanced back, as if fearing some dreadful entity lurked within the jungle. Nevertheless, her clothing was evidently not that of the island's indigenous people. She was likely another survivor, much like them. With that thought in mind, Chen Fang took the initiative to inquire, "Are you also a survivor from the plane?" Upon hearing his question, the woman paused, momentarily taken aback, before finally responding in disbelief. "Chen Fang? Hmm?" The revelation that she recognized him left Lin Qingxue and Gu Xiaoro somewhat astonished. Chen Fang himself was equally perplexed, gazing at her with confusion. "Do we know each other?" "Chen Fang, it's me." Realizing that her face was obscured, the woman hastily brushed her hair aside, revealing a fair complexion. Her features were not particularly exquisite, yet she could undoubtedly be classified as a beauty. However, there was an inexplicable air of commonness about her, perhaps even a hint of harshness. She possessed the kind of presence that, in a television drama, would suggest she was neither a protagonist nor a virtuous character. Her figure was commendable, particularly her upper body, accentuated by a crop top that exaggerated her physique. However, upon beholding her face, Chen Fang's brows furrowed, and his expression grew cold. "It's you." His tone was laced with detachment. He had not anticipated encountering her in this place. Zhang Lili, Chen Fang's ex-girlfriend. They had been university classmates. During their time together, Chen Fang was an exemplary student, tall and handsome, naturally becoming a figure of admiration on campus. He garnered countless admirers, among whom Zhang Lili was one of the most fervent. She would often wait downstairs in the dormitory with breakfast, publicly professing her feelings with flowers. The dynamic of a woman pursuing a man is often delicate, and given her striking figure, Chen Fang was moved by her sincerity, leading to a 4-year relationship. Throughout those years, Zhang Lili took great pride in him, frequently linking her arm with his as they walked about campus. Eager for others to know she was Chen Fang's girlfriend. However, all of that changed after graduation. Chen Fang, delayed in his employment due to a family illness, found himself at a disadvantage when compared to Zhang Lili, who had secured a position at a promising company. Exposed to various corporate elites and a broader world, she was ensnared by her superior's dual allure of wealth and power, leaving Chen Fang, a mere scholar from a small fishing village, feeling utterly eclipsed. Less than half a year later, Zhang Lili took the initiative to propose a breakup. During that period, Chen Fang was burdened by dire circumstances at home, faced setbacks in his career, and suffered from the heartache of a broken relationship. His emotional state was overwhelmed by negativity. He even pleaded with her not to leave, only to later discover through a friend's social media that Zhang Lili had been posting photos of luxury cars and extravagant items before their breakup, having merely blocked him from viewing them. This revelation left Chen Fang profoundly disheartened for an extended period. Eventually, he joined Qingxue International, becoming taciturn and pouring his heart into his work. It was precisely this dedication that led Lin Qingxue to select him for a contract abroad. To his astonishment, he encountered his ex-girlfriend after 3 years in this very place. "It's me, Chen Fang. I am truly delighted to see you again," Zhang Lili exclaimed, glancing at the grilled fish in his hands, swallowing hard. "Chen Fang, may I join you? I am terribly frightened alone." It felt as if ghosts could emerge from the jungle at any moment. She raised her hands, pleadingly asking, even stamping her feet to appear as pitiable as possible. Previously, Chen Fang was susceptible to her charms, but this time he surprised himself by refusing her without hesitation. "No." Zhang Lili was taken aback, looking at Chen Fang in disbelief. His gaze remained unwavering, devoid of any emotion. "Do you think a mere display of affection can restore the past? How laughable! What are the hardships I endured during those 2 years?" He vividly recalled the message Zhang Lili had sent him back then. "Chen Fang, in college, you had some advantages. You were handsome and academically accomplished. But once you enter society, these meager advantages will vanish in the face of wealth. What I desire you cannot provide, so do not disturb me again." By the time he attempted to reach out once more, a red exclamation mark had appeared. In that moment, Chen Fang comprehended that her love was not for him, but for the vanity he could not satisfy, just as she had discarded him for someone wealthy and powerful. "Chen Fang, how could you?" Zhang Lili seemed unable to detach herself from Chen Fang's previous demeanor towards her. She recognized the harm she had caused him, but feared that alone on this desolate island, she might not survive 3 days. "Brother Chen Fang, please don't be so harsh. She is rather pitiable," suddenly interjected Gu Xiaoro. After Chen Fang had helped her recover from a snake bite, her tone had softened considerably. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lili turned her head, only then noticing the beauty of Gu Xiaoro and Lin Qinxue. Both were stunning. Gu Xiaoro was still dressed in her flight attendant uniform, but the other, with her elegant demeanor, resembled a sophisticated urbanite from a television drama, an image Zhang Lili had always aspired to embody. Had Chen Fang truly thrived after their separation? What was the nature of his relationship with these two, given their intimacy? At that moment, she inexplicably felt a sense of betrayal, an unnameable fury igniting within her as she glared at Chen Fang. "Chen Fang, who are they to you? What is your connection with them? Is it because of them that you have been so cold to me?" Her tone was laden with accusation. Chen Fang, taken aback, could only laugh in disbelief. "Zhang Lili, has your mind been corroded by money over these 3 years? Or have you always possessed such an audacious demeanor that I failed to notice before? How could you utter such words? Do you not fear the consequences of your audacity?" Zhang Lili was rendered speechless, her complexion paling further. Chen Fang's words struck her like a revelation, awakening her to the realization that she was indeed the one in the wrong. For a fleeting moment, she stood there, lost and helpless. Yet, the thought of leaving was unbearable. She felt she could not survive if she did. Gathering her courage once more, she gazed at Chen Fang with a pleading expression. "Chen Fang, I was wrong. I should not have spoken that way, but if you choose to ignore me now, I truly fear I may perish here." Chapter 13. Zhang Lili's superior Zhang Lili gazed at Chen Fang with a pitiful expression, tears welling in her eyes. It was not regret that she felt, but rather a profound fear. In this desolate wilderness, she possessed no means for survival. Last night, she had barely dared to sleep, enduring hunger in silence, relieved only by the sight of her shawl nearby upon waking. Otherwise, she might have frozen to death. Whether you live or die is your own affair. It has nothing to do with me. Yet, Chen Fang remained unmoved. A sudden heaviness settled in Zhang Lili's heart, plunging her into despair. It was Gu Xiaoro who could no longer bear to watch the scene unfold. "Brother Chen Fang, what has come over you? We've gathered so much from the sea today. Let us share some food with her. It won't hurt to have her accompany us. After all, a girl doesn't consume that much." Her voice dwindled, losing confidence, as most of the provisions had indeed been sourced by Chen Fang. Observing Zhang Lili's current state stirred a sense of compassion within her, despite her ignorance of the history between the two. Upon hearing Gu Xiaoro's words, a flicker of hope once again illuminated Zhang Lili's ashen face. However, fearing to provoke Chen Fang, she dared not voice her gratitude, merely standing anxiously, awaiting his response. Chen Fang remained silent for a moment, scrutinizing Zhang Lili's disheveled appearance, his brow furrowing slightly. Memories of their 4 years in university together surfaced in his mind, recalling the joy they once shared. Nevertheless, the pressing reality was that their supplies were not lacking, even for a couple of fish. With this thought, he extended the roasted fish in his hand towards her. Zhang Lili's eyes brightened suddenly as she eagerly accepted it. Did this mean Chen Fang had accepted her? However, before she could utter any words of thanks, Chen Fang's cold voice interrupted. "I'm merely allowing you to eat. I never said you could stay." With that, he turned and returned to his previous spot, ignoring Zhang Lili entirely. His heart had been deeply wounded, and he had fully moved on. To forgive her entirely was simply out of the question. Zhang Lili stood frozen in place, a wave of guilt washing over her. Chen Fang had never spoken to her with such a frigid demeanor before. But who could she blame for this? "Just eat, don't overthink it. Brother Chen Fang is a good person," Gu Xiaoro gently reassured her. She sensed that the relationship between the two was far from ordinary, likely having been that of lovers. However, in her eyes, no matter the circumstances, one should never stand idly by while another loses the hope to live. Ultimately, her kindness was her guiding principle. I understand," Zhang Lili murmured, lowering her head. She then brought the roasted fish to her lips, the tantalizing aroma invigorating her spirit. Yet, just as she was about to take a bite, a sudden rustling from the nearby thicket broke the silence, accompanied by a voice that echoed in the ears of those present. "TSK Lily, what a coincidence to find you here. I was just observing for a while. And that must be your ex-boyfriend, right? You've wounded him so deeply, yet he still prepares fish for you. It seems he still harbors lingering feelings." As these words fell, a portly man adorned in designer labels approached, flanked by two men, one tall and one short, who appeared to be even older than he, likely over 45. Upon seeing them, Zhang Lily's eyes brightened slightly, but then, recalling Chen Fang and the others behind her, her expression became somewhat unnatural. Mr. Wang, meanwhile, Chen Fang's eyes narrowed instantly, his countenance becoming chillingly indifferent. Wang Hao, Zhang Lily's superior. It was precisely because of him that Zhang Lily had left Chen Fang. Under the allure of his myriad designer bags and upscale dining establishments, she had succumbed utterly. After their breakup, Chen Fang had even taken a night train to her company in search of her. However, upon seeing Zhang Lily enter Wang Hao's BMW 7 Series, he lost all desire to struggle or plead for her to return. Little did he expect to encounter them here. It goes without saying that Zhang Lily was undoubtedly accompanying him. As for the two men behind, their respectful demeanor clearly indicated they were his subordinates. While lost in thought, Wang Hao had already waddled up to Chen Fang, extending his hand, the other hand resting ostentatiously on his LV emblazoned belt, his expression radiating arrogance and disdain. "You're the one called well. Never mind, it's unimportant. I am Wang Hao, the general manager of Hongfang Technology. I've often heard Lily speak of you. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Your appearance is rather impressive, though I wonder where you hold a position of significance." Faced with his outstretched hand, Chen Fang feigned ignorance, showing no intention of acknowledging him. Wang Hao's hand lingered in the air for a moment, a flicker of dissatisfaction crossing his gaze. Quite the character, young man," he sneered, nodding dismissively, his tone decidedly unpleasant. He then turned away, effortlessly taking the steaming grilled fish from Zhang Lily's hands and taking a large bite. Upon tasting it, his expression transformed into one of sheer delight. "Delicious. Absolutely delectable," he chewed while closing his eyes in appreciation. Like Zhang Lily, he had not eaten since awakening the previous day, a dire situation for someone of his stature. Had they not followed the smoke rising from the campfire, they would have been prepared to forage for leaves. Chen Fang's expression darkened immediately, his gaze fixed coldly on Wang Hao as he clenched his fists. "That grilled fish is not meant for you." Hearing this, Wang Hao opened his eyes, casting an irritable glance at Chen Fang. He then surveyed the seafood arranged beside the fire, his displeasure evident. "Listen here, young man, you're being rather petty. Aren't you? There is still plenty of fish left. What is the harm in us having a bit?" He continued, adopting a condescending tone. "You're quite young. Don't be so selfish. In this society, if you wish to go far, this narrow-mindedness will not suffice. We gathered together, drawing strength from our unity, for there is indeed power in numbers." As he spoke, he eagerly took 2 hearty bites of the grilled fish, overwhelmed by hunger. At that moment, the fish held more allure for him than any beauty could. The 2 companions accompanying him, along with Zhang Lily, stood by, swallowing their frustration in silence, unable to voice their discontent. After all, he was the company's general manager, and a single word from him could determine their fates. However, this scene ignited a flame of fury within Chen Fang, who clenched his fists, ready to charge forward. "Brother Chen," Gu Xiaoro, sensing the brewing tension, quickly intervened. "Please don't be angry. Let us pretend that the fish they're eating belongs to me." Ibunte Eatang. In her perspective, despite their disdain, having more individuals present indeed increased their chances of rescue. At that moment, surviving and leaving the deserted island was of utmost importance. Meanwhile, Wang Hao devoured the grilled fish voraciously before finally directing his attention toward Gu Xiaoro. Upon noticing her figure and features, his eyes sparkled with interest. Chapter 14. Do you still have a conscience? The brilliance in Wang Hao's eyes shone as he gazed at Gu Xiaoro, gradually shifting his attention to Lin Qinxue beside her, his slanted eyes seemingly widening with intrigue. This one possessed even greater poise. Earlier, his hunger had consumed his focus solely on the grilled fish, inadvertently causing him to overlook the presence of two stunning beauties, each incomparable to Zhang Lili. He hastily tidied his appearance, wiping his greasy hands on the back of a nearby man. With a forced smile, he extended his hand toward Gu Xiaoro. "Greetings, beautiful. I am Wang Hao, the general manager of Hongfang Technology. May I inquire about your name?" "I am Gu Xiaoro." Initially reluctant to shake hands, Gu Xiaoro, out of politeness and professional habit, found her hand extending during the conversation. "Are you a flight attendant? I don't recall seeing you on the flight." Wang Hao probed further. "Oh, I serve in first class," Gu Xiaoro replied, causing Wang Hao's expression to stiffen momentarily. However, he quickly regained his composure, managing a slight smile. "No wonder I missed you. I usually travel first class, but this time I opted for economy to accompany my staff. Had I known I would encounter such a beautiful lady, I would have certainly chosen first class." Gu Xiaoro smiled politely, refraining from further comment. Wang Hao, undeterred, naturally redirected his gaze to Lin Qinxue. He once again extended his hand. "May I ask how to address this young lady?" "My surname is Lin." In contrast to Gu Xiaoro, Lin Qinxue's response exhibited a maturity beyond her years. She waved her hand lightly, a gesture that was both courteous and averted the necessity of a handshake. Gu Xiaoro widened her eyes in admiration, seemingly absorbing a new lesson. "Miss Lin," Wang Hao remarked, retracting his hand nonchalantly. Having encountered numerous beauties, most were initially aloof due to their appearance and physique. Yet, he believed that once he showcased his prowess, they would soon gravitate towards him. With this thought in mind, he prepared to flaunt his social standing. "May I inquire where Miss Lin is employed? If we are in the same industry, I might be able to introduce you to your CEO and offer some assistance." Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoro's expression turned peculiar. How could a general manager of a yet-to-be-listed company speak so casually to a president of a corporation valued at over 20 billion? She began to anticipate the astonished expression that would undoubtedly grace his face once he learned of Lin's true identity. However, Lin Qinxue showed no intention of revealing anything, merely offering a mild smile. "My company has ample room for growth. It is best not to mention it." Wang Hao paused, a glimmer of amusement brightening his eyes. He involuntarily lifted his chin. Such subtlety. Ample room for growth? Isn't this a common phrase employed by leaders of nascent companies when they paint rosy prospect for their subordinates? And the notion of not mentioning it? Surely, she feels too modest to divulge. With a faint smile, he felt a surge of confidence. Among those present, none possessed greater prowess than himself. Thus, it was only natural that he should be considered the leader. Upon this realization, he had already adopted a commanding demeanor befitting a leader. Clearing his throat, he spoke with solemnity. "The fact that we can gather on this desolate island is indeed a stroke of fate. As the saying goes, strength lies in numbers. Only by uniting can we enhance our chances of survival." He then cast a satisfied glance at the supplies near the fire. "Indeed, these provisions should suffice for us for a day or two." Without further ado, he seated himself and reached for the half-eaten roasted fish, devouring it voraciously before turning his gaze towards Chen Fang. As he lifted his head, he met Chen Fang's eyes, which seemed to radiate a murderous intensity. "Ah, young man, aside from displaying arrogance, what else can you offer? It would be all too simple to manipulate you." Wang Hao smirked inwardly, his expression betraying an unmistakable disdain as he looked at Chen Fang. "Young lad, I heard from Lily that you were unemployed during your first year after graduation. A missed opportunity indeed. I can only imagine how challenging it has been to find work in recent years. If it proves too arduous, feel free to consider my company. After all, this is a favor from Lily, something not extended to just anyone." His tone took on a sarcastic edge, pride evident in his demeanor. "You may not comprehend the sheer number of graduates who come to apply each year, only to leave disheartened. In this day and age, a college degree holds little value." Upon finishing his statement, he nonchalantly retrieved a keychain from his waist, ostentatiously revealing the keys to a BMW and a Mercedes-Benz. Of course, Miss Lin and Miss Gu are also welcome at our company. It's all a matter of fate. Should they choose to come, I can directly arrange for them to occupy secretarial positions with a base salary of 20,000 a month. Naturally, with diligence and perceptiveness, there is room for more. He smiled broadly at Lin Qingxue and her companion, fully aware that the insinuation of perceptiveness would not escape the understanding of any adult. He felt that the salary he offered was quite generous, even though, in truth, such a compensation was not standard for typical recruitment processes. He believed it would be a tantalizing proposition for the two women. However, to his astonishment, neither of them even spared him a glance, seemingly oblivious to his words. It was laughable. Neither of them was in need of money. His meager offer was merely a ploy to impress Zhang Lili and others of her ilk. Wang Hao, feeling rather foolish, wore an awkward expression. He turned to Zhang Lili, seeking a semblance of validation from his subordinate. "Come, Lili, after our arduous trek. My back and legs ache. Please come over and give me a shoulder rub." He then looked back at Chen Fang, gesturing with his chin. "Young man, remember, when it comes to women, one must not be overly indulgent. There are times when one must assert oneself. Otherwise, they may ultimately depart." Chen Fang's eyes narrowed, a simmering urge to retaliate barely restrained. Nevertheless, he remained composed, directing his attention back to Zhang Lili. He was acutely aware that the source of the other's arrogance stemmed primarily from her influence. "Zhang Lili, I advise you against this course of action," he resolved quietly to himself. As long as Zhang Lili is willing to heed his words at this moment, he harbors no objections to her remaining in the team. Yet, disappointment ultimately ensues. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhang Lili strides directly to Wang Hao's side, obediently offering him a massage. Chen Fang lets out a cold smirk. Truly, a loyal dog, willingly enduring. He finds himself at a loss for words. Conversely, Gu Xiaoro can no longer bear to remain silent and steps forward to rebuke Wang Hao. "How can you act in such a manner? Does being a leader grant you the right to oppress your employees? That fish you just devoured was all yours. She hasn't even had her fill, and you expect her to massage you? Do you have no conscience? Oppress?" Wang Hao raises an eyebrow arrogantly. "Miss Gu, you mustn't speak so recklessly. Have I coerced her in any way? If you doubt it, why not inquire with her and see what she has to say?" Chapter 15. If you don't want to die, try this. Gu Xiaoro glared at Wang Hao in exasperation before turning her attention to Zhang Lili, awaiting her response. However, Zhang Lili did not hesitate at all and replied with remarkable ease. "Miss Gu, you have misunderstood President Wang. He has not coerced me in any way. This is entirely my own choice." Gu Xiaoro was taken aback. With that assertion, she was at a loss for how to proceed. A smirk crept across Wang Hao's lips as he raised his hands in a mock gesture of innocence. "See, I haven't forced her at all." Fury bubbled within Gu Xiaoro. Her chest heaved with indignation. She glared at Wang Hao and exclaimed, "Had I known, I would never have allowed you to eat that fish." "Fish?" Wang Hao raised an eyebrow, clicking his tongue dismissively. "It's merely a fish, albeit one that holds greater value on a deserted island. In the city, such a fish wouldn't even merit a place on my dining table. It's just fish. I'll cover the cost. Simply roast it and bring it to me. If need be, I can pay you a little extra for your trouble." His tone grew increasingly nonchalant, as if he had returned to the comforts of civilized society. With a sense of entitlement, he ordered Gu Xiaoro, "Go fetch me another roasted fish, and while you're at it, give me a leg massage, one on each side from you two." "What?" Gu Xiaoro's eyes widened in disbelief. She had never encountered someone so brazen. He expected her to massage him? You must be dreaming." Wang Hao, losing his patience, shot her a sidelong glare and retorted, "So you've been trained as an air stewardess, have you? Do you really think that serving in first class elevates you to the same level as those passengers? Let me remind you, I'm a gold card member of your airline. Should you treat me with disrespect, I will not hesitate to report you to your company. And you can forget about a future in this industry." Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoro felt a chill run through her. His words struck a nerve. She was indeed sensitive about this issue. While her family was wealthy, the expectations of a large family often led to comparisons among the children. If she were to lose this job, the whispers among relatives would soon circulate, suggesting she couldn't even manage a role as a mere ornament. She had already disappointed her parents greatly. Such a scenario would utterly disgrace them. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and come over. Realizing he had her under his thumb, Wang Hao became emboldened. Upon hearing his command, Gu Xiaoro took a deep breath, her teeth clenched, ready to comply. But at that moment, her arm was seized by Lin Qingxue. Xiaoro, there is no need to approach him. This is a special circumstance, and we are not on an airplane. Even if something were to occur, we are witnesses and can testify on your behalf. With those words, combined with Lin Qingxue's standing, Gu Xiaoro felt a surge of confidence. She cast a grateful glance at her. Sister Lin, thank you. She had intended to address her as President Lin, but quickly corrected herself, recalling that Lin Qingxue hadn't revealed her identity earlier. With Lin Qingxue's presence, no matter how unruly Wang Hao became, there would be no repercussions. Her heart finally settled in peace. However, Wang Hao was infuriated, abruptly rising to his feet and casting a furious glare at Lin Qingxue and the others. Do you not comprehend the situation? We are but 3 men here. The fact that we have not resorted to violence is already a concession to you. Do you truly believe you have the right to refuse me? It seems you are unaware of who holds the authority. With that, he issued orders to his 2 subordinates, expel them and leave the supplies behind. Upon hearing this, the 2 men advanced menacingly. Lin Qingxue and Gu Xiaoro immediately felt a surge of panic. While they might not fear Wang Hao's attempts at intimidation, should he choose to act forcefully, they would undoubtedly find themselves at a disadvantage on this desolate island. The 2 subordinates were clearly aware of this dynamic, swaggering toward them without hesitation. As for Chen Fang, they dismissed him entirely. Wang Hao was indeed correct. In terms of strength, they held the upper hand. That young man was merely a recent graduate, likely too intimidated to make a sound, much less take action. However, just as this notion crossed their minds, a sharp voice rang out. Still thinking of robbing? Test your luck if you wish to remain alive. At that moment, they felt a rush of heat approaching. Chen Fang emerged from the fire, brandishing a flaming stick thicker than an infant's arm, with a cold, steely gaze fixed upon them. The 2 men hesitated, suddenly feeling intimidated. Wang Hao, that scoundrel, was merely watching from the sidelines, clearly unwilling to engage. It was evident he intended for them to bear the brunt of the conflict. Moreover, given his lack of skill, even if he did decide to fight, he would pose no real threat. Yet, the young man before them exuded a fierce determination, his flaming weapon crackling ominously. Should it strike them, regardless of the force, it would surely leave them with severe burns. There was no need to risk such a fate. Realizing this, the 2 men instinctively took a few steps back, turning to Wang Hao with grim faces, attempting to reason with him. Mr. Wang, I believe it's unnecessary to provoke a conflict over such trivial matters. Indeed, it's merely a few fish. We could surely procure them ourselves. We are not afraid of a scuffle, but we are concerned about inadvertently harming you, Mr. Wang. Their words echoed a singular sentiment. They wished to avoid a confrontation. You useless fools. Wang Hao's face turned ashen, his features trembling with rage. Yet, witnessing Chen Fang's fierce resolve made him hesitate. It was indeed unwise to force the issue. Instead, he retreated while issuing threats. You only know how to be bullheaded. What other skills do you possess? It's just a few fish. If you can manage to catch them, why can't I? We're leaving. With that, he departed with his 3 companions to the seaside in search of fish. The unfortunate duo remained, their spirits low, trudging under the scorching sun along the shore for several hundred meters, pacing back and forth. They were on the brink of fainting from hunger, and yet they had not even glimpsed a fish. Reluctantly, they returned and reported the truth of their fruitless endeavor. Yet, they were met with a torrent of scorn from Wang Hao. Useless fools. That lad managed to catch so many on his own. And what are you doing with your hands? Hurry up and catch some fish. I care not for the methods you employ. Fail to bring me fish, and you shall see how I deal with you. Reluctantly, the 2 had no choice but to return once more. This time, they fashioned 2 sharp branches, hoping to use them as makeshift harpoons. Perhaps due to the drop in temperature, they began to notice an increase in the fish population. However, they still underestimated the difficulty of catching fish. Although they could see the fish not far away, each thrust of their harpoons merely skimmed past the elusive creatures. Lacking knowledge of light refraction, They attributed their failures to a lack of experience. After toiling until darkness enveloped the surroundings, they found themselves empty-handed. Turning to face Wang Hao's countenance, which resembled a stormy sea, their thoughts began to stir. Chapter 16. Rebellion amongst the subordinates. I said to Lao Wu, if we return like this, we will undoubtedly face a reprimand. Observing Wang Hao's expression from a distance, Zhang Yang could not help but murmur softly, what can we do? Wu sighed, his face etched with helplessness. After all, we are dependent on him for our livelihood. Enduring criticism is inevitable. But I no longer wish to endure. Zhang Yang replied, his voice resolute. Wu was taken aback by Zhang Yang's words. Turning his head, he found Zhang Yang's countenance serious, fists clenched, eyes fixed with a glint of hostility towards Wang Hao. Could it be that this old comrade intends to confront Wang Hao? Wu felt a jolt of excitement, as he too harbored a desire for such confrontation. Yet, the timing was not right. Thinking swiftly, he urged, Old Zhang, don't act impulsively. It's just that scoundrel. This has been going on for far too long. He trailed off abruptly, for he had just witnessed Wang Hao's hand wandering inappropriately over Zhang Lili, accompanied by her peals of laughter. Damn it, I can no longer tolerate this. Wu gritted his teeth, his fists tightening. While they toiled tirelessly, it seemed Wang Hao was enjoying himself without a care. Had there been any concealment, they might have already intervened. Encouraged by Wu's words, Zhang Yang, who had previously hesitated, felt emboldened. Let us adopt a firmer stance this time. Otherwise, this scoundrel will continue to trample on us without restraint. Indeed, let's go. The two were in unison, grasping their sharp harpoons and storming back with determination. Oh dear, Wang Zong, be gentle. You've hurt her. Zhang Lili, nestled in Wang Hao's embrace, playfully chided him. Suddenly spotting Zhang Yang and Wu's return, she hurriedly extricated herself from Wang Hao's grasp. Wang Hao, still savoring the moment, reluctantly released his hold. However, upon turning to see the two approaching empty-handed, his expression darkened. Particularly, the sight of their bare hands ignited his displeasure to its zenith. He glared at them and erupted in a tirade. You two useless fools. After a day of fishing, you return empty-handed? What audacity! That boy managed to catch so many fish alone. And what are you two? Mere decorations? Can't you see I'm busy? Hurry back and catch more. Or just drown yourselves in the sea. His voice grew louder, and in a fit of rage, he scooped up a handful of sand and hurled it at them. To his astonishment, Zhang Yang and Wu did not flinch. Their eyes were fixed intently on him, seemingly impervious to his insults as they strode forward with unwavering determination. What is happening? Wang Hao was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing in confusion. Just as he instinctively prepared to unleash another round of curses, he suddenly realized something was amiss. Under normal circumstances, they should be groveling and apologizing by now. Yet, their eyes were fierce, devoid of their usual timidity and fear. A chill ran down Wang Hao's spine, and panic began to seep into his heart. Slowly rising to his feet, he stammered, What do you intend to do? As he spoke, he cautiously retreated. We mean no harm, merely feeling a bit weary, Zhang Yang replied nonchalantly. Wu chimed in, Indeed, we just wish to take a moment to rest. Is that acceptable? The tone of their voices felt amiss. Wang Hao's throat tightened, and he instinctively swallowed hard, acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. It seemed he had overstepped today. In this sweltering heat, they had toiled all day, no doubt harboring discontent. Now, stranded on this deserted island, if he provoked these two men, he would surely suffer the consequences. He was counting on them to assist him. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he quickly regained his composure and forced a smile. I was worried for nothing. After a long day of work, taking a break is entirely reasonable. I would even agree to it in the office. He added, Seeing you both like this, I thought something was amiss. Zhang Yang and Wu remained silent, taking their seats in the place Wang Hao had just vacated. The latter's gaze grew cold, and he remarked, Old Zhang, Old Wu, what is the meaning of this? You have been with me long enough to know better. If I hadn't wanted to give you both an opportunity to shine, I wouldn't have brought you along on this trip abroad. They needed to understand the pressure he was under to keep them employed at their age. The moment those words left his lips, Zhang Yang and Wu's expressions shifted dramatically. Their jobs were their livelihoods. Wang Hao's words rang true. They were indeed of an age that no longer aligned with the company's hiring standards. The decision to stay or leave often hinged on the management's whims. If they were dismissed at their age, where would they find a job paying over 100,000 a year? With this realization, the courage they had just mustered evaporated entirely. Exchanging glances, they quickly stood up, bowing towards Wang Hao, eager to clarify. Mr. Wang, you've misunderstood. We harbor no ill intentions. We're simply fatigued. Yes, Mr. Wang, after being out in the scorching sun all day, I feel as though I might faint. My head is spinning and my vision blurred while walking over. Wang Hao smirked inwardly, finding their excuses rather swift. Yet, he maintained an air of congeniality. After all, he led a company with annual profits in the hundreds of millions and had a knack for understanding people's sentiments. He recognized that he could no longer apply pressure in this situation. Softening his tone, he spoke earnestly, "Please, sit down and take a moment to rest. I bear no grievances against you. I'm well aware of your exhaustion. My earlier outbursts stem from disappointment, not anger. Do not take it to heart." "Of course not, Mr. Wang. Not at all," Zhang Yang and Wu De responded, nodding vigorously. Observing this, Zhang Lili secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Their earlier demeanor had frightened her. Wang Hao smiled, walking over to pat both men on the shoulder. "All right, we have known each other long enough. Let's take a moment to rest. What shall we do tonight?" Zhang Yang inquired after a moment of hesitation. After all, having procured nothing, the four of them certainly could not endure hunger. Wang Hao, on the other hand, had managed to catch a fish, while the others had yet to eat anything. The strain of labor had gone unnoticed, but now, in the stillness, they felt their bodies beginning to tremble with hunger. "Let that be. You've all worked hard today. I shall take care of the food situation tonight," Wang Hao declared. Upon hearing this, the resentment in the hearts of the two began to dissipate considerably. After resting for about 20 minutes, they rose once more. However, Wang Hao's notion of solving the issue merely entailed returning to seek assistance from Chen Fang. Given his physique, it would be more sensible to have him dive into the sea than to attempt fishing. In the distance, they could see the flickering campfire illuminated by the night. Zhang Yang, feeling somewhat apprehensive, asked Mr. Wang, "Are you planning to request food from them? Do you think that fellow might be willing to help us?" Chapter 17. "If you don't leave, I'll press your head in the fire, no worries. Place it upon me." Wang Hao, with his protruding belly, wore a proud expression. "Just wait to feast on fish. Not only will you provide us with fish, but it must also be well cooked." As he spoke, several individuals had already gathered near the campfire. Chen Fang and his companions were busy preparing dinner. The aroma of grilled fish and seafood wafted through the air once more. Nearby, a few fish were impaled on sticks and stood upright in the ground, their colors indicating they had been smoked. After all, there were no refrigerators here, and this was the best method to preserve them. Smoking and roasting would dry out the moisture, significantly prolonging their shelf life. Gulps the enticing fragrance caused everyone to swallow hard, their stomachs beginning to rumble. They had returned. Gu Xiaoro noticed them, and seeing their dusty faces brought her a sense of secret satisfaction. "Humph, I didn't catch anything. Did they really think fishing was that easy?" Chen Fang remained silent, squinting at them. Their return at this moment surely held more than just a casual visit. Perhaps they were starving and intended to pilfer their food. With this thought, he reached for a stick that was burning in the fire, preparing himself in silence. Meanwhile, Wang Hao instructed Zhang Yang and the others to wait in place. While he strutted over toward Chen Fang, his chest puffed out. The closer he got, the more tempting the aroma became. Wang Hao's mouth nearly watered. Although he had eaten a grilled fish earlier in the day, it was merely one, and his body still craved more sustenance. Suppressing his salivation, he strode confidently to Chen Fang and his companions, producing a thick stack of 100 yuan bills from his wallet, which appeared to amount to 3,000 or 4,000. He lifted his chin and presented it to Chen Fang with an air of arrogance, stating, "Little brother, surely this sum will suffice for your fish and seafood?" Before Chen Fang could respond, he added, "You young people have a tough time finding work. I reckon you hardly earn a few coins in a month. This should cover most of your half-month of salary. You'd best seize this opportunity. If not for this deserted island, you wouldn't have such a chance." Upon hearing this, Lin Qingshui and Gu Xiaoro furrowed their brows, filled with displeasure. How could he, with nothing to eat himself, adopt such a condescending attitude? What could this amount of money even accomplish? Gu Xiaoro was about to speak, but her expression suddenly changed. Chen Fang, you. She looked at him in disbelief. He actually reached out and accepted the stack of cash. Seeing this, Wang Hao let out a cold snort, a smirk of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. He thought he had met someone with backbone. He was prepared to add more money, but was surprised that Chen Fang simply accepted it. Youthful naivety. Having never encountered much of the world, he was easily swayed. Behind him, Zhang Lili and the others also witnessed this scene. Upon seeing Chen Fang accept the bills, a flicker of disdain rose in Zhang Lili's eyes. So much for looking down on me. Have you not compromised before the allure of money? No. It is perhaps even worse than that. What I accepted was a designer handbag worth tens of thousands, while he merely has a few thousand at his disposal. We are of the same ilk. Why feign such superiority? Huh. Indeed, it is wise to earn such a substantial amount so effortlessly. Wang Hao chuckled derisively as he regarded Chen Fang, his tone laced with mockery. Striding confidently towards the fire, he reached for the grilled fish and seafood. Yet, at that moment, Chen Fang unexpectedly hurled all the cash in his hands into the flames. He then forcefully swatted Wang Hao's outstretched hand aside. Step back. Did I permit you to take anything? You. Wang Hao's expression darkened, his eyes glaring at Chen Fang as he bellowed. What are you doing? What am I doing? Chen Fang narrowed his eyes, a cold smile gracing his face. Even under normal circumstances, I would not grant you such favor, and it is even less likely now. This is a deserted island. Do you truly believe you can barter fish with a pile of worthless paper? Have you lost your mind? Or is your brain as stuffed with grease as your belly? You. Wang Hao's chubby face flushed crimson, fury radiating from him as he glared at Chen Fang. Have you gone mad? That is money. We are on a deserted island, yet a rescue team will arrive soon. Do you intend to remain here for eternity? Wang Hao seethed through clenched teeth. To him, Chen Fang was merely relying on a fleeting moment of power in society. He could easily crush him with a mere finger. However, Chen Fang showed no intention of engaging in a verbal spar. He merely gazed at the grilled fish and spoke coldly. I give you 3 seconds to leave this place. If you do not depart immediately, the next thing to be tossed into the flames will be your head. Wang Hao's countenance shifted. He dared not gamble. Given Chen Fang's fierce demeanor while guarding the fire with a wooden stick earlier, he could indeed follow through with his threat. He stood frozen for a moment, his expression fluctuating, before ultimately conceding and departing, not daring to utter a word about the money that had been burnt. Damn it, this brat truly is ungrateful. Wang Hao muttered angrily as he returned. Mr. Wang, do not stoop to his level. That fellow is but a waste in society, having suppressed himself for too long. Now that he possesses a modicum of ability, he feels the need to show off, Zhang Yang remarked. This sentiment aligned perfectly with Wang Hao's thoughts. Indeed, let us ignore him for now. Allow him to revel in his arrogance for a few days, and when the rescue team arrives, he shall be left dumbfounded. Wu De chimed in agreement, but just as he finished speaking, his stomach growled audibly. Damn, it smells so delectable. The 4 of them fell silent, sitting dejectedly in place, both hungry and cold. The sounds of their empty stomachs echoed amidst the trees, giving the impression that there were bullfrogs lurking in the woods. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chen Fang and his companions had already begun to feast heartily, enjoying the freshly grilled fish set aside from the smoked ones. Although a day has passed, due to Chen Fang's care in keeping it in the sea, it remains lively and vibrant before consumption. Moreover, the serpent that had bitten Gu Xiaoro has not escaped its fate either. Its skin has been expertly removed by Chen Fang, leaving only the tender flesh, sizzling with steam. This is indeed a rare source of protein that cannot be overlooked. However, neither Lin Qingsnow nor her companion possessed the courage to partake, barely daring to glance at it. Alas, they are unfortunate, as this delicacy is said to be quite similar to chicken and undoubtedly delectable. Chen Fang shook his head and took a generous bite. It was indeed fragrant, albeit lacking in seasoning. The earthy taste was somewhat pronounced, yet in the face of hunger, such concerns were trivial. The occasional exclamations and a medley of enticing aromas from the group were driving Wang Hao to the brink of despair. After enduring for several minutes, he could no longer contain himself. With the ferocity of a starving wolf, he shot a fierce glare at Zhang Lili and coldly commanded, "Isn't he your ex-boyfriend? You need to hurry over here. No matter what means you employ, you must bring me something to eat." Chapter 18. Zhang Lili kneels in desperation for food, Mr. Wang. "Even if I go, they wouldn't give me anything," Zhang Lili said, gazing at Wang Hao with a look of helplessness and a hint of grievance. Her voice was sweet yet tinged with despair. The disdain Chen Fang had shown her during the day was palpable. Any semblance of pity he might have harbored was likely worth no more than a single grilled fish, which had already been consumed by Wang Hao. Yet, her pride prevented her from lowering herself to such a position, especially after having belittled Chen Fang so harshly before. To now approach him, humbly pleading for his assistance, felt like an insurmountable challenge. Furthermore, Wang Hao's earlier behavior had been egregious. He had publicly demanded she massage him in front of Chen Fang, thereby irreparably offending him. To now seek sustenance from Chen Fang seemed utterly futile. "I don't care. How you do it is your business." Wang Hao's tone brooked no dissent. "You must procure some food, or don't expect to keep your job when we return." Zhang Lili's eyes widened, her heart sinking. This job was her lifeline, providing a monthly salary of over 20,000, which granted her a semblance of respect among her friends and peers. Yet, beneath that facade lay a well of scorn for her actions, rife with gossip and judgment. But she had long since ceased to care. In a society that laughs at the impoverished while scornfully regarding those in her profession, she had learned to navigate these waters. If she lost this job, her extravagant lifestyle would come to an abrupt end. After all, Wang Hao dictated the salaries here. In a different place, her skills would barely fetch 3,000 or 4,000 a month, hardly enough to sustain her lavish way of living. "Well, I suppose I shall give it a try," she sighed, slowly making her way towards Chen Fang and his companions. Each step felt as though she were treading on the sharpest of blades, her progress painfully slow. As she walked, her mind raced with potential strategies. Chen Fang noticed her approach but chose to ignore her, engrossed in consuming the grilled snake meat in his hands. Soon, Zhang Lili found herself standing before him, and without a moment's hesitation, she knelt on the ground. This unexpected display took Gu Xiaoro and Lin Qingsno by surprise, yet Chen Fang remained oblivious, not even casting a glance in her direction. His indifference chilled Zhang Lili's heart further. Swallowing hard, she finally spoke. "Chen Fang, I realize that my previous actions have deeply hurt you. At that time, I was immature and foolish, but now I understand my mistakes. I implore you, please forgive me. I am but a person beneath this roof, and I am desperately seeking sustenance. Without it, I am truly doomed." Whether her plea was born from genuine emotion or mere theatricality, she appeared pitiable, evoking a sense of sympathy. Gu Xiaoro felt compelled to intervene, ready to urge Chen Fang to reconsider. However, she was interrupted by Chen Fang's cold scoff, followed by a slight turn of his head to glance at Zhang Lili. Sorry, but I have a cleanliness obsession. Not even a dog that has been trained by someone else would I keep." As soon as the words were spoken, Zhang Lili's complexion turned pale. This was clearly a mockery of her earlier compliance with Wang Hao, where she had offered him a massage. The remark was undeniably harsh, yet she found herself unable to retort. Kneeling in place, her expression fluctuated, filled with resentment towards Chen Fang, though she dared not show it. Silently, she rose and prepared to leave without a word. However, just as she took a couple of steps, she was called back by Gu Xiaoro. Unable to bear the sight of a girl kneeling in public, stripped of her dignity, Gu Xiaoro felt a pang of sympathy. After a moment's thought, she approached Zhang Lili, holding out the grilled fish. "Here, take this and eat. After all, you haven't had anything to eat all day. But please don't share it with anyone else. This is all I can offer you." The implication was quite clear. This was the only assistance she could provide. And if Zhang Lili were to give it to Wang Hao, she could do no more. Zhang Lili's eyes brightened, and she accepted the grilled fish as if it were a treasured gift. She bowed repeatedly to Gu Xiaoro, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, beautiful. I will remember your kindness. And I owe you." Just as she was about to kneel again, Gu Xiaoro gently stopped her. That won't be necessary. Just remember my words. With that, she turned and returned to the fire. Throughout this exchange, Chen Fang didn't intervene. He merely shook his head, expressing a sense of resignation. What is the point? Do you truly believe she will get to eat that fish? Gu Xiaoro frowned. She should be able to, right? Is it possible she would risk starving just to give it to her superior? Chen Fang smirked subtly, choosing not to elaborate further, his smile carrying a hint of meaning. That hefty fellow held Zhang Lily's financial fate in his hands. How could a woman like her dare to offend him? For someone so enamored with vanity, losing her financial support was akin to a death sentence, far more terrifying than starvation itself. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaoro kept a close watch on Zhang Lily. On the other side, as Zhang Lily returned with the grilled fish, Wang Hao's eyes lit up. Not bad. This woman has more to offer than just her body. Haha, well done, Lily. I'll make sure to add an extra 20,000 to your salary this month. Wang Hao declared with a grand gesture. The salaries of his subordinates were often decided by a mere word from him, and he didn't need to provide any justification as the general manager. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lily's eyes sparkled. With that extra 20,000, she could finally buy the designer handbag she had long coveted. She could flaunt it among her friends, regaining her status. The thought alone made her forget her hunger. To her, exchanging a grilled fish for 20,000 was simply too worthwhile. Without a second thought, she handed the fish to Wang Hao and leaned in closer, sweetly saying, Mr. Wang, please don't forget this promise. I'll always remember it. Rest assured, this amount is nothing, he replied casually. Wang Hao, unable to contain his excitement, snatched the roasted fish and casually uttered a few words before sinking his teeth into it with fervor. Instantly, he let out a series of blissful exclamations. Gulp! Observing his voracious appetite, the remaining three couldn't help but swallow hard. Zhang Lily was relatively unfazed, as women tend to outlive men even under extreme circumstances. Moreover, she had been sheltered in the shade with Wang Hao throughout the day. However, Zhang Yang and his companion were not so fortunate. Having toiled all day, the sight of food was more endearing than that of their own fathers, and their stomachs betrayed them with audible growls. Yet, Wang Hao remained oblivious, wholly engrossed in his roasted fish. Damn it! Not far away, Gu Xiaoro's features contorted with frustration at the sight. Without a second thought, she sprang to her feet and strode toward him, shouting across the distance, Who gave you permission to eat? Put down that roasted fish at once. Chapter 19. Is this the question the iceberg president should ask? Alas, Gu Xiaoro's reaction prompted Chen Fang to let out a resigned sigh. Wasn't this entirely predictable? This young lady truly had a short memory. Had she forgotten that Zhang Lily had admitted to willingly giving Wang Hao a massage during the day? After all, she was a pampered heiress, evidently unaccustomed to the trials of life. He muttered to himself, only to suddenly become aware of a piercing gaze fixed upon him. Raising his head, he met Lin Qingshue's sorrowful eyes, clearly protesting his remark. Chen Fang was momentarily taken aback. On one hand, he realized that Lin Qingxue was also from a wealthy family, yet her maturity in both thought and strategy far surpassed that of Gu Xiaoro. On the other hand, he was astonished that this icy president could exhibit such an expression, one reminiscent of a lovesick girl. He stared, momentarily entranced. After several seconds, he regained his composure and sheepishly smiled. My apologies, President Lin. I meant no offense. I was speaking of Gu Xiaoro, not you. You are the president. After all, physically stunning, exceptionally intelligent, and endowed with remarkable business acumen. You are certainly no delicate flower confined to a greenhouse. His string of compliments left Lin Qingxue feeling slightly bashful. The praise was rather overt, yet it also stirred an unusual feeling within her. While she was aware that many male employees admired her, they always maintained a respectful distance, treating her with utmost deference. Chen Fang's casual demeanor, however, made her feel surprisingly at ease. Suddenly, she found herself asking a rather audacious question. So, have you ever made a mold of my likeness to keep in your bed? WEF. This declaration nearly caused Chen Fang to leap from his seat. His eyes widened in shock as he stared at Lin Qingxue, incredulous that such words had escaped the lips of the Ice Queen herself. It seemed she was not oblivious to the rumors circulating in the office. Her beauty and charisma were undeniable, and indeed, some male colleagues had printed her photographs to keep in their beds for nighttime use. Furthermore, some had taken a step further, combining her images from various angles to create a life-sized mold resembling her. This was tantamount to crafting a doll modeled after her. The intended use of such an item was all too clear to any adult. Moreover, this method appeared to have garnered a following, with many opting for molds instead of mere photographs. However, such discussions remained private, as no one dared to voice them openly. To Chen Fang's astonishment, Lin Qingxue seemed fully aware of it all, and not only did she know, but she had also publicly posed such a question to him. His extreme reaction jolted Lin Qingxue back to reality, her face flushing with embarrassment. What was happening? What was she saying? Engaging Chen Fang in such a topic was utterly detrimental to her image. Lin Qingxue lowered her head, her heart a tumult of emotions. The atmosphere grew heavy, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Both remained silent, desperately seeking to alleviate the awkwardness, yet at that moment, words eluded them. "Oh, what are you doing? Let go of me." Suddenly, the startled voice of Gu Xiaoro pierced the air. Turning her head, she beheld Wang Hao gripping her hand tightly, relentlessly pulling her closer. His beady eyes leered appreciatively at her figure. It turned out that Gu Xiaoro, unable to bear the sight any longer, had approached to reclaim the grilled fish. But Wang Hao was utterly unyielding. He paid her no heed, his focus solely on the fish, his mouth widening with ravenous anticipation, as if fearing it would be snatched away. Within a brief span, he had devoured nearly half of it. Unable to tolerate Wang Hao's gluttony any longer, Gu Xiaoro made a bold attempt to snatch it back, but she was merely a woman, and a flight attendant at that, maintaining her figure, lacking the strength to overpower him. Wang Hao, despite his hunger, retained his substantial physique, easily restraining her with one hand while the other continued to voraciously consume the fish, before shifting his attention entirely to Gu Xiaoro. With both hands grasping her, his eyes gleamed with lewd intent. "I say, little sister, is it really necessary? If you wish to hold my hand, just say so. Why resort to such antics? Come now, I can offer you more than just my hand. But it must be fair. You touch me, and I shall touch you too, ha-ha." Wang Hao leered at Gu Xiaoro, his face smeared with remnants of the grilled fish, his plump cheeks quivering. As he spoke, his words were muddled, and when he laughed, fragments of uneaten food were visible in his mouth. How utterly repulsive! Gu Xiaoro nearly felt her stomach turn. She could scarcely fathom how Zhang Lili endured the unspoken rules surrounding such a person. Given the choice to earn a living, she would rather endure anything than submit, as Zhang Lili had. Grilled fish. Amidst their tug-of-war, Zhang Yang and Wu De resembled dogs that had spotted a bone, eagerly rushing towards the fish remains. Wang Hao, in his haste, had left much uneaten. Starving as they were, they paid no mind to Wang Hao's presence. Zhang Yang seized the remnants, gnawing away, leaving Wu De in a state of agitation. "Old Zhang, slow down. Leave some for me, please." Meanwhile, Wang Hao's actions grew increasingly audacious. Suddenly, with a forceful tug, he sent Gu Xiaoro stumbling, her body losing balance and uncontrollably toppling towards him. Wang Hao's eyes lit up, his hands poised in anticipation. He reached out, leering at Gu Xiaoro. "This is not my doing. You brought this upon yourself." Gu Xiaoro's eyes blazed with anger, yet she found herself powerless. Her hands, caught in his grasp, could not even embrace her chest in defense. She watched helplessly as she fell towards him, on the verge of being touched by his malevolent hands. Just then the body suddenly halted, suspended in midair. At that moment, a hand wrapped around her waist, pulling her back with determination. It was Chen Fang. Gu Xiaoro's eyes brightened instantly, her heart brimming with both gratitude and guilt. Had it not been for her insistence on grilling fish for Zhang Lili, none of this would have transpired. Now, she found herself in a predicament, relying on Chen Fang to rescue her. Meanwhile, Wang Hao's countenance darkened immediately. He rose to his feet, glaring at Chen Fang with palpable fury, his features twisted in anger. For had it not been for this boy, he would have surely succeeded. In his wrath, he unleashed a torrent of insults upon Chen Fang. "You little pest, do you think you've earned some respect? Dare to ruin my plans? Chen Fang responded with a cold smile. Not only do I dare to thwart your schemes, but I also dare to deal with you. Deal with me? Wang Hao momentarily froze, then burst into laughter. What a joke. I am the general manager of Hongfang Technology. Go ahead and try to hit me. Before he could finish his sentence, a powerful punch landed squarely on his face. Chapter 20. The brutal beating of Wang Hao. Wang Hao was unceremoniously toppled to the ground, his head making intimate contact with the sandy surface. The flesh on his face quivered incessantly, and he felt a dull buzzing in his head, accompanied by a wave of dizziness. This was merely the result of Chen Fang's restraint. Otherwise, that powerful punch would have rendered Wang Hao completely unconscious. After all, Chen Fang's greatest passion was combat fitness and various athletic pursuits, endowing him with an astonishing level of physical prowess. It was no wonder he boasted such a flawless physique. After delivering the blow, Chen Fang did not relent. Instead, he advanced boldly, straddling Wang Hao, unleashing a barrage of punches upon his head. Ah, someone's trying to kill me. Help! You, come quickly. Wang Hao's desperate cries echoed through the air. However, Chen Fang's expression remained unchanged, transforming into a relentless machine of punishment. This scoundrel had long been a target for his wrath. Until he received a proper lesson, he would remain oblivious to the meaning of fear. Despite Wang Hao's pleas for help, neither Zhang Lili nor Yang showed any intention of intervening. They were currently preoccupied, gnawing on fish bones, which had little flesh remaining. Yet they savored every morsel with delight. Chen Fang, stop. If you continue, you might kill him. What are you doing? Zhang Lili, fearing for Wang Hao's well-being, rushed over and grasped Chen Fang's arm. He was her steady source of income, and should he perish, she was left to ponder her future. Without Wang Hao, her salary would plummet by more than half, jeopardizing the luxurious lifestyle and high society persona to which she had become accustomed. Having vented most of his frustration, Chen Fang finally ceased his assault and stood up. Oh, my face! Wang Hao groaned from the ground. His already plump visage had swollen several times over, marked by bruises that transformed him into a veritable caricature of a pig. Behave yourself. If you dare to lay a hand on me or speak insolently again, I shall strike with even greater ferocity next time. Chen Fang warned coldly, one hand gripping Guxiaro while the other pointed menacingly at Wang Hao. However, emboldened by Zhang Lili's presence in front of him, Wang Hao found his courage. He glared at Chen Fang, seething with rage, and shouted, "You little wretch! How dare you strike me? You're finished. As soon as we return, I shall engage a lawyer. My teeth are loose. This is clearly a case of grievous bodily harm. Just wait. I'll ensure you face the consequences of your actions. You scoundrel." Still daring to shout? Chen Fang raised an eyebrow, preparing to charge again. At that moment, Zhang Lili suddenly positioned herself in front of him, arms wide open to block his path. With a look of exasperation mixed with disappointment, she reprimanded, "Chen Fang, when will you cease this madness? How old are you? Must you remain so impulsive? After years in the workforce, do you not realize there are some individuals you cannot provoke? Can you not display a modicum of maturity? If you strike again and the rescue team arrives, it will truly be your undoing." She gazed at Chen Fang with palpable disappointment. Youth indeed. While Wang Hao may be unattractive, he handled matters with a demeanor befitting a mature man, rather than resorting to mere physical confrontation. Her words were not unfounded. There had been a previous incident in the company where an employee, unable to endure Wang Hao's humiliation and insults, chose to retaliate. The result was merely a slap to Wang Hao. Yet, through his machinations, that employee not only lost everything, but also spent 6 months in confinement. In her eyes, Chen Fang's current behavior mirrored that of the unfortunate employee. However, she overlooked the fact that they were on a deserted island, far removed from any civilized society. Chen Fang furrowed his brow slightly, his lips curling into a sardonic smile. How amusing that Zhang Lili, in her role as a lover, had developed a sense of superiority and was now attempting to admonish him. Noticing his expression, Zhang Lili realized her words might have been too harsh. Her heart sank, and she quickly added, "Chen Fang, I say this for your own good. Stop now, or things will truly escalate." Chen Fang took a deep breath, remaining silent as he grasped Guxiaro's hand, preparing to leave. It was not out of fear, but rather a desire to conserve his energy for more meaningful endeavors. There was simply no need to waste it on such individuals. Yet, some people insist on courting disaster. As Chen Fang turned to depart, Wang Hao mistakenly believed that his and Zhang Lily's words had influenced Chen Fang and suddenly felt emboldened. Pointing at Zhang Lily, he shouted, "Who told you to block that little wretch? Let him come over. I want to see how brave he truly is. How dare he touch me? When I return to the city, I will make him understand the power of wealth. Dare to strike me? Do you believe I can ensure you spend the next few years behind bars?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Lily's heart plummeted. At this moment, how could Chen Fang possibly tolerate such provocation? As expected, Chen Fang's footsteps abruptly halted. He turned and swiftly approached Wang Hao. Zhang Lily's expression changed, and she rushed forward. "Chen Fang, don't act impulsively, or else slap." Before she could finish her sentence, Chen Fang delivered a resounding slap to her face, sending her sprawling nearly 2 meters away. As she lay on the beach, the left side of her face visibly swelled, and a trickle of blood oozed from the corner of her mouth. "Here's a bit of respect for you." Chen Fang shot a cold glare at Zhang Lily, clearly indicating that he had not shown her any leniency. Wang Hao stood frozen, astonished that Chen Fang had dared to approach him. As he saw Chen Fang advancing, his heart nearly leaped into his throat. Trembling, he weakly threatened, "Chen Fang, let me tell you, hitting someone is wrong. We can discuss this calmly." "How?" Before he could finish, Chen Fang had already kicked him squarely in the mouth, knocking out 2 of his front teeth and leaving him with a mouthful of thick blood. Wang Hao clutched his mouth, wailing in agony. "Discuss calmly? You were not saying that just now." Chen Fang's expression remained icy as he relentlessly directed kicks towards Wang Hao's head. Wang Hao could only clutch his head with both hands, his body curled up like a shrimp. The wails were incessant. My heavens, how ruthless this young man is. Strangely enough, it was somewhat pleasurable to watch. Beside him, Zhang Yang and Wu De stared wide-eyed, showing no intention of intervening. Instead, their eyes sparkled with excitement, seemingly relishing the scene, their hearts cheering for Chen Fang. Truly, he fights splendidly. This scoundrel has long oppressed them, treating them as though they were less than human. It was high time for him to be dealt with. Simultaneously, they felt an increased sense of fear and relief towards Chen Fang. This fellow is indeed fierce. Thankfully, they hadn't clashed with him over the grilled fish earlier. Otherwise, that flaming stick he wielded during the day would surely have been directed at them. "Chen Fang, please stop." Gu Xiaoro expressed her concern about the possibility of a fatal outcome, continuously trying to persuade him, but to no avail. In desperation, she turned to Lin Qingxue, urgently exclaiming, "Sister Lin, you must say something." Chapter 21. An opportunity for choice. Gu Xiaoro was acutely aware that if anyone present could call Chen Fang to a halt, it would undoubtedly be Lin Qingxue, his superior. In truth, she need not remind her. Lin Qingxue had already risen and approached, fearful of Wang Hao's prior threats. She felt unfazed. They were fully aware of their actions and could hardly blame Chen Fang. Should he indeed resort to his financial prowess to deal with Chen Fang upon their return, she would not remain idle. Not only was Chen Fang her employee, but he had also provided her with care during their time on the deserted island. If necessary, she would ensure that Wang Hao experienced the true meaning of financial power. However, should it lead to a fatality, that would indeed pose a significant dilemma. Thus, following Gu Xiaoro's words, Lin Qingxue aptly called out to Chen Fang, "Chen Fang, enough. Let be." Upon hearing this, Chen Fang finally came to a halt. Meanwhile, Wang Hao appeared to have lost consciousness, lying silently, occasionally twitching. "Mr. Wang, are you all right?" Zhang Lily exclaimed, her face paling as she hurried to his side. Zhang Yang and another companion felt a shiver of concern and rushed over to him, patting his back and attempting to revive him. They felt a mix of resentment towards Wang Hao, yet recognized the necessity of his presence for their work. If he were to perish, it would indeed complicate matters. "Oh dear!" Gu Xiaoro gasped, her eyes widening in alarm. He can't be dead, can he?" Lin Qingxue furrowed her brow slightly, but chose not to elaborate, merely casting a calm gaze upon Chen Fang. Chen Fang shook his head reassuringly. "Fear not. He will not die. I barely inflicted any serious harm." If I truly intended to take his life, he would not have been able to cry out for so long. My skills extend beyond mere combat. I possess knowledge of lethal techniques as well. In that small fishing village by the sea, while other children played joyfully, he was forced to stand in the sun, practicing martial stances. His grandfather, wielding a whip fashioned from rattan, would recline on a nearby chair, seemingly asleep. Whenever Chen Fang thought his grandfather had dozed off and attempted to relax, the whip would crack sharply against his back, while his grandfather remained in the same position, leaving the young Chen Fang in a state of despair. Moreover, he was compelled to familiarize himself with herbal medicine and aspects of traditional Chinese medicine. During these moments, his grandfather would often utter, "Medicine and martial arts are inseparable." Alas, according to his grandfather, they hailed from a lineage of martial artists. Yet by the time of his father, interest had waned. Not only had interest dissipated, but opposition to his grandfather's beliefs also emerged. What era are we in? Earning a living is the priority, they would say, leading his grandfather to focus his energies solely on Chen Fang. Of course, Chen Fang had little interest himself, merely complying with his grandfather's stringent demands out of necessity. Thus, when he turned 10 and his grandfather passed away, he had only absorbed less than half of his grandfather's teachings. Nonetheless, even with such limited training, he could easily handle Wang Hao. Upon hearing his words, Lin Qingxue felt a quiet sense of relief wash over her. Indeed, there is no need to resort to extreme measures. A lesson will suffice. As for the others, casting a cold gaze towards Zhang Lili and her companions, she continued, "They should choose for themselves whether to accompany us." She could discern that their presence around Wang Hao was born out of necessity, particularly the two middle-aged men, who could hardly be deemed virtuous, yet were not entirely malevolent at their core. If circumstances permitted, their collaboration would be mutually beneficial. After all, with only Chen Fang as the sole male on their side, having additional hands for arduous tasks would certainly alleviate the burden. Strength lies in numbers, after all. Regarding Zhang Lili, her loyalty was solely tied to Chen Fang. This woman truly evoked pity. Each time she received grilled fish, she willingly offered it to Wang Hao without complaint. It seems that those who are most pitiable often harbor their own flaws. Chen Fang understood Lin Qingxue's sentiment and nodded, then turned to Zhang Lili and the others, succinctly inquiring, "Will you follow him or choose to accompany us?" At this, the three were momentarily taken aback. Zhang Yang and Wu De exchanged glances, both visibly tempted. In terms of individual capability and survival skills in the wilderness, Chen Fang evidently surpassed Wang Hao. The corpulent man merely exploited their labor. Naturally, they would prefer to align with Chen Fang. However, they knew that this situation on the island was merely temporary. They would eventually return to civilization. At that point, a single word from Wang Hao could leave them unemployed, a fate far more daunting than going hungry for a few days. Their families were relying on them to bring home sustenance. Observing their hesitation, Chen Fang stoked the flames further. "I must inform you that our flight path has likely deviated significantly, and the wreckage of the aircraft is nowhere to be found. Awaiting rescue is not as easy as one might imagine, so ponder this carefully. By the time help arrives, you may well have perished from hunger." With these words, Zhang Yang and the others felt even more swayed. After a prolonged internal struggle, they ultimately surrendered to the harsh realities of life. They could not afford to gamble on the possibility of rescue arriving imminently. With this in mind, Zhang Yang stood and said, "Thank you, young brother, but we cannot abandon our responsibilities. Our families depend on us. Please allow us to deliberate further. For now, we shall remain with Mr. Wang." Clearly, they refrained from making a definitive commitment, leaving themselves an avenue of retreat. Chen Fang did not press the matter. After all, his desire was not particularly fervent. Their presence could help alleviate the workload, yet their absence would bear no significant consequences. He then turned to Zhang Lili, his tone growing colder. "And you?" "I." Zhang Lili hesitated, glancing at the unconscious Wang Hao and then at Chen Fang, her heart wavering. Particularly the earlier remark from Chen Fang about the delayed arrival of rescue made her anxious. Yet, could it be that he was merely employing fear tactics to compel their submission? "Hurry up. I'm not inclined to wait indefinitely for your decision." Chen Fang furrowed his brow and coldly urged her. The fact that he could utter such words was already a testament to his generosity towards her. Zhang Lily's expression changed, and she felt a growing resentment towards Chen Fang, a mere employee of modest means. Where would you find the audacity to act so brazenly if it weren't for this place? Yet, she dared not voice this sentiment to Chen Fang directly. She could only take a deep breath and softly reply, I shall remain with General Manager Wang. I apologize. There is no need for apologies. Chen Fang interrupted decisively. I never intended for you to come here. Just ensure you don't come to regret your choice. Zhang Lily's face stiffened, and she was filled with indignation. Regret? How could I possibly regret it? It is you, Chen Fang, who should be wary. When the rescue team arrives and you return to the city, Wang Hao will certainly have his reckoning with you, and you will indeed have cause to lament. As she spoke, a sharp intake of breath pierced the air. The unconscious Wang Hao gradually awakened, struggling to open his eyes. Chapter 22. Harvesting Coconuts. Hey you. Don't come any closer. Wang Hao opened his eyes to see Chen Fang, and a shiver ran through him. Ignoring the pain coursing through his body, he hurriedly struggled to retreat. He dared not utter any threats. This fellow was genuinely capable of inflicting harm. Zhang Lily stood timidly to the side, too frightened to offer any further words of encouragement. Fortunately, Lin Qingsnow had previously intervened, so Chen Fang showed no intention of continuing his assault, merely gesturing dismissively with a cold glare. Get lost, and do not let me see you again. After saying this, he turned back to the fire. Wang Hao dared not linger, fearing Chen Fang might change his mind. Supported by Zhang Yang and the others, he gradually made his way away from the scene. Those two wretches, they just stood by and watched. He seethed inwardly. If they had joined in, would I be in such a pathetic state? His heart brimmed with resentment. Yet he could not chastise them too harshly. After all, he was battered and walking was a struggle. These two were still his current support. Relying on Zhang Lily to find food was out of the question. It was not until they had walked 300 to 400 meters that they finally halted, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. Those scoundrels dare to strike me. Just wait. Wang will make them pay. Wang Hao cursed through gritted teeth. Zhang Yang's lips twitched. If you write Wang backwards, it still reads Wang. However, no one was foolish enough to correct Wang Hao at that moment. They merely echoed him in agreement. That fellow is indeed infuriating, but he acted too swiftly. By the time we decided to intervene, he had already overpowered you. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Yang hastily justified himself. Wu De, not to be outdone, chimed in. Indeed, had we acted then, we might have inadvertently harmed you, Mr. Wang. Upon hearing their words, Wang Hao glanced at the two, his gaze nearly venomous. Yet ultimately, he merely took a few deep breaths and waved his hand dismissively. Fine. Let him be arrogant for a day or two. When the rescue team arrives, he will be in for a shock. At his words, the expressions of Zhang Yang and the others turned uneasy. After all, Chen Fang had stated that their flight path had deviated, leaving them uncertain of their current location. Even if news of the accident spread, it would likely take the rescue team considerable time to locate them. Noticing their discomfort, Wang Hao furrowed his brow. What's going on? What do you mean by that? Reluctantly, Zhang Yang recounted Chen Fang's earlier remarks. Nonsense. Wang Hao retorted loudly. What does a mere boy know? Our flight had nearly 200 people aboard. Such a significant event will draw worldwide attention. Not only will our country dispatch a rescue team, but others will as well. With so many rescue teams, how could they fail to find us? His words boomed with confidence, but deep down, he felt no certainty. Yet to maintain his authority, he had to speak this way. Otherwise, he feared the individuals around him would turn and leave at once. Mr. Wang is right, they murmured in agreement. Zhang Yang smiled in agreement, yet internally harbored skepticism towards his words. Surely, Chen Fang's group had a flight attendant among them. They must possess more knowledge, wouldn't they? Moreover, if what Wang Hao suggested were true, there would likely be helicopters soaring through the skies in search of them by now. Yet to this point, not a single helicopter had graced their sight. Mr. Wang, what shall we do next? Zhang Lily inquired in a delicate tone. Wang Hao sighed, casting an apologetic glance at the group. From this moment onward, I must rely on you all. After all, my injuries hinder my mobility. The task of sourcing food and fresh water is now yours to bear. Hearing this, both Zhang Yang and Wu De inwardly scoffed. Such eloquence. Had he lifted a finger before his injury? All his strength had been expended on Zhang Lili, hadn't it? Yet, they dared not voice their thoughts, instead forcing a stiff smile. Rest assured, Mr. Wang, we shall make every effort to procure supplies. Meanwhile, Chen Fang and his companions huddled once more around the campfire. After a long day, they had nearly consumed all the grilled fish. They had shared 2 pieces with Zhang Lili, though she had tasted none, as Wang Hao had claimed them entirely. Thus, they were left with only 1 smoked sea fish. As for the other seafood, it was scarce in meat and hardly satiated their hunger. The relentless sun had rendered their throats parched. I'm so thirsty. This feeling of being surrounded by water, yet unable to drink, is utterly unbearable. Gu Xiaoro pouted, her voice laced with distress. She was well aware that seawater was not potable. Chen Fang and Lin Qingsno were no better off after finishing the grilled fish. Their throats felt as if they were on fire. Yet Chen Fang felt a sense of helplessness. He had attempted to climb the coconut tree during the day. Ascending proved far more challenging than anticipated. The slender trees could bear weight, but were too tall, while the stockier ones were shorter, yet lacked any points of support. He lamented that he should have trained diligently with his grandfather. Had he done so, he wouldn't find himself in such a passive predicament. In truth, climbing the tall, slender coconut tree was not impossible. However, coconuts were firmly attached, and attempting to maintain balance while harvesting them without any tools was indeed a skillful endeavor. Ultimately, he regretted his childhood laziness. While he could manage to organize people, such physical feats demanded immense muscular strength. A careless misstep could prove fatal, and he preferred to avoid unnecessary risks. Chen Fang, think of a solution. I'm truly going to perish from thirst. Gu Xiaoro shook his arm, looking pitiful. Don't fret. Let me contemplate. Chen Fang furrowed his brow, pondering a remedy. With fire and a can at hand, he could distill seawater. However, the process was painfully slow. Coconuts were a more reliable option, both edible and drinkable, yet acquiring them posed its own set of challenges. After a moment's reflection, a glimmer of inspiration sparked in his eyes. I've got it. What a marvelous idea. Gu Xiaoro's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Pick coconuts, Chen Fang exclaimed, rising to his feet and beginning his search on the beach. Soon, he discovered a thin, flat stone. With a forceful strike against a larger rock, it shattered into several pieces. From the fragments, he selected a shard with a particularly sharp edge, running his fingers along it to confirm its keenness. Its shape was also quite suitable, resembling a small dagger with a handle. Here, take this, he said, handing the stone knife to Gu Xiaoro, who looked at him with a perplexed expression. What do you want to do with this? Why, to harvest coconuts, of course. What else? Huh? Gu Xiaoro's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Chen Fang. Are you suggesting that I climb to pick coconuts? Chapter 23. Is Mr. Lin's heart so fiery? Gu Xiaoro thought there must be something amiss with her hearing. How could he possibly expect her to climb such tall trees to gather coconuts? Had he been contemplating this idea all along? It's not just you. It's the 3 of us together, Chen Fang corrected, meeting Gu Xiaoro's astonished gaze. The 3 of us? Lin Qingxue could not help but interject. Chen Fang nodded and briefly explained the plan. It was quite simple, really, forming a human pyramid. They would choose the 2 shorter coconut trees, with each person standing on the shoulders of the other, and the individual at the top would cut down the coconuts. They would simply toss the coconuts down afterward. Given the height, they would land on the beach without sustaining any damage. The coconut shells are remarkably sturdy. Obtaining the coconut water is not an easy task, and they would not split merely from a fall. A human pyramid? Gu Xiaoro and Lin Qingxue exclaimed in unison. Both wide-eyed, they found the proposed plan surprisingly daunting. Without any prior training, not only would the person beneath struggle to bear the weight, but the one on top would also find it challenging to maintain balance. Balancing on shoulders while attempting to harvest coconuts was an exceedingly difficult task. This seems too difficult. I don't think it will work, Gu Xiaoro lamented. Just the thought was overwhelming for her. How would we know if we don't try? We can't just starve here, Chen Fang shrugged. The night had already fallen, and venturing out to find a water source was not particularly safe. Their hopes for the evening would have to rest on the coconuts. Chen Fang was right. They should try it first. Lin Qingxue pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. In that case, let us proceed. Chen Fang led the two to the base of the coconut trees. Searching below first, they had already scouted during the day. Aside from those that were moldy or had fallen long ago and were devoid of moisture, there was little hope. He merely wanted to see if any had dropped during the day, as they might retain more water. However, the outcome was evidently disappointing. There were no viable coconuts. It seemed they would have to rely on their own efforts. What should we do? Who will be on top, and who will be on the bottom? Gu Xiaoro inquired. Of course, I'll be on the bottom. I would crush you both if I were on top. Chen Fang replied without hesitation. That is true. Gu Xiaoro nodded. Their petite frames could hardly withstand Chen Fang's weight. Just make sure you don't move while I'm below, she cautioned anxiously. Don't worry. You both can move as much as you like. I absolutely won't budge. Oh, wait. Chen Fang instinctively responded, but halfway through, he realized something was amiss. How that sounds so strange. Oh, Gu Xiaoro suddenly recognized the awkwardness. Her face flushing crimson as she shot a shy glare at Chen Fang. It's all your fault. What are you saying? Lin Qingshua's expression was also quite unnatural. Although they were innocent young women, they were not naive. They understood the implications of such matters. Chen Fang wore an innocent expression. You were the one who asked, and your question was ambiguous, so I could only respond in this manner. All right, enough of that. Let's get to work and retrieve the coconuts first. Lin Qingxue interjected hastily, fearing that the conversation might spiral into absurdity. Come on, which of you two will climb to get the coconuts? In the midst of the inquiry, Chen Fang had already crouched down. Lin Qingxue exchanged glances with her companion, and after some deliberation, they ultimately decided that Gu Xiaoro would take the lead in the coconut-picking endeavor. Without further ado, both removed their shoes. Lin Qingxue, with Gu Xiaoro's assistance, first climbed onto Chen Fang's shoulders. Then, like a mountaineer, Gu Xiaoro stepped onto her shoulders, with no place to set the stone knife. It was temporarily held against her chest. Gripping the trunk of the tree with both hands, she sought to maintain her balance. Are you ready? I'm going up, Chen Fang called out, and upon receiving their affirmations, he gritted his teeth and slowly rose. It must be said that although neither of the two weighed much, their combined weight still proved somewhat strenuous. After all, it was not akin to lifting a 200-pound barbell. The center of gravity was exceedingly unstable, with the pressure point resting solely on his shoulders, causing them to ache painfully. Had it been someone like Zhang Yang and his companions, they likely would have been unable to rise after crouching down. Ah, it's so high. Slow down, slow down. Not so fast. Gu Xiaoro, perched at the very top, felt her body suddenly elevated and couldn't help but exclaim. However, her words caused Chen Fang's expression to darken, nearly causing him to sit back down abruptly. Why do you always speak in such a way that leads to misunderstandings? At this moment, could you refrain from creating ambiguity? Chen Fang retorted, somewhat exasperated. After much effort, he managed to stabilize his stance and gradually stood upright. As Lin Qingxue also straightened, the coconuts overhead were now merely about 30 centimeters away from Gu Xiaoro, within reach if she extended her hand. Hold steady. Wait for me, Gu Xiaoro called out, swiftly retrieving the stone knife and tentatively attempting to cut through the coconut stem. But as soon as she loosened her grip, she felt her body lurch out of balance. Startled, she let out a shriek and quickly clung to the tree trunk. In that brief moment, Chen Fang could already sense Lin Qingxue's legs trembling lightly. After all, there was still someone standing atop her shoulders, and maintaining stability was no small feat for her. Consequently, he quickly raised his hand from her ankle to her calf, aiding Lin Qingxue in steadiness. The instant his hand made contact, he felt her body quiver slightly, her muscles tensing. Don't be afraid, Lin Zong. I'm here. Chen Fang offered a reassuring word, instinctively glancing up. And then, he was taken aback. He had nearly forgotten that both Lin Zong and Gu Xiaoro were wearing skirts. Moreover, due to having worn stockings earlier, they had not donned safety shorts, allowing Chen Fang's gaze to encounter no hindrance. Was it lace? Was Lin Zong's inner flame so fervent? Chen Fang widened his eyes, his body involuntarily swaying. The feedback from above arrived swiftly, and Gu Xiaoro exclaimed at once. Lin Qingsheng lowered her head, intending to question. Chen Fang, what are you doing? How? Halfway through her words, she suddenly froze. Their gazes locked, and the atmosphere became exceedingly awkward, given their position and angle. With her feet resting upon his shoulders, it was evident what he had seen. As Lin Qingsheng regained her senses, a soft gasp escaped her lips, her face visibly flushing a deep crimson. What an extraordinary coincidence. It just so happened that she was wearing the set of lingerie gifted by her best friend. Initially, she had been unable to accept it, but her friend had persistently urged her to embrace a new style and please herself, employing various means of persuasion. Reluctantly, she had acquiesced, and now, by sheer chance, Chen Fang had caught sight of her. In an instant, her mind raced, and her knees instinctively drew closer together. However, the trio's position was already precarious. With her movement, Gu Xiaoro found herself unable to maintain her balance. The swaying intensified, and ultimately, amidst a chorus of screams, the two nearly toppled into one another, crashing down towards Chen Fang. Chapter 24. Lin Zong and Chen Fang's mischief thud. Oh dear. Beneath the coconut tree, chaos ensued. Just before tumbling to the ground, Chen Fang could only behold the enchanting scenery drawing ever closer. However, he was perplexed by how Lin Qingxue managed to exert force mid-air, suddenly pivoting around. Then, she approached him face to face. He could vaguely discern the pallor of her exquisite face in the air. In no time, the two were pressed closely together, both wide-eyed in astonishment. Chen Fang felt a chill on his lips, rendered speechless. Lin Qingxue's body trembled violently, as if struck by electricity. Becoming rigid in response, instinctively wanting to rise, she found herself utterly immobile. Behind her lay Gu Xiaoro, weighing nearly 100 pounds. Though she had landed upon her, seemingly unscathed, she was the most startled of them all, currently with eyes shut, limbs flailing aimlessly in the air, exclaiming in terror, "It's over! It's over! Help! We're so high up. I'm surely going to be injured." Chen Fang and Lin Qingxue exchanged glances, both bemused. Was this girl not in her right mind? No wonder, despite her family's wealth, she could only become a flight attendant. Her words rang true. She was indeed a mere decorative vase. Yet soon, their thoughts returned to their own predicament. With Gu Xiaoro weighing down on them, Lin Qingxue found herself unable to move. In contrast, Chen Fang reveled in the unexpected fortune. He could feel Lin Qingxue pressed entirely against him, her curves and form vividly imprinted in his senses. This position lingered for nearly 3 or 4 seconds before Gu Xiaoro realized she had inadvertently pinned them down and slowly opened her eyes. "Oh my, have I crushed you too? Lin Zong, Chen Fang, are you both all right?" She hastily scrambled to check on them, only to be struck dumb by the sight before her. The two were in quite the compromising position. In her astonishment, Lin Qingxue instinctively turned her head, attempting to rise, but a sharp pain coursed through her body, revealing a fleeting expression of agony on her stunning face. "Lin Zong, are you all right?" Noticing her change in demeanor, Chen Fang's heart sank. He feared she might be injured. On this deserted island, a fracture would spell trouble. Even if they survived, inadequate medical care could lead to a permanent disability. A perfectionist like Lin Qingxue would surely find that intolerable. I think I twisted my ankle," Lin Qingxue said, assessing her condition with a pained expression. "Let me take a look." Chen Fang, disregarding the lingering sensations from their earlier encounter, quickly sat up. "Which foot?" "Right foot," Lin Qingxue pointed. Without hesitation or further inquiry, Chen Fang clasped her delicate foot, akin to jade, and began to examine it meticulously. Oddly enough, after nearly 2 days on the deserted island, her foot bore no odor and even carried a hint of fragrance. Could she truly be a little fairy? Chen Fang found himself momentarily lost in thought, but he quickly regained his focus. One hand grasped her calf, while the other meticulously examined her wrist joint, taking in the sensations. As Chen Fang's warm palm made contact, Lin Qingxue felt her cheeks flush. Throughout her life, she had never experienced such intimate contact with any male. The memory of their previous close interaction made her face burn even hotter. Yet, oddly enough, she felt an unexpected lack of aversion in her heart. After all, it was not intentional. Yes, that must be the reason. she mused silently. At that moment, Chen Fang concluded his examination. There appeared to be no issues with her bones. It was likely that she had merely twisted her ankle when she had fallen onto his shoulder. A couple of days of rest should suffice for recovery. Lin Qingxue sighed in relief upon hearing this, barely managing a soft and min response, too bashful to meet Chen Fang's gaze. Gu Xiaoro also exhaled deeply, then inquired, Lin Zong, Chen Fang, did you just kiss? As soon as the words left her lips, the atmosphere became palpably awkward. Lin Qingxue lowered her head, her ears burning crimson. Chen Fang, licking his lips, shot Gu Xiaoro an annoyed glare. How can you even ask? It was because you were on top of us. Neither of us made a sound, yet you were flailing about as if something was amiss. Initially, Gu Xiaoro felt a twinge of guilt at his words, but she quickly realized something was amiss. Shouldn't Chen Fang be angry? Yet the smile tugging at his lips seemed barely containable, his face radiating unmistakable joy. Why are you so happy? This shouldn't be. Oh, I see, it must be because you kissed Lin Zong. Just as Gu Xiaoro began to voice her confusion, an epiphany struck her mid-sentence, and she pointed at Chen Fang as if she had uncovered a crucial clue. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingxue's face turned even redder. She forced herself to adopt a serious demeanor, attempting to maintain her composure. All right, let's head back. This cannot continue. The chilly aura emanating from her made Gu Xiaoro instinctively fall silent. Yes, let's return. Chen Fang nodded in agreement, acknowledging that with his ankle injured, stacking up like before was out of the question. Lin Zong, shall we assist you back? Gu Xiaoro suggested, as she had suffered no injury being on top. However, before Lin Qingxue could respond, Chen Fang interrupted. No, if we assist you, we might accidentally hurt your foot again. That would only prolong the healing process. I will carry Lin Zong instead. Without waiting for further discussion, he approached Lin Qingxue, squatting down before her. After a moment of hesitation, she finally relented and climbed onto Chen Fang's back. Chen Fang couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Even though he had felt it earlier, the reality was still astonishing. Lin Zong, please hold on tightly, he gently instructed, slowly rising while securing her thighs with his hands. Although she had positioned herself as closely as possible to the crook of his knee, Lin Qingxue's complexion appeared exceedingly unnatural, flushed with an intensity akin to fire. Yet, soon her visage grew even more strained, her delicate brows knitting together. The road was undeniably smooth, yet for some inexplicable reason, Chen Fang seemed to traverse a path riddled with potholes, alternating between deep and shallow steps. This resulted in her experiencing a continuous undulation upon his back, reminiscent of sitting on the rear seat of Chen Fang's electric scooter, where he intermittently applied the brakes. Hey, Chen Fang, what are you doing? Dancing? Suddenly, Gu Xiaoro interjected. Her eyes filled with confusion as she followed closely behind. Could there be some significance to this manner of carrying? Chen Fang's heart raced, realizing that in his indulgence, his movements had become conspicuously apparent. In a moment of panic, he hastily conjured an excuse. Well, I am, after all, being pressed down at the bottom, and my legs are somewhat uncomfortable. But it's all right. Let's discuss it further once we return. Chapter 25. Lin Qingxue. Is it fun? The group returned to their modest campsite. Chen Fang, still lingering in the moment, gently set Lin Qingxue down. Damn, why is it so close? Wouldn't it be better if it were farther away? He murmured softly. However, as soon as he spoke, a jolt ran through him. Oh no, did I say that too loudly? He quickly glanced to the side, and his lips twitched slightly. As expected, Lin Qingxue was staring at him, but her flushed cheeks and the way she bit her lip exuded an undeniable allure. It seemed there was no trace of complaint. Rather, she appeared to be shy, reminiscent of youthful innocence. What is happening? Just an illusion, surely. Chen Fang's gaze flickered. He certainly did not believe that this icy CEO would harbor any interest in him due to this moment. Yet, the look in her eyes was undeniably tempting. He had never looked closely at her before, given her aloof demeanor, but now he found her irresistibly captivating. Gu Xiaoyu had almond-shaped eyes, a quintessential beauty, while Lin Qingxue's slightly elongated eyes possessed an innate charm that rendered one utterly defenseless against her allure. If one had to compare, She bore a striking resemblance to a certain actress named Jiang from the domestic film industry. Is it fun? Lost in thought, he was suddenly brought back to reality by Lin Qingshue's voice. Chen Fang snapped his head up, unsure of how to respond, and simply shook his head. No. Not fun. Not fun. Actually, it was quite enjoyable. He managed a faint smile. This woman exuded an impressive aura when she was serious. Lin Qingxue clearly had more to say, but Gu Xiaoyu suddenly leaned in. Chen Fang, are you all right? She was understandably concerned since he had mentioned feeling pain earlier. After all, he had been at the bottom of the pile and was the only man in their small group. If he were injured, their situation would become dire. It's nothing, just a minor injury, no big deal. Chen Fang feigned a stretch, smiling as he spoke. Fearing that Lin Qingxue might probe further, he quickly stood up and said, well, you all rest here for a bit. I'll go fetch some coconuts. You're going to go? Gu Xiaoyu's eyes widened in surprise, and Lin Qingxue looked equally astonished. What could they do? What if he fell again? Of course I must go. We cannot do without fresh water, Chen Fang replied. A person can survive without food for up to half a month, or even 20 days, but without water. One would struggle to last even a third of that time, especially in this tropical climate where perspiration increases significantly. At most, 2 days would pass before the body began to react. But can you manage it alone? Gu Xiaoyu still harbored some concern. No worries, I have my ways. Just wait for my good news, Chen Fang said with a smile, and then he strode away. However, instead of heading towards the coconut trees, he ventured into the dense forest. Before long, he returned, holding several broad palm leaves. Gu Xiaoyu looked at him in confusion. Weren't you going to pick coconuts? What do you need these for? This is of great use, Chen Fang replied with a mysterious smile. Then, amidst their puzzled gazes, he grasped the base of the large leaves and began to tear at them slowly. Soon, a series of fibrous strands emerged. Gu Xiaoyu's eyes widened. What is this? Chen Fang explained with a smile. This is called fan palm. The plant fibers within its leaves possess considerable strength. Once torn off, if dried by roasting or sunbathing, they can be woven together to create remarkably strong ropes. Even today, some indigenous tribes in Indonesia still utilize this method. Upon hearing his explanation, Gu Xiaoyu's mouth fell open in amazement. She found it utterly fascinating. This entire series of actions surpassed her understanding. Had she not been stranded on this deserted island, she might never have encountered such knowledge in her lifetime. Goodness, how do you know all this? She couldn't help but ask. Lin Qingshuo also looked at Chen Fang in astonishment, her beautiful eyes shimmering with intrigue. For a moment, she even forgot about Chen Fang's earlier impudent behavior. Indeed, men possess a certain charm in their areas of expertise. I've picked up bits and pieces from various readings, Chen Fang chuckled, continuing his work. Soon, he had extracted fibers from several broad leaves, which he placed next to the fire to dry, expelling the moisture within before weaving them together. He then stepped on the bundle and pulled with force a few times. Not bad. Quite resilient. Lin Qingshue's eyes sparkled, and she couldn't help but ask, are you planning to use this as a safety rope to climb the coconut tree? Truly sharp, Miss Lin. Chen Fang praised her, causing Lin Qingshue's cheeks to flush. She slightly turned her head and softly added, just be careful. Chen Fang raised an eyebrow, feeling a wave of joy in his heart. Was she beginning to care for him? Gu Xiaoyu also sensed something, her eyes widening as she glanced between Chen Fang and Lin Qingshuo. Unable to restrain herself, she exclaimed, Miss Lin, you wouldn't be developing feelings for Chen Fang because of what happened earlier, would you? The bluntness of her words left both Chen Fang and Lin Qingshuo momentarily speechless. Don't say such things. Chen Fang quickly interrupted, fearing it might upset Lin Qingshuo. How could such an exceptional woman like you take an interest in someone like me? A mere country boy. Wait, a village boy actually. Chen Fang chuckled at his own self-deprecation. The disparity between them was indeed vast. Just being able to have a close encounter with her felt like an incredible stroke of luck. He harbored no illusions. After all, he was no fresh graduate. Moreover, Zhang Lili had already taught him a lesson. However, to his surprise, Lin Qingshuo suddenly lifted her head, her expression earnest as she said, your background is not the most important thing. A hero does not inquire about origins. How can you belittle yourself in such a way? Chen Fang was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. What did Mr. Lin mean by these words? Could it possibly imply? At that moment, Lin Qingxue realized that her reaction had been somewhat exaggerated and hurried to clarify. I merely wished to convey that you should not belittle yourself due to past events. It is unrelated to anything else. Chen Fang stared blankly at Lin Qingxue, and after a brief pause, broke into a smile. I understand now, Mr. Lin. With that, he turned and walked away. Lin Qingxue continued to gaze at the campfire, only daring to glance in his direction once he had distanced himself. She gently pinched her thigh, feeling a wave of shyness wash over her. Lin Qingxue, what is the matter with you? Why were you so eager to express those words just now? Where has your composure gone? Meanwhile, Chen Fang had arrived beneath the coconut tree, swinging the rope in his hand as he looked up at the coconuts above. You have grown so tall. I shall retrieve you all shortly. Chapter 26. Finally, coconut juice at last beneath the swaying coconut palms. Chen Fang secured a rope around his waist and the tree, cleverly twisting it into a loop that resembled the figure 8 from above. This ingenious makeshift safety line ensured that even if he made a misstep while suspended in midair, the friction between the rope and the tree would prevent him from plummeting directly to the ground. How remarkably clever he was. One could hardly fathom how he devised such a method. Not far away, Gu Xiaoro supported her chin with one hand, gazing at Chen Fang, unable to restrain herself from speaking. Indeed, I never realized he possessed such knowledge, she exclaimed. Lin Qingxue nodded in agreement, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Curious. Gu Xiaoro turned her head. Aren't you both in the same company? How is it that you know so little about him? Lin Qingxue found herself at a loss for words. After all, a CEO and a mere employee had minimal interaction in their daily lives. Had it not been for her disdain towards Chen Fang's superior, it was unlikely that she would have had the opportunity to accompany him abroad for contract signing. Her only impression of Chen Fang was his taciturn demeanor, yet he was undeniably dependable. Reflecting on this, she felt a twinge of gratitude for being marooned on this deserted island. Otherwise, she might never have discovered the multitude of his admirable qualities. Such a talent would have remained obscured. He's climbing up. Gu Xiaoro suddenly gasped, her attention fixated on Chen Fang's movements. Lin Qingxue snapped back to reality and turned her gaze towards him. Meanwhile, Chen Fang had begun his ascent up the tree, wielding the rudimentary stone knife that Gu Xiaoro had previously held. Using all 4 limbs, he climbed steadily. With the safety rope in place, his movements appeared remarkably effortless. Before long, he reached the top. Thanks to the support of the safety line, he needed only to plant his feet firmly against the trunk to secure himself. With his hands free, he began to work on the coconuts. With a resounding thud, a coconut fell to the ground. Since the beach lay below, Chen Fang was unconcerned about damaging it. He continued his labor with the same technique, soon bringing down all 4 coconuts from the tree. He refrained from overindulging, choosing only to harvest from this single tree, knowing that he could not consume them all at once. It would be wiser to leave some to remain fresh on the tree. With the safety rope in place, he could easily retrieve more whenever he desired. Wow, we are finally going to have coconut juice. My throat is nearly parched, Gu Xiaoro exclaimed, nearly bouncing with excitement as she watched Chen Fang approach with the coconuts in hand. Eagerly, she snatched one from him but found herself struggling to open it after several futile attempts of biting, smashing, and dropping it. How on earth do you open this? It's far too hard, she huffed, stamping her foot in frustration, feeling quite defeated. Chen Fang couldn't help but chuckle. Did you think this was something you bought at the fruit store? They usually take care of the hard outer layer for you. Stop fussing about and just sit there and wait for your drink, he advised, beginning to prepare the coconut in his hands. It must be said, it is astonishingly hard. Unfortunately, Chen Fang did not dare to exert too much force, lest the coconut split in 2, spilling its precious juice. He could only cautiously use a stone knife to first bore a small hole, then gently strike the knife with other stones. Thus, he painstakingly created an opening the width of a finger. Come on, 1 for each person. After managing 3 coconuts, Chen Fang finally paused. Wow, I can finally drink the coconut juice, Gu Xiaoro exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she lifted the coconut to her lips. The sweet coconut water quenched her thirst in an instant, extinguishing the flames in her mouth. It felt as though she had plunged into a refreshing spring on a scorching summer day. After nearly finishing half of it, she paused, genuinely marveling. Ah, how delightful! I have never found coconut juice so delicious. Although Lin Qing Snow remained silent, her expression reflected a sense of comfort, the weariness in her eyes dissipating slightly. Don't waste it. After drinking, we can enjoy the coconut meat inside, Chen Fang reminded. The coconut flesh is a valuable resource, rich in fats, making it one of the most benevolent plants for survivors on this deserted island. Meanwhile, several hundred meters away, Wang Hao and Zhang Lili were shivering from the cold. The tide had begun to rise, and the wind had noticeably strengthened. The four of them were both hungry and thirsty, their eyelids heavy with fatigue, especially Zhang Yang and the others, who had not eaten for nearly 2 days. As the 2 fish they had previously obtained from Chen Fang had all been consumed by Wang Hao. Zhang Yang, you all need to endure a bit longer and go find something to eat, Wang Hao said, his tone surprisingly gentle. He could no longer bear it. If this continued, he feared he would faint from hunger. Unfortunately, given his current state after being beaten by Chen Fang, he could not venture out for food himself. He understood that issuing orders to the others was somewhat difficult, so he hastily resorted to sweetening the deal. Rest assured, you won't be working for nothing. Upon your return, each of you will receive an additional 3,000 in wages. 3,000. The two, who had initially harbored dissatisfaction, suddenly brightened at this announcement. Their salaries were already nearing 10,000, and with an extra 3,000, it would exceed that amount, with their qualifications nearly negligible. Their earnings surpassed those of countless university graduates. Rest assured, Wang Zong, we will go out to search and definitely bring back something to eat. The two sprang up as if invigorated, thumping their chests in assurance. Wang Hao managed a faint smile. Thank you for your hard work. Once my injuries heal a bit, I will assist you. No need to help. Wang Zong, just rest. Zhang Yang quickly waved his hand and then hurriedly pulled Wu Dexing away. Watching their retreating figures, Wang Hao's smile faded instantly, transforming into a sullen expression. He had not forgotten their previous attempts to rebel against him. Those ungrateful wretches, truly, they have not grasped the gravity of their situation. For now, I must appease you for a couple of days on this deserted island. Upon returning to the company, whether or not a salary increase occurs is not for me to decide. To resist would be tantamount to courting disaster, unless one is willing to abandon their livelihood entirely. Zhang Yang and his companion, however, remain oblivious to Wang Hao's thoughts as they search for sustenance along the shoreline. The jungle is too dense for them to venture further, and the rising tide prevents them from approaching the water's edge. The shore offers nothing of value. A crab glimpsed just moments ago could easily be swept away by the encroaching waves. Gathering resources from the sea is no longer feasible. They must wait for the tide to recede. For now, finding some water to drink is their immediate concern. Zhang Yang's expression reflects his resignation. Hearing this, Wu De furrows his brow and asks, where shall we find water? Just then, Zhang Yang's expression shifts dramatically as he quickly pulls Wu De behind a nearby rock to hide. Chapter 27. Zhang Yang and Wu De, preparing to steal fish. Suddenly, Zhang Yang restrained Wu De, who instinctively began to struggle. However, upon seeing Zhang Yang gesture for silence, he gradually calmed down. Once Zhang Yang released him, Wu De, with a hint of displeasure, inquired, Old Zhang, what you up to? You startled me. Shoo, keep your voice down, look over there. Zhang Yang urged, pointing towards a distant location. Wu De hesitated for a moment before cautiously peering in the direction Zhang Yang indicated. There, he spotted Chen Fang placing fishing nets between 2 stone ponds. Wu De's eyes instantly brightened. No wonder they managed to catch so many fish. They were using nets. But where did he acquire such nets? They seemed rather peculiar. Zhang Yang shook his head. I'm not sure, but what is the point of asking? Of course it matters. Wu De retorted. If we learn to make our own fishing nets, we could catch fish too. Smack! Before he could finish, Zhang Yang delivered a sharp slap to the back of his neck, scolding him. Are you a fool? Now that we've seen the fishing nets, you still think we can catch fish ourselves? Huh? Wu De paused, but soon grasped the implication. You mean, we should steal their fish to eat? Zhang Yang nodded enthusiastically. Isn't that much easier than searching for fish ourselves? Haha, Why didn't I think of that? Wuda exclaimed, already envisioning the roasted fish beckoning to him. Shouldn't we inform General Wang? He would surely reward us. Smack! He received another hit to the head. Wuda looked aggrieved. Why do you keep hitting me, old Zhang? Zhang Yang, exasperated, replied, Are you really that dense? Why will we inform him? It's best he remains unaware. That way, he'll believe the fish are ours, and we'll be valued more. Upon hearing this, Wuda's eyes lit up. Right? How did I not think of that? Your brain works well. That's obvious. Zhang Yang proudly lifted his chin, but soon retracted it. What's wrong? Wuda asked, puzzled. It seems he glanced our way, Zhang Yang said with concern. Did he spot us? Wuda's heart sank. If that were the case, their plan to steal fish would be foiled. Yet, Zhang Yang shook his head. It's hard to say. He probably didn't notice us. Don't be too sensitive. As he spoke, he cautiously peeked again. Chen Fang had already left, heading toward his own camp. Indeed, just as he had anticipated, Zhang Yang's excitement surged. Let us leave it at that for today. Remember this spot. Tomorrow morning we'll come early and take all the fish. Before Wuda could respond, Zhang Yang reconsidered. No, we can't take them all. That would raise suspicion. We should leave a couple behind. Good idea. Wu Dai clapped his hands in utmost agreement, but soon regained his composure. Old Zhang, no matter what, that is a matter for tomorrow. What shall we do today? Today. Zhang Yang glanced around and decided to endure a little longer, suggesting they search the forest for any wild fruits. If they found none, they would have to resort to eating leaves. Wuda's face twitched. The thought sounded rather unpalatable, especially knowing that they would have fish by morning. Why not find some coconuts? I'm absolutely parched, he proposed. Coconuts? Oomph. Zhang Yang scoffed. They're so high up. How could you possibly reach them? Wuda shook his head with a pained expression. Indeed, they were too lofty. It seemed they would have to endure. He sighed, a hint of worry creeping in. But if we just go back like this, won't Wang Hao scold us? Scold us? Does he dare? Zhang Yang dismissed the notion with a sneer, pointing to the fishing net not far away with pride. Don't forget, we could bring back fish tomorrow. By then, we shall be heroes. Would he dare to reprimand us? Dream on. Wuda's eyes brightened. Right? How did I not realize this? Let's head back then. It's getting dark anyway. Just a few hours of patience. Zhang Yang had no objections, and the two made their way back toward Wang Hao and his companion. Unbeknownst to them, shortly after their departure, a figure emerged silently from the dense thicket behind them, watching their retreating silhouettes with a cold snort. Thinking of stealing my fish? How audacious! Indeed, it was Chen Fang. After consuming the coconut water and flesh, he had returned to retrieve the fishing net as the tide rose, only to be spotted by Zhang Yang and Wuda. Little did Zhang Yang know that Chen Fang had long been aware of their presence. With sharper eyes, he was far more perceptive than they. Moreover, he feigned departure, stealthily circling behind them through the thick forest, allowing him to overhear their conversation clearly. Hoping to gain credit for this fish in front of that fatso? Let's see how you fare tomorrow. Chen Fang smirked, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Once he confirmed they had walked far enough, he returned to the seaside, relocating the fishing net several hundred meters away while leaving the stone platform behind, as moving stones was too laborious. He would simply construct a new one. After completing his task, he returned to his humble camp. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang and Wu had joyfully returned to the campsite. Although their hands were empty, their faces radiated a sense of pride. Back already? Upon seeing their figures, Wang Hao quickly forced a smile, his gaze eagerly searching their hands. However, when he noticed they returned empty-handed, his expression darkened. What on earth happened? Were you not supposed to find food? Why had you returned with nothing? The tone was already tinged with displeasure. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang and Wu remained unruffled, even exchanging a knowing glance and a smile. They leisurely made their way to a nearby seat, their demeanor relaxed as they said, General Manager Wang, fret not. Although we have not found anything today, rest assured that with just one night of patience, I guarantee you will feast on fish to your heart's content come morning. Wang Hao's eyes initially sparkled with hope. After all, the two grilled fish he had earlier were merely a trifling snack. Yet, a flicker of skepticism soon clouded his gaze. If they truly possessed such prowess, why had they spent an entire day without even spotting a single fish scale? He inhaled deeply, suppressing the rising tide of anger, and narrowed his eyes at Zhang Yang and his companion. Are you certain that with your methods, you will be able to procure fish by tomorrow? Chapter 28. Night Conversations by the Sea. Rest assured, Mr. Wang, we shall certainly deliver on our promises, Zhang Yang assured, thumping his chest confidently. Though he himself could not catch anything, if others had already cast their nets, any attempt to steal would be futile, rendering them utterly inept. Wu De remained silent, yet wore an expression of unwavering confidence. What are these two up to? Wang Hao pondered, his doubts lingering, yet he found himself captivated by their self-assured demeanor. If that is the case, I shall endure a few more hours. We will see what tomorrow brings. With this thought in mind, Wang Hao nodded. Very well. Since you both are so confident, I shall place my trust in you. Tonight, let us hold on just a little longer. Do not worry, Mr. Wang. You can sleep soundly. Tomorrow morning, we will present the fish before you, Zhang Yang boasted. To avoid the wind, the four searched for a considerable time and could only find a small mound near the jungle to spend the night. The jungle was far too perilous for them to venture deeper, and the cold outside forced them to endure the night as best they could. Meanwhile, Lin Qingxue and Gu Xiaoro had already lain down. The events of the previous night left them all feeling somewhat awkward. Ironically, Gu Xiaoro, who had opposed huddling for warmth the most, ended up holding Chen Fang the tightest. Chen Fang and Lin Qingxue had initially been unperturbed. Yet Chen Fang had an unexpectedly vivid dream, even calling out in his sleep. Moreover, during the day when they stacked themselves to reach coconuts, the two had shared an intimate moment, causing all three to avoid each other's gazes as they settled down for the night. Eventually, it was Chen Fang who volunteered to keep watch, allowing the others to lie down. The sea breeze blew in, still somewhat chilly. Remaining here was not a viable long-term solution. The rescue team would not arrive anytime soon, and they needed to find some form of shelter. Chen Fang mused inwardly. The current arrangement for the night was merely a stopgap. It lacked any semblance of comfort or camp-like attributes. It offered no protection from the wind or rain. Furthermore, there was another equally vital concern: freshwater. Among the four essential survival elements, they had only managed to create a campfire, while the other three basic needs remained unaddressed. There was much to be done, but that could wait until daylight. Chen Fang whispered to himself, sitting by the fire and listening to the sound of the waves, formulating plans for the days to come. Chen Fang. Suddenly, Lin Qingxue's voice broke the silence of the night. Miss Lin, why are you awake? Chen Fang turned to see her rising and walking towards him. Of course, I cannot let you keep watch alone. That would be too arduous, Lin Qingxue replied. Sitting beside him, you should take a rest. I will keep watch from here. There's no need, Miss Lin. I'm not that tired. Chen Fang waved his hand in refusal, wanting to say more, but Lin Qingxue interrupted, her tone leaving no room for argument. Just listen to me. You will likely have no time to rest tomorrow, will you? You guessed that? Chen Fang raised an eyebrow in surprise. This was precisely what he had been contemplating moments ago. Lin Qingxue cast him an exasperated glance. I am not a fool. In this environment, safety on a deserted island is far from assured, and our endurance will be limited. At the very least, the freshwater supply is insufficient. Relying solely on coconuts will not sustain us for long. As she spoke, her tone softened as she glanced at Chen Fang. These matters must rest upon your shoulders, for I cannot assist you. However, if you require aid, you may command me to help. Command you? I wouldn't dare. Chen Fang teased with a smile. Yet, Lin Qingxue's expression turned serious upon hearing his words. I'm not jesting. Here, there are no executives and employees. We are merely survivors. Moreover, if we must speak in terms of hierarchy, you may be the one with the upper hand, for you possess extensive survival knowledge. Chen Fang was momentarily taken aback, staring at Lin Qingxue in astonishment. He had not anticipated that this seemingly icy female CEO would possess such understanding. What? Do you find this unlike me? She inquired, noticing his bewildered gaze. It is indeed somewhat surprising, Chen Fang admitted candidly, revealing no intention to conceal his thoughts. If given the choice, who would wish to wear a stern expression every day? Lin Qingxue replied with a faint smile, albeit tinged with bitterness. After uttering these words, she turned her gaze toward the distant sea, lost in contemplation. Chen Fang remained silent, aware that she must have her own burdens to bear. Coming from a prominent family and managing a billion-dollar conglomerate, how could that be easy? I can somewhat relate to your situation, Chen Fang murmured softly. Relate to me? Lin Qingxue turned her head, her expression one of clear surprise. It was not disdain, but rather the realization that her level of experience was difficult for others to empathize with. Indeed, Chen Fang nodded earnestly. Setting aside your family circumstances, merely managing so many employees and ensuring their salaries are paid punctually each month is a significant financial burden. Even with just the three of us, I feel considerable pressure, fearing that one day we may lack the resources to ensure your survival. Lin Qingxue was momentarily taken aback, evidently unprepared for Chen Fang's unique perspective. After a brief pause, she suddenly let out a soft laugh. In that regard, we do share some common ground. I find myself constantly contemplating the livelihoods of my subordinates, or rather, the survival of the entire group. At this juncture, a single strategic miscalculation could affect not just me. Gazing out at the sea, Lin Qingxue's expression bore a hint of a burden that belied her years. Thus, oftentimes, I dare not and cannot reveal any emotion. To the outside world, I must always present a facade of strength. For if I falter, my subordinates will panic as well, yet it is truly exhausting. Moonlight cascaded down, and the sea breeze tousled Lin Qingxue's hair. From Chen Fang's vantage point, he could see a flicker of the campfire, accompanied by the sound of crashing waves and the crackling of wood burning. In that moment, he suddenly felt as though the scene before him possessed the quality of a cinematic experience. Chen Fang gazed at her quietly, and after a considerable pause, he spoke gently. If that is the case, then our presence here is indeed a fortuitous occurrence. A fortuitous occurrence? Indeed. This way you need not assume the role of the CEO for the time being. You may comfortably embrace the essence of a woman in her 20s, shedding tears when you wish, laughing freely, and living an entirely different life. An entirely different life. Chen Fang's words rendered Lin Qingxue momentarily speechless, her longing unmistakably evident in her eyes. President Lin? Noticing her prolonged silence, Chen Fang wondered if he had misspoken. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingxue turned to him, her enchanting and graceful gaze fixed upon Chen Fang. If I am to embrace a different life, should you not refrain from calling me President Lin? Chapter 29, The fish dealers were stunned, not calling you Lin Zong? Chen Fang paused for a moment, then tentatively inquired, Shall I call you Qingxue? Upon hearing this, Lin Qingxue's face flushed slightly, and she instinctively turned her head aside, giving a gentle nod. Witnessing this, Chen Fang's expression brightened instantly. Qingxue, who in the entire company had the privilege to address her in such a manner. In this regard, he was indeed unique within the 100 billion group. I apologize for what happened during the day. Qingxue, it was unintentional, Chen Fang said, feeling it necessary to convey some form of acknowledgement after their kiss, lest there be any lingering discomfort. Lin Qingxue's face reddened further, her demeanor becoming somewhat awkward as she softly replied, It's all right. I understand. That's good. Then I shall take my leave. Chen Fang sighed in relief, preparing to depart. However, just as he took a couple of steps, Lin Qingxue called out, Hey Chen Fang. What's the matter? Chen Fang turned back, puzzled. During the day, when we were picking coconuts, did you see anything? As she posed this question, Lin Qingxue's face visibly turned scarlet, her embarrassment preventing her from meeting his gaze. Huh? Chen Fang was taken aback for a moment, but quickly grasped her implication. He hastily shook his head. No, I didn't see anything. Lin Qingxue suddenly lifted her head, locking her gaze onto his eyes. Feeling guilty, Chen Fang instinctively averted his eyes, only to hear Lin Qingxue's assertive voice. You're lying. I'm not, he protested. You are definitely deceiving me. You didn't dare to look at me just now. Chen Fang could only raise his head again, meeting her gaze directly. I truly did not see anything. Is that sufficient? That won't do. Your subconscious reactions are the most genuine. Your brain has started interfering. Chen Fang's lips twitched. No wonder people say not to marry someone too clever. Interactions could be quite exhausting at times. From this perspective, dealing with someone as naive as Gu Xiaoro was far simpler. With a resigned sigh, He turned away, muttering softly as he walked towards Gu Xiaorou's direction. It's fine, Lin Zong. You have the freedom to wear whatever you desire. After all, should one wait until they are 80 to dress? As his words fell, Lin Qingxue visibly blushed deeper. Gritting her teeth, she glared at Chen Fang's retreating figure and muttered angrily, "That was my best friend forcing me to wear that." Meanwhile, Chen Fang had already lain down, his voice drifting back to her. "Then please thank your best friend for me." Lin Qingxue gritted her teeth in frustration, glaring at Chen Fang's silhouette across the campfire for a while before turning her gaze back to the sea, taking deep breaths. However, after about half a minute, a smile unexpectedly broke across her face. Since becoming president, it seemed she hadn't experienced such emotions in a long time. Rarely did her peers tease her in this manner or even say something infuriating. This feeling was surprisingly delightful. Another kind of life, perhaps? She rested her chin on one hand, murmuring to herself. Under the moonlight, her eyes sparkled brightly. The following morning, Chen Fang awoke early, finding Gu Xiaorou's sleeping posture still carefree and uninhibited. However, he had no inclination to admire it, and instead rose to stroll towards the seashore. The tide had receded, and he needed to seize the moment to gather some resources. Upon reaching the beach, his expression shifted slightly. Compared to the previous day, the seafood on the shore was noticeably diminished. The catch in his net was disappointing as well, yielding only a single fish, similar in size to yesterday's. Yet, it was insufficient to feed the three of them. He was not particularly surprised by this situation. After all, one could not expect ample harvest from the sea every day. Otherwise, coastal inhabitants would have long prospered. Nevertheless, such circumstances rendered survival on this deserted island quite challenging. It seemed that relocating would soon become a priority, he mused. Since the resources by the sea were not plentiful, remaining here held little significance. Just 2 fish today? Gu Xiaorou expressed her astonishment as she observed Chen Fang returning with a meager catch. Well, let's have breakfast first. Afterward, we must leave this place, she suggested. Chen Fang nodded, making his way to the campfire to begin grilling the fish. Gu Xiaorou awoke languidly, rubbed her eyes, and cast an apologetic glance at Chen Fang. I'm sorry, I intended to keep watch for you last night, but I couldn't get up. She had indeed reminded herself internally, but once she fell asleep, she was entirely at its mercy. Without an alarm, I simply cannot rise, she lamented. Upon hearing this, Chen Fang smiled gently. It's all right. I wasn't alone in keeping watch. Lin, Tingxue took over for the latter half of the night. At the mention of her name, Lin Tingxue's cheeks flushed slightly. Gu Xiaorou, however, remained oblivious to this and widened her eyes in surprise. What? Lin is keeping watch too? This revelation made her feel even more embarrassed. No, I'll take the watch tonight, and you two can sleep, she insisted firmly. It's fine. I'm not too tired. Chen Fang waved his hand dismissively. Just as he was about to offer her some comforting words, Gu Xiaorou resolutely rejected the idea. No, we are a team. I haven't contributed much, so I must keep watch tonight while you both sleep. Seeing their gazes fixed upon her, she blinked, assuming they had reservations. What? Are you two too shy to sleep? What is there to fear? After all, we kissed yesterday. Are you still worried about cuddling? Gu Xiaorou. Chen Fang interjected hastily, his face unperturbed. Yet he knew that if the conversation continued, Lin Tingxue would be mortified. Gu Xiaorou withdrew slightly, mumbling, "It's just the truth, what's the big deal?" "Keep talking, and today's grilled fish one tea include you," Chen Fang retorted, causing her to promptly close her mouth. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Hao and the others had also begun to stir. Their expressions were increasingly grim, resembling that of refugees. Already hungry, the cold wind throughout the night had swiftly drained their internal warmth. Rather than awakening from slumber, it would be more accurate to say that one is roused by hunger. Zhang Yang, did you not mention that you would procure fish this morning? Hurry along. Wang Hao glanced at Zhang Yang and the others, feeling the pangs of hunger gnawing at his stomach. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang and his companions exchanged a confident glance at the faint morning light, assured that it was still early and that Chen Fang and the others had likely not yet risen. This presented the perfect opportunity to gather all the fish for themselves. With this thought in mind, he promptly stood up and said with a smile, "Mr. Wang, just you wait. I guarantee I will bring back several sizable fish for you shortly, and we can roast them. However, as for the fire, oh well, let us not concern ourselves with the fire just yet. Let us focus on bringing back the fish. Wang Hao raised his hand to interrupt, exclaiming that in such a state of hunger, he would settle for raw fish if necessary. With confidence, Zhang Yang and his companions stood up and departed. They soon arrived at the spot where Chen Fang had cast his net the previous day. Noticing the absence of footprints on the beach, they exchanged knowing smiles. He has not yet arrived. All these fish are ours. With that, they dashed towards the two stone pools. However, after a brief period of fishing, the smiles on their faces began to fade. Chapter 30. Rebellion Among the Subordinates. Wang Hao faces another blow. What has transpired? Where are the fish? Zhang Yang stood bewildered in the empty stone pond. Just yesterday, he witnessed Chen Fang placing the fishing net inside. How could it have vanished? Wu Da's expression mirrored his dismay. Could it be that Chen Fang had taken a net? That seemed implausible. Zhang Yang glanced at the sky, which had yet to fully brighten. Was it possible for him to rise so early? This question left Wu Da utterly perplexed as well. What are we to do? Panic surged through Zhang Yang. They had assured Wang Hao of their success. If they returned empty-handed, that hefty swine would surely have their heads. Let us take advantage of the receding tide and find something along the shore, Wu Da suggested, having already spotted some creatures scuttling across the beach with their shell-like exteriors. Zhang Yang's expression shifted several times before he finally nodded in agreement. It seems we have no other choice. The two set out along the beach in search of seafood. However, upon lifting a shell, they were both taken aback. These are exceedingly small, Wu Da exclaimed, holding up a shell from which only the tiniest crab legs protruded. How many of these would it take to sate one's hunger? Surely, the energy expended in consuming them would exceed the meager calories they provided. Aren't these called hermit crabs? Zhang Yang speculated, yet was uncertain. In frustration, he cast it back into the sea. It would be better to return empty-handed than to bring this back. Let's search further. I recall that near the fire, Chen Fang and the others had gathered quite a number of crabs and razor clams. They must have found them on the beach, Zhang Yang declared, continuing his search. Yet, after laboring for quite some time, they uncovered nothing. Lacking experience in gathering from the sea, their efforts yielded no reward. After finally spotting a crab from a distance, by the time they approached, it had vanished into hiding. They dug aimlessly in the sand, only to find their hands empty. What now, old Zhang? Wu Da inquired, exhaustion evident in his demeanor. Zhang Yang let his eyelids droop in despair. How should I know? We had made such bold claims yesterday. Returning now will certainly invite a torrent of scorn. But we cannot simply not return. Wu Da sighed heavily, recalling Wang Hao's wrath, feeling both dread and indignation. If it weren't for the sake of their livelihoods, who would willingly endure this? Zhang Yang remained silent, but after a moment, a fierce glint ignited in his eyes as he turned sharply to Wu Da. Old Wu, why don't we simply not go back? Huh? Wu Da was taken aback, gazing at Zhang Yang in astonishment. What do you mean, old Zhang? What else could it mean? Don't feign ignorance. I know you've harbored resentment towards that pig for quite some time, Zhang Yang retorted, his displeasure palpable. With the conversation reaching this juncture, Wu Da grasped the implication yet hesitated to make a decision. After a lengthy silence, he furrowed his brow and spoke. Now may not be the right time. What if the rescue team arrives in the next few days? Wouldn't that spell disaster for us if we return? Upon hearing those words, Zhang Yang's resolve wavered instantaneously. Should he find himself unemployed now, securing another suitable position would indeed prove to be a formidable challenge. Enough. After a prolonged silence, he finally kicked the sand with great force, exhaling a sigh. I can barely endure this any longer, but I shall heed your counsel for the time being. Let us proceed in this manner, and if the rescue team does not arrive today, we shall reconsider. Very well, let it be so. The two reached a mutual understanding, bracing themselves for the inevitable reprimand as they slowly made their way back. At that moment, Wang Hao awaited their return, contemplating how to kindle a fire. As Zhang Yang and his companion approached, his eyes brightened with anticipation. Old Zhang, you're back. However, before he could complete his sentence, he noticed their dejected demeanor and empty hands. A wave of dismay washed over him, and his expression turned grim. What happened? Where are the fish? Mr. Wang, please allow me to explain. Speak nonsense no more. Zhang Yang attempted to clarify, but Wang Hao's harsh interruption silenced him, followed by a flurry of sand thrown in their direction. Useless. Two imbeciles. His ire unabated, Wang Hao's tirade grew increasingly vehement. After all these years of supporting you, is this how you repay me? Which fool assured me yesterday that he could procure fish? Zhang Yang and Wu De stood silently, their fists clenched tightly, suppressing their indignation. Speak. Wang Hao's frustration intensified upon seeing their submissive posture, prompting him to rise and confront them. However, as he took a few steps, the pain from his injuries surged, causing him to draw a sharp breath. This only fueled his fury further. You worthless fools! While I was beaten yesterday, you merely stood by and watched. And now, you cannot even fetch me something to eat? What purpose do you serve? Upon our return, I shall see to it that you are dismissed. The moment those words escaped his lips, the expressions of Zhang Yang and Wu De shifted drastically. Simultaneously, a tremor coursed through Wang Hao's heart as he recognized the gravity of his mistake. On this desolate island, injured and reliant upon them, he realized that, even in anger, he needed to maintain their cooperation. Yet, in a fit of rage, he had revealed his innermost thoughts. The atmosphere became palpably tense. Zhang Yang and Wu De exchanged glances, each comprehending the unspoken sentiment in the other's eyes. They could endure no longer. Given their understanding of Wang Hao, it was evident that he would soon resort to violence against them. Rather than waiting for that eventuality and facing expulsion, they resolved that it would be far wiser to leave at this moment, thus sparing themselves further indignity. After a brief exchange of glances, their demeanor shifted dramatically. No longer compliant, they stood tall, their eyes ablaze with determination as they advanced toward Wang Hao step by step. What are you planning to do? Revolt? Wang Hao's heart raced as he instinctively took 2 steps back. What do you think we intend to do? Zhang Yang bellowed, charging forward and delivering a resounding slap. With tremendous force, he struck Wang Hao, sending him crashing to the ground. You gluttonous swine, have you grown addicted to bullying me? Do you think you can threaten me with your job at every turn? I've had enough. Wu De was equally unyielding, rushing over to deliver a kick in his direction. You worthless cur, do you think you deserve any respect? I've been displeased with you for quite some time. Are you all insane? How dare you strike me? Wang Hao cried out, cradling his head. Just as his words faded, a foot collided with his skull. I'll strike you again. Dare to shout at me once more, and I swear I will end you. Do you believe that? This is a deserted island. Even if I were to kill you, I would face no legal repercussions. Zhang Yang's face radiated malevolence as he mounted Wang Hao, relentlessly pummeling him. Zhang Lili, witnessing the scene, was rendered pale with fear, covering her mouth and remaining frozen in place. After a grueling 2 or 3 minutes, Zhang Yang finally ceased his assault. Chapter 31. Seeking refuge with Chen Fang on the beach, Wang Hao cradled his head, hunched over. His forehead bore bruises of blue and purple, and blood trickled from his nose and the corner of his mouth. Yet, he dared not voice any complaints, shrinking on the ground and pleading softly for mercy. Please, no more. I truly can't endure any further. Can't endure? Zhang Yang shot him a cold glare, spitting on his face. What is there to endure with all that flesh on you? You feasted on 2 fish yesterday, while we had none, and you still dare to speak? He continued, let me make this clear. I won't tolerate you anymore. Next time you encounter me, show some respect. If you dare to raise your voice again, I'll finish you off. Do you understand? Wang Hao nodded repeatedly. I understand. Observing his abject demeanor, Zhang Yang felt a profound sense of satisfaction. It was as if years of pent-up frustration had finally been released. If it weren't for their plight on this desolate island, he would have never had the chance to unleash such wrath. All right, we should be on our way, Zhang Yang remarked to Wu De as he prepared to leave. Venting his anger was one thing, but survival remained paramount. However, after taking a few steps, he noticed that Wu De had not followed. Old Wu, what are you doing? He turned back, quickly grasping the situation. The fellow stood transfixed, his eyes gleaming as he stared at Zhang Lili, nearly drooling. Zhang Yang frowned. At such a moment, how could he still harbor such thoughts? I say, Old Wu, aren't you hungry? Of course I'm starving. Wuda nodded vigorously, rubbing his hands together lecherously. Not only hungry, but I'm also thirsty. Ha ha. Zhang Lili became flustered, retreating while clutching her chest. What? What do you intend to do? What do you think, you filthy whore? Playing the innocent? Wu du es fasardend. You discarded your ex-boyfriend for money, and now you pretend to be demure? I've had my eye on you for quite some time. You prance around in low-cut outfits, yet every time we see you, you cover your chest. What is the matter? Afraid we poor folks will see, or that the rich want to notice. Today, I'm determined to have a good look. As he spoke, he advanced relentlessly towards Zhang Lili. Sensing that Zhang Yang remained rooted in place, he called back, Old Zhang, what are you doing? Hurry over. This opportunity is rare. Didn't you always mention having thoughts about this little lady? At those words, Zhang Yang felt a flicker of temptation. Wuda's words rang true. Zhang Lili was notorious for her flirtatiousness at the company. To say he had no desire to experience it would be a lie. Thus, he licked his lips and slowly approached. Wang Hao stared wide-eyed, about to protest. But Zhang Yang didn't even glance at him before delivering a kick straight to his mouth. Wang Hao cried out in agony, hastily shutting his lips, too afraid to make a sound. Don't come any closer. As the two men drew nearer, Zhang Lili let out a piercing scream. She was certainly no paragon of virtue. Yet in her eyes, anyone who could ascend to her bed must possess some intrinsic value. However, these two individuals were devoid of wealth and lacked any discernible skills on this desolate island. She found this utterly unacceptable. Shout? The more you scream, the more we shall revel in it. Wuda's expression was menacing as he seized his arm, while his other hand moved insidiously towards her chest. Zhang Yang, unwilling to yield, restrained her other arm. Zhang Lili struggled relentlessly, yet her strength was no match for the two men. She could only watch in despair as their lecherous hands inched closer. In her moment of helplessness, the figure of Chen Fang abruptly materialized in her mind. Instinctively, she cried out, If you dare to lay a finger on me, Chen Fang will not spare you. Chen Fang? The hands of Zhang Yang and Wu De froze midair, their minds racing back to the sight of Chen Fang mercilessly beating Wang Hao the previous day. He was undeniably formidable. They truly did not wish to provoke him. Sensing their hesitation, a glimmer of hope flickered in Zhang Lili's heart. But soon, Wu De's venomous voice cut through. Shameless harlot, spare me the theatrics. Do you truly believe that Chen Fang will come to your aid? You abandoned him for money, and yesterday, you chose this fat fool in his presence, dreaming that he would rescue you? As he spoke, his hand resumed its advance. Zhang Lili was engulfed by despair, filled with regret, yet it was all too late. However, just as Wu De was about to succeed, his hand was suddenly restrained. What are you doing, old Zhang? Wu De turned, puzzled, to Zhang Yang, unable to comprehend why he was holding him back. Let her go, Zhang Yang asserted. Let her go. Wu De furrowed his brow, bewildered. Could it be that he was genuinely intimidated by Chen Fang? Just listen to me, Zhang Yang insisted firmly. He truly did not wish to offend Chen Fang. Although this woman was Chen Fang's ex-girlfriend, who could say whether he still held feelings for her? Some individuals harbor special sentiments for their school-time romances. Offending Chen Fang over this would be unwise. Judging by Chen Fang's demonstrated prowess yesterday, they were certainly no match for him. Most crucially, with Wang Hao gone, they were contemplating seeking refuge with Chen Fang, whether it was for fire-making or the creation of specialized fishing nets and fish ponds. It was evident that Chen Fang possessed invaluable survival experience on this island, which was of paramount importance to them. Consider yourself fortunate. Having collaborated for an extended period, Wu De understood that Zhang Yang must have his reasons. Reluctantly, he shouted at Zhang Lili before relinquishing her. He then followed Zhang Yang to the side. Meanwhile, Chen Fang and his companions had finished their breakfast, consisting of 2 grilled fish and some crabs caught from shore. Although it was not as plentiful as the previous day, it sufficed for the 3 of them. After their meal, he picked up the safety rope and retrieved 5 or 6 coconuts, placing them into the suitcase. He then turned to his companions and said, Are you all full? It is time for us to depart. Depart? Where to? Gu Xiaoro inquired, puzzled. Relocate our position and find a suitable campsite. Remaining here is not a viable long-term solution. Most crucially, we must locate fresh water, for relying solely on these coconuts is utterly insufficient, Chen Fang elucidated, a hint of worry etched upon his visage. The rescue team remains uncertain in their arrival, with doubts lingering about their capability to come at all. He must prepare meticulously. Otherwise, when the crisis strikes, it will be too late. We should hasten to gather our belongings and, while daylight persists, seek out resources. Once night falls, it will be too late. Upon hearing Chen Fang's admonition, the two promptly rose to their feet. There was little to collect, only 2 strips of smoked fish to serve as provisions, as everything else had already been stowed in their luggage. At that moment, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from behind. Turning around, they beheld Zhang Yang and Wu De striding purposefully toward them. Chapter 32. Recruitment of followers. The arrival of Zhang Yang and Wu De instantly put Gu Xiaoro and Lin Qingsno on edge. These two were but sycophants of Wang Hao. One could only speculate what intentions they harbored. Chen Fang also ceased his activities, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized the pair. "What brings you here?" he inquired as they approached, halting a few meters away from the group. Upon hearing Chen Fang's question, Zhang Yang hastily replied, "Big brother, we've made a decision. We no longer wish to follow Wang Hao. We wish to follow you. Please accept us." "Indeed, big brother," Wu De chimed in eagerly. "We can serve as your subordinates, willing to undertake any arduous tasks, and we shall obey your every command." On their way, the two had deliberated extensively and ultimately resolved to humble themselves before Chen Fang. They had a semblance of understanding regarding Chen Fang's capabilities, recognizing his experience in surviving on a deserted island. Aligning with him would undoubtedly prove more advantageous than sticking with Wang Hao or attempting to fend for themselves. Otherwise, they would soon find themselves perishing from starvation and thirst. "Follow me?" Chen Fang raised an eyebrow, surprised. He had not anticipated such a rapid disintegration of Wang Hao's faction. At that moment, Lin Qingsno suddenly called out to him, offering no further commentary. Yet Chen Fang grasped her intent. The appearance of these two was decidedly peculiar. Even without Lin Qingsno's prompting, Chen Fang would not easily trust them. This was a deserted island, where underestimating the malevolence of human nature could lead to one's own demise. Thus, he composed his features into a stern visage, a cold smile gracing his lips. "What makes you think I would accept you? I currently have no need for assistance." With that, he turned to resume his tasks. "Wait." Zhang Yang and Wu De grew anxious. This was their lifeline. If they failed to seize this opportunity, it would spell their doom. Without hesitation, they recounted the events of the morning, even confessing their intent to pilfer Chen Fang's fishing nets. "Oh." Chen Fang raised an eyebrow, intrigued by their audacity. Within merely 3 days, they had dared to confront Wang Hao. Their awakening had indeed come swiftly. He had anticipated they would at least endure for a week. However, a realization struck him, and he queried, "So, does that mean Zhang Lili is still by that rotund fellow's side?" "Why, yes," Zhang Yang replied, his expression somewhat uneasy, as he had just contemplated taking action against Zhang Lili. Wu De felt a rush of relief, grateful that Zhang Yang had intervened earlier. Otherwise, they might have found themselves in dire straits. Seeing Chen Fang still inquiring, they wondered if he might still harbor some lingering feelings for her. Chen Fang suddenly let out a couple of cold laughs, declaring that the gold digger was indeed beyond redemption, quite lacking in intelligence. Now that Zhang Yang and Wu De were no longer around, her circumstances could only worsen. Presumably, the task that once fell to them would now be hers to bear. Yet, one could only say it was a consequence of her own making. There was no fault to be found. As Chen Fang continued to chuckle disdainfully, the two could not decipher his thoughts, their hearts heavy with trepidation. Zhang Yang could not restrain himself, saying, "Big brother, rest assured, we only confronted Wang Hao. We did not harm Zhang Lili." "Yes, yes. Good and vigorously. What a pity." Chen Fang shook his head, and his words left Zhang Yang and the others utterly astonished. Why did it seem as though he expressed a sense of regret? Did he wish to severely reprimand Zhang Lili or subject her to some form of retribution? "Are you certain you wish to follow me?" Chen Fang suddenly inquired. Upon hearing this, the two were overwhelmed with joy, nodding vigorously in affirmation. "Absolutely, brother. Without a doubt, given our capabilities, we would find it exceedingly difficult to survive on this desolate island," Zhang Yang declared. Chen Fang nodded gently, recognizing the honesty of this individual. He had not concealed his intention to catch fish, suggesting that he was likely truthful about other matters as well. However, gaining his trust was still a distant goal. Aren't you concerned about facing repercussions from Wang Hao upon your return? He continued to probe. We don't care. Wuda gritted his teeth. That scoundrel is excessively domineering, and he harbors a vindictive spirit. Even if we refrain from confronting him, he would not let us off the hook for this morning's failure to procure fish. Indeed, the worst that could happen is returning to labor. We simply won't work under him any longer, Zhang Yang exclaimed, his expression filled with indignation. After enduring years of servitude under Wang Hao, they could no longer tolerate it. Very well, then accompany me for now. Chen Fang consented with a nod. Zhang Yang and his companions' eyes brightened at his words. Gu Xiaoro, relatively innocent, did not overthink the situation. She simply felt a pang of sympathy for the two men and thought it harmless to let them stay. Lin Qingxue furrowed her brow slightly, but chose not to voice further objections upon seeing Chen Fang's agreement. She trusted that he had his own reasons for accepting them. Indeed, Chen Fang had his plans. He intended to build a shelter and required 2 willing hands. Their arrival was perfectly timed. Moreover, having them around would alleviate some burdens, as strength lies in numbers. However, he understood the need for balance in this dynamic. Chen Fang felt confident that without aligning themselves with him, their chances of survival were slim. Should they entertain any ulterior motives, their abilities would prove insufficient to create any significant disruption. I can provide you with adequate sustenance, but your performance will determine the extent of my generosity. If you wish to simply laze about, do not blame me for my unkindness. Chen Fang warned coldly. Rest assured, brother, we will absolutely obey you and do whatever is required, they assured him earnestly. Although it felt somewhat uncomfortable to be referred to as brother by 2 men in their 40s. Chen Fang chose not to dwell on it. Brother, are you preparing to leave this place? Zhang Yang inquired, observing the items the group had gathered. Chen Fang nodded affirmatively. Indeed, this is not an ideal camping site. We need to relocate. Come, let's first retrieve the fishing nets. With that, he strode toward the shore. Zhang Yang and his companion's expressions stiffened, feeling a sense of awkwardness. Not daring to delay, they hurriedly followed him. Before long, they arrived at the seashore. With a sight of the newly constructed stone pools and the familiar fishing nets rendered their expressions even more uncomfortable. No wonder I couldn't find it this morning. It turns out they had already changed their location. Surprised, are we? Chen Fang observed the two with a gentle smile. Zhang Yang, wearing a troubled expression, inquired, Brother, did you change your position this morning? Of course not, Chen Fang chuckled softly. After you two devised your plan to steal my fish last night, I changed my position once you departed. I was not far behind you when you were discussing your scheme. Ah, this. Zhang Yang and his companion stared wide-eyed, their minds reeling in astonishment. They had not anticipated that he was already aware of their intentions and had even overheard their conversation. But how could that be possible? They had watched each other leave just moments before. In that instant, their respect for Chen Fang deepened significantly. Chapter 33. Collecting coconuts again. Preparing for transfer? What's this? Do you believe that all of this is my doing? Chen Fang observed the two individuals, a smile gracing his lips. It's quite all right. Vengeance can still be sought. And I grant you this opportunity. No. How can we possibly seek revenge on you? The two shook their heads vigorously, like rattling drums. Their calm demeanor revealed a distinct lack of fear, suggesting they possessed ample confidence in handling the situation. Then let us commence our tasks. Chen Fang handed a fishing net to the two, and the trio returned to their previous campsite. Here, have something to eat first, lest you find yourselves unable to endure later. He tossed a coconut before them. Upon beholding the fresh coconut, the two were immediately elated, swallowing nervously. They had contemplated harvesting coconuts the previous day, but the tree was insurmountably tall, rendering their efforts futile. The coconuts that had naturally fallen beneath were either moldy and rotten or, when cracked open, devoid of moisture, leaving the flesh desiccated and hard. However, the coconut before them was identical to those still hanging from the tree, evidently plucked from its boughs. Thank you, big brother. With expressions of gratitude, the two hastily seized the coconut and eagerly approached a stone to smash it open. Crack, crack. The coconut, though remarkably tough, could not withstand the ravenous assault of the two, who were driven by hunger. In mere moments, it split in two, and the sweet coconut water gushed forth. They eagerly scooped it up, each taking half and tilting their heads back, pouring it into their mouths like famished souls. The instant the sweet coconut water touched their tongues, it was as though their parched throats were receiving life-giving rain, each pore rejoicing in the relief. Naturally, they did not neglect the coconut flesh, devouring it with their hands, ravenously stuffing their mouths. They were simply too hungry. Never before had they tasted coconut so delectable. It was akin to a miraculous elixir. Goodness, the hunger of these two is truly alarming. Gu Xiaoro wore an expression akin to that of a weary subway commuter, her features contorted in astonishment at the voraciousness of their eating. Beside her, Lin Qingxue smiled slightly. Had it not been for Chen Fang, you might have found yourself among them. Gu Xiaoro wholeheartedly agreed. Given her limited capabilities, had she not encountered Chen Fang, she likely would have been even more famished than the two. With this thought, her gratitude towards Chen Fang deepened. Ah, delightful. This is simply exquisite. At this moment, Zhang Yang and his companion finished their half of the coconut, emitting contented sighs. As for the coconut flesh, it had been consumed to such an extent that not a trace remained, akin to a watermelon rind gnawed upon by a dog, void of any remnants of fruit. Turning their gaze back to Chen Fang, their eyes sparkled with appreciation. Under Wang Hao, their existence had been nothing but toil, bereft of even a morsel, and they had faced scolding as well. Yet, upon arriving at Chen Fang's side, they were met with such hospitality, a stark contrast. Brother, if there are tasks you need us to undertake, please instruct us, Zhang Yang offered. Though he had only consumed half a coconut, he felt invigorated, brimming with vitality. Primarily, having consumed another's provisions without demonstrating one's own worth leaves one feeling rather insecure. Wu De, displaying a commendable sense of responsibility, promptly took charge of the suitcase. Brother, you need not carry these items. This shall henceforth be our responsibility. His understanding was quite impressive. Chen Fang, with a subtle smile, remarked, there is no need for haste. Let us procure some coconuts before we depart. Initially, he had no intention of gathering an excessive amount, but with assistance at hand, he saw no reason to refrain, especially since a larger group would naturally lead to greater consumption. Preparations were indeed necessary. The trio approached the coconut trees, gazing up at the coconuts overhead. Zhang Yang and Wu De could not help but wince. Brother, we are willing to undertake laborious tasks, yet these coconuts are simply beyond our reach. Indeed, we have previously attempted this and found ourselves utterly incapable of climbing. In response, Chen Fang cast a glance at the two. I did not instruct you to retrieve them. Simply wait below. With that, he secured a safety rope around his waist and, to their astonishment, ascended with the ease of a monkey. My heavens! Zhang Yang and Wu De were utterly astonished, their mouths agape as they stood below. Such strength was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. Just yesterday, they had exhausted themselves and barely managed to ascend 2 meters. With such agility, how could he not handle them with ease? Moreover, the rope appeared to be a makeshift creation from materials around them. A true survival expert. They had indeed aligned themselves with the right person. Exchanging glances, they recognized the excitement mirrored in each other's eyes. They had resolved to diligently follow Chen Fang. Ultimately, these two individuals harbored no ill intentions. They were merely ordinary people striving to provide for their families. Their previous affiliation with Wang Hao had left them feeling constrained. Suddenly, a dull thud broke their contemplation. A coconut had plummeted at their feet. Zhang Yang snapped back to reality, quickly picking up the coconut and placing it aside. Soon after, a cascade of coconuts followed. Thud, thud, thud. Once the first tree was stripped, they moved on to the next. By the time Chen Fang descended, the two stood in complete astonishment, gazing at the dozen coconuts behind them, their eyes sparkling with wonder, akin to paupers encountering a trove of gold. Brother, you are truly remarkable. How is it that what we struggle to obtain with great effort comes so easily to you? They exclaimed in awe. The coconuts alone would sustain them for several days. Of course, neither harbored any covetous thoughts. setting aside the fact that they could hardly contend against Chen Fang alone. The critical question remained: how long would they need to survive on this island? They were well aware of the value of a hearty meal. Enough with the marveling. Let's gather everything and take it all back, Chen Fang commanded. Fortuitously, the clothing scavenged from the corpse earlier had now transformed into makeshift bags, easily fashioned to hold the coconuts. With the help of his companions, Chen Fang found the task quite effortless, striding ahead unencumbered. Zhang Yang and his companion carried coconuts, their faces devoid of any complaints, instead adorned with beaming smiles. Who wouldn't feel elated while transporting such a bountiful supply? Upon returning to the camp and witnessing the abundance of coconuts, Gu Xiaoro was equally exhilarated. Is it enough? With so many of us, it won't last long, Chen Fang remarked, yet he still felt a sense of urgency within. To survive on this deserted island, such provisions were merely insufficient. However, his words stirred a wave of emotion in Zhang Yang and his companion, for when the elder brother mentioned so many of us, it undoubtedly included the two of them. If it were Wang Hao, that glutton, he would likely be unwilling to share even a single coconut with them. As everything was prepared and they gazed at the crackling campfire, Lin Xingxue inquired, "What shall we do about the campfire? We have no oil. Even the thickest branch won't burn for long, will it?" Chapter 34. Finding freshwater resources, yet unable to drink? A look of perplexity adorned Lin Xingxue's face. She recognized that a campfire is one of the 4 essential elements of survival in the wilderness and could not be disregarded. Although Chen Fang was capable of creating fire through friction, the difficulty of such a task was not to be underestimated. The dry tinder, the continuous rise in temperature, and the rhythm of the process all require a deft touch. Moreover, even seasoned survivalists cannot guarantee success every time. Not to worry, I have a solution, Chen Fang said with a calm smile, evidently having thought through his approach. He bent down to pick up a can and, using a stone, carefully pried open its lid. He then filled it halfway with crushed dry grass, added charcoal, and topped it with more dry grass before sealing it. Voil! A makeshift fire starter was born. Chen Fang shook the can, allowing the charcoal to smolder within. The oxygen at the opening would enable it to burn slowly without extinguishing. Once removed from its confines, a gentle breath would reignite the flame. After this series of operations, Lin Xingxue and the others were left in a state of bewilderment, particularly Zhang Yang and Wu De, who were utterly in awe of Chen Fang's ingenuity. They exchanged glances, each reflecting the surprise in the other's eyes. No wonder he thrived. His knowledge was extensive. Lin Xingxue and Gu Xiaoro's eyes sparkled with admiration. Unfortunately, the hole was a tad too large, likely allowing the flame to last only 4 or 5 hours. Chen Fang expressed his regret, noting that with a better seal and smaller holes, it could have lasted 7 or 8 hours without issue. He was familiar with the method of making a fire starter, though it required more complex materials, which were clearly unavailable at the moment. At least they lacked bamboo. Let us venture into the jungle and seek fresh water, Chen Fang continued. The group made their way into the dense foliage. Let us not delve too deeply. We should stick to the edge of the jungle and venture no more than 10 meters inward, he reminded them as they walked. As for Zhang Yang and Wu De, he positioned them at the front of the line, ensuring that their every move remained within his sight to mitigate potential dangers. Although it was unlikely that they would turn against him, given their desire to survive, caution was prudent. The two understood this, harboring no complaints. Their continued presence was a stroke of luck. As they traversed the area, Chen Fang occasionally struck the surrounding bushes and grass with a stick, warding off any venomous snakes that might spring forth. A bite in this place could prove fatal. Being on the edge of the jungle, the trees were relatively sparse, allowing patches of sunlight to filter through. Brother Chen, shall we continue forward like this? Zhang Yang called back after a few minutes of walking. This method of progress felt aimless, akin to a headless fly flitting about. They originally referred to him as Big Brother, but Chen Fang found that term rather uncomfortable. It made him feel like a gang leader, which was quite uncouth. Let them call names, but the two hesitated, ultimately settling on the respectful address of Brother Chen. As they proceeded, I felt a sense of clarity within me. Chen Fang responded nonchalantly, all the while observing the surrounding flora. searching for plants capable of collecting moisture. However, thus far, none suitable had been encountered. After walking for several minutes, Zhang Yang and his companion halted once more before a prominent ridge. A vast expanse of bare stones lay before them, obscured only by the canopy of trees, rising nearly 2 meters high and curving in another direction. Brother Chen, there is no path. Should we circumvent it? Yet, Chen Fang's eyes brightened as he commanded, follow the ridge downwards. Will this lead us to fresh water? Lin Qingxue questioned from behind. It's highly probable, Chen Fang affirmed, for most of the vegetation on this island required fresh water to thrive. Only a few, like mangroves, could endure in saline conditions due to their root systems which expel the salt from seawater. The descending terrain likely allowed rainwater to accumulate. Sure enough, after a short while, Chen Fang signaled for them a halt. What is wrong, Brother Chen? Zhang Yang and his companion turned in confusion. Silence, Chen Fang urged, perking his ears to discern the sound around them. Throughout their journey, he had remained alert, and, just moments ago, he believed he had heard the faint sound of dripping water. The group fell silent. Thud, before long, the sound of water droplets became distinctly audible, clearer than before. Everyone heard it distinctly. There is really water, Gu Xiaoro exclaimed, brimming with excitement. It must be nearby. Let us split up and search, Chen Fang instructed, leading the way while adding, remember to tap the nearby bushes to avoid snakes. The group immediately began to search the vicinity, excitement gleaming in Chen Fang's eyes. Fresh water. This was one of the 4 essential elements, perhaps even more critical than a campfire. While coconut water could temporarily substitute for fresh water, it was not a long-term solution. Its high sugar and potassium levels could lead to illness, and due to osmotic pressure, might even cause diarrhea. In an already dehydrated environment, the risk of dehydration-related diarrhea could be fatal. Following the sound, Chen Fang tapped and probed along the way. The dense underbrush necessitated careful searching. He occasionally called for silence to better identify the direction of the dripping. Found it. Right here. Within 3 minutes, Chen Fang's excited voice rang out. The others quickly gathered around, and indeed, they discovered fresh water. Sheltered by the surrounding landscape, the mountain's fresh water pooled here, trickling down drop by drop. Though slow, it formed a natural stone basin containing approximately 1 cubic meter of water, clearly visible to the naked eye. Once the water reached its fullness, it overflowed, cascading into the surrounding soil. Fresh water. There was no need to worry about the proliferation of bacteria. The crowd was filled with unparalleled excitement. First, they checked to see if it was fresh water. To be on the safe side, Chen Fang collected a few drops with a bottle cap and took a sip. There was no hint of saltiness. It was indeed fresh water. The crowd erupted in cheers, but their jubilation was abruptly stifled. Although the body of water below was unmistakably a pond, the opening was exceedingly narrow, wedged between 2 boulders, revealing a gap barely 2 centimeters wide. The plastic bottles they had retrieved could not possibly fit through. The stones were almost embedded in the mountainside, making any attempt to move them utterly futile. Moreover, the pond was approximately a meter away from the entrance. Even if the plastic bottles and arms could be extended inside, they would be unable to reach it. Zhang Yang tugged at the corner of his mouth, grimacing as he looked at Chen Fang. Brother Chen, it seems we are unable to access this water. Chapter 35. The siphon effect. All eyes were riveted upon Chen Fang, their expressions mirroring the enthusiasm of Zhang Yang. Gu Xiaoro pouted, disheartened, exclaiming, "It would have been better had we not found it at all. To discover it yet remain unable to drink is exasperating." However, a subtle smile graced Chen Fang's lips. "Who says we cannot drink?" he retorted, prompting a momentary pause among his companions. Lin Qingxue's gaze flickered thoughtfully as she inquired, "Are you planning to flatten the bottle and lower it with a rope?" Before Chen Fang could respond, she continued, "But if the bottle fills with water, it will naturally expand. The opening is too narrow. We won't be able to retrieve it." The 2 large stones were nearly a meter thick, and if the bottle became lodged beneath, they would be unable to reach it at all, rendering any adjustment impossible. Upon hearing her words, the glimmer of hope in Zhang Yang and the other's eyes once again dimmed. Yet, Lin Qingxue suddenly had an epiphany. What if we insert a cotton rope and utilize capillary action to allow the water to ascend automatically, with the other end placed in the plastic bottle to collect the water? Gu Xiaoro and Zhang Yang were utterly bewildered. Capillary action? That sounded impressive. Even Chen Fang regarded Lin Qingxue with surprise, a slight smile forming on his lips. He had not anticipated that the illustrious Lin, who presided over a 200 billion yuan conglomerate, possessed such knowledge. What? A 200 billion yuan group? Zhang Yang and the others stared in disbelief at Lin Qingxue, astonished that such a young woman could be the president of such a vast corporation. Are you President Lin Qingxue? Zhang Yang suddenly asked, searching through his mind for a reference. A young female president overseeing a large public company could only be the legendary iceberg president Lin Qingxue. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingxue nodded gently. The revelation left Zhang Yang and Wu De momentarily speechless. After a few seconds of stunned silence, they were overcome with exhilaration. Hongfang technology seemed as a mere infant compared to the formidable presence of Qingqing International. Furthermore, Wang Hao was merely the general manager, while she was the president. If they performed well, they might secure positions within Qingqing International, an undeniable transition from obscurity to prominence. Greetings, President Lin. With that thought, they exchanged glances and then bowed deeply to Lin Qingxue, fervently assuring her, President Lin, whatever you require of us in the future, we shall comply. Like Brother Chen, we are at your service. Though our abilities may be limited, we are certainly willing to endure hardships. Noticing their earnestness, Lin Qingxue cast a sidelong glance at Chen Fang, shooting him a glare. He merely grinned and shrugged, clearly aware that this was his intention, to cultivate Zhang Yang and the others' loyalty. Thus, Lin Qingxue nodded slightly, deliberately stating, well then, it will depend on your performance. If all goes well, I may consider facilitating your entry into Qingqing International. This was it. Zhang Yang and the others felt their hearts racing with excitement, expressing their gratitude profusely. All right. Lin Qingxue quickly raised her hand to halt their thanks and turned her attention to Chen Fang. Let us first discuss the water extraction method. Is my approach feasible? She looked at Chen Fang with eager anticipation. However, Chen Fang shook his head without hesitation. Not feasible. Firstly, the method you suggested is far too slow, and the capillary action cannot elevate the water to such a height. It's nearly 2 meters deep. Listening to Chen Fang's explanation, Lin Qingxue's cheeks flushed slightly. Suddenly pouting, she playfully chided, Humph, so you intentionally mentioned capillary action to make me look foolish, didn't you? You're such a tease. As her words hung in the air, an almost palpable silence enveloped the scene. Zhang Yang and Wu De gaped at Lin Qingxue, their eyes wide with astonishment. Wasn't she supposed to be the icy, aloof CEO? Her earlier demeanor had indeed matched the rumors, yet before Chen Fang, she revealed such a tender side. Could it be the two exchanged glances, as if they had stumbled upon a new discovery, and simultaneously nodded in realization? Indeed, it must be true. This Chen Fang was truly extraordinary, managing to charm even Lin Qingxue. In that moment, they silently vowed never to offend these two esteemed individuals again. Yet, at that very moment, Chen Fang stood frozen, equally taken aback. Among everyone present, he had seen Lin Qingxue the most, but he had never witnessed her in such a vulnerable light. She was truly enchanting, captivating to the point of being hard to look away from. Realizing the shift in atmosphere, Lin Qingxue's stunning visage flushed with a rosy hue, and she exclaimed, What are you staring at? I'm asking you a question. Hurry up. How do we extract the water? Snapping back to reality, Chen Fang smiled and replied, Capillary action 1T work, but we can utilize the siphoning effect. Siphoning? Lin Qingxue furrowed her brows in confusion. But we don't have any suitable tubes or similar items at hand. At her words, Chen Fang smiled mysteriously. That is simple. Within 10 steps, there will surely be a solution. He gestured toward the spot not far away. The others quickly followed his gaze. Is that reeds? Lin Qingxue's eyes lit up as she discerned Chen Fang's plan. The hollow stems of the reeds could indeed serve as makeshift tubes. Exactly, we'll use them. Without further ado, Chen Fang approached the patch of reeds, harvesting an ample supply while stripping away the leaves to retain only the main stems. The others eagerly joined in to assist. Soon, a collection of small water pipes was assembled. After fashioning tapered ends to connect them, they created a nearly 5-meter-long makeshift water pipe. With utmost care, they inserted one end through a gap into the pond, ensuring the other end remained submerged to prevent any bends in the tube. Chen Fang was meticulous throughout the entire process. Once everything was in place, he finally picked up a beverage bottle in his hand. After exhaling deeply, he swiftly grasped one end of the reed and inhaled with vigor. However, the length of the tube proved to be quite formidable, making it challenging for him to draw in the air all at once, even with his considerable lung capacity. Fortunately, the pipe was not excessively thick, so it was not a significant issue. Midway, he pinched the opening to exchange air just once, and soon, clear fresh water began to flow from the small aperture, cascading into the beverage bottles with a delightful rush. Wow, it worked! Chen is incredible. The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers. With the siphoning effect now in full swing, there was no further need for supervision. The process had transformed into a fully automated endeavor. They merely needed to wait until the bottles were filled before switching to another. In less than 10 minutes, all the beverage bottles were brimming with water. Observing this, Chen Fang promptly lifted the pipe to halt the flow. He then picked up the beverage bottles and distributed them among the group, extending his hand towards the center. Come on, let us toast to our successful retrieval of fresh water. Cheers! Chapter 36. The shelter is completed on the third day on the deserted island. Chen Fang and his companions finally tasted fresh water. Thanks to its spring-like nature, the water bore no overwhelming peculiar taste. Moreover, sheltered by 2 large stones and the shade of trees, it was refreshingly cool, reminiscent of a mountain spring. The parched throats of the group were instantly quenched, and their spirits lifted considerably. Indeed, water is irreplaceable. Coconut water, after all, cannot satiate one's thirst, leaving a lingering dryness soon after consumption. Gu Xiaoro, having drunk nearly half a bottle, could not help but exclaim. Chen Fang chuckled. Of course, coconut water contains sugar, and it simply cannot compare to fresh water. Aware of the critical importance of fresh water, none of them dared to indulge excessively. Even Zhang Yang and Wu De only consumed a little over half a bottle. Only Chen Fang gulped down an entire bottle, then glanced at the others. Go ahead and drink. That pond contains nearly a cubic meter of water, equivalent to 1,000 liters. We have enough to last for quite a while, so we needn't worry about fresh water for the time being. Upon hearing this, the group felt reassured and drained their bottles in unison. Afterward, Chen Fang repeated the process, refilling all their bottles. Regrettably, the supply of bottles was rather limited. Chen Fang sighed, but rather than feeling disheartened, he raised his gaze to survey the surroundings. This area was close to the edge of the jungle, a mere 10 meters from the near stretch of beach. Additionally, the presence of a natural ridge made it an ideal camping spot, facilitating both water retrieval and fishing. As for constructing a makeshift shelter, it posed no difficulty. The forest was abundant with naturally fallen trees. By dragging them over and leaning them against the ridge, a triangular space could be formed. A layer of broad leaves secured with stones would complete the structure. While it would not suffice to ward off wild beasts, it would certainly provide shelter from wind and rain. Without delay, Chen Fang selected a suitable location and began clearing the surrounding underbrush and grass. He then enlisted Zhang Yang and Wu De to assist in moving the fallen trees. Eager to avoid disappointing Chen Fang, the two worked diligently. Within an hour, they had transported 7 or 8 branches, still adorned with twigs, perfectly suited for placing broad leaves atop and securing them with stones. Splendid. A rudimentary shelter measuring 7 to 8 square meters was thus completed, ample enough for several individuals to rest, offering far greater security than sleeping exposed on the beach. To deter insects and ants, broad leaves were also laid on the ground inside. Throughout the construction, Lin Qingxue and Gu Xiaoro remained industrious, gathering numerous dry twigs nearby to serve as firewood. Layering them with dry leaves, they soon ignited a fire. Finally, it began to take shape. Chen Fang nodded in satisfaction. With this, the four essential elements of wilderness survival were assembled: fresh water, a campfire, a shelter, and supplies. Though the supply of fresh water and resources was limited, and the shelter was extraordinarily rudimentary, it marked a commendable beginning. Let us take a moment to rest before we venture along the shoreline to see if we can procure additional supplies, Chen Fang suggested, prompting the group to sit upon the ground. Although it was not yet noon, their labors had left them feeling somewhat famished. To address this, Chen Fang promptly opened 5 coconuts, one for each person. Zhang Yang and Wu De were taken aback, their hearts brimming with gratitude. Indeed, being in the company of the right person made all the difference. In less than half a day, they had managed to drink fresh water and even consumed 1.5 coconuts. As the coconut water and flesh nourished them, their spirits were significantly rejuvenated. Let us proceed to the beach, Chen Fang declared, rising to lead Zhang Yang and Wu De away. You two should remain here, he instructed as Lin Qingxue and her companion prepared to stand. That cannot be. We are a team, and we must contribute, Lin Qingxue insisted. But your ankle is injured. After traversing the forest for so long, we have ventured quite far already. It will be best if you stay behind, Chen Fang replied firmly. It is all right. I feel much better now, Lin Qingxue countered, attempting to demonstrate her recovery by standing and stretching her ankle. Nonetheless, Chen Fang's demeanor remained resolute. I do not care what you think. I care about what I think. Listen to me. Stay here and be patient. With me around, you need not worry about going hungry, he said with a gentle smile, placing his hands on her shoulders to guide her back down. We will not stray far. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, simply call out for us. After reiterating his instructions, he led the 2 men away. Lin Qingxue stood frozen, watching Chen Fang's retreating figure, her mind swirling with confusion. Since taking charge of Qingshang International, she had grown accustomed to projecting strength, utterly unfamiliar with the notion of vulnerability. Even when battling a high fever, she had engaged in negotiations with those duplicitous bosses. Her authority in the company was formidable, and few dared to oppose her. Chen Fang's domineering behavior was a novel experience for her. Yet, strangely enough, this sensation felt rather pleasant. Lin, have you developed feeling for Chen Fang? A voice suddenly broke her reverie. Gu Xiaoro had approached her unnoticed, examining her as if uncovering a new discovery. Lin Qingxue jolted back to reality, her face flushing as though caught in a compromising situation. She quickly shook her head. What are you talking about, Xiaoro? Really? Gu Xiaoro scrutinized Lin Qingxue, then glanced at Chen Fang's silhouette. There is nothing wrong. Chen Fang is undeniably charming. It is quite normal to like him. And do you like him? Lin Qingxue asked, suddenly serious, a wave of discomfort washing over her. If I do not like him. Gu Xiaoro pouted, her eyes filled with reproach. Just moments ago, his gaze was solely on you. He hardly acknowledged me. I am merely benefiting from your shine to rest here. Lin Qingxue found herself at a loss for words. As a woman herself, she could certainly sense the jealousy simmering within Gu Xiaoro. Yet, the latter's words elicited an involuntary smile at the corners of her mouth. Am I truly the center of your thoughts? She couldn't help but glance towards the figure of Chen Fang on the beach, her beautiful eyes shimmering with ripples of emotion. Meanwhile, Chen Fang and his companions had already arrived at the sandy shore. Before we rush to collect anything, let us first gather some stones, preferably those of a larger size, he instructed. Zhang Yang and the others were left puzzled by his command. Yet they dared not question it further and diligently began their search. Fortunately, there were plenty of stones scattered near the beach, and they did not take long to gather them. Arrange them in the shape of an SOS, and ensure it is substantial, Chen Fang directed. Without hesitation, the 3 of them sprang into action. In less than 10 minutes, a massive SOS had emerged upon the sandy expanse. Chapter 37. Trapping mice with a lasso, this will do, Chen Fang mused, surveying the handiwork of his companions with a nod of satisfaction. The creation was an internationally recognized signal for distress. Any passing rescue team or helicopter would undoubtedly spot it. Although he was acutely aware that a rescue party was unlikely to arrive in the immediate future, it was prudent to prepare nonetheless. The prospect of no rescue was indeed daunting. Yet what was even more terrifying was the thought of a rescue arriving only to overlook them. Having completed their task, the trio commenced their search for supplies along the beach. The sun was already blistering at this hour, and even through their shoes, the sand felt scorching beneath their feet. To minimize the loss of moisture from direct sunlight, Chen Fang suggested using a large leaf as an improvised umbrella. They dispersed to scour the area. After more than 2 hours, they reconvened. Each had gathered a few items, though not in abundance. Collectively, they had managed to collect merely a dozen beverage bottles. Notably, Zhang Yang had stumbled upon a 5-liter bottle of mineral water, an invaluable resource. Chen Fang's praise elicited a broad grin from Zhang Yang, who turned to continue his search. However, Chen Fang called him back. "Let us head back for now. The sun is becoming increasingly intense. We can return later." "All right, I'll follow your lead, Brother Chen." Zhang Yang agreed, and the three turned back. Yet, halfway through their return, a piercing scream echoed from the woods, Gu Xiaorou's voice. Chen Fang's expression shifted instantly. They were in danger. Was it a beast or perhaps another survivor? Without a moment's hesitation, he sprinted toward the camp, his speed leaving Zhang Yang and Lin Qingxue struggling to keep up. Upon reaching the shelter, he was momentarily taken aback to find both women unharmed. What happened? What's wrong? There's a mouse. A mouse! Gu Xiaorou exclaimed, her face still pale with fear. Chen Fang paused, casting her an incredulous glance, secretly relieved. He had feared something far worse. It was merely a mouse. Lin Qingxue stood nearby, gesturing with her hands to explain. "It's quite large, about this size," she indicated, estimating its length to be around 20 centimeters, excluding the tail. "Is it really that big?" Chen Fang inquired. Gu Xiaorou pouted, "Of course. It was terrifying to see. Now do you understand why I was scared?" "Umph. You men would be scared too." To her surprise, Chen Fang's eyes lit up at her words. "That's wonderful. Where is it?" "What?" Gu Xiaorou stared at him in disbelief, questioning her own ears. Did he just say wonderful about such a large mouse? However, Lin Qingxue had already pointed in a direction. "It should be over there." Following her gesture, Chen Fang gazed toward a spot approximately 7 or 8 meters from the camp. His excitement surged. If there were mice nearby, it was highly probable that snakes were not present. After all, they were on a tropical island. If it were elsewhere, the situation would be uncertain. There is a saying, a snake may consume a mouse for half a year. Yet the mouse will likewise feast upon the snake for the same duration. Typically, snakes prey on mice, but during hibernation, mice can also devour snakes. However, here, one can be assured that snakes do not hibernate. How splendid. Perhaps tonight's dinner might become even more extravagant. Chen Fang exclaimed with enthusiasm. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaorou's eyes widened in shock, and she gasped, "What? An extravagant meal? Are they truly going to eat that? Just the thought of it is utterly revolting. No way. I refuse to partake." Chen Fang smiled faintly, teasingly responding, "Let us not speak too soon. Have you forgotten the time you indulged in geoduck clam?" Gu Xiaorou's expression stiffened, a hint of embarrassment crossing her face. She had previously remarked on how unappealing geoduck clams appeared, yet she had devoured them with more relish than anyone else. "But that is entirely different. I refuse to eat it. Even if I were to starve, I would leap from that high ridge rather than consume it." Chen Fang shook his head, opting not to elaborate further. "But won't the mice carry numerous pathogens?" Lin Qingxue, though less reactive, still expressed concern. "Not at all," Chen Fang replied, shaking his head and explaining earnestly. "While land mice may pose such risks, on this island, the geographical isolation has significantly reduced pathogens. Moreover, they primarily feed on shellfish and algae found on the beach, so they harbor few parasites. Research indicates that the sea mice of the Galapagos Islands have nearly 70% fewer pathogens than their terrestrial counterparts. Thus, they're not only non-toxic, but also provide high-quality protein essential for human sustenance. In survival shows set on deserted islands, many experts have relied on such sources for protein. Given his wealth of knowledge, no one dared to oppose him. However, Zhang Yang, who had been trailing behind, interjected, "But won't those mice be difficult to catch, Brother Chen?" They had arrived just in time to hear about the mice. "Indeed, capturing them directly is nearly impossible. We must set a trap," Chen Fang replied with a smile. "Those creatures are akin to rabbits. At the slightest disturbance, they scurry into their burrows. In my youth, I had once ignited dry grass to smoke out mice, waiting by another entrance to catch them. However, that was feasible only because I was aware of the two burrow entrances here on this island, who can ascertain the distribution of their tunnels underground. If there are 3 or more exits, such an approach would only serve to alarm them. Set a trap? Chen Fang inquired, glancing at Lin Qingxue and the others. Indeed. Do we have any rubber bands? Yes, I deliberately prepared a pack, and I haven't used any yet. Lin Qingxue replied. I have 2 spare ones, she added, as both of them produced rubber bands from their pockets and handed them to Chen Fang. Excellent. They possess substantial elasticity and durability. They will suffice for constructing a small trap. After selecting several rubber bands, Chen Fang promptly approached the vicinity where he had previously spotted the mice and began to set the trap. The method was simple, a noose. He inserted resilient branches into the ground, securing one end with a rubber band to form a loop. Then, he gently placed a Y-shaped branch into the earth. Thus, whenever a mouse ventured by, the branch would spring up. The rubber band would ensnare the mouse's neck or leg, leaving it suspended in midair. Within less than 10 minutes, Chen Fang had fashioned 3 or 4 traps dispersed in the vicinity. Naturally, bait was indispensable. However, this was not a daunting task. Whether it be fish, meat, or bread, all could effectively lure the mice out. Placing the bait near the nooses, everything was set. He decided to try a few traps to gauge their effectiveness. If nothing came, it would be no matter, but if successful, it would be fortuitous. After completing this task, Chen Fang returned to the campsite, contemplating the plans for the afternoon. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Hao and Zhang Lili were nearly faint from hunger, their lips cracked and eyelids drooping. They had wandered the beach all morning without finding anything. Now parched and famished, their awareness began to wane. Just as despair set in, Zhang Lili suddenly spotted something, springing to her feet in a moment of clarity, gazing in a particular direction. Wang, am I mistaken? Is someone approaching us? Chapter 38. The harvesting blade. Wang Hao, already wounded, had endured a day of hunger without even a sip of water. Lying on the ground, the mere act of opening his eyes felt like a monumental exertion. Upon hearing Zhang Lili's voice, he gradually opened his eyes, and they suddenly sparkled with renewed hope. Indeed, there were 2 figures approaching. Judging by their attire, they must be survivors from the plane. Hey, we're over here. Help! He shouted with sudden vigor. The unexpected exclamation startled the 2 men outside, who immediately turned their gaze toward Wang Hao and his companions. Let's go take a look. Their condition was not significantly better than Wang Hao's, though they were relatively younger and possessed a stronger physique. In no time, they reached the grove and encountered Wang Hao and the others. Are you survivors as well? One of them inquired. Yes. Please help us. We are on the verge of dehydration. Wang Hao implored eagerly. However, their attention merely flickered over him before settling on Zhang Lili, their eyes gleaming with interest. Such a beauty! Zhang Lili's revealing attire and striking figure made her impossible to overlook. How are you, beautiful? They inquired in unison, gravitating toward her while leaving Wang Hao in the background. Wang Hao was momentarily taken aback, a wave of irritation washing over him. Yet, he dared not express his frustration. These 2 men were his lifeline. If he were to provoke them, he might meet a grim fate here. With this thought in mind, he hastily retrieved his wallet, clutching all the cash within and waving it toward the 2 men. Here, my young friends, take this money and please save us. The men turned back to him, their eyes lighting up at the sight of the stack of 100-yuan bills. Could it be that he was a wealthy individual? If they helped him survive, perhaps he would reward them handsomely later. Their demeanor shifted from indifferent to warm with this prospect. They accepted the money and, with a newfound concern, asked, "What should we call you, big brother? You know, even without the money, we would have helped you. Indeed, as fellow survivors, we must assist one another." Hearing their words, Wang Hao felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thankfully, they were not like Chen Fang, the reckless type. Money had indeed proven its worth. Yet, soon a flicker of discontent arose within him. These 2 scoundrels had no intention of aiding him until they saw the cash. I'm Wang Hao, the general manager of Hongfeng Technology. He managed to sit up, adjusting his collar with effort. Surely you've heard of us. Our annual revenue is in the billions. He emphasized this, fearing they might not be familiar with his company. These avaricious individuals could only be swayed by such means. As long as money could resolve the issue, it would be manageable. True to form, the two men perked up at his words. You really are a wealthy man. Mr. Wang, please drink some water. One individual retrieved a bottle from his pocket and presented it to Wang Hao, containing approximately 1/3 of fresh water. Although the liquid appeared somewhat murky, Wang Hao, in that moment, was beyond caring. He twisted off the cap and gulped it down greedily, leaving not a single drop for Zhang Lili. The two onlookers felt a pang of sympathy. This precious water source was limited and had been allocated by the camp. The consumption of this water signified the depletion of their freshwater supply for the day. Zhang Lili furrowed her brow, her thoughts racing with indignation and regret as the water was consumed in an instant. If only Chen Fang, standing before her, would have surely relinquished it all to her. Oh, what relief! After downing half the bottle, Wang Hao finally felt revitalized, gradually rising to his feet and nodding towards the two. You both are commendable. When the rescue team arrives, I shall express my gratitude to you properly. Upon hearing this, the two were instantly elated. Hee, Mr. Wang, we seek no reward. Our benevolence compels us. We could not bear to see you suffer. Come, Mr. Wang, allow us to assist you. We have a camp with 12 people. The two flanked him, attending to him with utmost care, while Zhang Lili could only follow behind, her steps cautious. A camp with 12 people. Wang Hao felt a surge of joy. With such numbers, survival was undoubtedly secured. With his status, he could certainly navigate through this ordeal. The two before him were a testament to that. Filled with hope, he quickened his pace. Meanwhile, at Chen Fang's camp, the sun beat down mercilessly, prompting him to forego the beach and instead contemplate exploring the jungle. Thus far, they had only traversed a corner of the island, lacking comprehensive knowledge of the entire terrain, and their tools were woefully inadequate. To survive, their current provisions were far from sufficient. Zhang Yang and his companion dared not rest. Seizing the opportunity, while Chen Fang took a break, they filled all the collected beverage bottles to the brim and placed them within shelter. Guarding this water source meant they would not have to fret over fresh water, at least for the short term. As dusk descended, Chen Fang returned to the shoreline to set up fishing nets, recognizing that fish were their primary source of sustenance. With Zhang Yang and his partner's assistance, the fishing pond was swiftly established. Once the nets were deployed, the trio resumed their search for supplies along the shore. However, after wandering for a mere 10 minutes, they found little more than 2 meager beverage bottles. Chen Fang felt a wave of disappointment. He considered broadening their search area, but was concerned for the safety of Lin Qingxue and her companion back at the camp. Reluctantly, he decided to return. Yet, just a few steps in, he inadvertently kicked a hard object, causing him to gasp in pain. Angrily, he lowered his gaze, only to have his eyes widen in amazement. It was a knife, half buried in the sand. Only the hilt and a portion of the blade were visible, and it appeared to still be in its sheath. Chen Fang's breath quickened in anticipation. Metal products are indeed a rare treasure on a deserted island, and a knife is particularly invaluable. Its utility is boundless. Yet, I can't help but wonder if it has succumbed to rust. With a tinge of apprehension, he quickly bent down, cautiously brushing aside the surrounding sand to retrieve the knife. It was a machete. The blade itself measured over 40 centimeters in length, and, excluding the handle, it was still more than 30 centimeters long. Accompanied by a leather sheath, the blade bore a subtle curve. At first glance, it reminded Chen Fang of the cutlasses he had seen in pirate movies. How could such an item exist here? Could there be pirates around? Chen Fang's eyes widened as he pondered this notion. However, he swiftly dismissed the thought. What kind of pirate would abandon seizing merchant ships to wander into such a desolate place? It was utterly implausible. First, let us see if this knife is functional. Please don't let me down. Chen Fang murmured softly as he gradually drew the blade from its sheath. Chapter 39. A woman's adornment. For her admirer Zhang Yang and his companions had long taken notice of Chen Fang's discovery and eagerly approached, their eyes brimming with excitement at the unfolding scene. If only they had a knife, how comforting that would be. Under the attentive gaze of the three, Chen Fang drew forth the blade. In the next moment, their collective exclamations filled the air. Wow! Though the blade had dulled significantly, it bore little rust, and in certain areas, it still caught the light. What a fine knife! Chen Fang could not help but feel exhilarated, marveling at his find. The spine of the blade was robust, while the edge remained remarkably thin, not compromising its utility. It felt perfectly balanced in his hand, even suitable for use as an axe. Chingge, give it a try. Wu De, displaying keen insight, handed him a wooden stick as thick as a baby's arm, positioning it before Chen Fang. Nodding in acknowledgement, Chen Fang swung the knife down. Swish! The stick was severed cleanly, the cut remarkably smooth. It was evident that the sharpness of the blade had not diminished in the slightest. Impressive, Chingge! Both Wu De and Zhang Yang exclaimed, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Ha ha ha, indeed splendid. Who would have thought we could stumble upon such a quality knife here? Chen Fang's spirits soared, though a thread of confusion lingered in his mind. The absence of corrosion on the blade, aside from its superior material, suggested it had not been lying there for long. After all, the leather sheath showed little signs of weathering. This was a beach, subjected to the erosive power of seawater, the relentless sun, and the wind's caress. Typically, ordinary leather would disintegrate upon mere contact after a short period. Yet, this knife, with a little polishing, could rival a brand new one. It was unlikely that it had been washed ashore. Anything that fell into the sea would typically sink to the bottom, and such an object would hardly be found aboard an aircraft. Could it be that a ship had anchored near this island, and a sailor had lost it? Chen Fang pondered this conundrum, but after a prolonged contemplation, he chose to set it aside. Regardless, this discovery was indeed fortuitous for their current predicament. Their haul for the day was most gratifying. Let's return, he declared, brandishing the knife with flair as the trio commenced their journey back. By the time they arrived, night had fully enveloped the sky. Under Chen Fang's direction, Zhang Yang and Wu De did not return empty-handed, collecting numerous twigs and firewood. Is that a knife? Lin Qingxue and her companion were taken aback at the sight of the item in Chen Fang's hand. Chen Fang grinned. Indeed, I never anticipated finding such a thing in this place. What on earth is a knife doing on this desolate island? Lin Qingxue furrowed her brow as she examined the long blade, astonished by its condition. Her mind mirrored Chen Fang's earlier queries, filled with perplexity. Oh, Lin, why concern yourself with such matters? It's a good fortune for us regardless, Gu Xiaoro exclaimed with enthusiasm. At her words, Lin Qingxue nodded in agreement. Indeed, if one cannot navigate the current predicament, overthinking serves no purpose. Once more, Chen Fang returned the knife to its owner, who immediately set about cleaning and sharpening it. The blade's sharpness remained intact. Only a few rust spots needed to be polished away. After a rinse with fresh water, the entire blade gleamed brilliantly. Let me see, Gu Xiaoro exclaimed, snatching it away. Chen Fang, puzzled by her sudden fascination with the knife, soon observed her holding it before her, scrutinizing her reflection. Heavens! How disheveled do I look? My hairstyle is a mess, and why have I tanned so quickly? Oh no, the sun is too harsh. Chen Fang could only sigh. So she is using the knife as a mirror. Clearly, she was still just a young girl. Unlike Lin Zong, who understood the gravity of situations and would never. Hey, let me see too. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Lin Qingxue's voice rang out, eagerly taking the knife to examine herself. Oh dear, I've tanned as well, and my dark circles have gotten larger. Chen Fang could only shake his head in amused disbelief, reflecting. I never imagined Qingxue would be so concerned with appearances. Of course, a daughter seeks to please those who admire her, Lin Qingxue blurted out instinctively, only to realize her slip moments later. Her exquisite face flushed inexplicably. To please those who admire her? Chen Fang raised an eyebrow, a playful smile gracing his lips. Pray tell, for whom does Lin Zong strive to please? Flustered, Lin Qingxue bit her lip and shot him a glare. Definitely not you. Could it be those two? Chen Fang chuckled, glancing at Zhang Yang and Wu De, who looked as if they had seen a ghost. You too. Don't drag us into your flirtations. Chen Fang had just acquired the machete. They had no desire to test its sharpness on themselves. Chenggu, such jokes are not to be trifled with. I suddenly need to relieve myself. You all continue. Old Zhang, Wait for me, I want to go too. With that, the two hurriedly departed. As they retreated, Lin Qingxue shot a mix of embarrassment and annoyance at Chen Fang, then pinched him sharply at his waist. You foolish Chen Fang, are you out of your mind? Making jokes like that. They are both over 40. Chen Fang merely shrugged with a grin. So it must be me then. You. I won't talk to you. Lin Qingxue glared at him, fuming as she returned to the campfire, her heart racing. Gu Xiaoro, sitting nearby, took in the scene, crossing her arms with an expression that said she had seen through it all. What did I tell you? I knew Lin Zong like Chen Fang. You wouldn't believe it, but when you left today, Lin Zong was gazing at your back for quite some time. Before she could finish, Lin Qingxue swiftly covered her mouth. Cease your foolishness. Have you forgotten who clung tightly to Chen Fang while asleep that day? Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoro's face flushed crimson. Memories of Chen Fang assisting her after she was bitten by a snake flooded her mind. For a moment, neither woman spoke, and an awkward silence enveloped them. Standing to the side, Chen Fang felt a surge of delight. He was uncertain whether Lin had any affection for him. Yet as the IC CEO, which man in the company had not harbored fantasies about Lin Qingxue? The current scene was indeed rare. One could hardly witness Lin Qingxue displaying such a youthful demeanor within the confines of the office. If they lingered on this island a while longer, there might be potential for something more. Just as he pondered this, a sudden flurry of urgent voices pierced the air. Moments later, Zhang Yang and his companion came running back, brimming with excitement. Brother Chen, we struck gold. We've caught a mouse. Chapter 40. Roasting the rodents. Upon hearing the squeaking sounds, Chen Fang had already formed a suspicion. When he listened to Zhang Yang's words, his conviction deepened, and a surge of excitement welled up within him. Let's go take a look. Chen Fang dashed forward, well aware of the placement of his snares. By correlating the direction of the sounds, he swiftly arrived at the scene. A mouse was suspended in the air by a rubber band, its hind leg ensnared. The other 3 legs flailed in a frantic struggle, the sounds emanating a mix of terror and distress. It was uncertain whether it was a warning or a plea for help. Squeak. At that moment, a similar sound echoed from a distance. Another one caught. Chen Fang's expression brightened. He anticipated that, having casually set a few snares, he would capture 2 that very night. It seemed that the mouse before him was indeed pleading for assistance. Had it been a warning, the other mice would have likely fled long ago. Lost in thought, the mouse's cries suddenly grew more strident, sounding even more pitiful than before. Soon, another mouse emitted a similar cry. It appeared that this time, it was truly a warning. Chen Fang contemplated this and hastened over, striking the mouse on the back of its head with the flat of his knife, rendering it unconscious. The resilience of the snare was finite. Should the creature continue to struggle, it might indeed free itself. Moreover, he could not allow it to persist in its warning. These mice were rather cunning. Following the sounds, he approached another snare, subdued that mouse as well, and returned with both in hand. These 2 were quite sizable. As they lay on the ground, Zhang Yang and Wu De's eyes widened in astonishment. Chen Fang nodded in agreement. Indeed, Lin Qingxue had accurately described their size. There was no exaggeration in her words. The larger, the better. It meant more sustenance. And on this desolate island, they represented a rich source of protein. Out there, they were referred to as 3 squeaks, and they were delectable. Chen Fang chuckled, reconfiguring the snare to its original state. Although it was likely that the scent had been left behind, reducing the chances of capturing more mice, the task was effortless. Who knew if he might catch another? Bearing the 2 mice, the trio returned to camp. Stay away. Gu Xiaoro gasped at the sight of the rodents in Chen Fang's grasp, her scalp prickling with dread, unable to bear even a fleeting glance. Please take them away, Chen Gu, Fang Gu, I beg you, I'm truly terrified. Lin Qingxue, on the other hand, maintained a more composed demeanor. Yet, confronted with such sizable creatures at such close proximity, she too felt a twinge of discomfort and quietly averted her gaze. Well, all right then. Chen Fang had not anticipated Gu Xiaoro's reaction to be so extreme. The mice were nearly lifeless, yet she was still so frightened. He could only take them outside, where he began to process them with his long knife. This way, he need not worry about the scent of blood attracting other wild beasts to the camp. His actions, bleeding, skinning, and decapitating, were executed with remarkable skill. Hey, don't throw that away. Seeing Wu De about to discard the skins and heads, Chen Fang quickly intervened. Chengge, is there any use for this? Wu De gazed at him in bewilderment, uncertain of his intentions. This peculiar item was inedible. It was not made of wolf skin. What utility could a piece of hide, no larger than a palm, possibly possess? Yet it indeed had its purpose. By placing these into 2 fishing nets, they could serve as bait. Upon hearing Chen Fang's words, both men were astounded. This was to be used as bait? You heard me correctly, Chen Fang affirmed, taking the mouse skin and slicing it into small strips, which he then handed to the 2 men. Now, hurry along. This substance naturally exuded a scent of blood, making it alluring to certain fish species. Moreover, the fur on the mouse skin would sway with the water's current, partially mimicking live bait. Thus, the issue of lacking bait was resolved. In dire circumstances, even human excrement could serve as a substitute, given its fat content. However, with their current situation, they could scarcely satisfy their hunger, rendering that option temporarily impractical. Before long, Zhang Yang and the others returned from their task, while Chen Fang had already rinsed the 2 mice in seawater. Although fresh water was available, it was a precious resource not yet squandered on washing vegetables. The trio returned to their camp, where Gu Xiaoro, having heard their approach, was mentally prepared and swiftly turned away, not daring to glance back. Chen Fang smiled quietly and said nothing. He fashioned 2 wooden sticks, sharpening them with his machete, and skewered the mice, placing them over the fire to roast slowly. Though the mice were of considerable size, once the heads and tails were removed and the skins peeled away, they appeared rather diminutive, resembling 2 roasted pigeons. In no time, the flames had transformed the mice into a golden hue, with fat gradually dripping and sizzling upon the fire. The aroma of roasting meat began to fill the air, enveloping the surroundings. How does it smell? Quite delectable, isn't it? Chen Fang inquired, glancing at Lin Qingshu. She nodded in agreement. However, Gu Xiaoro, standing with her back to them, remarked with disdain, Ugh, it's utterly revolting. As I said, I won't be eating any of that. Chen Fang chuckled, but remained silent. Nearby, Zhang Yang and Wu De's eyes brightened at her declaration. If she refused to eat, perhaps Chengge would be inclined to share more with them? Who would have thought they could enjoy barbecue delicacies on a deserted island? The mere thought of it made their mouths water. All right, it's time to eat. After a few more minutes, Chen Fang announced. The mice had been roasted to a crisp exterior while remaining tender within, devoid of any seasoning. Nevertheless, the natural flavor of the roasted meat was enough to whet anyone's appetite. To mitigate any potential parasites, Chen Fang had deliberately cooked them for a while longer, which unfortunately rendered the already small mice even less substantial. With only a little flesh remaining on the limbs, the backs were nearly transparent, resembling shadow puppets. Gourmet, have a taste, Chen Fang urged, tearing off a thigh and offering it to Lin Qingshu. She reached out to accept it, first bringing it to her nose to savor the enticing aroma. There were no peculiar flavors to be found. Moreover, due to Chen Fang's deliberate act of breaking off a hind leg, there remained a substantial amount of meat. He took a small bite, savoring the experience. Remarkably, if one were unaware, it would be difficult to discern the type of meat. It bore a striking resemblance to roasted squab. This was precisely the case. Chen Fang chuckled softly, tearing off a hind leg for himself and indulging in it with fervor. Subsequently, he handed the branch in his hand directly to Zhang Yang and Wu De. Come, do have a taste. Ah, Brother Chen, is this truly for us? Zhang Yang and Wu De could hardly believe their eyes. Although Chen Fang had severed 2 hind legs, such generosity was astounding. They had initially assumed they would be fortunate to share merely the thinnest part of the spine. Chen Fang nodded with a smile, gazing earnestly at the 2. Of course, you have both toiled throughout the day. Rest assured, as long as you work diligently, there will be no shortage of food and drink in the days to come. Chapter 41. The Law of Irresistible Temptation. Chen Fang's words nearly brought tears to Zhang Yang and the other individual. Just moments prior, they had been on the verge of confrontation, scheming to pilfer fish. Yet, without a hint of resentment, he generously shared such precious resources with them. Their hearts swelled with gratitude as they bowed repeatedly to Chen Fang. Brother Chun, rest assured, we will diligently follow your lead. Just watch us. I have faith in you both, Chen Fang replied with a warm smile, turning his gaze to Gu Xiaoro. Xiaoro, are you certain you don't want to try a piece? I'm not eating any, Gu Xiaoro murmured softly, though her conviction seemed to waver, betraying a hint of hesitation. The aroma was simply too enticing. It rivaled even the most delightful barbecue. No, it surpassed it. After all, they were on a deserted island. Though it was merely a rat, she had sneakily observed the substantial thigh in Lin Qingshue's hand, and its form was indistinguishable. She yearned to taste it. However, recalling her earlier declaration that she would rather starve or leap into the sea than consume even a morsel, her pride held her back. Noticing her struggle, Chen Fang and Lin Qingxue exchanged knowing glances, both recognizing the amusement in each other's eyes. Nodding in silent agreement, Chen Fang tore off another hind leg and extended it towards Gu Xiaoro. Just give it a try, Xiaoro. Consider it a favor for me. Think about it. It frightened you during the day, and now eating it would be the perfect revenge. Well, that's a fair point. The tantalizing scent further eroded Gu Xiaoro's defenses. Slowly turning her head, she conceded, all right, but only because you asked. Otherwise, I wouldn't touch it. Thank you. I knew Xiaoro wouldn't let me down. Chen Fang chuckled, handing the thigh to her. With a hesitant hand, she accepted it, closed her eyes, and took a bite. The texture of the meat, combined with the rich fat and the smoky aroma, exploded in her mouth, nearly eliciting a cry of delight. Her eyes flew open, sparkling with excitement. Her initial restraint evaporated as she devoured the morsel with increasing fervor, exclaiming, "This is truly delicious." Seeing her enjoyment, Chen Fang could no longer contain his laughter. I told you, no one can escape the law of irresistible temptation. Gu Xiaoro, now unconcerned, quickly finished the thigh and reached out to Chen Fang. I want more. Give me another. Here you go, it's all yours. Eat as much as you wish. Chen Fang handed her the other thigh without hesitation. But what about you two? I've eaten. What will you have? Gu Xiaoro, however, remained composed, tearing off only the thinnest portion from the spine and offering the rest to Lin Qingxue and Chen Fang. Chen Fang, not one to be polite, accepted without reservation. After all, 2 rats were hardly sufficient to satiate their appetites. They were merely indulging their cravings. Subsequently, they brought out the previously smoked fish, reheated it, and paired it with coconut, enjoying a hearty feast. As night fell, they savored the moment. With the presence of a makeshift shelter, the chill had lessened compared to the previous days. At Chen Fang's insistence, Gu Xiaoro and Lin Qingshuo took a moment to rest while he remained by the fire. Keeping watch. Chengge, you should sleep. We can take over the watch, Zhang Yang suggested. Having consumed an abundance of food and water that day, he felt uneasy about not contributing in some way. No need, you both should rest. I can handle the watch, Chen Fang replied, shaking his head. Although the two had performed decently today and appeared relatively trustworthy, he was cautious. Their previous association with Wang Hao left him skeptical. This was a deserted island, where the darker facets of human nature could be magnified. Moreover, with 2 unparalleled beauties nearby, he dared not take any chances. Consequently, ever since he had found that knife, he ensured it was always within reach. That won't do. Chengge, you worked hard today. You should rest early. We will take the watch, Wu Da insisted, oblivious to Chen Fang's thoughts. As Chen Fang shook his head, about to speak again, Zhang Yang pulled him aside, exchanging a knowing glance. He then turned back to Chen Fang, saying, in that case, Chengge, you can stay here to keep watch while we patrol outside to bolster our defenses. Upon hearing this, Chen Fang raised an eyebrow, a half-smile forming as he regarded Zhang Yang, recognizing his cleverness. He did not refuse and nodded in agreement. Then I appreciate your efforts, just don't wander too far. No worries, it's no trouble at all, Zhang Yang replied, waving his hand dismissively as he picked up a burning branch and motioned for Wu Da to follow him outside. Hey, Lao Zhang, what are you up to? Why didn't you let me speak earlier? Wu Da asked, his annoyance evident after they had walked a distance. Did Zhang Yang intend to show off in front of Chen Fang? That seemed unlikely, as they had been colleagues for quite some time. and he had never schemed against him. Speak. What's there to say? Zhang Yang shot back. Chen Ge clearly doesn't trust us, which is why he insists on keeping watch himself. What more do you want to discuss? Wu De was momentarily taken aback, feeling a wave of frustration. We genuinely want to lighten Chen Ji's burden. How can he not trust us? Why should he trust you? Zhang Yang's words rendered Wu De momentarily speechless. I mean, why should Chen Ge trust you? Trusting us? Zhang Yang reiterated with earnestness. Let us not forget, we were with Wang Hao yesterday, plotting against Chen Ge. It's already commendable that he helped us when we were cornered. Trust isn't built overnight. But there are no buts. Zhang Yang interjected firmly. As long as we put in the effort, what do we have to fear regarding Chen Ge's trust? Wu De pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Indeed, if we conduct ourselves well from now on, Brother Chen will undoubtedly come to trust us. That is precisely the point. Zhang Yang flashed a grin and added, we shouldn't have intruded. Brother Chen is with two lovely ladies, after all. What would our presence amount to? In the future, we can simply set up a modest camp nearby. Just the two of us can manage that. The two were in perfect accord on this matter. Unbeknownst to them, their conversation was overheard in its entirety by Chen Fang, who had stealthily approached. A smirk played at the corners of his mouth as he silently nodded in approval. Indeed, these two fellows are worthy of utilization. Had they dared to harbor any improper thoughts or schemes, Chen Fang would have acted without hesitation. Even if he did not intend to end their lives, he would have rendered them incapable of further mischief. He would allow them to fend for themselves. Zhang Yang and his companion remained oblivious to the fact that their words had been overheard by Chen Fang, and they were entirely unaware of the peril they had narrowly escaped. Only after Chen Fang departed did they exchange puzzled glances, furrowing their brows. What is amiss? The woods feel rather eerie. Why does it seem like a chill has crept down my spine? Chapter 42. This misunderstanding is quite significant. The night hastily passed. Zhang Yang and Wu De diligently spent the night on the periphery. Although they lacked a shelter, the assurance of food and drink for the day allowed them to sleep quite comfortably. On Chen Fang's side, he kept watch until midnight when Gu Xiaoro quietly approached. Chen Fang, you should sleep. I will take over the watch, she suggested. Huh? Chen Fang was taken aback, surprised that she could wake up halfway through her slumber. After all, Gu Xiaoro was a little princess, born into wealth that could sustain her for generations without the need to work. Though she was a flight attendant, her situation was fundamentally different from that of ordinary workers. Just days prior, she was someone who would sleep soundly from dusk till dawn. Stop asking questions and go to sleep. I'll keep watch. Gu Xiaoro pouted slightly, pulling him up as she settled by the campfire. She was acutely aware that her survival on this deserted island was entirely due to Chen Fang. Otherwise, she would likely be in the same predicament as Zhang Lily, likely starving and disoriented by now. The previous night, she had slept through the night, and she felt quite embarrassed about it. All right, just be careful and stay alert. If anything unusual happens, wake me immediately. Chen Fang replied softly without refusing her offer. Understood. Now go to sleep, she insisted, and upon seeing this, Chen Fang turned and entered the shelter. Though the shelter was rather rudimentary and drafty, it was still a significant improvement compared to the makeshift bedding of the previous days. After a long day, Chen Fang felt weary. Nevertheless, before drifting off, he carefully placed his long knife beside him, wedged between Lin Qingxue and himself. This was his strategic weapon, and he could not afford any lapses in vigilance. Soon, Chen Fang fell into a deep slumber, sleeping soundly until dawn. In his drowsy state, he felt someone holding him tightly, a fragrant scent wafting through the air, accompanied by a ticklish sensation on his face. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered Lin Qingxue clinging to him, her hair cascading over his face. Is this what a fairy is like? Even after 2 or 3 days on the deserted island, she still exuded a delicate fragrance. Chen Fang mused, gently pushing her hair aside. At that moment, Lin Qingxue was sleeping peacefully, her long eyelashes resting softly, her delicate nose slightly elevated, radiating serenity. The exquisite features were so close that Chen Fang could not help but admire her beauty, finding no flaws at such proximity. She was indeed a striking beauty. However, her sleeping posture was rather unrestrained, resembling that of an octopus, with her long legs draped over him much like Gusharo's. It seemed that Chen Fang's movements disturbed her slightly, prompting her to frown and mumble incoherently. Humph, nasty Chen Fang. I looked in the mirror. It's not for you. Ah! Chen Fang widened his eyes, a helpless smile creeping across his face as he realized she was still preoccupied with her daytime vanity. Such persistence was rather endearing. If it were not for being stranded on this deserted island, when would I have the opportunity to witness this side of Lin Qingxue? Contemplating this thought, his gaze once again rested upon her visage, becoming increasingly entranced. Just as he was lost in admiration, Lin Qingxue abruptly opened her eyes. Their gazes locked, and for a moment, the air seemed to solidify. Lin Qingxue's mind gradually cleared, and she became aware that she was tightly embracing Chen Fang, her cheeks instantly flushing a deep crimson. She was about to speak, but suddenly sensed something amiss. Beneath her, it felt as though something was pressing firmly against her. With a puzzled frown, she took a moment to ascertain that the source was indeed Chen Fang. What? She was about to inquire when a sudden realization struck her. Her face blushed in even deeper shade, and her eyes widened in shock. Ah, lewd scoundrel! The moment she exclaimed, she sprang up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, covering her face and turning her back to Chen Fang, too embarrassed to face him. What on earth? Chen Fang looked at Lin Qingxue in confusion, utterly bewildered by her reaction. He had done nothing to warrant such an accusation. How had he become a lewd scoundrel? I say, Qingxue, what on earth is going on? He couldn't help but inquire. No sooner had he spoken than Lin Qingxue's excited voice rang out. How can you even ask? You're disgusting. Who told you to touch me with that? Huh? Touch you? Which one? Chen Fang was completely baffled. Don't say another word. Lin Qingxue shouted shyly. What on earth is wrong with this woman? Chen Fang furrowed his brow, resigned, and sat up, only to discover something was amiss. The long knife he had picked up the previous day had somehow ended up on him, resting against his abdomen. Ah! Chen Fang paused for a moment, suddenly enlightened. Could it be that Lin Qingxue mistook this for that? Was she overestimating him too much? While I may possess some prowess, it is not to such an exaggerated extent. Qingxue, I think. Don't say another word. Chen Fang felt the need to clarify, but it seemed she was not granting him the opportunity to speak. Qingxue, turn around and see. You've truly misunderstood. Chen Fang said helplessly. Uft. You still want me to look? Aren't you the one acting like a scoundrel? Lin Qingxue dared not turn around, her cheeks burning as if aflame. This is that knife, not anything else. Seeing her distress, Chen Fang decided to state the facts. That knife? Lin Qingxue hesitated for a moment, cautiously turning around, her hands still covering her eyes, peering through her fingers. Her adorable demeanor made Chen Fang unable to suppress a smile. What difference is there between this and looking normally? Ah, it really is that knife. At this moment, Lin Qingxue finally recognized Chen Fang's situation, suddenly dropping her hands and letting out a long sigh of relief, her right hand brushing against her chest. Thank goodness, I thought it was. What was it? Chen Fang inquired suddenly, his interest piqued as he gazed at Lin Qingxue. The latter froze, her previously regained color visibly reddening once more, biting her lip as she shot an indignant glare at Chen Fang. You still ask? Chen Fang grinned widely. Of course I must speak up. Otherwise, I would be wronged. Wouldn't I? You're not wronged at all. Lin Qingxue pouted, glaring at him. As she observed Chen Fang's barely contained laughter, her embarrassment deepened, prompting her to issue a swift command. Stop laughing. All right, I want to laugh. Chen Fang quickly raised his hands in surrender. Now, let's hurry up. I need to check the catch from the fishing nets. Lin Qingxue, after all, was quite sensitive and could not endure too much teasing. However, just as they stepped out of the shelter, they spotted Gushaoro, arms crossed, gazing at him with an expression that clearly conveyed, I knew it would come to this. You rogue. Chen Fang was at a loss for words. He had done nothing to earn such a label. Just as he was about to voice his grievances, he was suddenly startled by the distant sounds of an argument and a scuffle. Chapter 43. No matter how skilled, one fears the blade. What transpired? Chen Fang's expression suddenly shifted, for the voice he heard unmistakably belonged to Zhang Yang and Wu De. Had they encountered a conflict? Lost in thought, he rushed outside. But after only a few steps, he returned, gripping the machete firmly before departing once more. "Stay here and do not move," he instructed Lin Qingxue and her companion before stepping into the dense forest. Upon emerging from the thicket, he immediately beheld the scene by the sea. Zhang Yang and Wu De were positioned near the fishing nets he had set up the previous day, facing two other individuals who stood defiantly against them. The disarray of their clothing suggested a recent altercation had occurred, with Zhang Yang and Wu De appearing decidedly worse for wear. Their adversaries were younger, and one was notably tall. In a physical confrontation, Zhang Yang and Wu De would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. "I shall ask once more, will you vacate the premises?" The imposing figure, Li Wei, threatened coldly, pointing at Zhang Yang and Wu De. His companion, Wang Peng, bore a fierce countenance, poised for a fight. They had observed the lively fish and seafood trapped in the nets. If they could claim that bounty, it would surely be a significant achievement. "Nonsense! Who do you think you're intimidating?" Zhang Yang retorted with a scoff, steadfastly shielding the net behind him. "If you desire fish, go catch them yourself. If you wish to rob us, you'll have to eliminate us first." Despite their earlier physical confrontation, where they had been clearly overpowered, retreat was not an option. This was Chen Ji's carefully laid fishing net. Failing to protect, it would render them unworthy of associating with Chen Fang. After all, their opponents were merely two individuals. Upon hearing this, Li Wei and Wang Peng exchanged glances, a ruthless glint appearing in their eyes. "Since you are determined to court death, I shall oblige you," Li Wei bellowed, charging toward Zhang Yang, while Wang Peng picked up a stone, hurling it toward Wu De's head. After all, they were on a deserted island. Even if a life were lost, no one would intervene. "Damn it, old Wu, let's go." Zhang Yang, failing Emboldinet, spat defiantly and charged forward. A battle was about to erupt. "Stop this at once." Just then, a commanding voice rang out. The four men instinctively ceased their actions and turned to see Chen Fang striding toward them with a composed demeanor. "Brother Chen," Zhang Yang and Wu De exclaimed in elation. They had only glimpsed a fraction of Chen Fang's prowess, and with his presence, it seemed unlikely they would need to lift a finger. Conversely, the expressions of Li Wei and his companion darkened. The imposing figure approaching them clearly belonged to their faction, and though he stood over 6 feet tall, he was neither muscular nor frail. With just a few steps, he had already surpassed those two individuals significantly. What was happening? As he assessed the situation, Chen Fang had approached Zhang Yang and quietly inquired. Zhang Yang hurriedly recounted the events. It turned out that upon waking in the morning and noticing Chen Fang still asleep, they decided to check the fishing nets during low tide to see if there were any catches. As they were pulling up the nets, they encountered the two men. Upon seeing the fish in the nets, the other party immediately attempted to seize them without hesitation. After a brief exchange of words, a scuffle ensued, which was when Chen Fang emerged to witness the scene. "I understand now," Chen Fang thought, turning to observe Li Wei and the others, who were clearly survivors as well. "Kid, are you their leader?" Li Wei raised an eyebrow and asked. "Having a leader makes things easier," he remarked. Upon Chen Fang's nod, he pointed to the fishing nets in the stone pond and continued, "I won't make it difficult for you. We'll take half of the fish. How's that sound? I believe that's quite generous." Though this was a significant concession compared to before, Zhang Yang and his companion instinctively clenched their fists upon hearing his words. The tone was undeniably commanding. They were blatantly attempting to seize someone else's possessions while feigning generosity. "Brother Chen," Zhang Yang looked to Chen Fang, ready to act at his command. Compared to earlier, his desire to fight was now even stronger. After all, this was a rare opportunity to showcase himself in front of Chen Fang. "I advise you not to make any rash moves," Li Wei spoke again, a disdainful glint in his eyes. "Regardless of whether you three are our match, it won't matter. Our camp consists of more than just the two of us. There are about 10 of us. If you provoke us, surviving will become exceedingly difficult." A blatant threat. 10 of them? Chen Fang raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. He had not anticipated such a number of survivors who had already formed a group. Zhang Yang and Wu De felt a slight tremor in their hearts. With that many people, the situation had indeed escalated. Even if Brother Chen were formidable, Could he truly contend against such odds? Noticing his contemplative expression, Li Wei and Wang Peng grew even more smug, raising their chins as they awaited Chen Fang's response. In their view, if the other party were not foolish, they would undoubtedly refrain from conflict. However, 2 seconds passed, and Chen Fang suddenly lifted his head with a smile. Squinting at Li Wei as he spoke in a measured tone, "Leave now, and I shall refrain from using force. You've shown some sense, otherwise." "What did you say?" Li Wei had prepared for Chen Fang to back down, even formulating a response, but halfway through, he suddenly realized something was amiss. His eyes widened in shock as he stared intently at Chen Fang. "Leave immediately. I do not wish to repeat myself," Chen Fang said coldly. The domineering tone ignited a surge of excitement in Zhang Yang and his companion. This was the demeanor befitting a true leader. Indeed, they had not followed the wrong person. In that moment, they were no longer intimidated by the so-called 10 individuals. "You seek death." Li Wei's expression twisted into a snarl as he raised his hands, cracking his knuckles ominously. "Indeed, it seems you have been granted a modicum of respect, believing that the 3 of you could overpower the 2 of us. Wang Peng, take action." As the words fell, Wang Peng raised his stone once more, and Li Wei also lifted his fist. However, at that moment, a faint sound resonated, causing both Li Wei and his companion to come to an abrupt halt, their gazes fixated on Chen Fang, revealing a glimmer of fear in their eyes. A knife, a machete, and judging by its gleaming surface and the cold glint of its blade, it was evidently exceedingly sharp. How could he possibly procure such a weapon on this desolate island? The 2 exchanged glances, each recognizing the astonishment and terror reflected in the other's eyes. They might have relied on their robust physiques, granting them an edge in strength over others. Yet, regardless of their prowess, they were no match for a machete, let alone the fact that neither of them possessed any martial skills. After a moment of stunned silence, Wang Peng released his grip, allowing the stone in his hand to clatter to the ground. Chapter 44. Did I allow you to leave? As Chen Fang unsheathed his machete, there was no need for further words. Li Wei and his companion had already succumbed to fear. After Wang Peng dropped the stone, Li Wei subtly loosened his clenched fists. What was the point of continuing this fight? Though Li Wei was tall and robust, a single slice from that blade could spell doom for him on this desolate island. TCH, did they think they were particularly courageous? Zhang Yang, witnessing this, instantly felt invigorated and commenced his verbal assault. Approaching Li Wei, he jabbed a finger into his chest. "What is wrong, buddy? Where's that bravado from earlier? Go on, shout again." Then turning to the other, he taunted, "And you, speak up. What else with the stone? Why not wield a cannon instead?" Li Wei and his companion seethed with rage, yearning to pummel Zhang Yang into submission, but the glimmering long knife nearby restrained them. They dared not retaliate and could only endure Zhang Yang's show of bravado. Observing their bowed heads and reluctance to speak, Zhang Yang felt a rush of satisfaction. He and Wu De had suffered greatly moments ago, but with Chen Fang's arrival, they had regained their footing. "Brother, this may be a misunderstanding." Li Wei realized that this approach was futile and turned to Chen Fang, preparing to concede. However, before he could finish, Zhang Yang interrupted. "Who are you calling brother? Did I grant you that privilege? Do you think you are worthy to call my elder brother that?" Li Wei's expression froze, nearly losing his composure and striking back. He inhaled deeply to regain his calm and addressed Chen Fang once more. "Brother, we admit defeat today. We will no longer disturb your lives. Wang Peng, let us depart." He began to turn away, but was halted by Chen Fang's voice. "Did I permit you to leave?" "What?" Li Wei and his companion trembled, turning in alarm. "What more do you want?" Li Wei Ying Kidat. "What do I want?" Chen Fang scoffed, pointing at Zhang Yang and the others. "You assaulted my brother, as the elder. If I simply let you go, how will I maintain my standing in the future?" Li Wei and Wang Peng's expression shifted. They had not anticipated their adversaries would be so relentless. "Zhang Yang, Wu De," Chen Fang suddenly called out. "Yes, Brother Chen." The 2 responded, their spirits lifted by Chen Fang's actions, feeling deeply moved. If it were Wang Hao, he would never have stood up for them. This was genuine camaraderie. "Return the favor for how they treated you," Chen Fang commanded, pointing at Li Wei and his companion in a firm tone. Understood. Zhang Yang and Wu's eyes lit up, and they charged forward. Slap! Slap! Approaching swiftly, they unleashed a flurry of resounding slaps that left Li Wei and his companion dazed. But this was merely the beginning. They followed up with a barrage of punches aimed at their heads and bodies, all the while shouting in outrage. The scoundrel! Where did that bravado go? You were so bold just now, perched atop my head, thinking you could get away with it, huh? If you have the guts, stand up and fight back. Li Wei and his companion cowered, clutching their heads, too intimidated to retaliate. However, the taunts ringing in his ears became unbearable for Li Wei. Suddenly, he raised his hand to block Zhang Yang's punch, preparing to retaliate with a strike of his own. But just then, Chen Fang sprang into action, delivering a swift kick to Li Wei's side, sending him flying 2 or 3 meters before crashing heavily onto the sandy ground. The unexpected turn of events left everyone present in a state of shock, especially Li Wei, who didn't even have time to register the pain coursing through his body. His mind was overwhelmed with astonishment. He had previously thought that this kid would surely be stronger than the last two, but he hadn't taken it too seriously. Had it not been for Chen Fang brandishing a machete, he would have never backed down. In his mind, he and Wang Peng could easily take on 3 opponents. However, that kick from Chen Fang had jolted him into realization. His own physique had been sent flying so far. In a real fight, he would undoubtedly be outmatched. Zhang Yang was equally taken aback by Chen Fang's strength, left momentarily frozen in place. What are you waiting for? Go! Chen Fang urged with a smile, noticing Zhang Yang's dazed expression. Huh, all right. Zhang Yang finally snapped back to reality and charged at Li Wei, mounting him and unleashing a flurry of blows. With Chen Fang's earlier intervention, Li Wei was now utterly deterred from fighting back. Like Wang Peng, he merely shielded his head, enduring the onslaught for 5 to 6 minutes before it finally ceased. Get lost, Chen Fang stated coldly. At his words, Li Wei and his companion, battered and bruised, dared not linger. Gritting their teeth against the pain, they stumbled away, only finding the courage to stop after walking several meters. They turned back, shouting at Chen Fang and his friends, I'll remember this. Just you wait, you'll pay for this. If I let you live in peace, I won't bear the surname Li. With that, they turned and left, flames of fury burning in their eyes. Upon returning to their camp, they resolved to gather more people and reclaim their dignity. Soon enough, the 2 of them disappeared from Chen Fang's sight. Tianyi, Zhang Yang, and Wu to return to their senses, looking at Chen Fang with gratitude. Not only had he avenged them, but they could also sense that he considered them part of his inner circle. Are you both all right? Chen Fang inquired. We're fine, just minor injuries. They're the ones who are really hurt. Ha ha ha. The 2 replied, exchanging remarks. Chen Fang chuckled. In the future, don't try to be brave in situations like this. Just call me over. We've never been afraid of a fight. Understood, Chen Ge. They both replied in unison. After a moment, Zhang Yang asked again, Chen Ge, do you think they will come back? What, are you scared? Chen Fang raised an eyebrow at him. Impossible. Zhang Yang puffed out his chest and declared, Brother Chen, although my brother and I may not be the fiercest fighters, we certainly do not shy away from a challenge. However, I'm concerned that we may have caused you some trouble. I heard there are more than 10 individuals in the camp. If they were to approach us. No need to worry, Chen Fang interjected, dismissively waving his hand. They're the ones who attempted to seize our belongings, not the other way around. You 2 have performed admirably. As for them, at this juncture, he narrowed his eyes, his tone suddenly turning icy. If they choose not to come, that is their decision. But should they wish to seek confrontation, I would not mind testing the sharpness of this blade. The sheer intensity of his presence caused both Zhang Yang and his brother to instinctively shrink back, their hearts racing with relief that they had not heeded Wang Hao's advice to confront Brother Chen. Otherwise, their fate would surely have been far worse than that of the 2 individuals they had encountered today. Chapter 45. The misfortunes of Wang Hao. Chen Fang was not merely speaking idly. On this deserted island, devoid of any legal constraints, all individuals must adhere to the law of the jungle. At such a moment, indecisiveness is tantamount to neglecting one's own responsibilities. Therefore, should anyone dare to provoke him, he would not hesitate to impart a lesson. For now, however, he chose to disregard them and focus on retrieving the fish. Upon concluding his thoughts, Chen Fang, along with Zhang Yang, promptly pulled the fishing nets from the water. Raising an eyebrow at the bountiful catch, Chen Fang was pleasantly surprised. So many? Within the nets, 10 lively sea fish danced about, accompanied by a few crabs and some small octopuses. He realized this harvest was substantial, otherwise Li Wei and his companion would not have sought to snatch it away. Yet, he had not anticipated such a plentiful yield. Even for 5 individuals, it would suffice for a day, and if rationed judiciously, could last for 3 days. Indeed, Brother Chen, we were equally astonished when we arrived this morning. Zhang Yang grinned, his joy evident. Otherwise, those 2 scoundrels would not have dared to attempt an outright theft. This is all due to your prowess, Brother Chen. Surely, it was the bait you placed in the nets yesterday that attracted these fish, Wu De remarked. Chen Fang nodded, astonished at the bait's remarkable efficacy. Regrettably, these cunning creatures would likely prove elusive if he attempted to catch them again in the same spot. Nevertheless, it mattered little to him, with his skills. He did not fear starvation even while guarding this stretch of sea. Let us take this catch and continue to gather more from the shore, Chen Fang instructed. Given the current uncertain circumstances, it was prudent to stockpile provisions. Otherwise, a sense of insecurity would prevail. As for the modern food supplies in their luggage, with their extended shelf life, they would serve as strategic resources. Though Zhang Yang and his companion were novices in foraging along the shore, they quickly acquired some techniques under Chen Fang's guidance. While their efficiency was markedly lower, they managed to gather enough to sustain one person. This significantly boosted their enthusiasm. An hour passed, and the trio returned with their hands laden with an impressive haul. The small octopuses alone weighed nearly 4 pounds, along with several geoducks, crabs, and abalone, albeit in lesser quantities. Nonetheless, this was more than sufficient to excite Zhang Yang and his companion. Had Chen Fang not called them back, they would have been reluctant to leave, as the thrill of such a harvest had become somewhat addictive. Brother Chen is truly remarkable, thanks to our shore foraging. We shall not starve, Zhang Yang exclaimed, grinning widely as they made their way back, their catch in hand. Chen Fang chuckled. I can only guarantee we won't starve. To thrive abundantly, however, is another matter entirely. We must strive to locate additional resources. The caloric content of these seafood delicacies was woefully inadequate. The quantity was insufficient for a hearty feast, and over time, this would surely lead to health complications. To maintain well-being, one must not lack in fats, proteins, dietary fibers. All are essential, yet it must be approached gradually. At this stage, their existence is already quite satisfactory. It is likely that for the majority of survivors, even a hearty meal is a significant challenge. This thought inevitably conjured images of Wang, Hao, and Zhang Lili in his mind. Perhaps they have succumbed to starvation? He pondered silently, his heart devoid of any turmoil. In reality, Wang Hao and Zhang Lili were indeed suffering from acute hunger, yet they had not perished. Since being brought back to the camp, they had initially hoped for better days to come. Little did they expect that after just one day, aside from a meager sip of water and a half of a coconut, the rest of their time would be consumed by labor, far removed from their initial expectations. This morning, they had joined the larger group to scavenge by the sea. Wang Hao, already injured and burdened with excess weight, found himself weary and sore after only a short while. The meager yield was disheartening. Aside from some inedible parasitic crabs, they had come up empty-handed. With a thud, he could no longer bear it, and sat down heavily on the beach. This was unbearable. As the esteemed general manager of Hongfang Technology, why should he be subjected to such demeaning tasks? He complained, his expression a portrait of displeasure. Gazing into the distance revealed Zhang Lili seated in the shade, cradling a coconut in her hands. Beside her stood a man who, on occasion, made physical contact with her, yet she offered no resistance, occasionally casting him flirtatious glances. Despicable wretch. Wang Hao grimaced at the sight. Since arriving at the camp, she had evidently caught the eye of this man. Although his actions had not yet crossed the line, it was clear that it would not be long before they became entangled. Wang Hao knew Zhang Lili all too well, yet he felt utterly powerless, as this man was their superior. Indeed, he was their superior. In their camp of 15 individuals, including Zhang Lili, there were only 4 women, divided into 2 groups, the collection team and the combat team. The collection team, like their own, had the daily task of gathering various edible resources, whether seafood or wild fruits. Even wild boars and bears fell within their purview if one possessed the capability. The combat team, on the other hand, served as the camp's protective force. The man by Zhang Lili's side was the leader of the collection team. Poor Wang Hao had anticipated that upon arriving here, he could leverage his status to assert some dominance. However, after a night had passed, he had yet to even glimpse the true leader of the camp. All he knew was that the person's surname was Wu, and his name was Wu Chong. Just wait until I meet your leader. With my status, I will surely stand above you, and then I shall deliver a resounding slap. Wang Hao seethed, lost in thought. He believed that anyone capable of leading the camp must be someone of prominence in the real world. With his own status and position, they would undoubtedly find common ground. Suddenly, as he mused, he felt a sharp kick to his back. "You lazy dog, still slacking off, are you?" Wang Hao snapped back to reality, noticing the leader had unexpectedly approached him, glaring fiercely. "Get back to work. Otherwise, are you merely waiting for ready-made food? Do you believe I will deny you sustenance today?" At this, Wang Hao's heart quivered. Without food, he would surely starve. Hence, despite harboring a myriad of grievances against his superior, he dared not voice them. Instead, with a pained expression, he implored, "Captain, I truly find myself unable to continue. May I take a brief respite? You may not be acquainted with me, but I am actually from Hong Fong Technology Bang." Just as he attempted to take the opportunity to introduce himself, he was met with a harsh kick from the other party. "Rest? How dare you? After such a long time, you've produced so little food and still wish to take a break? Believe me, I will end you. I will get up right away." Wang Hao, feeling a sense of indignation, rose to his feet, ready to resume his task. Suddenly, a figure dashed towards them, shouting, "Quickly return to the camp and assemble. Something has happened." Chapter 46. Wang Hao's plans. What has happened? Wang Hao was momentarily taken aback, an inexplicable sense of panic rising within him. Although his current situation was far from ideal, it was still preferable to being stranded on a deserted island with Zhang Lili. At least he was assured of not facing starvation. Thus, even after receiving a reprimand from the team leader, he was reluctant to see their camp dissolve into chaos. Suddenly, amidst his daze, the others had already set down their tasks and were hastily making their way towards the team leader, clutching their harvests. Soon they had all gathered. Wang Hao found himself bewildered, caught in the midst of the crowd. "Quickly, back to the camp," the team leader commanded, his expression shifting slightly, his tone sharp. The individuals who had arrived were from the combat team, typically capable of managing crises on their own. The fact that even the gathering team was being summoned indicated the gravity of the situation. Under the team leader's orders, everyone sprinted toward the camp. Zhang Lili quietly rejoined the group, positioning herself beside Wang Hao. "Mr. Wang, are you all right?" At her words, Wang Hao felt a surge of irritation, particularly recalling Zhang Lili's earlier coy demeanor, which gnawed at him. Although she was merely one of his romantic interests, her selfishness in such matters was undeniable. As the general manager of a multi-billion-dollar company, had he not been under the same roof as her, he would have long since delivered a stinging slap to her face. "Humph, you still remember me? I thought I had faded from your memory as the general manager." Wang Hao replied coldly, his words laced with resentment, reminiscent of a scorned lover. He emphasized the title general manager heavily, as if fearing that Zhang Lili might forget his status in the real world. "Oh, Mr. Wang, what are you saying? How could I possibly forget you?" Zhang Lili responded, her tone flirtatious as she wrapped her arm around Wang Hao's. However, before doing so, she cast a cautious glance at the team leader, and upon seeing that his attention was elsewhere, she grew bolder. Leaning closer to Wang Hao, she continued, "Mr. Wang, I was merely playing along with him. Why are you still upset? Everything I do is to ensure our well-being. Rest assured, I will definitely remember you when it comes to resources." Wang Hao recognized the cunning nature of Zhang Lili, who had become accustomed to hedging her bets in 2 places. If it were Chen Fang, he would never fall for her clever words. Yet Wang Hao, in his naivety, found his mood lifting slightly. Nonetheless, he still huffed in response of, "I suppose you have a semblance of conscience." This life on the deserted island is merely temporary. I know you, Zhang Lili, are quite astute in such matters. Are you not? His words carried a palpable threat. Zhang Lili felt a jolt of apprehension at his words. This stubborn man had begun to threaten her once more. Yet, she had no means to counter him, for deep down, she agreed with his sentiment. Once they returned to the city, her fate would be dire without Wang Hao. Thus, she quickly nodded, tightening her grip on his arm. Dear, what are you saying? I am well aware of your prowess, and surely your heart belongs solely to me. How could you possibly entertain thoughts of anyone else? I sincerely hope that is the case. Wang Hao nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Yet his heart was a cacophony of anxious thoughts. They had been stranded on this desolate island for 3 days, and in all this time, there had been no sign of a rescue team. This was a plane crash, after all. Such events should send shockwaves throughout the world. Logically, the airline, the aircraft manufacturer, and the neighboring nations would collaborate in the search. Yet, at present, there was no indication of any rescue efforts. Could it be that the rescue team would not arrive at all? The mere thought sent a chill through Wang Hao. He prided himself on his position as a general manager. Without that title, given his appearance and physique, it would be a challenge for any woman to spare him a second glance, especially in this wilderness. He felt utterly useless, reduced to the lowest tier. This was intolerable for someone accustomed to commanding authority. His leverage on this island was woefully inadequate, and he could feel a rising sense of urgency within him. As he pondered this, he suddenly noticed that Zhang Lili had loosened her grip around him. Huh? He looked up in confusion and quickly grasped the reason. The group leader was now casting a glance in their direction. Cursed wretch! Wang Hao silently cursed, his teeth gritting in frustration. Yet, in the next moment, inspiration struck and his eyes brightened. Who said he had no bargaining chip? Zhang Lili was indeed a valuable asset. Though her looks were nothing extraordinary, her figure was undeniably striking, and most importantly, she exuded a captivating allure. That was her advantage. If push came to shove, selling her off was not out of the question. Wang Hao began to calculate in his mind. On this lawless island, women were resources, the greatest commodities. If he were to offer her to others, he could surely garner some goodwill. However, the seller must tread carefully. The group leader's rank was insufficient. He needed to find a way to connect with the camp leader. Would the leader be amenable to such a proposition? He instinctively assessed Zhang Lili's impressive figure. Nodding to himself, it was likely he would be willing. Few could resist such an offer. Yet, he lamented that since arriving at the camp, he had yet to encounter the camp leader. Unbeknownst to him, the others had already returned to the campsite. Surrounding them was a makeshift fence, haphazardly constructed from branches thrust into the ground, sparsely arranged with broad leaves filling the gaps. The ground was strewn with these leaves, which served as their bedding at night. In addition, there were 2 large trees and a thicket in the center, behind which lay the resting place of the camp leader. What is going on? Why have we been summoned back so suddenly? Who knows? It appears to be the combat group. A brawl seems imminent. A brawl? With whom? There are hardly any individuals left on this deserted island, let alone another camp of our size. The gathering of the collection team murmured in hushed tones. Wang Hao and Zhang Lili quickly lifted their heads to observe. Before them stood 4 sturdy men, 2 of whom bore bruised faces. Their expressions a mixture of indignation and frustration. Had Chen Fang and the others been present, they would have instantly recognized them as Li Wei and Wang Peng, who had attempted to seize their fishing nets. Suddenly, the murmurs ceased. At that moment, a man emerged from behind a great tree, equally tall, approximately 6 feet. With a healthy, sun-kissed complexion, he sported a pair of sunglasses with an air of flamboyance, exuding an aura of authority. He was none other than the leader of this camp. Chapter 47. The camp meeting. As soon as the leader emerged, an immediate hush fell over the camp. This leader, known for his ruthless disposition, would not hesitate to mete out punishment to those who defied his authority. Consequently, over the past few days, no one dared to challenge his commands. You must be wondering why you have all been summoned, right? Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Zhao Mingsheng, the leader, spoke in a graviton. He then gestured towards Li Wei and Wang Peng, standing nearby. As you can see, our combat team has been attacked by others today. At these words, A wave of commotion swept through the crowd. They had been puzzled about the recent predicament of these two individuals, initially speculating that they had encountered a wild animal. To discover they had been assaulted by other people was shocking. However, amidst their astonishment, many felt a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, the members of the combat team were quite despised. After all, when anyone opposed the leader, it was they who would take action. Ironically, these individuals seldom contributed to the group's efforts, living off the resources painstakingly gathered by others. The leader justified their presence as protection. Yet one must wonder, when had they ever truly protected anyone? More often than not, it was they who instigated violence, particularly Li Wei, whose actions had been utterly detestable, though no one dared to resist him before. Silence. Zhao Mingqing's countenance darkened ominously. These were his enforcers, and their defeat was a direct affront to him. To make matters worse, their assailants were merely 3 in number. Did this not imply a complete disregard for him? Retribution was imperative. Moreover, the intelligence brought back by Li Wei was crucial. Those 3 individuals had managed to catch a considerable amount of sea fish using nets. This indicated that their survival skills in the wild were not to be underestimated. It remained unclear which of the 3 possessed such abilities. He must be dealt with accordingly, and compelled to work for them. Zhao Mingsheng had already devised a plan. Clearing his throat, he declared with authority, "Ladies and gentlemen, we are a collective. Can we simply stand by while our own are bullied? Absolutely not." Without waiting for a response, he shouted, "We must reclaim our dignity. Fear not, for there are only 3 of them. If we unite, we can easily overpower them. However, before we set off, everyone should procure a sturdy stick as a weapon. They are not only armed with knives, but it is said that they are quite skilled as well. Moreover, since they can catch fish, our aim is not only to teach them a lesson and reclaim our honor, but to make them work for us. Henceforth, we shall never worry about a lack of fish." Upon hearing the final remark, the crowd's eyes sparkled with excitement. Initially, they had feared the possibility of being outnumbered, and the mention of knives had only intensified their trepidation. Yet, discovering there were only 3 opponents rendered them less daunting. Gathered together in numbers, armed with sticks, what threat could a few knives pose? Most enticing was the prospect of a steady fish supply, a temptation far too great for those who had gone days without sustenance. It was an allure impossible to resist. At that moment, Wang Hao could no longer contain his astonishment. His agility was commendable, and he even possessed fishing skills. How could this be? Somewhat reminiscent of, he instinctively glanced towards Zhang Lili beside him, who happened to be looking back as well. Clearly, she had also arrived at a similar realization. Chen Fang. It was strikingly similar. Not only was the individual dexterous, but he also had a knack for fishing. They had personally witnessed Chen Fang and his companions feasting on sea fish. Wang Hao had even indulged in 2 himself. Bang! While he was still in shock, the leader of the collection team approached unexpectedly and delivered a kick to Wang Hao's side. "What the hell are you yelling about? Can't you see the boss is in a meeting? Keep it up, and I swear I'll end you." Wang Hao tumbled to the ground, tugging at his lips in a display of grievance. "Leader, I have something to say." Bang! Before he could finish, another kick came his way. "What could you possibly have to say? Shut your mouth." The leader harbored no fondness for Wang Hao. His rotund figure alone was enough to irk him. Moreover, he was utterly useless, likely needing 10 of him to equal a single competent worker. The meager collection of hermit crabs was hardly sufficient for a meal. To make matters worse, he was Zhang Lili's partner, which only intensified the leader's disdain. "Stop. I have a lead regarding the individuals the boss mentioned." As the leader's kicks grew fiercer, Wang Hao could no longer restrain himself. The moment those words escaped his lips, the leader halted, glancing towards the boss. The latter nodded in approval. Let him speak. The others, too, turned their attention towards him in curiosity. Feeling the intensity of their gazes, Wang Hao suddenly felt nervous. He had never experienced such scrutiny before. Previously, he had been the one addressing a crowd, but now he found himself among the very employees he had once spoken to. How immense the pressure must have been for them. Strangely, he found himself lost in thought. Slap! The next second, he was jolted back to reality by a stinging slap from the leader. Coming to his senses, he found himself staring into the fierce countenance of his aggressor. Are you here to amuse everyone? Speak, or I'll finish you. I'll speak. I'll speak. Wang Hao's heart raced, and he hurriedly continued, Boss. That person is likely named Chen Fang. I encountered him before arriving at our camp. Upon hearing this, the boss furrowed his brow, visibly displeased. Is that all? What use is such meager information? Just a name? It offers no assistance for our operation. Furthermore, there were originally 3 individuals, and the overwhelming numerical advantage rendered the situation utterly predictable. Wait, there's more. Wang Hao's jowls quivered as he glanced at Li Wei, timidly inquiring, Are those 3 individuals 1 young man and 2 slightly older ones? You're supposed to provide answers, not ask questions. Li Wei glared at him menacingly, already irked from the earlier beating, and now irritated by the unnecessary chatter. Answer him, the boss suddenly interjected. Li Wei shot a displeased glare at Wang Hao and muttered, Indeed, that is precisely correct. Wang Hao's expression brightened as he turned to their leader. Boss, those 2 were previously my subordinates, utterly lacking in capability. They are worthless in a fight. How absurd. Upon hearing this, both Li Wei and Wang Peng erupted in indignation. After being battered to this extent, your words imply that we are equally inept. They continued, and to share such irrelevant information. Today, I shall impart a lesson upon you. Li Wei's fingers cracked ominously. Noticing the brewing storm, Wang Hao quickly retracted his neck and declared loudly, Boss, they not only possess fishing skills, but also carry a suitcase, likely filled with supplies. Moreover, they are adept at starting fires. Most importantly, they are accompanied by 2 enchanting ladies. Chapter 48. Will the rescue team ever arrive? Beautiful women, or perhaps 2. As Wang Hao's words resonated through the air, they instantly captivated the attention of the crowd. On this island, women were a rare commodity, accessible only to those of high status. Undoubtedly, this principle seemed to hold true in civilized society as well. However, the distinction here was the absence of legal constraints. In the real world, the most exquisite beauties might only be admired from afar by the average person, but here, one could indulge in their desires without restraint. Thus, upon hearing Wang Hao's declaration, excitement surged among the listeners. Even Li Wei, who had been prepared to take action, paused and furrowed his brow. Women? I haven't seen any. Are you speaking nonsense? No, it's absolutely true. Wang Hao quickly interjected. Just then, the camp leader, Zhao Mingsheng, approached, fixing a penetrating gaze upon him. Is what you say true? Are there truly 2 beautiful women? As Wang Hao nodded fervently, Zhao's gaze inevitably shifted to Zhang Lily, standing nearby. His eyes briefly roamed over her impressive figure, and he swallowed hard. How does she compare? Far more beautiful, with an even more splendid figure. In speaking of women, Wang Hao seemed to forget his earlier panic, gesticulating excitedly, his eyes gleaming with fervor. To an outsider, it might have appeared as though he had already secured the 2 beauties for himself. However, it must be said that his vivid description from a man's perspective had a remarkable effect. Many present were visibly enthralled, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. Even the camp leader's demeanor shifted, his breath quickening. While there were other women within the camp, their looks and figures left much to be desired, failing to pique his interest. Although some had offered themselves, and he had indeed taken advantage of the opportunities, the experiences were rather bland. He had heard reports about Zhang Lily the previous day and had observed her discreetly. Indeed, her physique was commendable. However, as the camp leader, he refrained from acting hastily upon their arrival, preferring a more measured approach. Yet now, with the prospect of something better, that restraint no longer held. Brothers, are you interested? He called out to the group. Yes, we are very interested, came the resounding chorus, each voice brimming with fervor, akin to a herd of wild bulls. Sensing the rising excitement, a smirk crept across the leader's face. Very well, then arm yourselves and follow me. We shall seize their supplies and claim their women. Another wave of fervent cheers erupted, their enthusiasm almost overwhelming, as they momentarily forgot their own identities. Given their status, the prospect of truly exquisite beauties seemed far-fetched. Yet they harbored a glimmer of hope that once the leader grew tired of them, they too might have a chance to partake. Now go and find your weapons. We set off immediately. With Zhao Mingqing's command, the crowd dispersed, scouring the nearby woods for makeshift clubs. Wang Hao remained rooted in place, watching Zhao Mingcheng, eager to cultivate a rapport with the camp leader. Upon witnessing the scene, Zhao Mingcheng was momentarily taken aback, unsure of the other man's intentions. However, due to the intelligence he had just provided, he raised his hand and patted the man's shoulder, nodding in acknowledgement. "You're quite impressive. What is your name?" Upon hearing this, Wang Hao's heart leapt with joy, and he quickly extended his hand, launching into his customary self-introduction. "I am Wang Hao, the general manager of Hongfang Technology Group." "Hongfang Technology?" Zhao Mingcheng remarked, a hint of surprise in his voice. "If memory serves me correctly, that company possesses considerable strength. To think you are its general manager, I must express my utmost respect. It's nothing much. Our annual revenue only reaches several billion," Wang Hao replied, feigning modesty, though internally he was elated. So what if he was the leader of the camp? Hearing his status still warranted respect, did it not? He had not anticipated such a prominent figure would grace their camp. Zhao Mingcheng continued, "Oh, I am flattered. Let's work together as equals." Wang Hao smiled, straightening his posture. He then extended his hand towards Zhao Mingcheng, stating, "Since you have heard of my company, I assume you hold some standing in society. However, rest assured, I do not intend to manage this camp. You shall continue to oversee it, and we shall refer to each other as brothers." After all, as the camp leader, he believed he had already shown sufficient deference. In his view, a wise individual would certainly heed his words. Indeed, Zhao Mingcheng extended his hand and introduced himself, shaking Wang Hao's hand. Wang Hao's spirits soared at this gesture. His chubby face radiated joy that he could no longer contain. A handshake signified agreement, after all. However, in the next moment, he suddenly sensed something amiss. The grip around his hand transformed, becoming as unyielding as an iron hoop, causing him to grimace in pain. What are you doing?" he exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. The reply came swiftly in the form of a slap from Zhao Mingcheng. "You insolent fool! What time do you think it is, still daring to act arrogantly? Have you lost your mind?" Wang Hao was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the sudden turn of events. Was this reversal occurring too swiftly? "What do you mean by I?" Zhao Mingcheng delivered another slap, his tone icy. "Listen here. In this camp, I am the one in charge. You better behave yourself. There is no distinction between a president and anyone else here. Do not hold onto any illusions about the rescue team arriving. I assure you, they may never come." "What?" Wang Hao's complexion paled dramatically. His shock stemmed not only from Zhao Mingcheng's demeanor, but more so from the latter's chilling statement. The rescue team would never arrive? How could this be? Was he being deceived, or was he speaking the truth? A flurry of questions swirled in his mind. "What's wrong? Do you not believe me?" Zhao Mingcheng sneered coldly. "If you doubt me, just wait and see." Meanwhile, Zhang Lili stood frozen in place, utterly petrified by the unfolding events. Moreover, the gaze directed towards Wang Hao had undergone a transformation. The absence of a rescue team implied that they would be eternally severed from their city. In such a scenario, Wang Hao's once proud identity would hold no significance. What purpose would it serve to accompany him? With a visage akin to that of swine, merely indulging in consumption, he bore no value on this desolate island. In that brief moment, Zhang Lili's heart began to race with anxiety. Simultaneously, Zhao Mingcheng's attention shifted to Zhang Lili. A knowing smile curled at the corners of his lips as he let out a soft hum, poised to approach her with a gesture. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed behind him. "Boss, we're all set." Turning around, he saw the group returning with wooden sticks in hand. Zhao Mingcheng had no choice but to lower his hand and nod at the others. "In that case, let us depart." Chapter 49. Did Chen Fang confess? Wow, this is absolutely delightful. Brother Chen, your culinary skills are truly exceptional. The flavors are simply exquisite. As Zhao Mingcheng and his companions set off, the aroma wafting from Chen Fang and his team's campsite was intoxicating, prompting exclamations of delight from all. Beside the fire, a smooth stone slab had been carefully arranged, propped up by two stones with a pile of firewood beneath. Two sea fish sizzled above, glistening with oil. While they may not be perfectly golden on both sides, they were undeniably appetizing. The natural saltiness of the fish, infused with the unique freshness of seafood, rendered any seasoning unnecessary, creating a delectable meal. Moreover, the inherent oils from the fish had melted, further enhancing the sheen of the stone slab. With the flavorful oil, Chen Fang also brought out small octopuses and abalone. The small octopuses were simply pressed onto the slab to fry. In no time, a tantalizing aroma emerged, reminiscent of the grilled squid one might find at a bustling night market. Meanwhile, the abalone was pried off with a cleaver, sliced into thin pieces, and placed on a stone to grill. A bite revealed both freshness and a delightful chewiness, truly extraordinary. After finishing the meal, a sip of coconut juice was the crowning touch, an unparalleled indulgence. One might mistakenly think they were on vacation. This was, without a doubt, the most delicious meal I have experienced since arriving on this island. Once they finished eating, Gu Xiaoro rubbed her belly and exclaimed. Chen Fang, with a smile, looked at her and remarked, if I recall correctly, "Every meal you've had has been quite delightful, hasn't it?" Gu Xiaoro paused, pouting and playfully shaking her little fist at Chen Fang. "If you keep talking nonsense, do you believe I will hit you?" "Believe it. I'm scared, all right?" Chen Fang shook his head helplessly, then turned to Lin Qing and asked, "How about you, Miss Lin? Are you full?" Since the events of the morning, Lin Qing had not engaged in conversation with Chen Fang. Upon hearing his question, her face flushed. She turned her head away awkwardly and softly replied, "I am. Just." However, before she could finish, Gu Xiaoro protested from the side. "Why? Chen Fang, you scoundrel, you rogue." Hearing this, everyone was momentarily stunned. Even Zhang Yang and Wu De, who had been silently focused on their food, looked up, puzzled by the commotion. Chen Fang was equally bewildered. What was wrong with this girl? What was she talking about? "Xiaoro, what is going on? Have you perhaps eaten something toxic?" Chen Fang inquired. "You are the one who is toxic," Gu Xiaoro retorted, baring her teeth. "Why do you speak so gently to Miss Lin, yet feel the need to provoke me?" Chen Fang was instantly at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Should he divulge the events that transpired between him and Lin Qing that morning? Even the astute Lin Qing found herself at a loss for how to respond. She silently lowered her head, not uttering a word, but her cheeks inexplicably flushed with warmth. A perplexing thought crossed her mind. Why did it feel as though her intelligence had diminished recently? Could it be? Suddenly, she recalled certain theories circulating online. Is it true that one becomes foolish during pregnancy? But she was not expecting a child. That was impossible. Was it said that a woman in love experiences a decline in intelligence, even to the point of nullity? That was even more preposterous, for she certainly did not. At this moment, she hesitated, almost instinctively glancing at Chen Fang. Yet, she quickly dismissed the notion. Impossible. She certainly did not harbor any feelings for him. She assured herself inwardly. Wu De was utterly bewildered, completely unaware of the unfolding events. Yet, he found it all rather amusing. With half a grilled fish in one hand and a small octopus in the other, he savored the scene with delight. With food and drink, along with an entertaining spectacle, it was indeed a splendid indulgence. As he was engrossed in the moment, a sudden pain shot through his waist, causing him to grimace and turn, glaring at Zhang Yang. In a hushed tone, he exclaimed, "What are you doing?" "I was enjoying myself." "Be quiet." Zhang Yang quickly chastised him, shooting him a fierce glare. This fool seemed truly captivated by the commotion, forgetting his own position in the process. Was this something he was allowed to witness? "Focus on your own meal. Is this food not to your liking?" Zhang Yang whispered, simultaneously signaling him with a glance. Only then did Wu De snap back to reality, retracting his neck in a moment of panic. What on earth was he doing? Today, due to the morning's defense of the fishing net, he and his companion had been granted the rare opportunity to dine at the same table as Chen Fang. Each person had been allocated 2 fish, and the small octopuses were available for all to enjoy. Coconuts were distributed 1 per person. Wu De had almost forgotten that he was merely Chen Fang's subordinate, having not yet earned his trust just a day prior. Realizing this, he dared not look around any longer and devoted himself to his food. Chen Fang gazed at Gu Xiaoro bemused. The latter, wide-eyed, pointed at him. Look, isn't that you provoking me?" "I." Chen Fang, exasperated, observed the stubbornness of the young girl. As he contemplated, a sudden idea struck him. With a slight smile, he inquired, Indeed, I was provoking you. You. Gu Xiaorou's face froze, her lips pursing in disbelief. However, before she could retort, Chen Fang continued, haven't you heard that if a man is interested in a woman, he will initially tease her? Huh? Gu Xiaorou was taken aback, the words she had on the tip of her tongue swallowed back, nearly choking her. In that fleeting moment, she had so much to say. Yet now, confronted with Chen Fang's unexpected declaration, she found herself at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. The atmosphere grew awkward, the air seemingly thickening with tension. Lin Qingshu's movements came to an abrupt halt as she lifted her gaze in astonishment, her eyes darting towards Chen Fang. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang and Wu De wished fervently to transform into Zhu Beiji, covering their ears in a desperate attempt to shield themselves from the conversation. This was certainly not something they wanted to hear. However, to depart at this moment would be far too conspicuous. Thus, the two could only divert their attention to the delectable food before them, indulging in a hearty feast. For a time, the only sounds that filled the air were the frantic noises of their chewing and swallowing. You, Brother Chen Fang, what are you saying? How could you behave this way? Oomph. After a considerable pause, Gu Xiaorou finally regained her composure, stamping her foot in a display of anger. Yet, despite the apparent fury on her face, her tone bore an unmistakable hint of playful reproach. It was hard to shake off the impression that she was not truly angry, but rather, perhaps even a touch delighted. At that moment, a sudden cacophony of footsteps erupted from the forest's edge, accompanied by a commanding voice. Search the area. Everyone gather here. Chapter 50. A gathering of rivals. The sound in their ears instantly alerted Chen Fang and his companions. What is happening? Have the people from this morning returned? Gu Xiaorou inquired with concern. During their earlier meal, they had learned from the trio about the events that transpired by the seaside. Those scoundrels dare to come back? Do they truly believe we are easy prey? Zhang Yang exclaimed, rising with a wooden stick in hand, fueled by indignation. Having just savored a delightful feast, he felt it was the perfect moment to demonstrate their resolve. Wu De, gripping his own stick, was ready to charge out. Come back. Chen Fang called out in a hushed tone, halting him. These two impetuous youths displayed commendable courage, but engaging in a brawl required more strategy. At the very least, they needed to ascertain the number of their adversaries. Let us observe for a moment. With that, Chen Fang took a few steps forward, wielding his machete. Peering through the trees, he spotted a group congregating by the sea, gesturing animatedly. The leader, adorned with sunglasses and encircled by the others, appeared to be the ringleader. How audacious of them to return. In that case, they shall not find me merciful. Chen Fang's eyes narrowed, his grip on the scabbard tightening. He had never been one to show leniency to his foes. If they wish for my demise, then let them all perish. Brother Chen, what shall we do? Zhang Yang inquired, drawing closer and speaking in a hushed tone. Patience is key. We shall wait. Chen Fang replied nonchalantly. Wait? Zhang Yang frowned, perplexed. There were over 10 of them. Wu Ti standing still in vite encirclement. He glanced at Chen Fang, hesitating to voice his concerns. Ultimately, out of respect for Chen Fang's authority, he refrained from speaking further. At that moment, the group outside began to disperse, searching the surroundings. They must be nearby in these woods. Everyone, spread out, but do not stray too far from one another, Chen Fang instructed, signaling his companions to lower their bodies and stealthily return to their camp. You two stay here. Come with me, he directed Lin Qingxue and the others, as he, Zhang Yang, and Wu De cautiously moved toward the right. It was too late to leave now. Hiding was impossible given the presence of fresh water. They could only take the initiative. According to Chen Fang's estimation, their current path was the quickest route to encounter any approaching individuals. Rather than waiting to be discovered and summoning reinforcements, it was wiser to confront them while they were scattered. By an unfortunate twist of fate, approaching their direction were Li Wei and Wang Peng. Each wielded a wooden stick, their faces bruised, yet their eyes gleaming with a fierce determination and the thrill of vengeance soon to be realized. Scoundrels, where do you think you can hide? Soon, I shall make you kneel and call me father. Li Wei growled through clenched teeth as they advanced, oblivious to Chen Fang and his companions, who had already concealed themselves along their path, their gaze fixated on the potential flicker of flames ahead. According to Wang Hao's intelligence, the individuals had already kindled a campfire. Thus, upon seeing the flickering light, they could be easily located. Do not move. However, shortly after entering the thicket, a chilling voice pierced the air. As the words fell, a blade was pressed against Li Wei's throat. The sudden turn of events nearly sent their hearts racing out of their chests. Zhang Yang and his companion simultaneously rose, gripping their wooden clubs tightly, casting a frosty glare at Wang Peng. "Behave yourself, or I shall strike you down," Zhang Yang threatened in a low voice. You. Li Wei gazed at Chen Fang before him. Terror etched across his features. The earlier bravado and fury vanished without a trace. There was no escaping the intimidation of the blade at his neck, which felt akin to having truth itself thrust against him. "Drop the clubs," Chen Fang commanded, his gaze fixated on the two. At this, Li Wei and Wang Peng exchanged glances, reluctantly loosening their grips and allowing the wooden clubs to clatter to the ground, their expressions nearly weeping with despair. How had fortune turned so cruel? After gathering so many for vengeance, they had unwittingly fallen into the hands of their adversaries once more. "It seems the morning did not impart any wisdom upon you," Chen Fang sneered. "Now, tell me, how many in total have arrived?" Li Wei and his companion fell silent. Refusing to speak, Chen Fang arched an eyebrow, advancing the blade slightly. Instantly, a line of crimson appeared upon Li Wei's neck. 12. There are 12 in total. Aside from 3 women, the rest are all men. Feeling the sting at his throat, Li Wei could no longer maintain his defiance and hastily divulged all. "Come with me," Chen Fang instructed, glancing at Zhang Yang and his companion. "You two keep an eye on this fellow while I take him aside for questioning. We shall interrogate the other one afterward. If your accounts do not align, none of you shall leave." Hearing this, Li Wei and Wang Peng's expressions shifted dramatically. Such a ruthless tactic. Initially, they had hoped to evade the matter with trivialities, but that was no longer an option. Reluctantly led aside by Chen Fang, they walked 3 or 4 meters before halting. "Now speak. What is the situation at your camp, and what is the estimated combat capability? The more detailed, the better. If you cooperate, I might spare you," Chen Fang said, raising his blade and speaking in a grave tone. At these words, Li Wei's heart trembled, and he dared not hesitate any longer. Like bamboo shoots spilling forth, he recounted the entirety of the camp's circumstances, detailing the division of the combat and gathering teams, as well as the involvement of Wang Hao and Zhang Lili, including the intelligence provided by Wang Hao moments earlier. "I did not anticipate that this pair of scoundrels would be involved," Chen Fang remarked coldly, his grip tightening on the blade, causing Li Wei to shudder uncontrollably. "Hey, brother, it was not I who provided the information. It was that fat fool. If you seek vengeance, you must direct it toward him." Upon hearing these words, Chen Fang narrowed his eyes, a smirk playing on his lips as he inquired, "So, are you claiming innocence?" Li Wei's expression stiffened. The very reason these individuals had arrived was due to the machinations of the two of them. How could innocence possibly apply? Let us move on to the next one. You had better pray that you Haven Tea spoken out of turn, or else none of you will be leaving here upright. At Chen Fang's menacing threat, Li Wei felt his throat constrict and swallowed hard with great difficulty. Trepidatiously, he returned, replacing Wang Peng. As he watched the two depart once more, Li Wei's mind began to race. He could not afford to remain passive any longer. He needed to find an opportunity to escape, or he would forever be led by the nose. However, these two were constantly keeping a watchful eye on him, leaving little chance for action. He had no choice but to attempt something. With his thoughts swirling in his mind, he turned to Zhang Yang and the other, asking, "Gentlemen, your former superior was that rotund fellow, wasn't he?" Chapter 51. The Art of Stone. Throwing Li Wei forced a grim smile, striving to appear more amiable. He felt an unexpected gratitude towards the rotund Wang Hao. Without his intervention, he would have struggled to find appropriate conversation. "Be honest with me. What pretense is this? Speak again, and I swear I shall knock you unconscious." However, Zhang Yang and his companion showed no inclination to heed his threats. Brandishing a wooden stick, Li Wei issued a warning, which immediately quelled his bravado. Observing their vigilance, He recognized that this was not the opportune moment to act and resigned himself to anxiously wait for a chance. Meanwhile, Chen Fang gleaned information about the camp from Wang Peng. The two had not lied. Their accounts were largely consistent. The combat team consisted of merely 4 individuals, whose fighting prowess was comparable to theirs, thus posing little threat. Chen Fang silently pondered the situation. After all, the members of the collection team were nothing more than a disorganized rabble. According to their report, they received only meager rations each day, making it impossible to satiate their hunger. Labor was arduous, let alone engaging in conflict. "Brother, can I go now? I have spoken nothing but the truth," Wang Peng, with Chen Fang's knife pressed against him, found his courage evaporating, his voice trembling. In response, Chen Fang offered a knowing smile. "Let's discuss this outside." Outside? Wang Peng's heart sank. It was evident that they were not to be let go easily. Could it be that Li Wei's words differed from his own? Were they to be dispatched here? The mere thought caused Wang Peng's visage to pale, his heart racing uncontrollably. His legs felt as though they were laden with lead, each step becoming a monumental effort. As he approached Li Wei and his associates, he could no longer contain himself, collapsing to his knees before Chen Fang, his face a mask of despair. "Brother, I beg you, spare me. I have not lied. Everything I know about the camp, I have already divulged. Please do not kill me. I implore you." Suddenly, this unexpected turn of events caught the attention of Zhang Yang and his companion, prompting them to look up. Li Wei, momentarily taken aback, felt a chill in his heart. Was it possible that their accounts differed? This was disastrous. Yet, upon glancing at Zhang Yang and his friend, a spark of cunning ignited within him. Now was the moment. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, delivering a swift kick to Zhang Yang's knee while propelling himself towards Wu De. "How dare you?" The two were caught off guard by Li Wei's audacity, and before they could react, he had felled them both. Seizing the wooden stick, he dashed away. "Stop right there!" Zhang Yang and Wu De shouted, alarmed. Chen Fang had entrusted them with a singular task, and it was unacceptable for them to fail in watching over one individual. Yet, by the time they regained their footing, Li Wei had already put several meters between them. The prospect of pursuit was futile. Li Wei, while sprinting, shouted at the top of his lungs, "Help! I'm over here! Hurry, they're this way!" The two pursuers, Zhang Yang and his companion, were consumed by fury as they chased him relentlessly, yet they could not close the distance. In his haste, Li Wei glanced back and felt a surge of elation. The two behind him did not concern him too much. His main worry was the one wielding the knife. As long as that assailant did not catch up, he would escape today. Moreover, once he reunited with his comrades, it would be time for him to settle scores. However, he resolved not to lead the charge next time. Otherwise, if he fell into that young man's grasp again, the consequences would be dire. Zhang Yang and his companion were growing increasingly anxious. Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound pierced the air beside them. In an instant, a dark silhouette zipped past, crashing heavily into Li Wei's back. Bang! The tremendous force caused Li Wei to stumble forward, taking a couple of steps before collapsing to the ground, struggling in vain to rise. At that moment, Zhang Yang and his companion finally discerned that the object that had struck Li Wei was a stone the size of a fist. Gasping, Li Wei lay on the ground, the pain in his back causing him to inhale sharply. What was that? He turned his head in confusion to investigate, only to be met by the fierce visages of Zhang Yang and his companion, who lunged at him and pinned him down. They rained punches upon his head, cursing as they did so. "You wretch, thought you could escape? Get up and run again if you dare. A sneak attack, huh? How dare you ambush me? You worthless scum." Meanwhile, Chen Fang approached with Wang Peng in tow. Wang Peng's eyes were filled with terror, for he had witnessed the entire event unfold. The stone had indeed been thrown by the very person standing beside him. The distance was nearly 10 meters. Regardless of accuracy, the force required to knock Li Wei down from such a distance was immense. If it had struck his head, it would surely have left a mark. "Brother Chen." Zhang Yang and his companion paused, looking toward Chen Fang. The latter nodded, signaling them to rise, and then pushed Wang Peng in front of them. "You can keep an eye on him, right?" Zhang Yang and his companion felt a chill run down their spines, unable to meet Chen Fang's gaze. They realized he was reproaching them. Indeed, although they had apprehended Li Wei, His cries had already echoed outward. Others would undoubtedly converge upon this location at once. They could already hear the sound of footsteps approaching from afar. "Brother Chun, this rascal launched a sneak attack," Wu Dis stammered, forcing himself to explain. "We were careless and did not dodge, as there was commotion on your side, and I thought something was amiss, so I was rather concerned." Mid-sentence, he suddenly felt Zhang Yang tugging at his sleeve. Turning in confusion, he saw his companion shaking his head. A mistake was a mistake. The more one attempts to explain, the greater Chen Fang's aversion will grow. "No matter, leave it to me." Chen Fang waved his hand and circled around to stand before Li Wei. Crouching down to meet his gaze, Li Wei lay on the ground, struggling to lift his head, trembling uncontrollably. Given this man's ruthless nature, being caught again would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. "You enjoy running, do you?" With a grin that revealed his teeth, Chen Fang slowly began to speak. At these words, Li Wei's eyes twitched violently, and he opened his mouth, eager to offer an explanation, yet he found himself at a loss for words. At this juncture, what could possibly be explained? He could only pin his hopes on the others in the camp, and thus manage to utter, "Our companions are almost here. If you do not leave soon, you will." "Ah!" he abruptly shrieked mid-sentence, for the knife in Chen Fang's hand had driven forcefully into the back of his hand. Chapter 52. The advantage is mine. Li Wei's anguished screams reverberated through the forest, eliciting echoes that pierced the stillness. Chen Fang's blade had pierced through the back of his hand, pinning it to the ground, blood oozing from the wound. In that moment, how could he still dare to threaten me? Chen Fang's cold gaze fixed upon Li Wei, his voice as frigid as ice. The latter winced in pain, baring his teeth, yet could not muster the courage to utter a word in the face of Chen Fang's penetrating stare. Behind them, Wang Peng was already so terrified that he had lost all composure, his body trembling uncontrollably, and before long, he collapsed to the ground. Suddenly, Chen Fang yanked the blade free. Li Wei let out another agonizing howl, his body convulsing violently, his face pale as a ghost, beads of sweat cascading down. Yet Chen Fang showed no signs of mercy. He approached Li Wei's feet and thrust the knife once more. Li Wei's body stiffened, the excruciating pain nearly sending him into oblivion. However, this was not the end. Chen Fang twisted his grip on the knife and thrust upward. The razor-sharp blade severed Li Wei's tendons. He opened his mouth wide, but before he could scream, he had already succumbed to unconsciousness. "You fancy yourself a runner. Let's see how you escape this time." Chen Fang withdrew the bloodied blade, his expression unperturbed despite this being his first encounter with such brutality. A hint of his upbringing, training martial arts with his grandfather and hearing countless stories, lingered within him. However, more importantly, he was acutely aware of the lawlessness of this deserted island. If he did not act ruthlessly, he would only suffer the consequences. Faced with more than a dozen adversaries, it was paramount to instill fear in them to swiftly resolve the predicament. With this thought in mind, he advanced towards Wang Peng, who was no saint himself. Since the confrontation had begun, it was time to see this through to the end. They must be made to fear. "Big brother, I was wrong. Please spare me this once." Wang Peng's voice trembled in terror as he saw Chen Fang approaching, his heart racing. He attempted to struggle to his knees, but found his body weak, unable to rise. "If memory serves me right, I have already shown you mercy this morning," Chen Fang stated, his expression devoid of emotion. At this, Wang Peng's heart sank. He gazed at Chen Fang, his countenance one of despair. "Brother, I beg you for another chance. They say one may be forgiven once or twice, but not a third time. I assure you, there will be no next time." Upon hearing this, Chen Fang suddenly smiled, yet the smile sent chills down Wang Peng's spine. "Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs?" Chen Fang inquired. "Aye." Wang Peng's face paled, his features betraying his fear. In that moment of terror, Chen Fang turned his attention to Zhang Yang and his companion, commanding, "Hold down his limbs." "Yes." Without hesitation, the two sprang into action, restraining his arms and legs. "Ah, my brother, I implore you, I shall never dare again. From now on, I will be your subordinate. I beg you, spare me." Wang Peng, trembling in fear, fervently pleaded for mercy. Yet Chen Fang, seemingly unperturbed, resolutely aimed the blade towards his palm. Stop! At that moment, a sharp voice pierced the air. Simultaneously, hurried footsteps approached. As 6 or 7 individuals emerged into Chen Fang's line of sight, their numbers evidently increasing. Boss, help! Upon seeing the group, a flicker of hope ignited in Wang Peng's heart. Zhao Mingchang first surveyed the scene before him. Noticing the bloodstains on Li Wei, his expression shifted slightly, but soon returned to normal. With a knife, they had the advantage in numbers. Should a confrontation arise, the opposition would undoubtedly be outmatched. Cease at once, or do not blame me for my lack of courtesy, Zhao Mingchang threatened, standing at the center of the crowd. In his estimation, his side held an undeniable advantage. They were not fools and would refrain from escalating the situation. However, he quickly realized he had miscalculated. For at the very instant his words fell, Chen Fang's blade descended once more. With a soft thud, the long knife punctured Wang Peng's hand. A chilling scream echoed, sending shivers down the spines of all present. Chen Fang, unfazed, withdrew the blade with an impassive expression, then proceeded to sever one of Wang Peng's tendons with the same ruthless precision. The brutality of his actions left the onlookers horrified. Finally, Chen Fang raised his gaze to confront Zhao Mingcheng. Did you have something to say a moment ago? Now is your chance. You. Zhao Mingcheng faltered, his countenance darkening as he was publicly humiliated in front of so many. You will regret provoking me. Oh, Chen Fang arched an eyebrow, pointing his bloodied knife at the unconscious Li Wei and the other individual. Interestingly enough, they likely thought the same before, but they were evidently mistaken. Zhao Mingcheng's expression stiffened. Realizing he could not continue in this manner, he was losing the verbal battle. As he stood momentarily stunned, others began to arrive, armed with wooden clubs, cautiously eyeing Chen Fang and his companions. Among them were Wang Hao and Zhang Lili. Upon witnessing the bloodied blade in Chen Fang's hand and the 2 prostrate figures on the ground, their hearts raced. Had Chen Fang killed them? In the midst of his shock, Wang Hao felt a twinge of schadenfreude. They had it coming. Those 2 wretches threatened me before we set out. It would be best if they clashed, leaving only the dogs to bite each other. Conversely, Zhang Lili, taken aback by Chen Fang's ferocity, felt a surge of unease as she subtly hid behind Wang Hao. Yet Wang Hao, in stark contrast, took a step forward, pointing accusingly at Zhang Yang and Wu De, unleashing a torrent of insults. You 2 treacherous scoundrels, betraying me and flocking to this brash young man. Have you what's been devoured by dogs? I advise you to kneel and beg for mercy at once. Perhaps we might spare you. Otherwise, do not blame us for wielding our clubs indiscriminately. Under normal circumstances, he would never dare to be so audacious. But now he stands behind a multitude. With a 10-3 advantage, victory is assuredly mine. Zhao Mingcheng remained silent, tacitly accepting Wang Hao's actions. If it could intimidate the 2 first, matters would be far simpler. Observing this, Wang Hao became invigorated. He pointed at Zhang Yang and his companion, resurrecting the former general manager's imposing presence, hurling every vile insult he could muster, saliva flying with each word. However, what he failed to notice was that Chen Fang had quietly crouched down, picking up a stone and weighing it in his hand. In the next moment, he hurled it directly at Wang Hao. Chapter 53. Is the boss the pilot? A sudden rush of wind pierced the air. Noticing Chen Fang's movements, Wang Hao's expression changed drastically, and he instinctively tried to dodge. However, it was too late. A stone, the size of a fist, struck his mouth with precision, knocking out his teeth. Blood, mixed with fragments of his teeth, splattered forth. Wang Hao let out a wretched scream, collapsing backward, his cries echoing in the air. President Wang. Zhang Lili gasped, her face pale as she hurried to check on him. You are seeking death. Zhao Mingcheng's countenance darkened instantly. He had not anticipated that. In such a situation, the adversary would dare to make a move. Although he felt no sympathy for Wang Hao's plight, he considered him one of his own. The opponent was effectively slapping his face. This was intolerable. They had already lost 3 men to the enemy, and if this continued, it would only embolden them further. With this thought, he waved his hand decisively. Everyone charge. Fearing that his comrades might hesitate, he added, we outnumber them. They are certainly no match for us. Anyone who dares to hold back will find themselves expelled from the camp. The moment these words were uttered, retreat was no longer an option. In numbers, they could seek warmth and strength together, but being cast out meant certain death. What is there to fear? The boss is right. He is but one man. Can he ascend to the heavens alone? Let us all go at once and deal with the one wielding the knife. With a roar, the crowd surged forward. Be careful. Seeing this, Chen Fang turned to Zhang Yang and the others, issuing a warning. They nodded in unison, gripping their wooden clubs tightly, unyielding in the face of danger. Staying by Chen Fang's side provided them with an immense sense of security. So, even in the face of overwhelming numbers, they remained unfazed. The distance between the two sides continued to shrink, and battle was imminent. Lying on the ground, Wang Hao felt a surge of malice. Beat him to death. Crush him. In that moment, he almost felt grateful for his injury. Otherwise, had he engaged directly, he might have been harmed by Chen Fang. Now, he could witness the spectacle of the enemy being overwhelmed. He could not believe that the adversary would manage to take down everyone. Chen Fang. Just then, a voice pierced through the chaos. Everyone instinctively halted and turned towards the sound, their eyes widening in astonishment. Beautiful women. Two beautiful women. It seemed that Wang Hao's words were indeed true. One was more stunning than the other. The newcomers were Lin, Qing Xue, and Gu Xiaoro. Their faces were etched with concern as they hurried to Chen Fang's side, gazing at him with worry. Chen Fang, are you all right? Are you injured? Let me see. They took turns asking, despite Chen Fang's insistence that they remain behind. However, the sounds of anguish were unbearable, and they could not quell their anxiety. After confirming that Chen Fang was unharmed, they finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet, at that moment, a voice unexpectedly rang out. Xiaoro, mm? Gu Xiaoro was momentarily taken aback. The voice sounded so familiar. Turning to look, her eyes widened in astonishment and delight. Captain Zhao and Captain Zhu. The two figures before her were, astonishingly, the captains of this very flight. One was the captain, Zhao Mingsheng, and the other a robust man with a crew cut. Was the first officer, Zhu Tong. This scene left everyone momentarily stunned. They were indeed acquaintances. The others with Chen Fang were also slightly taken aback. Although they had previously interrogated Li Wei and Wang Peng, neither had mentioned the captains, likely unaware of each other's identities. According to their accounts, when they first spotted Zhao Mingsheng, he had already gathered 5 or 6 individuals, naturally leading them to become his subordinates. Moreover, neither of the captains wore their official uniforms. Instead, they donned loose-fitting, ill-fitting tops, likely torn after the accident. It seemed their attire had been scavenged or taken from others. How wonderful it was that you are both alive. Gu Xiaoro, filled with excitement, approached the two without any apprehension. Noticing this, Chen Fang quickly called out to her, Xiaoro. Upon hearing his voice, Gu Xiaoro turned and smiled at him. Chen Fang, rest assured, these are our captains. They are very kind and would never harm me. Her tone was imbued with unwavering confidence. Clearly, they shared a good rapport, and the captains had taken great care of her. After speaking, she turned back to Zhao Mingsheng and Zhu Tong. Captains, this is my friend Chen Fang. He is also a good person. There must be some misunderstanding here. Let us not resort to violence any further, shall we? Upon hearing her words, Zhao Mingsheng and Zhu Tong exchanged glances. Well, since Xiaoro has spoken, how can we pursue this matter any further? Zhao Mingsheng said with a smile. Gu Xiaoro let out a sigh of relief. Thank you, Captain Zhao, Captain Zhu. What are you thanking us for, my dear girl? Zhao Mingsheng chuckled, his tone laced with joy. Xiaoro, it is truly wonderful that you are safe. I too did not expect this. Had it not been for Chen Fang, I might never have seen you again. Gu Xiaoro sighed before inquiring, Captain, what about the other crew members? Zhao Mingsheng sighed, his expression turning somber. As of now, I have not seen anyone else. It is just the two of us. A shadow of gloom crossed Gu Xiaoro's face. Could it be that the others had perished? As she reflected on this, Zhao Mingsheng spoke again. Since this is a misunderstanding, there is no reason for further conflict, especially amongst friends. That would be akin to self-destruction. He then looked towards Chen Fang. Brother, this situation has escalated without my understanding. Upon hearing from these two, I assumed they were foes. After all, They are my subordinates, and I felt it necessary to bring them along to clarify the matter. I truly apologize for any inconvenience caused. Shall we cease hostilities now? His demeanor was notably amicable. Of course, I have no objections, Chen Fang replied. Chen Fang casually nodded. What objections could he possibly have? After all, there were no losses incurred, neither in resources nor personnel, with no one injured. On the contrary, he had managed to incapacitate 2 opponents. If there were any grievances, they should rightfully belong to them. Wonderful, Gu Xiaoro exclaimed with exuberance, feeling grateful for both the trusted pilot and Chen Fang, who had cared for her over the past few days. She wished to see neither side harmed. What? How could this happen? Wang Hao on the ground was taken aback, nearly losing his breath. He could never have anticipated that a ceasefire would be declared between the 2 parties. Moreover, given the current atmosphere, it seemed likely that both sides would converge. Wouldn't that spell disaster for him in the camp? Fearing what he dreaded most, just as he was lost in thought, Zhao Mingcheng suddenly set down his wooden stick and approached Chen Fang, extending his right hand from a distance. Brother, since we are all friends, why don't you and your companions join our camp? What do you think? Chapter 54. Joining Zhao Mingcheng's camp, join the opposing camp? Chen Fang raised an eyebrow. His immediate instinct was to refuse. The demeanor of these individuals resembled that of bandits. When their subordinates were assaulted while attempting to steal, their first reaction was to retaliate. Their motives were all too clear. First, to seize supplies, and second, to exact revenge. Thus, he harbored no favorable impression of this so-called leader, Zhao. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Gu Xiaoro, standing nearby, suddenly brightened, her eyes sparkling with excitement. This is wonderful, Chen Fang, she exclaimed with fervor. Let's go over. Captain Zhao is exceptionally kind and has always looked after me. If we join forces, our situation can only improve. At her words, Chen Fang fell silent. Zhao Mingcheng is exceptionally kind? He could not concur with that sentiment. Leading a group to commandeer supplies, armed to the teeth. He was acutely aware of the consequences he would have faced had he not been strong enough. The 2 individuals he had incapacitated earlier would likely wish for nothing more than his demise. Furthermore, through their recent interactions, he had come to realize that Gu Xiaoro was rather naive and easily swayed by others. It was not beyond the realm of possibility that Captain Zhao was indeed a good person. After all, he had not yet observed any overtly sinister behavior. But this was a deserted island, where the darker aspects of human nature would be magnified and primal desires laid bare. Before he could articulate his concerns, Li Wei, who had just regained consciousness, exclaimed in disbelief, "Boss?" His eyes widened in confusion. The injuries he bore were the result of this very individual, and before their departure, he had declared his intent for revenge. Yet now, the boss was inviting him into their ranks. Was this some sort of jest? Boss, he severed my tendons. How can you allow them to join us? Silence. Zhao Mingcheng's countenance darkened at his words, and he rebuked coldly, "How dare you speak? If it weren't for your greed over someone else's supplies, this situation would never have arisen. After returning, you had the audacity to deceive me, claiming you were assaulted for witnessing your supplies being taken." What? Li Wei gasped in shock, his mouth agape. Were those his words? Well, had he ever deceived anyone? He had merely conveyed the events at the seaside in their entirety. Confused, he retorted, "Boss, could it be that you are mistaken? I was merely—" "Enough," Zhao Mingcheng interrupted, striding over to him and stepping forcefully on Li Wei's injured hand. He pointed at Gu Xiaoro, his voice low and menacing. If we had not fortuitously encountered Xiaoro today, the consequences would have been dire. How dare you address me with such insolence? Speak another word, and I shall throw you to the sea to feed the fish. Li Wei fell silent, rendered a mere shell of himself, acutely aware that should he be abandoned, his fate would be sealed. Observing his reticence, Zhao Mingcheng discreetly exhaled a sigh of relief. He turned his attention back to Gu Xiaoro, a smile once again illuminating his countenance. Were you startled, Xiaoro? My anger was simply overwhelming, especially since this involved your friends. He then extended his hand towards Chen Fang, a look of remorse gracing his features. My dear brother, I sincerely apologize for the misunderstanding. I was misled by my subordinates, but thankfully you all emerged unscathed. However, If you still harbor any discomfort, feel free to vent your frustrations upon me. That won't be necessary, Chen Fang replied coolly, dismissively waving his hand to decline the handshake offered by Zhao Mingxing. A flicker of coldness passed through the latter's eyes. Yet he quickly masked it with a forced smile, retracting his hand. I wonder how you have reflected upon my earlier proposal. Chen Fang, trust me, the captain is genuinely a commendable individual. Gu Xiaoro interjected, sensing Chen Fang's hesitation. She earnestly reassured him. It is only natural to have reservations about those you do not know, but I assure you, Captain Zhao's character is beyond reproach. This was indeed a misunderstanding. Besides, his subordinates have already faced repercussions. Shall we come to an agreement? She concluded by gently grasping his arm and playfully shaking it, as if in a flirtatious manner. Sighing inwardly, Chen Fang glanced at Lin Qingshu beside him. Qingshu, what are your thoughts? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Qingshu nodded. Let us trust Xiaoro just this once. Her implication was clear. She had consented. In her view, the probability of rescue would significantly increase in a larger group, thereby reducing the challenges of survival. It was a simple fact. Even wild beasts would hesitate to approach areas teeming with humans. Moreover, she was eager to return, for she was a CEO, with a company valued at over 20 billion awaiting her leadership. A single day's delay could bring unforeseen complications. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoro's eyes sparkled with anticipation, though she refrained from immediate exultation, casting a somewhat anxious glance at Chen Fang. She understood that he was the ultimate decision-maker. Very well, we shall join, Chen Fang affirmed, nodding towards Zhao Mingxing under Gu Xiaoro's expectant gaze. As it stood, the captain appeared to be a decent individual, demonstrating the right demeanor. If what Gu Xiaoro claimed was true, their collective presence would indeed confer advantages. As for the future, it remained uncertain. Nevertheless, he felt no trepidation with his capabilities. He was confident that whatever intentions the other party harbored, he would thwart them. Yay! Gu Xiaoro erupted in joyous celebration. Her spirits lifted. The prospect of these individuals uniting was nothing short of splendid. Otherwise, she would have found herself in a quandary, torn between Chen Fang, who had been caring for her these past few days, and the captain, who had consistently treated her with kindness. A glimmer of joy flashed in Zhao Mingqing's eyes as he extended his hand once more toward Chen Fang. It would be wonderful for you to join us. I, Zhao Mingqing, extend my heartfelt welcome, and I hope we can weather this storm together. Chen Fang glanced at him and shook his hand. Then let us set off at once, Zhao Mingxing declared. Not quite yet, Chen Fang replied, shaking his head. Is there an issue? Zhao Mingxing inquired with a furrowed brow. There are freshwater resources near our camp, making it an ideal location for us, so we cannot leave just yet, Chen Fang stated candidly, as there was nothing to conceal. After all, the gathered individuals did not appear to be in dire need of water, suggesting they too had discovered some freshwater sources, which would likely prevent any covetous intentions. Indeed, upon hearing this, Zhao Mingcheng smiled and replied, that is of no concern. We shall also provide fresh water. If you're worried, I can assign someone to guard it. What do you think? Chapter 55. Must we act immediately upon arrival? Very well. Chen Fang, without further contemplation, nodded in agreement. A cubic meter of water is neither excessive nor scant. If the other party is not in need of water, he need not worry. Conversely, should they lack water, he would undoubtedly assign personnel to guard these resources diligently. Regardless of how one contemplates it, there is no cause for concern. Brother, you are quite straightforward, but I am yet to learn your name, Zhao Mingsheng inquired with a smile. Gu Xiaoro hurriedly introduced the group to the two pilots. Pilot Zhao. Pilot Zhu. Please hold on a moment. We still have some supplies to organize, Gu Xiaoro remarked. Upon hearing the mention of supplies, the eyes of those behind Zhao Mingcheng brightened in unison. Presently, their most pressing need was for provisions. In contrast, Zhao Mingcheng's expression remained relatively unchanged as he nodded with a smile. Go ahead, we shall await your return here. Soon, the group vanished from their sight. Zhao Mingcheng's demeanor gradually darkened as he regarded the unconscious Li Wei and Wang Peng on the ground, instructing the others, quickly, carry these two back. They are a disgrace. Yes. Instantly, Someone stepped forward to lift the two and return to the camp. Before long, Chen Fang and Gu Xiaoro reappeared, not only carrying a suitcase, but also holding the coconuts they had previously harvested, fresh water, and even the fish they had caught that morning. To prolong their preservation, Chen Fang had employed a smoking technique to dehydrate the fish, resulting in a potent aroma wafting from them. As they beheld the group laden with goods, many could not help but feel their eyes glint with anticipation. It was evident that the suitcase contained delectable treats. Moreover, the abundance of coconuts was a rare luxury in their camp. Yet, Zhao Mingcheng did not cast a glance at the food. Instead, his gaze discreetly scanned the machete in Chen Fang's hand. In comparison to the edibles, this was the truly valuable item. On the island, it proved to be extraordinarily practical. With it, even those of slight stature would deter others from approaching or bullying them. Furthermore, the likelihood of survival on the island would significantly increase. Are we all set? Returning to reality, he directed his inquiry towards the group. Upon Chen Fang's nod, he pointed to two individuals, instructing, "You two shall guard the water source nearby. The rest follow me back." The group departed from the jungle, making their way to the camp. After half an hour, they reached their destination. "Pilot Zhao, is this our camp?" Gu Xiaoro could not help but ask upon observing the rudimentary shelter before them. Though their own refuge was similarly modest and confined, it at least provided some degree of protection. However, this consisted solely of broad leaves and slender branches thrust into the ground, offering little sense of security. In response, Zhao Mingqing's expression appeared somewhat awkward as he let out a wry smile. There was no way around it. In recent days, everyone had been preoccupied with the quest for sustenance, leaving little time or energy for anything else. However, he paused for a moment before continuing, "Rest assured, as our group continues to grow, these challenges will be temporary. I have faith in Captain Zhao's abilities," Gu Xiaoro remarked with a smile, seemingly in complete agreement. Chen Fang, however, remained unconvinced. After surveying the surroundings upon entering, he inquired, "Where will we be staying?" "Well, you can choose any place you like," Zhao Mingsheng replied, his lips twitching slightly. "Are you trying to pull a fast one on me? This environment is so rudimentary. Everything is outdoors, and you're still being choosy? Just pick any spot, and that will be your lodging. Are you saying we will be sleeping on the ground?" Chen Fang frowned as he asked. Observing this, Zhu Tong grew somewhat impatient and couldn't help but interject, "Chen Fang, what's your problem? Everyone else is managing just fine, yet you're the only one complaining?" Xiaoro hasn't voiced any objections. "What's with all the fuss from a grown man like you? Ordinarily, your supplies should have been turned over to Captain Zhao for distribution. It's quite generous that we haven't asked for more." Zhu Tong was only 5 years Chen Fang's senior, which made his temper even more volatile. As his words hung in the air, the atmosphere became taut with tension. Chen Fang looked at Zhu Tong and suddenly laughed. "So, you mean to say that you Haven Tea confiscated the supplies that rightfully belong to us? And I should be grateful to you for that." "You." Zhu Tong's expression changed dramatically, anger flaring up instantly. "Are you looking for trouble? And if I am, are you planning to throw a punch?" "We're not afraid." Zhang Yang and Wu De, witnessing the escalating situation, immediately stepped forward. After all, they were loyal followers of Chen Fang and recognized only him, disregarding the so-called captain altogether. "Captain Zhu, please, let's not argue. Brother Chen Fang didn't mean it that way. He was merely considering the comfort of the two women among us, hence his concerns," Gu Xiaoro hastily intervened. She was keen to avoid discord so soon after their arrival. Zhao Mingcheng also adopted a stern expression, glaring at Zhu Tong as he reprimanded, "Zhu Tong, what are you doing?" Zhu Tong turned his attention to Zhao Mingcheng. "Captain Zhao, you see this kid." Before he could finish, Zhao Mingcheng delivered a sharp slap. "It seems you've lost your sense of propriety. Xiaoro has worked hard to convince this young man, and you're driving him away? Or are you questioning my decisions?" Zhu Tong stood frozen, stunned by the slap. He certainly did not dare to challenge the other's authority. Confused, he stared at Zhao Mingcheng, wondering how the captain had changed so drastically. "What are you staring at? Apologize to Chen Fang at once," Zhao Mingcheng commanded, his tone leaving no room for refusal. "I." Faced with Zhao Mingcheng's unwavering demeanor, Zhu Tong took several deep breaths before reluctantly turning to Chen Fang, his reluctance palpable. Apologies. I acted impulsively and should not have uttered those words. I hope you do not stoop to my level. Upon hearing this, Chen Fang offered a faint smile. Certainly not. Had I truly descended to your level, you would not even have the opportunity to apologize, and you would likely be accompanying them now. As he spoke, he gestured towards Li Wei and Wang Peng, who lay not far away, while also brandishing the long knife in his hand. Observing this, Zhu Tong felt a slight shiver run through him and instinctively took a step back. He was unafraid of a brawl, but this weapon genuinely instilled fear in him. Well, we have many people in our camp. It is quite natural to have conflicts, but once we discuss it, all will be well. Zhao Mingqing approached, assuming the role of peacemaker. Since you, Xiaoro, find this arrangement inconvenient, how about we construct a few simple rooms today? What do you think? Chapter 56. Return within a month at most? Very well. Let us proceed to construct a few shelters. Without hesitation, Chen Fang nodded in agreement, acknowledging that, given the nature of this camp, the accommodations would undoubtedly be rather rudimentary, yet preferable to having none at all. After all, he had 2 female companions with him, both of whom were stunningly beautiful. While he did not seek a fortress against the elements, even a modest canopy to shield them from prying eyes would suffice. All right, that will be my responsibility, Zhao Mingqing replied with a smile, without any hesitation. You all should take a moment to rest. The day has already left everyone quite tense, so it is time to relax. In an effort to alleviate any concerns Chen Fang and the others might harbor, Zhao Mingqing added, you need not worry. Here in this camp, no one will harbor ill intentions towards you. I will ensure that everyone understands we are a united group, and there will be no disruptions. Thank you, Captain Zhao, Gu Xiaoro exclaimed with a bright smile. Zhao Mingqing chuckled, shooting her a playful glare as he admonished. Why must you be so polite with me? Hee. Gu Xiaoro stuck out her tongue, casting a triumphant glance at Chen Fang, as if to say, see, I told you the captain is quite amiable, didn't I? Chen Fang could only shake his head in exasperation. Nevertheless, it seemed that, at least on the surface, the captain was genuinely agreeable. He nodded in acknowledgement, conceding the point. Then I shall leave this matter in your capable hands, Captain Zhao. Oh, this is nothing. We are all striving to survive and return to civilization. Zhao Mingqing waved his hand dismissively. He then turned to the others and commanded, you all should not be idle. Quickly gather some thicker branches and broad leaves to construct a few shelters before nightfall. Upon hearing this, the group, who had just settled down, reluctantly rose and began to disperse from the camp. As Wang Ming and Zhang Lili prepared to leave, they deliberately cast a glance in Chen Fang's direction. Zhang Lili's gaze flitted away almost immediately, too timid to linger. In contrast, Wang Hao's eyes were filled with resentment, his gaze flickering with unspoken thoughts. Sensing the intensity of their stare, Chen Fang turned to meet their gaze. Although Wang Hao quickly averted his eyes, the malice in his expression did not escape Chen Fang's scrutiny, causing him to grip his long knife tightly, a cold smirk rising within him. It would be best if he refrained from entertaining any troublesome ideas. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to teach him a lesson. At that moment, a thought struck him, and he turned to Zhao Mingqing, inquiring, by the way, Captain Zhao, you should have a clearer understanding of the aircraft situation. What exactly transpired, and in which direction did the wreckage of the plane likely fall? Upon hearing this, Zhao Mingqing's gaze flickered momentarily before he began to explain. Well, I'm not entirely certain. The situation was quite sudden. The flight control system failed abruptly, resulting in a loss of signal, and the aircraft became uncontrollable. Ultimately, it disintegrated in midair. The state of weightlessness was so severe that we all lost consciousness, and when we awoke, we found ourselves on this deserted island. Chen Fang nodded in understanding. So, even if there's a black box, its location is likely to be significantly off, correct? That is difficult to ascertain. Zhao Mingqing furrowed his brow and added, however, the black box is both heat-resistant and capable of withstanding immersion in seawater. A month will not pose a problem. Therefore, the rescue team will undoubtedly be able to receive signals. If all goes well, we shall return in just over 20 days. Chen Fang remained non-committal on the matter. The plane has disintegrated. At that speed, Who knows how far the black box has been propelled in a minute? It's impossible to ascertain its current location. We can only take one step at a time. Gu Xiaoro, however, was clearly less contemplative. Upon hearing that they could return in over 20 days, she was filled with excitement. Although the duration seemed lengthy, the prospect of returning was sufficient. With everyone together, their chances of survival would undoubtedly increase. Xiaoro was not mistaken. Zhao Mingchang nodded in encouragement, stating, "Rest assured, I will ensure everyone survives." I believe Chen Fang feels the same, correct? Naturally, Chen Fang affirmed with a nod. That's reassuring. Your ability to care for Xiaoro and Miss Lin indicates your competence. I hope we can all strive together when the time comes. Absolutely, Chen Fang replied. The group engaged in further conversation, largely revolving around their recent experiences and the resources available nearby. After more than an hour, everyone gradually returned, each carrying branches of varying lengths and large leaves. Such resources were plentiful on this deserted island. Under Zhao Mingqing's direction, they immediately set to work, inserting the branches into the ground and surrounding them with leaves. While they could not expect a roof, even obstructing the line of sight was a considerable improvement. Though it could not compare to their previous shelter, it was nonetheless a commendable effort. Inside, Gu Xiaoro wore a smile, her spirits evidently high. Having seen her captain and gained the company of more people boosted her confidence in their survival. Lin Qing Snow, however, remained silent, observing Chen Fang. Since his arrival, he had been in a contemplative state, prompting her to inquire, "Chen Fang, what are you thinking about?" "Nothing in particular. Perhaps I'm just a bit tired," Chen Fang replied, snapping back to reality and casting a glance at Gu Xiaoro, shaking his head with a smile. Lin Qing Snow recognized the significance of his gesture. He evidently harbored concerns about Zhao Mingqing and the others, but refrained from voicing them in Gu Xiaoro's presence. As dusk approached, the sky gradually darkened. "It is time to eat," Chen Fang remarked, glancing at the waning light. Upon their arrival, he had preserved a source of fire, and earlier in the afternoon, Zhang Yang and Wu De had gathered a considerable amount of dry firewood. Notably, Zhao Mingcheng had treated Chen Fang and his group rather well. The shelters of others were either more rudimentary or entirely non-existent, while Chen Fang and his companions had managed to create 2 small huts. Zhang Yang and his companion were situated adjacent to them. As night enveloped the landscape, Chen Fang called for Zhang Yang and his companion to join him in starting a fire. Soon, a campfire blazed to life, illuminating the dark campsite and stirring a sense of activity within the encampment. All eyes were irresistibly drawn towards them. After such a lengthy stay on this desolate island, it was their first encounter with fire. How could they have managed to ignite it? Who knows? Perhaps they had a lighter. "Are you foolish? How could our flight possibly allow lighters? I just observed that they merely utilized a soda can, and suddenly the flames erupted. I cannot fathom how it occurred." The individuals within the camp huddled in small clusters, whispering among themselves. However, this state of affairs persisted only until Chen Fang and his companions produced the sea fish and coconuts, at which point the whispers could no longer be contained. Chapter 57. Zhao Mingqing's plans, my heavens. The aroma is simply irresistible. I cannot endure it any longer. Fresh fish and grilled at that. The flavor must be exquisite. We are all part of the same team, and yet he gets to enjoy such lavish fare. Indeed, I believe we should voice our concerns to Captain Zhao. The crowd exchanged remarks, their tone evolving from envy to jealousy and resentment. Meanwhile, behind the 2 towering trees, Zhu Tong was seated opposite Zhao Mingqing. He had arrived mere moments ago. "Captain, why are you being so amicable towards those individuals? Are you truly considering them as part of our group?" Zhu Tong inquired. A look of confusion etched upon his face. He was all too aware of Zhao Mingqing's intentions, having spent considerable time with him due to their similar ranks. In fact, several flight attendants in their team had engaged in inappropriate relationships with both of them, leaving only 3 more to join in. Gu Xiaoro, with her remarkable figure and beauty, was certainly not overlooked by the 2 men. She had long been within their sights. However, due to her affluent background, attempts to win her over with wealth proved futile. Thus, Zhao Mingqing had resolved to alter his approach, seeking to win her over with genuine feelings. Zhu Tong was well aware of this strategy. What perplexed him was the current situation, They were stranded on a deserted island, devoid of any legal constraints. They wielded control over so many individuals, and dealing with Chen Fang and the other two men would be child's play. Why not simply take them out? Why the need for such elaborate tactics? Zhao Mingcheng smirked coldly, retorting with a question. His demeanor starkly contrasted with the one he had displayed earlier before Gu Xiaoro. Zhu Tong frowned. Captain, that fellow is so insufferably arrogant. I truly cannot tolerate it any longer. He is nothing but a thorn in our side. If we do not teach him a lesson, he will not behave. With him around, we stand no chance with Gu Xiaoro, let alone the other beauty. Indeed, from the moment they laid eyes on Lin Qingxue, their spirits had been invigorated. In both appearance and physique, she was hardly inferior to Gu Xiaoro. If anything, she even surpassed her. The most compelling aspect was her ethereal aura, a quality few possessed. Zhao Mingcheng smiled and glanced at Zhu Tong. So what do you propose we do? Upon hearing this, Zhu Tong assumed Zhao Mingcheng had formulated a plan, and excitement flickered in his eyes as he lowered his voice. How about I gather a few people tonight? While they are asleep, we could deal with them, and then both Gu Xiaoro and Lin Qingxue would be at our mercy. The mere thought of their curvaceous figures sparked a yearning within him. But recalling Chen Fang's earlier attitude, his expression darkened. He could hardly contain his desire to eliminate the man then and there. However, Zhao Mingcheng merely scoffed at this. Therefore, you can only be the co-pilot. Do you understand? Zhu Tong was momentarily taken aback. How did the conversation suddenly turn to personal jabs? Keeping them around does not conflict with capturing Gu Xiaoro. Zhao Mingcheng continued, revealing a calculating demeanor. The world of Jianghu is not merely about violence. It is also about human relationships. Captain, what do you mean by that? Zhu Tong was utterly bewildered. To put it simply and directly, Zhao Mingcheng abruptly extended his hand, clenched his fist fiercely, and narrowed his eyes as he spoke. Whether it is Chen Fang or those two women, I want them all. What? Zhu Tong's eyes widened in shock, looking at Zhao Mingcheng with an expression of utter unfamiliarity, instinctively taking a step back. Want them all? When did Captain Zhao become so extravagant? How come I was unaware? What are you thinking? Observing his expression, Zhao Mingcheng realized he had misunderstood him and shot him a fierce glare. What I mean is, that kid is quite capable. So we should gradually win him over and make him one of our trusted allies. Wouldn't it be better to have him at our disposal later? At our disposal? Zhu Tong furrowed his brow, feeling an innate reluctance. Within this camp, aside from Zhao Mingcheng, he was the top authority, his word was law, and no one had ever dared to oppose him. Yet, Chen Fang had the audacity to confront him upon arrival. This he could not tolerate. Indeed, let us not forget they have acquired a considerable amount of food, indicating that the kid possesses some skills. Having him gather resources for us would be even more advantageous. Zhao Mingcheng countered. But you mentioned during the day that their resources belong to themselves. Zhu Tong questioned in confusion. He had strongly opposed this decision at the time, but had refrained from speaking out due to Zhao Mingcheng's status. That was merely a temporary measure, to keep him stable for now. Eventually, we will subdue him, and the resources will ultimately be ours, Zhao Mingcheng asserted with confidence. Subdue? Zhu Tong remained skeptical. That kid was no easy adversary. Thus, you can only be the co-pilot. Make sure to learn well. Zhao Mingcheng smiled mysteriously, rising to retrieve a box adorned with a Red Cross emblem. Indeed, it was a medical kit. This was the most useful resource they had discovered since waking up, originally equipped on the plane, but had fallen along with the wreckage. The various medications and antibiotics inside were nothing short of miraculous for survival on a deserted island. Zhao Mingcheng opened the box and extracted some antibiotics and anti-inflammatory drugs. Just as he was about to speak, a commotion erupted outside. The expressions of both men changed simultaneously. What is happening? Let's go take a look. Zhao Mingcheng took the lead, stuffing the antibiotics and anti-inflammatory drugs into his pocket, striding out with purpose, followed closely by Zhu Tong. After navigating around two large trees, they quickly understood the situation. The campfire beside Chen Fang and the others' quarters was simply too conspicuous. Moreover, the 5 individuals gathered together, their hands laden with grilled fish and roasted coconut, the delectable aroma wafting throughout the entire campsite. Goodness, is he flaunting his bounty? This is undermining our authority. Zhu Tong's expression instantly turned icy. His dissatisfaction with Chen Fang rendered him intolerant of anything Chen Fang did. Meanwhile, Chen Fang and his companions had prepared their meal, reheating the smoked fish. Although the fat had diminished somewhat, the flavor remained delightful. The roasted coconut emitted a sweet and enticing fragrance, a precious resource for wilderness survival due to its rich oil content. Yet before they could indulge, others could no longer contain their impatience. Just as Chen Fang handed a portion of roasted coconut to Lin Qingxue, an unhappy individual approached. Chapter 58. Establishing Authority. What is it? Chen Fang inquired, glancing at the newcomer. Of course there is something. The man, with a sharp nose and piercing eyes, appeared quite cantankerous as he glared at Chen Fang. We are all part of the same collective. What do you mean by your actions? What do you mean? Chen Fang found himself amused by the man's words. I am merely enjoying my own food. Is there a problem with that? Is there not? Do you even possess a sense of teamwork? Having chosen to endure hardships together, how can you be so selfish, devoid of any spirit of contribution? The cantankerous man exclaimed loudly, seemingly aiming to provoke a reaction from the crowd. However, most onlookers merely observed without joining in the fray. In a corner, Wang Hao and Zhang Lili watched the scene unfold. Wang Hao felt a surge of satisfaction upon witnessing the confrontation. This is how it should be. He must be taught a lesson. He had never anticipated encountering these individuals after finally joining a new organization. Witnessing his former subordinates attending to Chen Fang with more diligence than they had shown him ignited his frustration. As he saw someone challenging Chen Fang, he almost felt compelled to rise and cheer. Meanwhile, Chen Fang faced the man's provocation with a slight smile, suddenly producing a piece of roasted coconut meat. So, should I offer you a piece? At this, the man's eyes brightened, a sense of disdain rising within him. Clearly, you are new here. A little intimidation seems to be ineffective. He nodded, scoffing, Humph, at least you know your place. I shall let you off this time. Extending his hand to take the coconut, he secretly swallowed, for since arriving on the island, he had not tasted coconut meat. Daily, he subsisted on scant seafood, barely meeting his basic needs. The sight of the coconut induced a torrent of saliva. Really? You cave in so quickly? The others in the camp were taken aback as they witnessed Chen Fang voluntarily offering the coconut. Their impression of him was that he did not possess such a conciliatory temperament. Just earlier, he had quarreled with the second in command of the camp. Why then? Had he suddenly become compliant? Had he already been reprimanded by the leader? As this thought crossed their minds, several individuals slowly rose, preparing to imitate Chen Fang in hopes of securing a taste of the delicacy. However, just as the man reached for the coconut, Chen Fang swiftly retracted his hand and kicked towards the side of his knee. With a thud, the man was sent crashing to the ground, kneeling before Chen Fang. Yet, Chen Fang showed no intention of relenting. He forcefully pressed the scalding coconut meat against the man's face. The man let out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig, flailing his arms in a desperate attempt to escape. Yet, Chen Fang's strength was far beyond what he could contend with. The air was filled with anguished cries, sending shivers down the spines of all present. It is essential to understand that coconut flesh contains oil. Subjected to such intense flames, it reaches temperatures exceeding 100 degrees Celsius. Although it remains coconut flesh, it bears an uncanny resemblance to a scorching iron. This scene struck a chord in everyone's hearts, their faces contorting with expressions of pain and dread, as if the searing coconut flesh had been pressed against their own skin. Those who had contemplated taking advantage of the situation promptly retreated, returning to their original positions, their hearts brimming with relief that they had refrained from approaching. Otherwise, they might have faced a similar fate. Zhao Mingqing and Zhu Tong, who had just emerged, were equally stunned by Chen Fang's ruthless methods. They had arrived just in time to witness the man provoking Chen Fang, initially eager to observe the unfolding drama, only to be astounded by how swiftly the man was dealt with. "Captain, this fellow is utterly audacious," Zhu Tong remarked, his brow furrowed. On the very first day at the camp, two had been incapacitated, Li Wei and Wang Peng, and now although this man remained unscathed, his outcome was unlikely to be more favorable. The searing object upon his face would surely leave him with a visage marred by blisters. In the absence of nutritional sustenance and medical supplies on the island, infections could easily arise, with death being a probable consequence. Zhao Mingcheng, equally discontent, furrowed his brow. If this continued, their leader's position would be at stake. Observing Zhu Tong, who was on the verge of losing his composure, he nodded slightly. With this silent approval, Zhu Tong charged forth, his voice booming. Chen Fang, cease this at once. The second-in-command has arrived. As he spoke, two members of the combat team advanced with imposing presence. The crowd's expressions shifted, eyes alight with anticipation. They yearned for someone to rein in Chen Fang, especially Wang Hao. Conversely, a few wore indifferent expressions, seemingly detached from the unfolding chaos, even harboring hopes that Chen Fang would turn his ire upon Zhu Tong and his companions. After all, they had lived under the shadow of their authority for days, treated as mere pawns. Yet, due to the presence of the combat team, they dared not resist. The larger group offered a semblance of hope for survival. Upon hearing Zhu Tong's command, Chen Fang finally relinquished his grip. The unfortunate soul on the ground continued to wail, thrashing helplessly, his face grotesquely disfigured, resembling a charred relic. The sight was utterly harrowing. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd, their gazes toward Chen Fang tinged with fear. His cruelty was palpable, prompting thoughts of maintaining a distance from such a formidable individual, truly not someone to provoke. What is the matter? Chen Fang inquired leisurely, lifting his gaze to Zhu Tong, his demeanor and words nearly provoking Zhu Tong to exasperation. After all, he was the second in command of the camp, with the others reduced to such a pitiful state. Was there truly no cause for concern? His expression was exceedingly grim as he glared fiercely at Chen Fang, gritting his teeth and saying, "Chen Fang, have you not had enough?" In response, Chen Fang let out a cold smile. "Zhu Tong, is it? You may be mistaken. It was this fellow who provoked me first. I was merely enjoying my meal." "You?" Zhu Tong's countenance faltered. He had merely requested a piece of coconut. Was it truly necessary to resort to such violent measures? "Do you not hold any regard for this team?" "Oh, do not be so quick to label me." Chen Fang waved his hand dismissively, adopting a tone of disagreement. "Who said I refused him?" As he spoke, he hurled the piece of coconut directly at the man's face. This action nearly sent Zhu Tong into a fit of rage. A provocation. It was a blatant affront. His expression darkened further as he enunciated each word. "Chen Fang, do you truly believe that no one can bring you to heel?" Chapter 59. Confrontation. As Zhu Tong's voice fell, two burly men from the combat team immediately stepped forward, their eyes fixed menacingly on Chen Fang, exuding an unmistakable aura of threat. It was evident they were poised for confrontation at the slightest provocation. Despite Li Wei and Wang Peng being incapacitated, they exhibited no fear towards Chen Fang. In their eyes, the failures of Li Wei and his companion stemmed from their own inadequacies, perhaps even falling victim to a covert scheme. However, they were confident that they could subdue Chen Fang without difficulty. Yet, Chen Fang regarded these two with utter indifference, not even deigning to cast a glance in their direction. He harbored no fear, for he knew that he could take on everyone in the camp if he so wished. Years spent alongside his grandfather had not been in vain. He had acquired skills that were formidable. Did they wish to engage in a brawl? Nevertheless, his indifference did not extend to Zhang Yang and the others. Observing the hostile stance of their adversaries, both men grasped wooden clubs and advanced a few steps, locking eyes with the two brutes. Although they were not as towering, their resolve was unwavering, bolstered by the presence of Chen Fang behind them. This was their greatest source of courage. The two assailants were oblivious to Chen Fang's capabilities, but Zhang Yang and his companion were acutely aware, having witnessed Chen Fang's prowess firsthand when he dealt with Li Wei and his ally. Not far away, Li Wei and his companion exchanged glances, their expressions laden with complexity. They had intended to caution their fellow combat team members, but ultimately chose silence. Their initial goal in confronting Chen Fang and his group was to curry favor with their leader, Zhao Mingchen. However, upon encountering Chen Fang, Not only did Zhao fail to exact revenge on their behalf, but he also chastised them, which only deepened their resentment. They thought, let them fight. It would be better if they were all eliminated, for they had already been rendered useless. At that moment, the standoff between Zhang Yang and the others seemed to reach its zenith, poised for violence. Everyone stand down. Suddenly, a commanding voice boomed. Zhao Mingcheng strode forward, positioning himself before Zhu Tong and the others. He forcefully seized the wooden club from one of the combatants and hurled it to the ground. With a stern expression, he reprimanded, "What is the meaning of this? Are you intent on tearing each other apart? Chen Fang and his companions are individuals I have sincerely sought to bolster our camp strength. What do you mean by this? Are you dissatisfied with my decision?" Upon hearing this, the two men faltered, a tremor of uncertainty coursing through them. Boss, that is not our intention," one of the fighters replied, exchanging a glance with his companion, unable to suppress a twitch of his lips. "Then what is your intention?" Zhao Mingqing's countenance darkened. "Get back to where you belong. If I see any disrespect towards Brother Chen and his companions again, do not expect me to be lenient." The two men's faces turned ashen. They had hoped to make a good impression in front of Zhu Tong, only to be met with a barrage of criticism. They turned to seek help from Zhu Tong, who appeared equally at a loss, clearly unable to offer assistance. Zhu Tong, too, found himself in a bind. He found it somewhat difficult to comprehend Zhao Mingqing's actions. While Chen Fang possessed commendable skills, was it truly necessary to go to such lengths? In his view, there was no one who could not be subdued. If this young man continued to behave so brazenly, how could the others still regard them as their leader? Moreover, if he did not deal with this impudent fellow, how could he possibly approach Gu Xiaoro in the future? Lost in thought, Zhao Mingcheng had already delivered a forceful kick to the groaning individual on the ground. "Silence. If you dare to wail again, I will toss you into the sea. Do you believe me?" In truth, he was also quite displeased. However, due to his desire to win Chen Fang over, he had to suppress his anger, delivering a sharp kick to his subordinate instead. The result was indeed effective. Upon hearing the threat of being thrown into the sea, the latter immediately ceased his protests. "Get up this instant, you disgraceful fool!" Zhao Mingcheng glared at him, cursing as the man left in a dejected manner. Only then did he turn to Chen Fang, his previously dark expression replaced with one of genuine apology. "Chen Fang, I sincerely apologize. It is my failure to properly discipline my subordinates. Please do not take it to heart. I assure you, such incidents will never occur again." Hearing this, Chen Fang smiled lightly, shrugging as he replied, "I am indifferent, though I wonder if they can accept the consequences of their actions." Zhao Mingqing's expression stiffened slightly, his eyelids twitching. Indeed, this was a valid observation. After all, the initial instigators Li Wei and Wang Peng had been incapacitated, and the young man from earlier was in no better condition. In stark contrast, the individuals accompanying Chen Fang appeared to be in excellent shape, having sustained no injuries whatsoever. Clearing his throat, he refrained from pursuing the topic further and turned to address the group, his voice taking on a stern tone. "Listen carefully. Everyone, Chen Fang and Xiaoro are integral members of our team, and they are also my friends. Therefore, I shall reiterate, the supplies belong to them, and they have the freedom to consume whatever they wish. If anyone harbors any ulterior motives, do not blame me for being unyielding." His tone was exceedingly severe, escalating to near shouts by the end. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, their fear and envy towards Chen Fang and his companions significantly heightened. He was the first to receive such preferential treatment from the camp leader. "Thank you, Captain." Gu Xiaoro expressed her gratitude, feeling immensely fortunate that the camp leader was indeed Zhao Mingqing. Had it been someone else, they certainly would not be living so comfortably. Zhao Mingcheng smiled slightly. "What is there to thank me for? I merely honored my promise to you. It is unfortunate that some individuals, lacking foresight, chose to create disturbances and tarnish my reputation. Therefore, Chen Fang's lesson was well-deserved. Even if you had not intervened, I would have taken action against them." Chen Fang's expression remained impassive, neither affirming nor denying. Zhao Mingcheng found himself at a loss for words, standing awkwardly, as it seemed that Chen Fang had no intention of engaging him further. It was as if he were an unwelcome guest who had intruded during mealtime. After all, this was his own camp. After a brief silence of about 2 seconds, Gu Xiaoro realized Zhao Mingqing's embarrassment and quickly extended the grilled fish in her hand towards him. Captain, I'm afraid my mind has been muddled by all these matters. Please have something to eat. The sea fish we managed to procure earlier is truly delectable. As the enticing aroma wafted through the air, Zhao Mingqiang felt his throat involuntarily swallow. Although it had been smoked and much of its moisture had evaporated, it remained a rare delicacy in his eyes. He nearly reached out instinctively to take it. However, mindful of his pride, he ultimately resisted the impulse and feigned anger, saying, Xiaoro, when did you learn this trick? You came to the camp for my care. How can I eat your food? Quickly put it away. I have important matters to discuss with you. Chapter 60. The leader of the hunting team, please come in. Captain Gu Xiaoro warmly invited, as if she were welcoming a long-lost family member. Zhao Mingqing nodded, offering a smile to the group before stepping into their room. Chen Fang and Lin Qingxue followed suit. Zhang Yang and Wu De stood guard at the door, wielding wooden sticks, their expressions stern. Chen Fang, I truly feel embarrassed, Zhao Mingqiang said, his face etched with regret as he addressed Chen Fang upon entering. You know, though I am the leader of this camp, resources are scarce. Many are suffering from hunger, and it is only natural that they covet what you possess. I have issued a strict prohibition against such behavior. Yet, alas. He sighed heavily, displaying a deep sense of guilt. There's no need to say more. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon me. I have failed in my management, and for that, I sincerely apologize. With that, he bowed deeply to the three. Oh dear, Captain Zhao, what are you doing? Gu Xiaoro exclaimed, startled, and hurried to help him up. This is not your fault. It is their greed that is to blame, which no one can control. She turned to Chen Fang. Wouldn't you agree, Chen Fang? Chen Fang forced a smile, acknowledging her words. You said it all, girl. What more can I add? He nodded at Zhao Mingqiang and replied with a smile. Xiaoro is correct. This is not your doing. After all, when one has a larger group, individual desires inevitably arise. Yet, despite his words, a sense of disdain lingered in his heart. Ultimately, it was a reflection of his own inadequacy, or perhaps the prevailing atmosphere within the camp. If he were to issue a command, Zhang Yang and Wu De would certainly not dare to engage in such behavior. As long as Brother Chen understands, Zhao Mingqiang smiled, then reached into his pocket and produced 2 boxes, extending them towards Chen Fang. Chen Fang, this is a small token of my appreciation. A welcome gift for your joining the camp. Should any issues arise in the future, I hope you'll be understanding. I will certainly strengthen my management. Upon seeing the items in Zhao Mingqing's hands, the eyes of everyone brightened. Medicine. 2 boxes of medicine. In addition to anti-inflammatory medication, there were antibiotics as well. Such items were exceedingly precious on the island. Chen Fang felt a surge of astonishment. He had watched numerous wilderness survival shows, and he understood why figures like the Yi and Bai Yi were so ruthless in their choices. Their keen understanding and extensive knowledge were one aspect, but they had also consumed considerable antibiotics. Anti-inflammatory medication, often dismissed as merely symptomatic relief, could be life-saving in this environment. My goodness, Captain Zhao, this is far too generous, Gu Xiaoro exclaimed, clearly recognizing the significance of the gifts. Lin Qingxue also expressed her surprise. Upon hearing this, Zhao Mingqiang offered a slight smile. What value can be ascribed to our relationship? Moreover, I must express my sincerest apologies for today's events. This is not merely a token of goodwill, but also a gesture of my regret. Gu Xiaoro glanced at Chen Fang, uncertain whether to accept. Then I shall thank Captain Zhao. Chen Fang extended his hand to receive the medication. This was not a moment to concern himself with pride. He understood the necessity of accepting such items. After all, they could prove vital in the event of an injury. Yet, he was puzzled about the source of the medication. Did he carry such supplies while piloting? Perceiving the confusion etched on Chen Fang's face, Zhao Mingqing chuckled softly and clarified, I hadn't anticipated it either. When I awoke, I found a fully equipped medical kit on board. No wonder, Chen Fang thought. It was standard for aircraft to be equipped with such provisions to address unforeseen circumstances. One could hardly expect a plane to land at a hospital merely because someone fell ill. Even the films would not dare portray such absurdity. Then I trust everyone will forgive me, Zhao Mingxing quipped with a smile, before turning to Chen Fang. Brother Chen, I have another humble request. If you wouldn't mind, just speak candidly. Captain Zhao, Chen Fang replied without hesitation. Having accepted 2 boxes of medication, he felt inclined to fulfill this modest request. It was not as if he could refuse outright. Then I shall be direct. Though I have not witnessed the full extent of your abilities, I can surmise they are quite impressive. Otherwise, Li Wei and that fellow from earlier Wu Ti have been in such dire straits. His expression turned wry, the implication clear. Thus, I have decided to establish a hunting group to operate alongside the existing combat unit, specifically to procure game for everyone. This will enrich our supplies within the camp. And I propose that you, Brother Chen, lead this hunting group. What say you? Hunting group leader? Gu Xiaorou's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing this. Given Chen Fang's capabilities, she was eager to interject. Captain, this proposal is splendid. Chen Fang's skills or she began, but abruptly halted mid-sentence upon catching Lin Qingshue's admonishing gaze, swiftly closing her mouth. Realizing her overzealousness, she acknowledged the need to consider Chen Fang's feelings on the matter. Nevertheless, surrounded by those she trusted, she felt no embarrassment, merely sticking her tongue out in playful contrition. Meanwhile, Chen Fang fell into contemplation. The suggestion of a hunting group resonated well with him. It would indeed ensure efficient division of labor among the group. Relying solely on foraging would yield insufficient sustenance for such a large gathering. Furthermore, delegating the physically capable to coastal foraging would squander valuable manpower. However, he questioned the necessity of merging their efforts. With his own capabilities, he could sustain himself on this island quite adequately. Rather than forming a cohesive team, it felt more akin to leading a cadre of inept companions, ultimately requiring him to distribute the spoils. Seeing his silence, Zhao Mingxing understood his concerns. He then assured, "Do not worry, Chen Fang. Given your superior skills, you will undoubtedly receive the lion's share of the spoils." "And how much is that?" Chen Fang inquired. "Half." Zhao Mingxing had evidently anticipated this question and promptly provided an answer. "You will take half, and the remaining portion will be equally divided among the others. This should not pose any issues, correct?" Chen Fang was somewhat taken aback by this response. Zhao Mingxing truly exhibited a generous spirit. Provided medicine was one thing, but this condition was beyond reproach. Could it be that he had misjudged him? Chen Fang pondered silently, then nodded, since Captain Zhao has stated it so. "I have no objections." "I knew Brother Chen would not refuse," Zhao Mingxing exclaimed, patting Chen Fang on the shoulder and embracing him as they made their way outside. "Let us proceed and announce this to everyone." Chapter 61. Wang Hao's chips within the camp. The collective gaze of the crowd was fixated on the room occupied by Chen Fang and his companions. After all, everyone had just witnessed Zhao Mingxing approaching them of his own accord. It was rare for the camp leader to bestow such attention upon anyone. There was no one else in the camp who commanded such respect. Most of the others, like Wang Hao, had only recently arrived and had yet to even catch a glimpse of Zhao Mingxing, unaware of what the camp leader looked like, let alone receive a personal visit from him. Thus, when Zhao Mingxing and his entourage emerged, they immediately captivated everyone's attention. Upon seeing Zhao Mingxing with his arm draped over Chen Fang's shoulder, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, accompanied by low murmurs of speculation. What was happening? Zhao Mingxing was treating him with such kindness. Their camaraderie resembled that of brothers. No one else in the camp enjoyed such privileges. What could possibly justify this? Not to mention, he had just injured one of our own, along with Li Wei and another. Listening to the murmurs, Li Wei and Wang Peng's expressions turned increasingly venomous. Yet they found themselves powerless to act. They had been reduced to mere shadows of their former selves. As for the unfortunate soul who had been scorched by Chen Fang and was now lying unconscious on the ground, his face a ghastly sight of blisters, it was evident that, without medical intervention, he would soon be carried out of the camp. Chen Fang took note of the scene, but remained unfazed. In this place, one must be ruthless, otherwise they would only invite their own downfall. Had he not established his dominance just moments ago, a throng of others would have undoubtedly surged forth, and his fate would not have been any better than that of the fallen man. Silence. Zhao Mingqing's voice rang out, grave and commanding. In the presence of this assembly, his earlier geniality had vanished. The crowd fell silent, their voices stifled by the weight of his authority. I have an announcement to make. Zhao Mingqiang cleared his throat and continued, from today onward, we are forming a hunting group. The previous combat team will be incorporated into it, along with a few of you. He pointed to 3 individuals within the crowd, all of whom were notably robust. Chen Fang will serve as the leader of the hunting group. At these words, the expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. Yet, out of respect for Zhao Mingqing's authority, they refrained from voicing their dissent, exchanging incredulous glances among themselves. The members of the hunting group, in particular, were filled with discontent. The notion of a newcomer leading them was utterly unacceptable. However, Zhao Mingqing was not finished. Furthermore, for every hunt, Chen Fang's team will retain half of the spoils, while the remaining half will be distributed among you. What? This declaration fell like a stone into a still lake, sending ripples of outrage throughout the crowd. They could no longer contain themselves, erupting into a chorus of protests. Why should they take half the game for just one member? This is grossly unfair. Indeed, this team is a collective effort. How can he be so selfish? The demand was simply too difficult to accept. Leader, perhaps you should reconsider, came the hesitant suggestion amidst the uproar. Although the co-pilot Zhu Tong remained silent, his face was etched with confusion. Is this truly the method the captain spoke of to win them over? Such an extravagant investment seems excessive, does it not? He was well aware of Zhao Mingqing's intentions. Ultimately, it was merely to obtain Gu Xiaoro and Lin Qingxue. But was such a convoluted approach truly necessary? What Chen Fang's prowess? Surely, he must rest at some point. A single well-placed blow would suffice to resolve the matter. The remaining 2 individuals could be easily dealt with. Listening to the murmurs around him, Zhao Mingqing's expression darkened. After a few moments, he spoke in a cold tone. Have you finished? At his words, an immediate silence fell over the crowd. What? Do you disagree with my opinion? Zhao Mingqing's icy gaze swept across the room. Let me make this clear. If anyone harbors dissatisfaction, you are free to leave at this very moment. I will not stop you. However, for those who choose to stay, I expect complete compliance with my orders, or else do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. The group visibly wilted. They certainly did not wish to depart, for outside their collective strength, they had no means of survival. Had they been capable of enduring such indignities alone, they would have long since walked away. With no objections raised, Zhao Mingqiang declared, from this moment on, Chen Fang shall assume the role of leader of the hunting group. He surveyed the room before turning to Chen Fang, his previous frostiness replaced by a warm smile. Chen Fang, I entrust this hunting matter to you. It is my duty, Chen Fang replied with a nod, having no objections as the conditions were advantageous for him. Very well, it is settled then. Should any issues arise, we shall communicate at any time, Zhao Mingqiang said with a smile before departing. Zhu Tong glanced at Chen Fang, then at Zhao Mingqiang, and, after a moment's hesitation, rose to follow Zhao Mingqiang. Chen Fang and the others returned to their quarters to continue their meal. Damn it! In a corner, Wang Hao's eyes burned with resentment as he muttered under his breath. Not only had Chen Fang arrived at the camp, but he had also transformed into a leader. Given the captain's evident regard for him, would his own circumstances not become increasingly arduous? His 2 former subordinates would likely be stepping all over him. No, this was intolerable. A wave of crisis surged within him, and his small eyes darted as he pondered a solution. Mr. Wang, what troubles you? Zhang Lili inquired sweetly, her gaze inadvertently flitting toward Chen Fang, her eyes glimmering with an inexplicable light, lost in thought. Noticing Wang Hao's troubled expression, she offered disingenuous comfort. Mr. Wang, why let this upset you? Chen Fang's leadership is merely temporary. Once he departs this place, he remains nothing. Would you not agree? It must be said, although Zhang Lili was his lover, she certainly knew how to placate her boss. After her words, Wang Hao's demeanor improved significantly. Yet the sense of urgency within him remained palpable. If the rescue team did not arrive soon, it was uncertain whether he would ever return home. Thus, he needed to bolster his position. However, his current identity had lost its significance. He had to resort to alternative means. furrowing his brow in contemplation. He cast a glance at Zhang Lili beside him, and an idea sparked within his mind. Indeed, he possessed another bargaining chip: women. On a deserted island, a woman was more precious than gold. Given that retaining this troublesome woman was already a challenge, it would be wiser to offer her to Zhao Mingcheng, hoping to secure some special favors for himself. With this thought in mind, he immediately spoke with an air of authority. "Come with me." Rising to his feet, he grasped Zhang Lili's arm and strode purposefully towards the pilot. Chapter 62. Zhao Mingcheng schemes. Mr. Wang, where are we headed? Zhang Lili, pulled along by Wang Hao, felt a surge of bewilderment as she observed the direction in which he was moving. They had no prior connection with the captain. What purpose did this serve? Don't ask. You'll find out once we arrive, Wang Hao replied impatiently, quickening his pace. Meanwhile, inside the captain's quarters, Zhu Tong and Zhao Mingcheng sat cross-legged on the floor, one holding an abalone in hand. Although this delicacy had been found by the collection team, such a treasure was one that only they two were entitled to relish. However, lacking a knife, they could only gnaw at it, and without any seasoning, the taste was merely the fishy essence of seafood, akin to munching on a piece of rubber imbued with a marine odor. Zhu Tong, absent-mindedly chewing the abalone, glanced at Zhao Mingcheng several times, hesitating to speak. "Come on, Xiao Zhu, if you have something to say, just say it. You keep staring at me, and it makes me uncomfortable. You're not exactly a beauty," Zhao Mingcheng retorted with irritation. Upon hearing this, Zhu Tong's expression clouded. "Captain, I truly cannot fathom why you would go to such lengths to win over that Chen Fang. What makes him so special as to be appointed the leader of the hunting group?" Zhao Mingcheng swallowed the morsel of abalone and chuckled lightly. "Perhaps it is your youth that blinds you. You are still pondering such matters. Why not simply appoint him as the leader upon arrival? Is that not an elevation of his status?" Zhu Tong was bewildered. It seemed obvious to him that they should employ force to compel compliance. Yet they were expending such effort instead. Why was that necessary? Do you believe that merely using force would render him our adversary? Zhao Mingcheng seemed to read his thoughts and inquired. Zhu Tong hesitated, recalling Chen Fang's earlier displays of brutality. That unfortunate lad who had been scalded probably had yet to regain consciousness. Yet, perhaps it was for the best. If he failed to awaken, it would be a straightforward end. Otherwise, should he awaken without any remedy, his suffering would only intensify. Moreover, the unfortunate Li Wei and Wang Peng lay incapacitated on the ground. All of this was the solitary achievement of Yang Wei. Reflecting on this, Zhu Tong felt a twinge of uncertainty. To his credit, that young man was indeed ruthless. The previous scene had left even him feeling a chill of fear. Perhaps resorting to violence was not the most effective approach after all. Thus, we must employ this method to compel him to serve our interests. Zhao Mingcheng stated with an air of strategic foresight, as if guiding a junior. Sometimes, exacerbating conflict is not the optimal solution. He possesses capability. Let us harness that for our benefit. Is that not preferable? Zhu Tong fell silent, recognizing the validity in Zhao Mingcheng's perspective. Yet, after a moment's consideration, he ventured, but allowing him to take half of the spoils, is that not excessively generous? Excessive? Zhao Mingcheng smiled, countering with a question. Without him, do you genuinely believe we could capture any prey with just our numbers? Zhu Tong was rendered speechless. If it were indeed possible to hunt successfully, he would not have spent the last few days gnawing on the meager seafood. Zhao Mingcheng observed his reaction, a faint smile playing on his lips as he patted Zhu Tong on the shoulder. Thus, appointing him as the leader of the hunting team would be advantageous for all of us. Regardless of the amount we procure, it would be a windfall, wouldn't it? Setting aside other matters, just consider fishing. We would receive plenty of fish without any cost. However, he paused momentarily, his tone slightly shifting. Zhu Tong glanced over with curiosity, prompting Zhao Mingcheng to continue. By sending him to hunt, we would gain additional opportunities to interact with Gu Xiaoro and Lin Qingxue. As time passes, our bonds with them would only deepen, while our connection with Chen Fang would inevitably wane. Upon hearing this, Zhu Tong's eyes brightened. While the other points were indeed significant, nothing captivated him more than the allure of women. Both Gu Xiaoro and Lin Qingxue ignited a fervent passion within him. Contemplating this, his admiration for Zhao Mingcheng surged even further. Unable to restrain himself, he extended a thumbs up towards Zhao Mingcheng, exclaiming, "You truly are the captain, thinking of such intricate details. I must still be rather youthful." Zhao Mingcheng, upon hearing this, felt a swell of pride, his expression one of satisfaction. Although Chen Fang possessed some skills, he was ultimately just a young man. Dealing with such individuals was my forte. You need only follow my lead and enjoy the spoils. Haha, splendid. I shall await the good news. At the mention of spoils, Zhu Tong's eyes sparkled. He understood that it signified not merely food, but women as well. Over the past few days, the two women at the camp had not been spared from their relentless pursuits. Just then, footsteps echoed from the entrance, prompting the two to immediately hush and turn their gaze. They soon beheld Wang Hao, with an appearance reminiscent of a rotund pig, approaching with an ingratiating smile. "Captain, co-captain, you're both here." Upon witnessing this, Zhu Tong's expression darkened instantly. He harbored no fondness for this pig-headed individual, whose very appearance was irksome. To make matters worse, he was accompanied by a provocatively dressed woman, further inciting Zhu Tong's ire. He had already begun contemplating how to deal with this nuisance in recent days. Now, hearing the way this man addressed them only fueled his displeasure. Although he held the title of co-captain, no one in the crew was foolish enough to address him so directly. Everyone referred to the captain respectfully. This man's emotional intelligence was abysmally low. Thus, Zhu Tong's countenance soured as he brusquely inquired, "What is it? Do you have something to say?" "Hey, co-captain, I do have a matter of some importance, and I believe you would be quite interested," Wang Hao replied, his face plastered with servility. Yet, upon hearing the term co-captain, Zhu Tong's irritation flared. As soon as Wang Hao finished speaking, Zhu Tong dismissively waved his hand. "Begone! What could you possibly say that would pique my interest, you worthless fool?" Wang Hao's expression abruptly froze. This was not what he had envisioned. How could not even enter through the door? For a moment, he stood there, feeling utterly awkward. Fortunately, Zhao Mingqing displayed a more amiable demeanor. He shot a glare at Zhu Tong, then turned to Wang Hao and said, "If you have something to discuss, please come in." Zhu Tong furrowed his brow, perplexed by Zhao Mingqing's actions. It was evident that he harbored no fondness for this fellow, yet due to their earlier conversation, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. "Thank you, Captain. Thank you, Captain," Wang Hao said, a smile reappearing on his face as he rubbed his hands and stepped inside. Zhang Lili, puzzled, followed closely behind. Upon catching sight of Zhang Lili, Wang Hao's eyes brightened instantly, and he instinctively swallowed hard. Chapter 63. The Woman Remains. "You may leave," with a gulp. Zhu Tong's gaze wandered unabashedly over Zhang Lili, taking in her impressive figure, igniting a fervent desire within him. Despite Wang Hao's irritating demeanor, this woman was indeed remarkable. Although she may not compare to Gu Xiaoro or Lin Qingxue, she could certainly quench his thirst. She exuded a certain allure. Unmistakably a woman of the world. For someone like Zhu Tong, who possessed considerable insight into women, she was quite appealing. Zhao Mingcheng, although less brazen, couldn't help but cast a fleeting glance at Zhang Lili before his gaze shifted to Wang Hao. "Is there something you wish to discuss?" "Indeed, Captain," Wang Hao replied, rubbing his hands together, pondering how to articulate his thoughts. After a prolonged pause, he finally spoke. "Since joining our camp, I have felt rather useless, and, I must admit, it weighs on my conscience." Zhao Mingcheng and Zhu Tong exchanged raised eyebrows and glances, questioning whether this fellow had come solely to apologize or if there was another motive. Their attention inevitably fell upon Zhang Lili. Encouraged by their scrutiny, Wang Hao boldly declared, "Therefore, I intend to entrust her to you." "What?" Zhang Lili's expression shifted dramatically. While she was not a paragon of virtue, she was not so easily objectified. Following the leader had its advantages, especially on a deserted island. However, to be so casually offered to two men felt akin to being treated as an object. Zhao Mingqing and Zhu Tong's eyes gleamed with excitement. They had long coveted Zhang Lili and had been contemplating the opportune moment to make their move. After all, they considered her merely a surplus, of little worth beyond her physicality. If need be, they could easily cast her into the sea to feed the fish. The fact that Wang Hao had voluntarily presented her to them was entirely unexpected. Yet, Zhang Lili was far from agreeable. "Mr. Wang, what do you mean by this? Are you treating me as a mere object?" She questioned, her displeasure evident. Silence. Wang Hao's countenance darkened. He had just perceived a glimmer of delight on the faces of the two captains, and now she was jeopardizing that. "Are you not an object? A trifle is still an object. Just heed my words." "I? What do you mean I?" "Rest assured, as long as you cater to the two captains, I shall deposit 1 million into your account upon our return." 1 million. At that moment, Zhang Lili's anger froze on her face, her eyes involuntarily flickering. This sum was more than sufficient for her to enjoy for an extended period. Wang Hao had never been so generous before, offering such a substantial amount in one go. "You are not a loss. What is there to be dissatisfied about?" Wang Hao smirked, seeing her resolve wavering. "By accompanying the two captains, you will not only thrive on this island, but also receive a handsome reward upon your return. What could be more advantageous?" Zhang Lili fell into complete silence upon hearing those words, her heart beginning to waver. Indeed, why not embrace such an advantageous opportunity? After all, she had already shared a bed with that corpulent man. What difference would it make to entertain these two captains? Regardless of Zhu Tong and Zhao Mingqing's dark intentions, their appearances and physiques were not without merit. After all, a captain must meet certain standards, unlike Wang Hao, who was utterly unqualified. At least you were perceptive." Observing her silence, Wang Hao let out a cold snort, then once again donned a smile, gazing cheerfully at Zhao Mingqing. The latter narrowed his eyes, a mysterious grin playing at his lips. "You are quite considerate." It is only right. I see the two captains are burdened with numerous responsibilities, and I thought to alleviate your concerns," Wang Hao replied, rubbing his hands together. Zhu Tong, however, merely smiled faintly. "Have you finished? You may leave now." "Huh?" Wang Hao was taken aback, his expression resembling one who had just swallowed a fly. Is this truly a conversation among adults? Typically, when people at the company presented him with gifts, he would casually inquire about their needs. At the very least, he would offer, should there be any issues, to reach out to him. Yet here he was, having spent 1 million and offered a woman, only to be dismissed so casually. Did they genuinely believe he had come merely to alleviate their burdens? "What? Do you have something else to discuss? Did I not just say you could leave?" "The woman remains. You can go," Zhu Tong reiterated, a sneer gracing his face. He was well aware of the other's intentions, knowing full well they sought something from them, yet he found the fellow's appearance and demeanor irksome. "I?" Wang Hao's face contorted in distress, unsure of how to proceed. Enough of scaring him. Zhao Mingqiang, understanding Zhu Tong's thoughts, shot him a disapproving glare, then turned to Wang Hao with a genial smile. "Speak up. What do you require? We shall do our utmost to accommodate you." "Thank you, Captain." Wang Hao's spirit soared, only to be momentarily overshadowed by a sinister glint in his eyes as he spoke through clenched teeth. "Captain, Chen Fang is now the leader of the hunting team. He is bound to head out on a hunt tomorrow, correct? Could you assist me with a favor? Why all the unnecessary chatter? Get to the point." Zhu Tong interjected irritably. "This fellow is full of nonsense while I am eager to enjoy Zhang Lili. After all, it would be the captain who takes the lead, and I would merely follow, which could take a considerable amount of time." For the past few days, he had been preoccupied with those two women, and his interest was waning. Wang Hao, feeling a sudden chill, quickly stated, "Could you arrange for the other members of the hunting team to launch a surprise attack on Chen Fang while entering the dense forest, and eliminate him for me?" As he spoke, he raised his hand to his neck, mimicking a slashing motion. The mere thought of Chen Fang, who had once bested him and now basked in triumph, filled him with disdain. The women were more beautiful than he, and they were treated far better. Even his former subordinates had flocked to serve him. This was intolerable. Zhao Mingqiang and Zhu Tong exchanged startled glances, taken aback by the depth of animosity between them. After gaining a clearer understanding of the situation, Zhu Tong was taken aback by the revelation of their connection. The provocatively dressed woman was, astonishingly, Chen Fang's former girlfriend. This knowledge ignited a more fervent glint in Zhu Tong's eyes as he contemplated devouring Zhang Lili later on, which would serve as a veiled form of retribution against Chen Fang. However, the notion of eliminating Chen Fang himself, he couldn't help but glance at Zhao Mingsheng, who predictably shook his head in disapproval. Eliminating him? That was utterly impossible. What? Wang Hao was bewildered. Impossible? Was his effort in vain? After all, he was the leader of my hunting group. How could I possibly turn against him? Zhao Mingsheng spoke earnestly, but then lowered his voice, continuing with a hint of intrigue. However, if your intent is merely to teach him a lesson, I could certainly accommodate you by taking action against those two individuals by his side. Chapter 64. Wang Hao appointed as the leader of the collection team, why not? Wang Hao's eyes gleamed upon hearing Zhao Mingsheng's words. Although he could not eliminate Chen Fang for the time being, it was still beneficial to show him a bit of authority. After all, Zhang Yang and Wu De had betrayed him. It was high time to put them in their place and make them aware of his capabilities. All right, it's settled then, Zhao Mingsheng decisively declared, turning to Zhang Lili with an unmistakable eagerness in his gaze. Upon witnessing this, Wang Hao felt a surge of joy within him. He was exceedingly grateful for having brought a woman along. Otherwise, he would have no leverage to persuade the captain to take action. However, he had invested $1 million after all, and this alone felt somewhat inadequate, especially since Chen Fang remained unharmed. Do you have something to say? Zhu Tong glared at him, clearly growing impatient. Wang Hao rubbed his hands nervously, forcing a strained smile as he addressed Zhao Mingsheng. Captain, might I request a favor? Speak. Zhao Mingsheng replied in a deep tone. I intended to offer this woman to you with the aim of eliminating Chen Fang, but since that plan is no longer viable, I was wondering if you could arrange a position for me? Wang Hao cautiously suggested. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Tong could no longer contain himself. Are you looking for a fight? He glared at Wang Hao, his eyes filled with menace, causing Wang Hao to instinctively step back, fearful of receiving a slap across the face. Zhu Tong was deeply displeased. This fat man was relentless, wasn't he? Even if he didn't receive the woman, Zhu Tong was prepared to seize her sooner or later. Now he was getting a bit too bold. Fortunately, Zhao Mingsheng raised his hand just in time to intervene. What are you doing? We are all part of the same camp. Must you resort to violence? If you injure him, who will gather supplies for me? At this, Zhu Tong immediately quieted down. He could act brazenly in front of others, but he truly lacked the courage to do so in front of the captain. Seeing this, Zhao Mingsheng let out a cold snort and turned to Wang Hao. Speak, what position do you desire? Zhang Lili looked at Wang Hao with some confusion, unsure of what scheme he was concocting next. Captain, may I be appointed as the leader of the collection team? Wang Hao mustered his courage to say, then retreated a few steps, his heart racing with anxiety. On one hand, he was nervous about whether Zhao Mingsheng would agree. On the other, Zhu Tong had tightened his grip on the club in his hand, seemingly unable to restrain himself from delivering a blow. The leader of the collection team? You really dare to dream. Zhu Tong glared at him fiercely, clearly on the verge of acting out, if not for Zhao Mingsheng's presence. Captain, this request seems rather far-fetched. Doesn't he? He addressed Zhao Mingsheng. However, Zhao Mingsheng's reaction caused Zhu Tong's heart to sink. To his astonishment, the captain appeared to be contemplating the suggestion seriously. Could it be that he was genuinely considering appointing this overweight man as the leader of the collection team? What could he possibly collect? However, his thoughts were soon validated. Zhao Mingsheng pondered for a moment before nodding and stating, very well, from tomorrow onwards, you shall be the leader of the collection team. I will notify the others shortly. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. He quickly rose to his feet and bowed deeply to Zhao Mingsheng, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Captain. I assure you, I will perform admirably and will not betray your expectations. I have every confidence in your abilities, Zhao Mingsheng replied with a warm smile. As a manager, he undoubtedly possessed insights and a leadership. Otherwise, he would not have appointed Wang Hao to this position. Wang Hao, basking in Zhao Mingsheng's praise, puffed up with pride and declared, Thank you for your trust, Captain. Just watch my actions. I will ensure that no one goes hungry. Our harvest will surpass even those of the hunting team. Zhao Mingsheng chuckled and waved him off, allowing him to leave. As for Zhang Lili, he instructed Wang Hao to take her away as well. This left Wang Hao quite perplexed. Captain, are you not keeping her here? He inquired, casting a glance at Zhang Lili. Let us take her for now. There are too many eyes watching, Zhao Mingxing replied, his tone slightly displeased. Is this how a general manager should behave, lacking in emotional intelligence? He was not concerned about others witnessing the interaction. Rather, he was mindful of Gu Xiaoro and Chen Fang's presence. Leaving another man-woman so conspicuously would surely lead to complications in winning over both her and Lin Qingxue in the future. Realizing this, Wang Hao gave Zhao Mingxing a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You truly consider all angles, Captain. Rest assured, when the opportunity arises, you shall have your share." His words sent a chill down Zhang Lili's spine, making her feel like mere merchandise. Yet, the thought of that 100,000 stirred her resolve. Who would willingly turn away from wealth? Moreover, these two were the captain and had promising incomes. If she could forge a connection with them, it might provide a safety net upon her return. With this in mind, her discontent dissipated, and she followed Wang Hao out. As they exited, Wang Hao deliberately walked past the room where Chen Fang and the others were enjoying grilled fish. Noticing Wang Hao's triumphant demeanor, they frowned. Chen Fang had certainly observed when the two had entered, given the camp's modest size. He even suspected what Wang Hao was up to, yet it appeared that Zhao Mingxing had not acquiesced. Otherwise, Zhang Lili would have remained behind. Had he truly misjudged him? What are you staring at? Looking for trouble? Suddenly, Zhang Yang yelled at Wang Hao, his eyes glinting with menace. Wang Hao's expression darkened, and he took a step back before coldly fixing his gaze on Zhang Yang, gritting his teeth and saying, "You two traitors, do not revel for too long. I am now the leader of the collection team. If you push me too far, you will regret it." Though his words were filled with bravado, he truly dared not to boast in front of Chen Fang and his companions, for they undeniably wielded real weapons. Moreover, Chen Fang was exceedingly ruthless, especially with roasted coconut lying nearby. He genuinely feared that it might be hurled at his face. The memory of the previous victim still lingered, unconscious, not far away. He resolved to gather his subordinates before seeking vengeance. This grudge would eventually be settled. Wang Hao consoled himself in silence, casting a resentful glare at Zhang Yang and the others before striding away. After all, the captain had already assured him that they would take action against the two, and perhaps by tomorrow, he would no longer have to face them. Why waste his anger on them? Wang Hao mused, not foolish enough to voice his thoughts aloud. Meanwhile, as the group distanced themselves, Chen Fang cast a glance toward the captain's quarters. The leader of the collection team? How intriguing. Chapter 65. The self-satisfied Wang Hao. Chen Fang sat beside the fire. His eyes narrowed in contemplation, lost in thoughts unknown. It appeared that Zhao Mingxing and Wang Hao had indeed forged some sort of agreement. Otherwise, it was inconceivable that this good-for-nothing would be appointed as a group leader. After all, the entire camp boasted only two group leaders, himself and Wang Hao. If it weren't for a woman, it must be for money, right? Chen Fang furrowed his brow, instinctively sensing that this matter was far from straightforward. The existence of two group leaders in such a convoluted relationship seemed deliberately designed to set them at odds. The arrangement was simply too coincidental. Should anything untoward arise on his side, the blame could easily be cast upon Wang Hao. "Chen Fang, what are you pondering?" Lin Qingxue inquired, noticing his prolonged silence. "Oh, it's nothing. Perhaps I'm just indulging in conspiracy theories," Chen Fang replied, snapping back to reality and offering Lin Qingxue a faint smile, mindful of Gu Xiaoro's presence. He refrained from elaborating further. Yet, Lin Qingxue's gaze flickered with uncertainty as she glanced towards Wang Hao's departing figure and then towards the captain's quarters. "Do you sense something amiss?" "Indeed, there are significant issues," Chen Fang nodded in affirmation. At that moment, Zhang Yang approached. Turning to Gu Xiaoro, he asked, "Miss Gu, what is going on? Why would your captain choose to appoint this fellow as the leader of the collection team? Surely this is a jest. Can someone like him truly become a captain?" Silence. Gu Xiaoro's expression turned icy. She could not tolerate any disparagement towards Zhao Mingxing. While she could overlook a few jabs from Chen Fang and Lin Qingxue, Zhang Yang and his ilk were entirely unacceptable. Seeing this, Wu De, who was about to chime in, instinctively withdrew, wary of inciting her ire. This woman shared a much closer bond with Chen Fang than they did. Best to tread lightly. However, After reprimanding Zhang Yang, she too furrowed her brow. What's going on? This shouldn't be the case. Why would the captain choose him as the leader of the collection team? Zhang Yang and Wu De exchanged glances, letting out resigned sighs. Isn't your inquiry merely a reiteration of our earlier sentiments? Aren't we expressing the same concern? Why must we be scolded for it? Wu De, being rather straightforward, remarked, for what I know of that rotund fellow, it must be either a woman or money. And on this island, money holds little value. It's likely a woman. Before he could finish, Zhang Yang yanked him back, casting him a sharp glare. What are you babbling about? Gu Xiaoro would never allow anyone to defame the captain, and Zhang Lili happens to be Chen Fang's ex-girlfriend. You're essentially offending two individuals simultaneously. His words rang true. Fortunately, before Gu Xiaoro could unleash her fury, Chen Fang nodded in agreement. This is impossible. Gu Xiaoro immediately interjected. I know both Captain Zhao and Captain Zhu very well. They're certainly not of such character. Moreover, as you have seen, Zhang Lili was taken back by Wang Hao. Wasn't she? It is certainly a rejection from the captain. Who can say for sure? Perhaps it is merely an avoidance on their part, fearing our scrutiny. Wu De scratched his head and muttered, though his voice was rather loud. Upon overhearing him, Gu Xiaoro immediately cast him a disapproving glance. We shall see in due time. Time reveals the truth of a person's heart. In truth, Chen Fang concurred with Wu De's perspective, yet he recognized the difficulty in changing Gu Xiaoro's entrenched views. After all, her preconceptions were quite strong. Meanwhile, Zhao Mingcheng had issued his orders, and upon hearing that Wang Hao had been appointed as the leader of the collection team, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Wang Hao, however, was already prepared, exuding confidence as he commenced his duties. Standing tall, he gathered everyone together, adopting a long-lost authoritative demeanor, and began to address them. He even took the group out for training in the late evening, justifying it as a means to ensure they maintained good health for greater gains. He seemed oblivious to the fact that they were hardly well fed, leaving them with little energy for training. This led to a chorus of complaints among the group, but following Zhao Mingcheng's support for Wang Hao, their grievances were stifled, and they dared not voice their discontent. As for the former leader of the collection team, upon learning of Wang Hao's ascension, he felt a chill of despair wash over him. Watching Wang Hao, he was filled with trepidation and concern. As it turned out, his apprehensions were not unfounded. For that very night, Wang Hao subjected him to a grueling 3-kilometer run along the seashore, nearly costing him his life. As the crowd dispersed, Zhao Mingcheng approached Chen Fang with a smile. Chen Fang, I understand there may be some past grievances between you, but I consider Wang Hao's prior leadership experience and management skills. It is all for the greater good, and you bear no ill will towards me, do you? Of course not. Chen Fang waved his hand dismissively. You are the camp leader. I trust your arrangements. There is no need for such titles, Zhao Mingcheng replied, looking somewhat embarrassed. It is merely that the others have recognized my character, and I wish to lead everyone away from here. By the way, the hunting group should take a good rest tonight. You'll need to venture out in search of game tomorrow. With so many of us, it will be quite a challenge otherwise. Understood. Rest assured, Captain Zhao, Chen Fang is quite capable, Gu Xiaoro interjected before Chen Fang could respond. Ha! Zhao Mingcheng chuckled, glancing at Chen Fang. I shall eagerly anticipate your performance. Chen Fang nodded, refraining from further comment. Zhao Mingcheng turned to lead the group away, and after a while, discreetly exited from another direction, coincidentally heading towards where Wang Hao was conducting training. Indeed, they were on their way to find Zhang Lili for a refreshing drink. Captain, why did you assign this overweight fellow as the team leader? Zhu Tong asked with a furrowed brow during their journey, genuinely perplexed by Zhao Mingcheng's decision-making. He originally would not have acquired much, so it would be better to appoint him as a team leader. Moreover, his relationship with Chen Fang is akin to fire and water. Should any unforeseen incident arise among Chen Fang's subordinates, we could easily shift the blame onto him. Couldn't we? Zhao Mingcheng spoke with an air of cunning. Upon hearing this, Zhu Tong immediately displayed admiration, giving Zhao Mingcheng a thumbs up. It is indeed the captain's foresight that is commendable. How did I not think of that? This strategy is truly brilliant. Zhao Mingcheng, feeling somewhat elated by the praise, replied with pride. It is merely a matter of employing small tactics. Take your time to learn. As for that chubby fellow, let him frolic for a few days before we address him. Speaking thus, his expression turned slightly serious, and he asked in a low voice, "Have all the arrangements for tomorrow been made?" Chapter 66. Indeed, not a good bird at all. Everything has been arranged. Zhu Tong comprehended Zhao Mingqing's intentions and nodded affirmatively. Rest assured, Captain, I have already spoken with the combat team. When the time comes, we shall select perilous locations and find a way to eliminate one of Zhang Yang and his companion. His eyes glimmered with malevolence. Although he could not deal with Chen Fang for the time being, teaching him a lesson was certainly feasible. Otherwise, these two nuisances would continue to linger beside him. Truly vexing. Zhao Mingcheng responded with a grunt, reminding him to remain discreet, ensuring that the young man remained oblivious. While he indeed sought to win over Chen Fang, he also had alternative plans. First, he would clip the young man's wings, making it easier to handle him should he become disobedient. It was imperative to prepare for multiple contingencies. This was also the reason for his agreement with Wang Hao. After all, how could one mere Zhang Lili compel him to make concessions? In truth, his thoughts mirrored those of Zhu Tong. Even if Wang Hao were to withhold assistance, they could still seize Zhang Lili. As for Wang Hao, would he dare to refuse? A swift demise would be his fate. Rest assured, Captain, I have assured this, Zhu Tong guaranteed. Zhao Mingchang finally revealed a smile, a knowing glint crossing his face. Shall we adhere to our usual arrangements this time? Zhu Tong immediately understood, flashing a sly grin as he gestured for Zhao Mingcheng to proceed. Naturally, Captain, after you. Ha ha. Then I shall humbly comply. Zhao Mingcheng laughed heartily and strode purposefully toward their destination. From a distance, Wang Hao observed and promptly guided the others to a secluded spot, leaving Zhang Lili standing alone. Upon witnessing the expressions on Zhao Mingcheng and Zhu Tong's faces, Zhang Lili understood that something was afoot. She chose not to speak, but instead followed Zhao Mingcheng obediently as he ventured into a thicket. Zhu Tong, impatiently waiting outside, grew increasingly anxious. After approximately half an hour, upon seeing Zhao Mingcheng emerge from the woods, he hurriedly dashed inside. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of eyes, cold and calculating, were observing from a thicket 20 to 30 meters away. It was none other than Chen Fang, who had been tailing them. Having found the events of the day somewhat peculiar, he had taken precautions, choosing to circle around and scrutinize Zhao Mingcheng and his companion. To his surprise, he uncovered a clue. He witnessed the two leaving the camp from an alternate route. Without hesitation, he followed closely behind. Although Zhao Mingcheng and Zhu Tong were slightly more vigilant than Zhang Yang and Wu De, they had even placed spies within the camp to monitor Chen Fang. However, to Chen Fang, these spies wore their identities as plainly as if inscribed on their foreheads. After merely a couple of rounds, he easily evaded them. Zhao Mingcheng and Zhu Tong remained utterly oblivious. Indeed, not a good bird at all, Chen Fang muttered coldly. From a moment, he saw Zhang Lili left behind. He had realized that something was about to transpire, and indeed, it was as he suspected. Zhao Mingcheng and his companion had always made him feel wary, and now his suspicions had been confirmed. He knew that this fellow harbored ill intentions, though he had not overheard their conversation. After all, it was too close for comfort, and even a fool would have noticed. He had nonetheless gleaned a rough understanding of their character. Such individuals could not possibly be as upright as they appeared. It seemed he would need to remain vigilant the following day. Muttering to himself, he turned back towards the camp, deeming it unnecessary to linger any longer. His assessment aligned with the reality before him. Chen Fang, where have you been for so long? Gu Xiaoro inquired with a hint of confusion upon his return to the camp. Oh, nothing much, just stepped out for a quick bathroom break, Chen Fang replied casually, omitting the details of the encounter. Given Gu Xiaoro's trust in the captain, she would hardly believe him unless she witnessed the events firsthand. Yet, he could not bring her along in that moment. Doing so would have compromised everything. Don't wander off. There are still members of the combat team in the camp. And you are the leader now, Gu Xiaoro reiterated. Leader? I doubt that title will last long, Chen Fang replied with a non-committal smile, having surmised Zhao Mingcheng's intentions. Elevating him to the position of leader seemed to be an attempt to win him over, to entice him into servitude. He suspected there were further schemes at play, though he could not discern their nature. It likely involved actions against him or those close to him. With this thought in mind, he called Zhang Yang and Wu De aside. "Brother Chen, what is the matter?" Zhang Yang asked, puzzled by the air of secrecy. Yet, he felt a sense of satisfaction, as if he had become Chen Fang's trusted confidant. "Tomorrow, while we hunt, be extra cautious. Keep your wits about you, and avoid turning your backs to anyone outside our trio," Chen Fang advised. Upon hearing this, the expressions on Zhang Yang and Wu De's faces shifted dramatically. Even a simpleton could grasp the implication. "Brother Chen, are you suggesting that Zhao Mingsheng intends to take action against us?" Zhang Yang asked, his voice rising involuntarily. "What a scoundrel. Is the map of Yin country so short that he must act tomorrow? Keep your voice down." Chen Fang shot him a fierce glare, then glanced back at Gu Xiaoro to ensure she had not overheard. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. "Whether he will act or not, I cannot say, but it certainly won't hurt to stay alert." "Understood. Thank you for the warning, Brother Chen," Zhang Yang and Wu De replied in unison. Had it not been for Chen Fang, they would have remained oblivious to the danger. "Brother Chen, did you uncover something?" After a brief pause, Zhang Yang suddenly posed a question. He had sensed something peculiar about Chen Fang's earlier absence, and in light of his words, the situation appeared even more enigmatic. Just then, a thought struck him. "Brother Chen, could it be that you overheard Zhao Mingsheng and his companion's conversation? In regard to Chen Fang's capabilities, they possess a greater authority than others. After all, when the two initially plotted to steal fish, Chen Fang overheard their entire conversation, missing not a single word, while they remained utterly oblivious." Chen Fang nodded. "That seems about right. I just followed those two outside. You see, I told you Brother Chen must." "What? They went outside? When did they leave?" Zhang Yang suddenly realized something was amiss midway through his sentence. Instinctively, he glanced towards the direction of Zhao Mingsheng and his companion's residence, his eyes brimming with confusion. They were entirely unaware of the situation. Having been gone for quite some time, they had yet to return. Chen Fang coldly recounted the scene he had just witnessed to the two. "Damn, I knew that fellow was no good." Wu De gritted his teeth, his face a mask of indignation. "Especially that Zhao Mingsheng. The moment he smiles, I feel he must be up to no good." Chapter 67. Selling them a flaw enough. Let it go. Just keep your wits about you tomorrow. Chen Fang waved his hand, silencing the two who were grumbling. He then turned and retreated to his room, falling into a deep slumber. Zhang Yang and Wu De took turns keeping watch throughout the night, and time passed swiftly. The following morning, Zhao Mingsheng and Zhu Tong awoke, fresh and invigorated, summoning everyone together. The collection group and the hunting group stood behind Chen Fang and Wang Hao, respectively. Wang Hao glanced back at his own team, then at Chen Fang's side, scoffing disdainfully. Although his team's physical capabilities were somewhat lacking, their numbers surpassed those of the opposing side, which momentarily satisfied his vanity. Chen Fang, however, did not even bother to acknowledge him, considering it a waste of time to engage with such a fool. Zhao Mingcheng stood before the gathered crowd, grandly delivering a few words. With a command to depart, both teams swiftly left the camp. The collection group headed towards the seaside, while the hunting group delved into the dense forest. Gu Xiaoro and Lin Qingxue did not accompany them, but Chen Fang felt no concern. Zhao Mingqing was not so foolish. As long as Chen Fang remained outside and had not been entirely subdued, he would not act recklessly. Otherwise, they would not have reached this point. This presented an opportunity for him to thoroughly explore the island's conditions. The atmosphere along the journey was exceedingly somber. The members of the combat group showed no desire to converse with Chen Fang, who, in turn, was indifferent to their remarks, focusing instead on familiarizing himself with the surrounding environment. He tapped his long knife against the ground, ensuring he would not be bitten by a venomous snake. Zhang Yang and Wu De followed closely behind, their eyes alert, remembering Chen Fang's words not to expose their backs to anyone else. After several encounters, the remaining individuals grew anxious. Seizing a moment when Chen Fang and the others were distracted, the two covertly huddled together, frowning and whispering. "What is the plan?" "There is no opportunity at all. I had a chance earlier by a large rock, but Wu De wouldn't budge, keeping his guard up against me," one muttered. Do you think they sensed our intentions? The moment those words were spoken, both their expressions shifted in alarm. It was highly plausible. Yet, it shouldn't have been possible. The captain's orders were too clandestine to be discovered. They must be overly cautious, harboring suspicions about us. No matter. I refuse to believe there won't be any opportunities along the way. They silently steeled themselves. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Fang and his companions were also engaged in a quiet discussion. Brother Chen, there's indeed something amiss. I sensed that guy beside me was intent on making a move earlier, but he never found the chance, Zhang Yang said through gritted teeth, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Fortunately, Chen Fang had previously warned them. Otherwise, they might have overlooked this crucial detail. The thought of the earlier situation sent shivers down his spine. The large boulder was perched at a height of approximately 4 to 5 meters from the ground, resting atop a bed of stones. Should it be pushed off, survival would be improbable. Nevertheless, it seemed they could hardly wait. A faint smile curled upon Chen Fang's lips as he spoke nonchalantly, suggesting that if push came to shove, he could offer them a feigned vulnerability. A vulnerability? Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow in intrigue. Indeed, Chen Fang nodded. They wished to take action, and coincidentally, I too am inclined to deal with them. Without a suitable pretext. How could one proceed? You all shall pretend not to notice, but do remain vigilant. When they strike, I will step forth immediately. Do they possess the audacity for such an endeavor? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang and Wu confidently thumped their chests in agreement. Hey Chen, what are you talking about? My brother and I may lack in many skills, but our courage has certainly grown alongside you. Precisely. Let them make their move. I am eager to witness the prowess of these fellows. They call themselves a combat team. As they spoke, the group suddenly fell silent, their gazes fixed on a single direction. A man was approaching them, not particularly tall, yet exuding an air of resilience. Chen Fang narrowed his eyes. Recognizing this individual, he was part of the gathering team, but after the formation of the hunting team, several capable members have been integrated due to a shortage of personnel. Chen Fang recalled his name, Wang Zhao. What's the matter? Chen Fang asked in surprise as Wang Zhao strode directly towards them. The group had gradually dispersed, forming their own clusters, leaving him isolated. Could it be that he intends to join us? As he pondered this, Wang Zhao spoke up. Chen, may I ask for your assistance? Oh, the unexpected request deepened Chen Fang's astonishment. Zhang Yang and Wu De were less diplomatic, immediately attempting to drive Wang Zhao away. Who do you think you are? Asking Chen for help. Do you even deserve it? Hurry along, lest I decide to deal with you myself. Wait. Chen Fang raised his hand to stop them, turning his curious gaze back to Wang Zhao, smiling as he inquired, We are not acquainted, and yet you seek my aid. To be frank, that is rather presumptuous. Isn't it? I can exchange information. Wang Zhao declared suddenly. His words caused Chen Fang to raise an eyebrow once more. His curiosity piqued. Wang Zhao's eyes reflected a certain tenacity and an underlying tension, distinctly different from the others. What information can you provide? Chen Fang asked, indicating his growing interest. However, Wang Zhao resolutely shook his head. Could you agree to my request first? Don't get ahead of yourself. Zhang Yang interjected, pointing at Wang Zhao. Is this how you approach someone for a favor? What are you doing? Put your hands down. Chen Fang called for silence again, his curiosity about Wang Zhao intensifying. Are you not afraid that I might retract my promise after agreeing? Upon hearing this, Wang Zhao shook his head and replied, I'm not afraid. I trust my instincts. I will take the gamble, and if I lose, I shall accept my fate. This response elicited a chuckle from Chen Fang. This lad is quite intriguing. Very well. I accept your request. Speak on. I would like you to help me locate my sister. We were on the same flight. But since we landed, I have not seen her, and I am truly worried, Wang Zhao stated. Meanwhile, Chen Fang was scrutinizing his eyes, which were resolute and unwavering, devoid of any signs of deceit or nervousness. He did not appear to be lying. All right, I agree, Chen Fang responded without hesitation, finding the request reasonable. He then inquired further, what information do you possess? At this, Wang Zhao abruptly turned to Zhang Yang and Wu De, speaking earnestly, you must be cautious. Someone intends to harm you. Chapter 68. Wang Zhao's request what? As Wang Zhao's words fell, The expressions on Zhang Yang and Wu De's faces instantly transformed, prompting an involuntary gasp from them. In contrast, Chen Fang displayed no sign of perturbation, remaining remarkably composed. After all, he had already surmised such notions. Witnessing his unflappable demeanor, Wang Zhao felt an increased admiration for Chen Fang. Since yesterday, Chen Fang's various displays had convinced him that this individual was unlike others. His current demeanor alone spoke volumes. Brother Chen, you truly guessed it right. After a few moments, Zhang Yang and Wu De gradually regained their composure and turned to Chen Fang. Although Chen Fang had previously briefed them, the reality of hearing it still evoked profound astonishment. How did you know? Chen Fang inquired of Wang Zhao, a playful smile gracing his lips. I only just overheard their conversation, Wang Zhao replied earnestly. Aren't you one of them? Aren't you afraid that Zhao Mingxing will come after you? Chen Fang pressed further. At this, a flicker of displeasure crossed Wang Zhao's face as he gritted his teeth. Zhao Mingxing is not a good person at all. The reason he has been so amiable towards you is twofold. First, he is wary of your inherent strength, and second, it is likely due to the woman beside you. He dares. Without waiting for Chen Fang to respond, Zhang Yang and Wu De expressed their discontent. That is our sister-in-law. If Zhao Mingxiang lays a finger on her, we will not let him off easily. Wang Zhao cast a glance at the two, but remained silent, fixing his gaze on Chen Fang, awaiting his response. Chen Fang nodded. Speak, what is your request? He had not forgotten the proposition Wang Zhao had previously mentioned. Although the intelligence he spoke of was not immensely crucial to Chen Fang, having already deduced it, placing a pawn within Zhao Mingxing's faction could be advantageous. Helping him within his means would not be an issue. If possible, I hope you can make an effort to find my sister, Wang Zhao expressed, his excitement palpable at the mention of her. Your sister? Chen Fang raised an eyebrow. Wang Zhao nodded and elucidated, revealing that he had grown up alongside his sister. Having lost their parents at an early age, she had essentially raised him. The two were supposed to embark on a trip together when fate intervened. Now, after such a lengthy period, he had received no news of her, and his heart was heavy with concern. He longed to set out in search of her, yet felt powerless to do so. The complexities of the island situation, coupled with the potential presence of other survivors, filled him with dread. If his sister fell into their clutches, the consequences would be dire. Wang Zhao voiced his anxieties. If their leader is akin to Zhao Mingxiang, then my sister Wang Shui would stand no chance of escaping his grasp. At the mere thought, his eyes glistened with anguish. Zhao Mingxiang has only tempered his behavior since your arrival. Previously, among the missions he assigned us, there is not only the procurement of food and supplies, but also a directive concerning women. The two women within the camp now belong to Zhao Mingxing and Zhu Tong as their private possessions. The dogs, Zhang Yang and Wu De, could not help but curse upon hearing this. Chen Fang squinted, gazing into the other's eyes, and after a moment's contemplation, he nodded. Very well. I shall acquiesce to your request, though I can only do my utmost. Whether I will succeed in finding her remains uncertain. However, should I come across any news of her, I will make every effort to bring her to our side. Thud! As soon as the words left his lips, Wang Zhao suddenly bent his knees and knelt before Chen Fang, his face resolute. Brother Chen, with such a promise from you, I, Wang Zhao, shall follow you unwaveringly. Even if it means traversing the mountains of blades or the seas of flames, should I show even a hint of hesitation, I shall no longer bear the surname Wang. His voice was low yet resounded with conviction. Chen Fang inwardly acknowledged him, sensing the worthiness of this young man. He reached out and pulled him up. We do not engage in such theatrics. Rise quickly and do not let others see. I'm not yet ready for you to be exposed. Brother Chen, do you mean for me to go undercover? Wang Zhao immediately grasped Chen Fang's intent. It's not as dramatic as that. I merely need you to temporarily conceal your identity and gather intelligence regarding their movements. Chen Fang clarified, likening it to the work of his brother, though far less perilous than undercover operations. Absolutely, leave it to me. Wang Zhao assented without a trace of hesitation. Then let us depart swiftly to avoid drawing attention. Chen Fang nodded toward the distance, already hearing the approach of others. Wang Zhao said nothing further, glanced back, nodded at Chen Fang, and made his way into the adjacent thicket. Captain, Shortly after their departure, several burly men approached, pointing in a certain direction as they reported to Chen Fang. Captain, there should be prey in that area, and we've spotted tracks of wild animals nearby. Oh, do you know what kind of beasts they are? Chen Fang raised an eyebrow, a cold smile forming within. The so-called beasts might be a ruse. The true opportunity for action lay elsewhere. I'm not certain, replied a robust man named Song Zhong, shaking his head, but there's a high probability that we can secure some game. Observing Chen Fang's apparent hesitation, he grew more insistent, adding, Captain, today is our first hunting expedition. If we return empty-handed, it would be quite difficult for us to justify our efforts. Is that so urgent? Chen Fang thought with a smirk, nodding. Then let us proceed and take a look. Understood. Song Zhong and the others exchanged knowing glances, barely suppressing their laughter. There was indeed a small cliff nearby. Should they dare approach, they would undoubtedly fall prey to a surprise ambush. The group promptly headed toward the location designated by Song Zhong, with Wang Zhao blending into the crowd, appearing quite inconspicuous. There was no exchange of glances with Chen Fang, showcasing his professionalism. Indeed, this young man seems destined for such endeavors. He is a valuable asset. Chen Fang's gaze occasionally drifted, affirming his thoughts. At present, he deemed Wang Zhao even more capable than Zhang Yang and Wu De. Soon, the group arrived at their destination. It was a valley, adorned with an array of tall nut trees amidst a tangle of weeds and shrubs, though the season for the nuts to ripen had yet to arrive. At one end of the valley, the terrain appeared as if cleaved by the hand of a celestial being, forming a nearly vertical cliff with a height difference of several meters, akin to several stories of a building. Chen Fang, however, quickly rallied his spirits, not solely due to the presence of the small precipice, but because this location was indeed conducive to the habitation of wild beasts. If memory served him right, wild boars favored living near nut trees. Team leader, look! Suddenly, Song Zhong exclaimed, pointing to a spot on the ground. Hearing this, Chen Fang and the others hastened over. Chapter 69, Engage. Indeed, there are footprints, exclaimed Zhang Yang and his companions upon observing the shapes on the ground. However, they were immediately silenced by a glare from Chen Fang. How could these two be so oblivious? Such remarks essentially revealed that they had discerned the ruse. Of course there were footprints. Could we possibly deceive you? As anticipated, Song Zhong voiced his discontent, though his intellect seemed to falter thereafter, exhibiting no further skepticism. In the crowd, Wang Zhao visibly relaxed upon hearing this. Let us proceed to investigate. Chen Fang nodded, his right hand tightly gripping the hilt of his knife, ever vigilant of Song Zhong and his associates while also surveying the surroundings. He recognized the footprints as those of a wild boar, confirming his earlier assumptions. This area indeed harbored wild boars, and he could not afford to underestimate such creatures. A pig can rival 3 tigers. This was no jest. In the wilderness, their lethality was undeniably formidable. However, this did not imply that wild boars surpassed the latter two in ferocity. Their rankings stem from the fact that wild boars were notably fierce, often appearing in groups, thus exhibiting tremendous offensive power. Additionally, encounters with them were far more probable than with the other two, leading to a higher casualty rate, were it not for the long knife in his possession. Piercing through the thick hide of a wild boar with a sharpened stick would be utterly impossible. These creatures typically enjoyed rubbing against nut trees or pines, coating themselves in grease, their hides glossy and tough, akin to armor. Song Zhong and his companions proceeded with utmost caution, although they were on a mission. The presence of wild boars in the vicinity necessitated vigilance. The group made their way to the edge of the valley, drawing near the precipice. Song Zhong exchanged glances with his companions, suddenly pointing towards the cliff. Captain, someone just spotted the wild boar disappearing over there. Could it have traversed this way to another location? A smirk crept into Chen Fang's mind, though his countenance remained impassive. He feigned belief, "Oh, is that so? We must go take a look." With that, he strode purposefully towards the cliff's edge, followed closely by Zhang Yang and Wu De, all appearing unsuspecting. Witnessing this, excitement flickered in Song Zhong's eyes. The trap was set. Seizing the moment while Chen Fang and his group were distracted, he swiftly exchanged glances with his accomplices, loyal subordinates of Zhao Mingsheng and Zhu Tong, dismissing Wang Zhao and the others as mere bystanders. Even if the two factions clashed, the rest would likely only observe, aligning with the victor. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Fang and his companions had already reached the cliff's edge, gazing downward. Yet their focus remained on the group behind them, patiently anticipating their move. I see no footprints. This place should not attract wild boars, as they are not foolish. Chen Fang pretentiously analyzed, while Song Zhong and his companions exchanged knowing smirks. Still lingering here? It seems fortune favors you, as the leader has forbidden any action. Otherwise, today, we would have sent you all to the netherworld. With this thought, Song Zhong and his companions exchanged glances and nodded subtly. Now is the moment. In the next instant, Song Zhong and his comrades lunged fiercely toward Zhang Yang and Wu De, their faces contorted with ferocity. The sudden turn of events startled everyone, as the few behind were utterly oblivious to such a development. Even Wang Zhao secretly felt anxious for Zhang Yang and the others. As the distance closed, a glimmer of triumph flickered in Song Zhong's eyes, seemingly already envisioning their victory. However, at that moment, Zhang Yang and Wu De inexplicably turned around and swiftly sidestepped, as if they had eyes in the back of their heads. What? The expressions of Song Zhong and another burly man drastically changed. They had already charged forward, and at this distance, altering their course was no longer possible. In a panic, both came to an abrupt halt. Nearly 2 meters of buffering space proved insufficient. They stood teetering at the edge of the cliff, flailing their arms to maintain balance, their mouths screaming in terror. After a struggle, they finally steadied themselves. Yet, at that moment, they heard a soft chuckle beside them. Turning in confusion, they were met with the sinister faces of Zhang Yang and Wu De. Want to kill your father? Dream on. With that, they struck simultaneously. With barely any effort, a gentle nudge with the wooden sticks in their hands sent the two, who were precariously balanced on the edge, tumbling down into the abyss. Instinct for survival compelled them to grasp the wooden sticks tightly. You want this? You greedy fool. If you desire it so much, take it. Zhang Yang grinned, then released his grip. Song Zhong plummeted downward, clutching the stick, followed closely by his companion. Oh! In an instant, the air was filled with desperate screams, echoing throughout the valley. Yet, it lasted but a moment before abruptly silencing with a dull thud. The few companions rushing forward halted abruptly, frozen in place, their expressions shifting uncertainly as they pondered their next move. Originally scheming against others, they now found their own men perishing. They contemplated approaching to investigate, yet feared falling into the same trap as Song Zhong at the hands of Chen Fang and his group. The valley fell eerily silent. The others behind, thoroughly bewildered, had no inkling of what had transpired. What are you doing? Why are you attacking your own? Almost 5 seconds passed before the burly men regained their senses, angrily rebuking Chen Fang and his companions. Upon hearing this, Chen Fang could not help but laugh. If your eyes and ears are of no use, you might as well donate them. A single remark rendered several individuals speechless. After all, the earlier conduct of Song Zhong and his companions was glaringly apparent, as they had vociferously proclaimed their desire for death. Yet, was it not merely a jest from Song Zhong? Must you take it so earnestly? After a few moments, one among them mustered the courage to feebly defend themselves. Yet even they found their own words hard to bear. A jest indeed? Chen Fang arched an eyebrow. The individuals straightened their posture, stubbornly persisting in their defense, affirming, "Yes, we often jest in such a manner." Oh! Chen Fang elongated his tone, feigning realization, and gestured toward the precipice. "This game is rather entertaining. I quite enjoy it. How about this? You few remain here, allowing my brothers and me to share a few jests?" Chapter 70. Choosing the right company. Perhaps it's best to let this go. Upon hearing Chen Fang's words, the burly man immediately shrank back, shaking his head like a rattling drum. What a joke! Hadn't they seen how Song Zhong and his companion had been reduced to a pulp? Even if they were granted 100 lives, they would not dare to stand at the edge of the cliff. That would be akin to a birthday celebrant hanging themselves, disdainful of their own life. What? Are you afraid now? Chen Fang observed the group with a cold smirk. Zhang Yang grew even more emboldened, pointing vehemently and cursing, "You worthless dogs. Do you still dare to defend them? It's clear that Song Zhong and his companion wanted our lives, treating us like fools, right? Do they really think we can't handle them?" Standing to the side, Wuda couldn't help but twitch his lips. "Dude, isn't that a bit too much bravado? If it weren't for Brother Chen being here, those two would only be good for running away from these people. And they did do so with all the strength they could muster." "What's the matter? Lost your voice?" Zhang Yang, undeterred, seized the opportunity to unleash a tirade. After all, with Brother Chen around to back him up, what was there to fear? Let the sky fall. Someone would catch it. If these fellows had the audacity to strike, their fate would surely be no better than that of Song Zhong below. Let us not forget that Brother Chen wielded a long knife. As long as these people weren't fools, they would certainly refrain from engaging in a conflict lightly. As expected, despite Zhang Yang's furious insults, the opposing group remained with their heads bowed, too intimidated to retort. "You all know what to say when you return, right? I do not wish to hear any slandering against me." Chen Fang's gaze swept coldly over the crowd, his right hand seemingly casually resting on the hilt of his knife, only to suddenly draw it forth. The fragmented sunlight cascaded down, illuminating the cold sheen of the blade, causing an involuntary shiver among those present. They all recalled the incident at the cliff. This long knife could just as easily take a life. "Rest assured, group leader, we will report the matter truthfully to the captain upon our return. Indeed, we will not allow anyone to unjustly slander you. If anyone dares to do so, I will be the first to stand against it. I will testify for you to the captain." Under the threat of the long knife, the crowd fell silent, eagerly speaking up, fearful of incurring Chen Fang's wrath. None wished for the blade to find its mark upon them. Only those who had approached earlier with questions remained silent, their expressions shifting with despair. "We're doomed. The vice captain has failed his mission and has been caught with incriminating evidence. Given Zhu Tong's character, he will surely make them pay dearly. At the very least, they will be met with a torrent of curses. What is the matter? Didn't they speak on your behalf?" Zhang Yang, observing their silence, strode forward, arrogantly jabbing his finger at their chests. "Aye, we heard it, and we will relay everything truthfully to the captain." Witnessing Zhang Yang's insulting gestures, the burly man felt a surge of indignation. The initial feelings of apprehension intensified into a burning fury. Instinctively, the urge to unleash anger surged within, yet a fleeting glance at the long blade in Chen Fang's hand caused the courage that had just begun to swell to dissipate like mist. One by one, they nodded listlessly in agreement, murmuring their compliance. They understood. They would adhere to the leader's directives. Song Zhong and his companion deserved their fate. Their attempt to ambush the leader was utterly foolhardy. Zhang Yang, satisfied, let out a cold huff. "Humph, at least you brats are wise enough. Now be off and find some prey." However, just as the words left his lips, an unsettling sensation washed over him, as though he were being threatened by a blade. Turning around, he found Chen Fang regarding him with a smile that was both enigmatic and unsettling. "Well now, Leader Zhang, feeling quite imposing, are we? I wonder if you have any other plans in mind?" Zhang Yang immediately felt deflated, his expression shifting dramatically. Wasn't this rather embarrassing? He had been so caught up in his own bravado, believing himself to be the authority. Attempting to salvage the situation, he forced a smile and apologized. "My apologies. Brother Chen, it was not my intention. I merely wished to keep them in line, thinking it would alleviate your burdens." "Quite commendable," Chen Fang remarked, patting him on the shoulder with a smile that held deeper meanings. Yet, in response to that smile, Zhang Yang felt a bitter taste in his mouth, his mind racing with unease. How terrifying! Chen Fang's gaze had been as piercing as a sword. How could one possess such an overwhelming aura? Disregarding him, Chen Fang addressed the others. "Let bygones be bygones. I have no desire to pursue this matter further, and I will not implicate anyone else. You may rest easy." Upon hearing this, the burly men exhaled in relief, understanding that his words were directed at them, given their conspicuous involvement. After all, they had leapt into action immediately after Song Zhong's blunder. It was evident to anyone with a modicum of sense that they were allied. The others also felt a sense of relaxation, Unlike the burly men, they were not yet firmly entrenched as Zhu Tong and Zhao Mingqing's followers, but rather, they occupied a neutral stance. They feared that Chen Fang might seize this opportunity to target them as well, given the adage that a new leader often seeks to assert authority. Fortunately, it seemed that such a scenario would not unfold. However, just as these thoughts settled in, Chen Fang abruptly shifted his tone. The collective sigh of relief among the group hung precariously in the air once more. What was happening? It felt as though the next words would echo the sentiment of escaping death, but facing dire consequences instead. Yet, Chen Fang did not proceed in that manner. Instead, he declared with clarity, "We are here to hunt, so I expect everyone to be alert and make every effort to locate our quarry. Should I catch anyone slacking off, do not expect leniency from me. Is that understood?" The last sentence rose sharply in volume, his icy gaze sweeping across the group, his right hand resting intentionally upon the hilt of his blade. Upon witnessing the scene, a collective shiver coursed through the crowd, prompting them to nod in agreement with fervor. "Rest assured, Team Leader Chen, we shall exert every effort to locate the prey. Indeed, for we would have no means to report back otherwise. We fully comprehend your sentiments. I shall attend to it immediately. I believe I spotted some animal tracks over there just moments ago." The crowd erupted in a chorus of voices. Amidst them stood Wang Zhao, who felt an overwhelming admiration for Chen. A few words from him had left everyone astounded. Such an aura he possessed was truly remarkable. They were all peers, yet the disparity was striking. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Even if he had not mentioned that matter to Chen earlier, Chen would have been prepared nonetheless. This realization deepened his respect for Chen even further. Indeed, he had chosen the right person to follow. Chapter 71. The Pursuit of Prey. Observing the silence that enveloped the crowd, Chen Fang nodded in satisfaction. In this desolate island, reason held no sway, or rather, it was a matter for the future. The foremost action required was a display of martial prowess. One must possess the strength that compels others to sit and heed one's words. Otherwise, there would be no opportunity to speak at all. As the adage goes, I study to engage in discourse, yet I train in boxing so that others may sit quietly and listen to my reasoning. This sentiment resonated with his recent actions. All right, disperse now. Report to me at the first sign of any developments, Chen Fang instructed. These individuals were useful, irrespective of their motives, for at present, none dared to challenge his authority. It was prudent to utilize them as his eyes and ears, aiding in the search for clues. The leader of the hunting group was someone he could easily refuse, yet he consented, driven by a shared ambition. Solely relying on foraging and fishing would merely stave off starvation. It was not a sustainable solution. To endure on this island, hunting was an essential skill and process. Only large beasts contained sufficient fat reserves, and for these survivors, fat held an importance akin to gold. While in the city, people often scoffed at fatty foods or high-calorie items, leading manufacturers to tout zero-calorie or low-calorie as marketing gimmicks. However, here, fat provided survivors with the necessary energy, enabling them to explore the island and await rescue, thus enhancing their chances of survival. Even Chen Fang could not evade this reality. Although he possessed some wilderness survival knowledge, he was no deity. His energy requirements were no less than anyone else's, perhaps even greater. Very well, let us proceed. The group leader announced. I shall venture to the right. There is dense forest there, which may harbor prey. I will explore that area. Shall we go together? The crowd began to chatter, forming small groups. Chen Fang nodded and addressed them. Remember, should you encounter wild beasts or other creatures, refrain from shouting and startling them. Maintain silence. Do not let them perceive your presence, and report back to me with utmost haste. Is that understood? Understood. The crowd replied in unison. All right, disperse. Chen Fang waved his hand, deliberately adding before they departed, should anyone discover prey and successfully capture it, I shall reward them handsomely. Satisfaction guaranteed. Though these individuals harbored ulterior motives or chose to remain neutral, Chen Fang recognized the necessity of offering incentives. Otherwise, no one would be inclined to labor on his behalf. Furthermore, it was possible to sway some of the neutral parties to his side. After all, he was now acutely aware of Zhao Mingqing and Zhu Tong's true nature. They were certainly not virtuous individuals. It was only a matter of time before they turned against him. Zhang Lily's allure was undeniable, especially for Gu Xiaoro and Lin Qingxue. It was likely that they had already been assigned a value in the shadows. However, although Chen Fang did not view them as mere objects to be possessed, he certainly would not allow anyone else to lay claim to them so easily. Upon hearing Chen Fang's declaration, many were immediately invigorated, particularly those of neutral stance. Previously, any bounty from their coastal ventures had to be unconditionally surrendered to Zhao Mingsheng and Zhu Tong. After all, they were the leaders, accompanied by the protection of their combat team. The distribution of any spoils depended entirely on the whims of Zhao Mingsheng and Zhu Tong. Yet now, Chen Fang assured them that satisfaction was guaranteed, which promised a generous share. Though they were not well acquainted with Chen Fang, the vitality exuded by Zhang Yang and Wu De indicated that following such a leader would ensure they would not go hungry. The two men appeared significantly more vibrant than the rest, who looked pallid, akin to refugees, while Zhang Yang and Wu De could not be described as rosy-cheeked. Their energy far surpassed that of the others. This stark contrast was evident to anyone. The adage rings true. One can gauge a leader's merit by observing the fortune of those who follow them. If a boss drives luxury cars while their employees ride scooters, they are likely nothing more than a miser. Conversely, if the boss drives a Land Rover while their employees boast Mercedes and BMWs, that leader is surely commendable. Even a stringent approach would be tolerable, for it is evident who is merely spinning tales. From this perspective alone, Chen Fang was undoubtedly a more worthy leader than Zhao Mingsheng and Zhu Tong, and many hearts began to waver in their allegiance. Unbeknownst to Chen Fang, had he been aware of their sentiments, he might have found the situation both amusing and perplexing, realizing that gaining 2 junior followers had such an impact. The crowd soon dispersed, each searching in their vicinity. Chen Fang was also busy, taking the opportunity to explore the surrounding area, hoping to discover some game. Zhang Yang and Wu De trailed closely behind, their eyes scanning the surroundings. However, after walking several dozen meters, they found nothing. This place doesn't seem promising for game, Zhang Yang finally remarked after a few minutes. Wu De nodded in agreement. Indeed, should we consider relocating? Relocate to where? Chen Fang asked without turning around. And at that moment, both fell silent. Indeed, where could they go? They were entirely unfamiliar with the area, and without Chen Fang's guidance, they were like headless flies. Understanding their unspoken thoughts, Chen Fang continued, "You should spread out a bit, otherwise we won't be of any use." Understood. Zhang Yang and Wu De responded promptly, brandishing their sticks and tapping around to guard against any lurking snakes. Gradually distancing himself from Chen Fang, the search radius expanded. Time passed little by little, and before long, half an hour had elapsed. Yet, there were still no findings. Not a single living creature was seen, nor even a wild fruit. Chen Fang, however, exhibited commendable patience, meticulously searching for potential animal tracks or other signs. In contrast, the enthusiasm of the others had notably waned. Despite the promised rewards, not a single trace had been uncovered in half a day. After another 10 minutes had slipped by, Chen Fang decided not to venture further and began to retrace his steps to the earlier location. Just as he re-entered the valley, he spotted Wang Zhao sprinting towards him. A mix of excitement and trepidation etched upon his face. Team leader, we have made a discovery. Chapter 72. The discovery of wild boars. Any discoveries? Chen Fang inquired, casting a surprised glance at Wang Zhao. What did you see? Pigs, wild boars. Wang Zhao replied, a mix of excitement and concern in his voice. Although he was not a hunter, he understood the formidable nature of wild boars. Positioned above bears and tigers in the hierarchy of danger, their notoriety required no further elaboration. Humans could certainly hunt wild boars, yet the reverse was equally true. Wild boars could pose a threat to humans as well. Wild boars. Chen Fang's eyes sparkled with sudden interest, as he had just been contemplating the need for fat. However, acquiring a wild boar would require some effort. How many are there? Chen Fang asked. 2 in total, possibly a couple. When I spotted them, those 2 were leisurely rubbing against a tree, Wang Zhao recalled. 2, you say? That is promising. Chen Fang felt a sense of relief wash over him. He was aware that wild boars were social animals, If they encountered a group, their excitement might rival that of humans. If they charged, the sense of pressure would be akin to facing an army. However, with only two, the situation was manageable. After all, the long knife in his possession was no mere ornament. Gather the others, Chen Fang commanded. The more people we have, even if they cannot assist directly, their presence will intimidate the wild boars. Furthermore, it may provide me with an opportunity. If the boars turn their attention to someone else, I can make my move. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang and the others immediately dispersed to summon the previous group. They hadn't strayed far. Soon, all stood before Chen Fang. Including Zhang Yang and Wu De, they numbered a meager 7, already the backbone of Zhao Mingxing's team. With less than 20 members in total, 5 had fallen under Chen Fang's command. 2 lay injured at the cliff's edge, while the other 3 were rendered incapacitated in the camp, likely not lasting much longer. Everyone, remain silent and heed my commands. Should anyone act recklessly or scare off the wild boars, do not expect my leniency. Chen Fang surveyed the group, his voice grave. He was in dire need of the wild boar. Without resources, not only would his people go hungry, but any ambitions to strengthen their power would remain mere fantasies. Who would follow a leader that left them starving? Understood, leader. The group responded. The 2 robust men from the combat team, nodding in resignation. Let us proceed. Chen Fang gestured, and the group, under Wang Zhao's guidance, set forth towards the wild boars. After about 6 or 7 minutes, Wang Zhao suddenly halted, slowing his pace. He turned back to Chen Fang, gesturing forward. Leader, they're just a few dozen meters ahead. At this, Chen Fang promptly signaled for everyone to reduce their pace and approach cautiously. The senses of wild animals are remarkably acute. Excessive noise would undoubtedly startle them. The group, under Chen Fang's lead, stealthily advanced. Indeed, after traversing a few meters, the group soon caught sight of the wild boars. There were 2, both fully grown. One was notably larger, presumably a male, weighing around 200 pounds, while the other was estimated to be over 100. Brother Chen, this is a windfall, Zhang Yang exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Just imagine how long it would take to consume these 2 boars. A windfall? Chen Fang turned to glance at him, chuckling softly. Are you so certain you can take them down? Oh, well. Zhang Yang faltered, suddenly at a loss for words. The creature before them was a striking amalgamation of yellow and black, its bristles as sharp as steel needles, and its demeanor was undeniably fierce. Its face was much longer and narrower than that of a domestic pig, and the enormous tusks were plainly visible. Faced with such a formidable animal, he felt a twinge of apprehension. In truth, Chen Fang himself was not entirely confident either. Just then, a sudden scream pierced the air. Chen Fang's expression shifted dramatically as he turned to see a vibrant, multicolored snake hanging from a tree above a nearby individual, hissing ominously as it flicked its tongue. The distinctly triangular head of the serpent sent chills down one's spine. After a brief scream, the unfortunate man, disregarding everything else, bolted in a panic. Oh no! Chen Fang's heart sank. Although the snake had been evaded, this would undoubtedly alarm the 2 wild boars. As anticipated, the boars, previously at ease, immediately raised their heads. Alert and watchful, upon noticing the running figure, they grunted ominously. Despite belonging to the same family as domestic pigs, they were undeniably wild beasts, fiercely territorial. Angered by the intrusion into their domain, they charged with alarming speed after the fleeing man. In an instant, the hearts of all present raced, filled with the furious grunts of the boars and the sounds of underbrush being trampled. Help! Someone save me! The speed of the 2 boars was astonishing, resembling dark phantoms, and the fleeing individual turned pale with fear, desperately calling for assistance. In his frantic state, he forgot all else and sprinted straight ahead. Don't run straight. Climb a tree. Hurry! Chen Fang, disregarding his own safety, stood up and shouted a warning. The man was not a member of the combat team. Thus he belonged to the neutral faction. Chen Fang was not a saint, but he could not simply stand by and watch as this person faced the wrath of the wild boars. After all, there was still a chance for maneuvering. If it had been a tiger or a beast of that caliber, Chen Fang would have had no recourse. Hearing the commotion from other humans, the 2 boars abruptly halted, momentarily hesitating at the sight of so many bipeds. Chen Fang, concerned, feared that he might frighten these two creatures away. However, reality proved that his worries were entirely unfounded. The two individuals not only remained but became even more enraged. After a brief moment of hesitation, they charged directly towards Chen Fang. Team leader, be careful. Chen, run. Wang Zhao and Zhang Yang simultaneously urged. The man who had been sprinting moments before displayed a hint of gratitude upon witnessing this. Although his heart had raced to his throat, he recognized that no one else had made a move, save for Chen Fang, who stepped forward. Meanwhile, the burly men from the two combat teams wore expressions of eager anticipation, almost wishing for the wild boars to hastily devour Chen Fang. Simultaneously, the two wild boars drew ever closer to Chen Fang. Yet, he stood frozen in terror, leaning against a tree, utterly motionless. Zhang Yang and Wu De, witnessing this, were as frantic as ants on a hot pan. In the blink of an eye, the wild boars were now less than 3 meters away from Chen Fang. Chapter 73. The Wild Boars, Chen Ge run. Zhang Yang shouted hoarsely, rushing out with Wu De, intent on drawing the beasts away. Chen Fang glanced at the two, nodding subtly. Indeed, these two fellows were commendable for stepping forward to rescue him in such dire circumstances. It seemed he could afford to place more trust in them moving forward. He had not forgotten their previous actions while following Wang Hao, but in that instance, they were compelled by familial ties. In this life-and-death crisis, their willingness to stand up was remarkable. Not only he, but even Wang Zhao charged out alongside them. At that moment, the two wild boars were less than 2 meters away from Chen Fang. He could clearly see the crimson rage in their eyes, and even catch the foul odor emanating from their bodies. Zhang Yang and Wu De had reddened eyes, hurling wooden sticks at the boars, but their efforts were futile due to the distance, lacking any real impact. Served him right. He deserves to die for being so arrogant. One of the burly fighters exclaimed, excitement gleaming in his eyes. If he dies, we can justify the loss of 2 brothers. Amidst their fervor, they failed to notice Chen Fang's calm demeanor, devoid of any hint of panic, as he fixated on the charging boars. Just as they were about to collide with him, he finally sprang into action. Now, he murmured, and in a fluid motion, he turned and adeptly scaled the tree behind him like a nimble monkey. Bang! Almost simultaneously, as he reached the branches, one of the wild boars collided with the massive tree. The tremendous force sent tremors through the trunk, nearly 30 centimeters in diameter. One could only imagine the devastation had it struck a human. Zhang Yang and the others stood frozen, incredulous at the scene before them. Could it truly unfold in such a manner? This was astonishing. Meanwhile, Wang Zhao's eyes gleamed with admiration. What had transpired seemed to last only a few seconds. Yet the display of physical prowess and composure under extreme duress was beyond what an ordinary person could achieve. After all, the chaotic figure that had just rushed past them was a living testament to that. Who could maintain such steadiness when confronted by such beasts? Yet Chen Fang had succeeded. This realization filled Wang Zhao with hope. The probability of saving his sister had just increased. The others shared similar sentiments, gazing at Chen Fang with newfound respect. Only the 2 burly men wore expressions of fury. Damn it, how could he evade that? It's unbelievable. How could he remain so unafraid when the boar was so close? They pondered this for a long time, unable to comprehend the phenomenon. Regardless of whether they wanted to admit it, they felt an undeniable sense of terror at Chen Fang's earlier performance. If they were in his position, they knew they could not have acted with such poise. Should we follow Chen Fang? The two exchanged glances, but swiftly dismissed the notion, for the 2 captains were notorious for their vindictiveness. Moreover, they held the lives of everyone in their hands, the medical supplies. On the deserted island, particularly for individuals like them, injuries were inevitable. Without timely medical intervention, their fate would be to languish and perish, much like Li Wei within the camp. Realizing this, the 2 promptly refocused their thoughts, vigorously shaking their heads to expel such notions. They needed to devise a plan to deal with this individual to achieve merit. Meanwhile, in the nearby thicket, a sudden screech echoed as a sow, skidding to a halt, collided with a boar that had been charging ahead. The boar, already dizzy from the earlier chaos, felt another wave of vertigo and emitted 2 painful grunts. The sow, witnessing this, responded with two grunts of her own and turned her gaze towards Chen Fang with a look filled with anthropomorphic resentment. What are you waiting for? Act swiftly and divert this creature. Seeing everyone paralyzed in shock, Chen Fang shouted. His intention was to seize the fleeting seconds while the wild boar was disoriented. However, with the sow nearby, he was hesitant to act recklessly. This group, supposedly a hunting team, was nothing but a disarrayed rabble. Faced with a wild boar, they were utterly paralyzed, while others fled in panic at the sight of a snake. How could they possibly claim to be hunters? They were likely only capable of chasing after mice and rabbits. Yet, if they didn't know how to set traps, even that would be a futile dream. Oh, all right. At this, the group finally snapped back to reality. Although they dared not approach, they began hurling whatever they could find at the sow, provoked by their taunts. The sow became infuriated, roaring vehemently as she charged at one of them. Oh my God, help! The unfortunate lad, seeing this, mimicked the others and scrambled up a nearby tree. However, his stamina was no match for Chen Fang's, and after several failed attempts, he found himself slipping down. Hearing the frantic footsteps behind him, his heart raced. In a moment of sheer desperation, he summoned unexpected strength, leaping to grasp a branch, narrowly evading the impending collision. Simultaneously, he shouted to the others, "Quickly divert it! I can barely hold on." Sighing at the chaos around him, Chen Fang remained unfazed by the plight of his companion. As soon as the sow was diverted, he drew his long knife, discarding the sheath, and gripped the hilt tightly, descending with purpose. Harnessing the force of his fall, he thrust the blade with great vigor. With a swift motion, the sharp knife penetrated the thick hide of the wild boar, accurately embedding itself within the bewildered creature. Suddenly pierced by a sharp and excruciating pain, the boar awoke with a cry of anguish. Chen Fang, not daring to waste a moment, plunged the long knife deeper, his hands twisting vigorously to maximize the wound's severity. Observing this, the sow immediately regained her senses and charged towards Chen Fang in a fit of rage. "Brother Chen, run! Zangyang urgently warned." However, there was no need for his intervention. At the very moment the sow sprang into action, Chen Fang had already withdrawn the knife, sheathing it at his waist, and swiftly ascended the nearby grand tree. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of the sow's footsteps echoed like war drums. Upon witnessing the immense gash, she was consumed by fury. Yet, the scent of blood from her kin also alerted her to the imminent danger. With a few snorts of frustration, she hastily retreated alongside the boar into the distance. Chapter 74. Who says the wild boar has escaped? Did it flee? As they beheld the wild boar's frantic retreat, an uncanny sensation enveloped the crowd, akin to awakening from a vivid dream. Had such a formidable creature truly been driven away? After a brief moment of astonishment, jubilation erupted among them. Simultaneously, the two burly men emerged from the thicket and approached the group. However, they could distinctly sense a shift in the gazes directed at them. Where there had once been trepidation, now lay a hint of disdain, so starkly contrasting with the admiration cast towards Chen Fang. After all, during the encounter with the wild boar, these two had remained hidden, like turtles retreating into their shells. Realizing this, their spirits soured, and an instinctive ire bubbled within them. Could they not handle a wild boar? Yet at that moment, Chen Fang leapt down from the tree, brandishing the long blade that had just pierced the boar, blood still glistening and trickling down the blade. Witnessing this scene, the two instinctively fell silent. Though they remained unconvinced, they could not deny the undeniable prowess of the man before them. "Brother Chen, you are truly remarkable," Zhang Yang exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. "Indeed, I was already trembling with fear from such a distance. Yet you remained poised until they charged right before you." The words came from the very person who had recently fled. The others echoed their admiration, but suddenly Wang Zhao interjected, "Should we not pursue the wild boar now? Otherwise, it may vanish without a trace." At this proclamation, the expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. Indeed, in their fervor to celebrate their narrow escape, they had forgotten their original purpose, hunting. And now, the wild boar had disappeared from sight, inducing a wave of panic among them. "Brother Chen, let us hasten our pursuit. I have heard that when a beast is wounded, it must be pursued immediately. Otherwise, its blood will flow faster and it will escape. Yes, I have heard the same. We must move quickly, lest we lose it altogether. It fled in that direction. We should still be able to catch up. The crowd clamored in agreement. Only the two burly men reveled inwardly at their folly. How foolish! They had wounded the wild boar, yet lingered in place, and now they sought to track it? This was precisely the outcome they desired. Had it not been for their own losses and Chen Fang's successful hunt, their incompetence would have been glaringly apparent in comparison. Nevertheless, amidst the urgency of the crowd, Chen Fang remained unperturbed. He leisurely plucked a handful of leaves from a nearby bush and meticulously wiped the blade several times before sheathing it. With a languid demeanor, he spoke, "What is the rush? Are you certain you can catch up to that wild boar? Do you believe yourselves to be hunting dogs?" At this, the corners of the mouths of those who had spoken earlier twitched in response. Moreover, who said that one must pursue the prey immediately after wounding it. Chen Fang inquired once more. Zhang Yang furrowed his brow, for he was the first to voice such words. "Brother Chen, is it not so? I distinctly recall that the novel stated thus. Yet you also mentioned that it is merely a novel. Why take it so earnestly?" Before he could complete his thought, Chen Fang interjected rather brusquely. "However, I do sense a modicum of truth in it," Zhang Yang muttered softly, too timid to meet Chen Fang's gaze. "What truth could there possibly be? They possess falcons and hounds to pursue, while we are left to chase on foot," Chen Fang retorted, casting a glare at him. "Do you expect us to outrun a creature on four legs with our mere two? Besides, wild boars charge recklessly, and ordinary thickets won't hinder their path. We would only find ourselves detouring." "That does seem plausible," the others expressed, their faces reflecting sudden realization. "But shall we simply let it escape? Isn't that a tad too regrettable?" Wuda's face contorted in dismay as he lamented, hastily adding, "After all, Brother Chen, you risked your life to injure it just moments ago." His words garnered immediate agreement from the crowd, all feeling a profound sense of loss. After all, it was pork. Merely tasting a morsel would be a luxury in such circumstances. However, to their astonishment, Chen Fang remained remarkably composed. "Who said we would let it flee?" he queried. Everyone's eyes widened in confusion as they regarded Chen Fang. "We can still pursue it." He pointed to the bloodstains on the ground. In truth, this was precisely why he had deliberately widened the wound earlier. On one hand, it was to limit the wild boar's escape, and, on the other, to increase its blood loss, ensuring it would swiftly succumb while leaving a trail behind. Noticing the puzzled expressions on their faces, Chen Fang elaborated, "Had we chased it immediately, it would have run all the harder, perhaps not even sensing the pain inflicted upon it. It is akin to a person struck by a vehicle. Outwardly, they may appear unscathed, yet internally, irreparable damage has occurred. They may stand, seemingly unharmed, and even reach the hospital, but ultimately, it would be too late for salvation." "I understand now. It's the adrenaline," Zhang Yang suddenly interjected. Although his formal education was limited, he had encountered numerous anecdotes online, even having seen a video that extolled the prowess of adrenaline. He had anticipated that such knowledge would apply to hunting as well. "Precisely," Chen Fang nodded affirmatively, saying no more as he brandished his long knife and began to jog along the trail of blood, pursuing the direction in which the wild boar had fled. The others, perceiving his determination, hastily followed suit. However, Zhang Yang and Wuda lingered behind the two robust men, ever vigilant, anxious to ensure that the two might not launch a surprise attack on Chen Fang, ready to sound the alarm at a moment's notice. Following the trail of blood, the group hurried along. Along the way, someone couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. The team leader was indeed correct. When we do not pursue them, they seem to lose their speed, otherwise they wouldn't leave such a significant amount of blood on the ground. "Look over there, that pool is larger than the others." It's likely that the wild boar could no longer run and pause for a moment. As the crowd conversed, their gaze towards Chen Fang grew increasingly admiring. This was certainly a vast improvement compared to Zhao Ming, who merely issued commands back at the camp. Following someone like him instilled a profound sense of security. Thus, under Chen Fang's leadership, the group jogged for nearly 10 minutes. Suddenly, Chen Fang raised his hand, signaling for everyone to halt. Chapter 75. The Harvest of the Gathering Team. Upon witnessing Chen Fang's gesture, everyone halted, peering forward. In the next moment, their faces illuminated with joy. A wild boar. It was indeed the same boar that had previously attacked them. However, at this moment, the male boar lay on the ground, panting heavily, with its blood saturating the earth beneath it. The female boar circled anxiously nearby. Hearing the footsteps of the approaching group, it suddenly became alert and turned to face them. The sight tightened the hearts of the onlookers. Although the female boar was smaller than the male, its ferocity could easily pose a threat, and aside from Chen Fang, none could stand against it in a one-on-one confrontation. Fortunately, it seemed that Chen Fang's earlier display of power had instilled fear in the creature. After all, the male boar lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. Thus, upon spotting the silhouettes in the jungle, the female merely snorted a few times in warning before turning to retreat. With a collective sigh of relief, the group relaxed. Fortunately, Brother Chun, that wild boar has left. Haha, the prey is ours, Zhang Yang exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Such a beast, Chen Fang remarked with a hint of a smile, leading the group forward. There was no suspense, for the male boar's eyes were already half closed. Nonetheless, to be prudent, Chen Fang drew his knife and delivered a swift thrust to its neck, ensuring its lifeblood was fully drained. What a pity. This boar's blood would have made an excellent soup, Zhang Yang lamented, gazing at the pool of crimson surrounding them. In response, Chen Fang cast a knowing glance at him. If I offered you a taste, you would likely refuse. Huh? Zhang Yang replied, perplexed. This is a wild boar, not a domesticated one. It feeds on grains and fodder, but in the wild, it consumes whatever it finds, including carrion when hungry. Without the abundance of spices to mask the flavor, do you believe you could withstand its taste? At Chen Fang's words, Zhang Yang shook his head vigorously. Perhaps I shall pass. His features scrunched in distaste, especially at the mention of carrion, which nearly made him retch. All right, let's lift it and head back to the camp, Chen Fang instructed. The boar had bled excessively, creating a strong scent that could attract other wild animals, which posed a significant risk. Upon hearing this, the group sprang into action. Zhang Yang and Wu De rushed to the front, their faces brimming with pride. Even when the two burly men attempted to offer assistance, they were met with fierce glares from the duo. This is Brother Chen's catch. What do you intend to carry it back for? Do you think you could have taken it down? The two men could only snort in response, retreating to the side and following the main group towards the camp. Meanwhile, within the camp, Zhao Mingcheng, Zhu Tong, Gu Xiaoro, and Lin Qingshui were engaged in conversation. As Chen Fang anticipated, although the two individuals were restless within, they maintained a facade of decorum, refraining from any overtly inappropriate actions. Gu Xiaoro, with her simple-mindedness, engaged in lively conversation with them, while Lin Qingshui sat nearby, contributing sporadically, her mind seemingly elsewhere. Despite bringing along several companions, Chen Fang's venture into the wilderness for hunting carried inherent risks. Lin, what occupies your thoughts? Gu Xiaoro inquired. Noticing Lin Qingshui's distant demeanor, prompted by the question, Lin Qingshui returned to reality and candidly expressed her concern. I fear for Chen Fang's safety. Should he encounter a large wild animal, mere numbers would offer little solace, especially considering we lack proper tools. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoro was momentarily taken aback, quickly followed by a wave of guilt. Indeed, Chen Fang was out hunting, a perilous endeavor. She had been so engrossed in their campfire discussions that she had nearly forgotten this crucial fact. At a loss for words, silence enveloped her. Zhu Tong, seated nearby, exhibited a flicker of intrigue in his gaze. Undoubtedly, his associates had likely succeeded in their endeavors by now. When Chen Fang returned, minus two of his subordinates, one could only imagine how his arrogance would wane, rendering him at their mercy. This thought invigorated Zhu Tong's mind, and he glanced at Lin Qingshui, feeling a surge of excitement. Although Gu Xiaoro had not divulged much about Lin Qingshui's background, her manner of speaking and commanding presence indicated she was no ordinary individual. Moreover, Gu Xiaoro addressed her as President Lin, suggesting she hailed from a wealthy family, a female CEO, no less. Securing her favor would undoubtedly surpass any fleeting infatuations with lesser women, far beyond what Gu Xiaoro could offer. Rest assured, everything will be fine, Zhao Mingsheng interjected suddenly. With Chen Fang's capabilities, he will undoubtedly manage splendidly. We merely await their favorable news. Just then, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside the camp. Could it be Chen Fang returning? Lin Xingxue, previously lost in thought, abruptly stood, excitement illuminating her face as she gazed toward the entrance. Witnessing this, Zhu Tong's expression darkened momentarily. This woman had spent the better part of the day with them, yet had scarcely exchanged a dozen words. Yet now, she was animated beyond measure. Damn Chen Fang. Zhu Tong clenched his fists, his resentment toward Chen Fang intensifying. However, as he turned his gaze toward the entrance, a flicker of anticipation also glimmered in his eyes. Surely, that young man would return alone, a solitary figure. Yet, as the individuals gradually emerged, disappointment washed over their faces. For it was not Chen Fang and his companions who returned, but rather the insufferable Wang Hao leading the way, his expression brimming with triumph, akin to a victorious general returning from battle, as he exuberantly ushered the others inside. Upon spotting Zhao Mingsheng and Zhu Tong, his excitement only heightened. Captain Zhao, Vice Captain Zhu, our collection team has made remarkable progress today under my leadership, Wang Hao declared with fervor. Zhu Tong's expression darkened considerably. This insufferable fool. Must there be such a distinction between primary and secondary? Zhao Mingcheng, however, merely raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, I wonder what Leader Wang has procured today. He was indifferent, for whatever this fellow managed to acquire would ultimately be subject to his own distribution. The finer the goods, the greater his delight. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao waved his hand grandly, beckoning to those behind him with an air of authority, commanding coldly, "Did you not hear the boss's words? Hurry over and let the boss take a look." Instantly, a few individuals approached, unveiling the items they had wrapped in clothing before Zhao Mingchen. Observing Wang Hao's demeanor, even Gu Xiaoro and Lin Xingxue turned their curious gazes toward him. In the next heartbeat, their eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 76. Polar reversal. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Zhao Mingcheng could not help but exclaim softly. Within the garment lay an astonishing sight. 6 or 7 sea fish, each weighing no less than 2 pounds. Although this haul was modest, it represented an unprecedented achievement for the collection team. Well done, Team Leader Wang, Zhao Mingcheng remarked with a smile, directing his praise towards Wang Hao. At this, Wang Hao straightened his posture, swelling with pride. After all, on his very first day in command, such a bounty was a testament to his own prowess. However, the members behind him wore expressions of discontent, their faces smeared with dirt and fatigue. They had toiled to exhaustion for these few fish, traversing distances over twice their usual route, while Wang Hao merely lounged in the shade, occasionally issuing commands. The former leader of the collection team had been utterly overwhelmed, scarcely able to stand straight, feeling as though his back might break. "Oh, this is merely my duty, for the sake of everyone," Wang Hao declared, yet his words fell on deaf ears. For the sake of everyone? What a farce! Gu Xiaoro and Lin Qingsno had witnessed his true nature. He had even pilfered the 2 grilled fish mint for Zhang Lili, leaving nothing for his subordinates. The frustration was palpable among the weary team members, who were on the brink of collapse while their leader feigned self-sacrifice. Through gritted teeth, Wang Hao surveyed the camp, noticing that Chen Fang and his group had yet to return, which only fueled his arrogance. What is taking Team Leader Chen so long? Is their hunting expedition not going well? Before anyone could respond, he shook his head with a sigh. Ah, youth, perhaps they lack experience, while solitary endeavors may yield luck. Leading a team is an entirely different challenge. Gu Xiaoro could no longer contain herself, ready to voice her discontent, when the sound of footsteps echoed from outside the camp, accompanied by a chorus of voices. The hunting team had returned. The members turned to look, and Lin Qingsno and Gu Xiaoro instinctively stepped forward. Meanwhile, Zhao Mingsheng and Zhu Tong exchanged glances, each understanding the unspoken sentiment in the other's eyes. Soon, Chen Fang appeared before them, armed only with his knife, a trace of blood staining his attire. Chen Fang, what happened? Are you injured? Lin Snow and Gu Xiaoro rushed forward, their faces etched with concern. In contrast, Zhao Mingqing and Zhu Tong felt a surge of relief. Clearly, their team had succeeded. Amidst the tension, Wang Hao could not suppress a burst of laughter. Striding confidently towards Chen Fang, he assumed the role of the seasoned mentor. Chen Fang, do not be too disheartened. Everyone understands that failure is a part of the journey. After all, you're still young. Do you think leading a team is an easy task? Today, I exerted tremendous effort to procure these sea fish. With a mischievous pat on Chen Fang's shoulder, I proclaimed, "Rest assured, even if your hunting team encounters no success, these sea fish will ensure no one goes hungry today. Wouldn't you agree, leader?" In response, Zhao Mingqing suppressed his inner delight, casting a stern glance at Wang Hao. "Leader Wang, it would be prudent for you to refrain from speaking so freely. We are all part of the same collective." "Indeed, the leader's reprimand is well taken," Wang Hao replied with a playful grin, seemingly unfazed, despite the gravity of his words. The leader brushed it aside, clearly showing favoritism towards him. The more he pondered, the more elated he became, envisioning the moment when Chen Fang would be beneath his heel. At that moment, Zhao Mingqing approached Chen Fang, feigning concern as he inquired, "What transpired, Chen Fang? Was it not smooth sailing?" Chen Fang, with a grave expression, nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it was far from smooth. Just as I suspected. If things had gone smoothly, then my arrangements would have been in vain. I wonder if those two rascals have met their demise." Zhao Mingqiang struggled to contain a smirk and continued his charade of concern. "There were no casualties, I hope?" Upon hearing this, Chen Fang's expression darkened further. Taking a deep breath, he gravely replied, "There were. And not just one, but two. Both are dead." "What?" Gu Xiaoro and Lin Qinxue gasped, their faces paling at the news. Chen Fang's grim countenance confirmed their fears. "It must be Zhang Yang and Wu De." Zhao Mingqing and Zhu Tong exchanged glances, their hearts secretly rejoicing, though they dared not reveal their glee, instead donning expressions of sorrow. "Alas, you did your utmost, Chen Fang." Zhu Tong sighed, shaking his head as he approached. "Once lost, lives cannot be restored. Fear not, our team will forever be your sanctuary. You remain the leader of the hunting group." Lin Qinxue furrowed her brow and quietly moved closer to Chen Fang, understanding that he must be feeling immense sorrow. Her presence was meant to convey unwavering support. Gu Xiaoro followed suit, standing beside him as well. The sight of the two exquisite beauties flanking Chen Fang incited a silent fury in Wang Hao and Zhu Tong. However, the realization that he was now merely a lone figure, without subordinates, somewhat alleviated their frustration. Particularly for Wang Hao, a smile stretched across his face, akin to a blooming lotus. He turned his head, striving to conceal his amusement from others. "Is what you said true?" Chen Fang suddenly directed his gaze towards Zhu Tong. "What is true?" Zhu Tong, taken aback, looked at Chen Fang in confusion. Could it be regarding the position of the hunting group leader? Once he regained his composure, he promptly replied, "Of course it is true. I have taken charge of this matter regarding the leader's position." "Not that." Chen Fang interjected before Zhu Tong could finish. "I meant, you truly can accept casualties, correct?" Zhu Tong instinctively began to respond, almost revealing the truth. "Why should I mourn for those who have perished? Alas, Chen, how heavy this burden is. Today we shall feast heartily." Just then, an exuberant voice pierced the air, causing Zhao Mingqing and his companions to furrow their brows in unease. Turning towards the source of the sound, their expressions shifted dramatically. Entering with great delight were Zhang Yang and Wu De, proudly carrying a wild boar weighing over 200 pounds, followed closely by other members of the hunting party. Two burly men trailed behind, appearing listless, while the whereabouts of Song Zhong and his companion remained a mystery. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Mingqing and Zhu Tong felt a jolt of trepidation, their faces stiffening in shock. What is the meaning of this? After all this, did we lose our own? Chapter 77. Out of control? Within the camp, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. Zhao Mingqing and his companions appeared as though they had been struck by a spell, standing motionless, their expressions shifting continuously. Chen Fang's group returned intact, while the combat team had suffered the loss of 2 members. Wang Hao's mouth hung agape, as if he were a mere puppet, frozen in shock. Though Lin Qing Snow and Gu Xiaoro exhaled a sigh of relief, confusion clouded their faces, leaving them utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. What's wrong with everyone? Have you never seen such a colossal wild boar before? Zhang Yang's voice pierced the silence, his anticipation for the astonishment on their faces, particularly from Wang Hao and Zhao Mingcheng, faltering as they stood there like wooden statues. Upon hearing Zhang Yang's words, Zhao Mingcheng and Zhu Tong felt a surge of displeasure. You scoundrel! Your name is indeed befitting, Zhang Yang. Do you think we are blind? What has transpired? Where are Song Zhong and the others? Zhu Tong could no longer contain his impatience and inquired urgently. At this, Chen Fang sighed deeply, his expression mirroring Zhu Tong's earlier concern. He approached and patted Zhu Tong on the shoulder, saying, Alas, Captain Zhu, the dead cannot be resurrected. Do not be too sorrowful. Rest assured, with me around, the hunting team remains as formidable as before. Even with 2 fewer members, we shall undoubtedly secure ample game. Zhu Tong glared at Chen Fang, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. This is intentional. Chen Fang is doing this on purpose. But how could Song Zhong and the others be so inept as to not handle Zhang Yang and the others? What exactly happened, Chen Fang? Were they attacked by the wild boar? Zhao Mingcheng whispered, barely able to contain his emotions. At this, the others perked up their ears, eager to comprehend the situation. That is not the case. Chen Fang shook his head. They intended to attack us, but instead, they met their demise by falling off a cliff. What? Upon hearing this revelation, the expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically. After all, aside from select few in the know, most were oblivious to the circumstances surrounding the incident. Had the hunting team turned against one another? Attack you? Why would they do such a thing? Zhao Mingcheng furrowed his brows, asking a question he already knew the answer to. Before Chen Fang could respond, Zhu Tong interjected vehemently. What do you mean they fell off a cliff? Such a coincidence cannot be. You were certainly the ones who acted first. With a cold chuckle, Chen Fang could no longer restrain himself. Is it your conclusion already? At this rate, I believe you are revealing more than you intend. Zhu Tong, perhaps you should refrain from speaking further. How could Chen Fang be such a person? Zhao Mingcheng, realizing the oddity of the situation, quickly interjected. Afterward, he turned to Chen Fang and continued. What transpired, Chen Fang? Since everyone is present, it would be best to clarify matters and prevent unnecessary speculation. It is indeed the captain who thinks ahead, unlike some individuals who only know how to lash out indiscriminately. Chen Fang stated indifferently, provoking the expression of Zhu Tong to resemble that of someone who has just consumed something distasteful. Subsequently, he recounted the circumstances of the incident to everyone present. Impossible, you are slandering us. Zhu Tong protested once more, clearly displeased. You had no quarrel, yet they attacked without provocation. This logic is evidently flawed. Do they take us for fools? Who knows? Perhaps someone is orchestrating this. Chen Fang shrugged, implying something deeper. His words rendered Zhu Tong speechless. With a cold smile, Chen Fang reiterated, the truth remains unchanged. If Captain Zhao is concerned about others misinterpreting the situation, he may inquire with the other members. They all witnessed it. Indeed, I can attest that Leader Chen speaks the truth. Wang Zhao was the first to step forward. With his endorsement, others soon followed suit, clarifying the details of the event. Zhu Tong's countenance grew increasingly grim. At this juncture, there were no further justifications to reprimand Chen Fang. The resentment could only be directed towards Song Zhong and his companion. These 2 inept individuals. They couldn't even manage a surprise attack. They deserved their fate. However, the issue at hand extended beyond the mere loss of 2 personnel. The attitude of the hunting group towards Chen Fang had evidently shifted. They appeared to regard him as their leader, especially at this moment, standing behind Chen Fang. Each member was eager to testify, fearful that a lack of contribution might lead to Chen Fang's unjust accusation. Conversely, the 2 combatants remained silent. This was not a favorable sign. Zhao Mingcheng also took note of this, his brows knitting in concern. It seemed to be spiraling out of control. Not only had they failed to curtail Chen Fang's influence, but they had also lost 2 of their own, and morale was gradually dissipating. Hey, if you don't want that pork, we can certainly keep it for ourselves. We are not afraid of overindulgence. Zhang Yang interjected loudly, lost in thought. These foolish birds. They were still hoping to garner envious glances, yet hardly anyone was paying them any heed. The scene they envisioned on their way back had not materialized. Was this not a waste of expression? His remark abruptly drew everyone's thoughts back to the present. Forget it. This is their own doing. Let's not dwell on it. Zhao Mingsheng quickly asserted, we do want the pork, though. Our mouths have nearly dried up these past few days. Simultaneously, he adopted a stern expression, gazing coldly at everyone while raising his voice in reprimand. Since everyone is here, let me emphasize that we are a collective. To survive, we must unite as one. Should anyone dare to act against our own, like Song Zhong and his companion, do not blame me for being unyielding. Observing his serious demeanor, Chen Fang inwardly scoffed. He was certainly putting on a convincing act. Whether others were deceived or not remained to be seen, but it was clear that Gu Xiaoro had fallen under his spell. All right, let us move past this. With Zhao Mingqing's declaration, his gaze returned to the wild boar lying on the ground. Chen Fang, you have truly achieved a remarkable feat this time. Your inaugural attempt has yielded such a substantial wild boar. It must weigh over 200 pounds. Wouldn't you agree? Not just that, it's nearly 300 pounds. Zhang Yang, lifting his head with pride, questioned whom he might be looking down upon. He had carried this wild boar all the way, fully aware of its weight. It undoubtedly exceeds 250 pounds. Rounding it up, that amounts to 300 pounds. Wuda could not help but cast a glance at him. This old comrade remains unchanged. It was the same during their fishing escapades. If a fish managed to escape, he would exaggerate its size tremendously. A mere 5 or 6 pounds would be inflated in his tails to an astonishing 50 or 60 pounds. Meanwhile, Wang Hao's expression grew uneasy. In comparison to his few sea fish, he felt utterly insignificant. Chapter 78. Displaying power reflecting on his earlier arrogance, particularly in mocking Chen Fang. Wang Hao felt an overwhelming sense of shame. Fearful that others might notice his meager catch, he shifted slightly, attempting to conceal the pitiful sea fish behind his broad frame. However, his apprehension proved futile, as Zhang Yang seemed to have been observing his every move. Instantly, he noticed the few fish behind Wang Hao, his eyes widening in astonishment. Striding over dramatically, he exclaimed, "Oh my, is this the bounty collected by team leader Wang this morning? How impressive! Sea fish, no less. Goodness, with such a haul. It must be enough to feed quite a few people. Truly, a significant contribution to the camp." Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, he scrutinized Wang Hao's physique. "Wait a moment, with you around, I doubt others will get much to eat. You could probably devour all of this in a single day, couldn't you? You." Wang Hao glared, his teeth clenched audibly, seething with rage, as if he wished to devour Zhang Yang whole. Yet, he found himself at a loss for words. Rooted to the spot, his face reddening like a pig's liver. "Is this enough? Are we done yet?" Zhu Tong, unable to bear the spectacle, felt compelled to intervene. It was not that he regarded Wang Hao as an ally, but rather he could not stand to see Chen Fang's subordinates flaunting their arrogance before him. Yet, Zhang Yang remained unfazed, casting a sidelong glance at Zhu Tong and arching an eyebrow. "What is the matter? Are you unable to tolerate this? If you wish to partake in the spoils, then kindly keep your mouth shut, or stand aside and listen. I'm addressing him, not you, am I? You." Zhu Tong was on the verge of exploding, his fists clenching involuntarily. With so many witnesses, how dared this insolent fellow disregard his dignity? "What is your problem? You two seem incapable of conversing beyond a single word." In that moment, Zhang Yang resembled a war god, effortlessly silencing the two with his formidable presence. "Let me make it clear. Today's success in hunting the wild boar is almost entirely due to my brother Chen." He gestured toward the wounds on the boar. "See these? They were inflicted by my brother Chen. The rest merely stood by waving flags. Particularly, the 2 burly men from the so-called combat team cowered in the woods, too afraid to emerge. So if you wish to enjoy the boar, keep your mouth shut and don't blame me for not giving you face." His declaration left Zhao Ming somewhat at a loss for words. While Wang Hao seethed with anger, disbelief flickered in his eyes. What was happening? He had never witnessed this individual display such prowess before. Previously, Zhang Yang had cowered before him like a timid child, scarcely able to articulate a coherent thought. Now, he was sharp-tongued and audacious. Had he undergone some form of training under Chen Fang? Zhu Tong, consumed by murderous intent, felt that had it not been for his fear of Chen Fang, he would have already commanded others to subdue Zhang Yang. However, observing the two burly men, it was evident that Zhang Yang spoke the truth. They had indeed contributed nothing at all. This useless lot, it left him utterly speechless, realizing that if he wished to partake in the boar, he would have to consider Zhang Yang's sentiments. Zhang Yang, are you not finished yet? That is my captain. How can you speak of him so casually? Gu Xiaoro interjected, unable to tolerate Zhang Yang's remarks. Zhang Yang recoiled slightly. He feared not others, but this woman, for she could very well be associated with Brother Chen. She was indeed a fine lady, yet how could her eyes be clouded with such misplaced reverence? What sort of enchantment had Zhu Tong and Zhao Mingqing cast upon her? Naturally, he dared not voice such thoughts, merely harboring them within. He gestured towards Zhu Tong, Wang Hao, and the others, seemingly preparing to deliver some harsh words. All right, come back. Save your energy and eat well tonight, Chen Fang interjected. Instantly, Zhang Yang resembled a robot activated by a switch, promptly concealing all expressions and actions, obediently returning to his place. Chen Fang chuckled, not casting any reproach, for this fellow had effectively served as his mouthpiece, articulating all that he wished to convey. It was unexpected to discover this man possessed such a talent. Witnessing this scene, Zhu Tong's countenance darkened further, and even Zhao Mingqing's gaze flickered with uncertainty. Besides Chen Fang, no one else could command their respect. For now, it was only Zhang Yang and Wu De, but if this continued, such individuals would only multiply. This realization infused Zhu Tong with a sense of urgency. A change in strategy was necessary. Let us portion out the pork, Chen Fang suggested. Indeed, let us handle this first. Everyone is hungry, so let us eat, Zhao Mingqing concurred, though a sense of frustration simmered within him. He felt as though he were inviting wolves into the fold. Though he was the team leader, it seemed that Chen Fang was the true captain. How shall we divide it? Or it only take half? There is nothing to say about keeping it all for ourselves, Zhang Yang muttered discontentedly. Yet, upon receiving a glare from Gu Xiaoro, he could only retract his head in resignation. However, his words rendered Zhao Mingqiang somewhat embarrassed as well, prompting him to speak up. Zhang Yang is not entirely wrong. After all, it was Chen Fang who exerted the effort. Let us not divide this wild boar. You keep it for yourself, Chen Fang. How can that be, Captain? Gu Xiaoro immediately opposed. You just stated we are a team. Besides, you've always cared for me. She trailed off, feeling inadequate to finish her thought. Casting a pitiful glance at Chen Fang, did she truly have the right to voice such sentiments? After all, it was Chen Fang who had diligently captured this prey amidst perilous circumstances. Reflecting on the harrowing experience, she felt a chill. Had they delayed, even slightly, they might have been gored by the wild boar. Seeing her expression, Chen Fang smiled slightly. Xiaoro is correct. We are indeed a team. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoro felt a wave of relief wash over her, her eyes brimming with gratitude towards Chen Fang. However, immediately following Chen Fang's shift in tone, he added, nevertheless, I possess some alternative views regarding the division of the other half. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoro's heart raced once more. It matters not, for this was acquired by you, Chen Fang. I have no objections regarding the division. Zhao Mingqiang feigned generosity, yet his heart brimmed with dissatisfaction. Chen Fang then declared, we shall retain half, and the remaining quarter shall be allocated to those behind me, while you may divide the rest as you please. He paid no heed to the sentiments of Zhao Mingqiang and his companions. Although the individuals behind him had not performed exceptionally, they had contributed nonetheless, and thus deserved a share. Moreover, this represented a force that he could cultivate. After all, the conflict with Zhao Mingqiang was inevitable. Why not prepare in advance? Chapter 79. The Display of Combat Power. What? As Chen Fang's words echoed, Zhao Mingqing's eyes involuntarily narrowed. A sense of discontent simmered within him, nearly prompting an explosive outburst. However, weighing his options, he swiftly quelled his emotions. Now was not the time for a confrontation. Moreover, the crux of the matter was that, should a conflict arise, his current combat prowess could not guarantee the subjugation of Chen Fang. This realization left him with a sense of helplessness. Nonetheless, he remained unperturbed. In his eyes, Chen Fang was merely a figure of modest strength. After all, he was young and perhaps held some sway on this island. Yet, in a battle of wits, his opponent was unequivocally no match for him. However, Zhu Tong held a different perspective. Upon hearing Chen Fang unilaterally alter their previous agreement, and in such an imperious tone, displeasure immediately etched itself across his face. No, they had previously agreed to a 50-50 split, which was already a significant concession. He must not be allowed to take advantage of the situation. As Chen Fang finished speaking, he couldn't help but emit a soft exclamation, raising an eyebrow. Seizing this moment, Zhang Yang immediately recognized it as his cue to step into the fray. He had never shied away from confrontation. With this thought, he charged forward without hesitation, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhu Tong's nose and berating him. "Oh, you, a freeloader, are getting bold, aren't you? Do you think you're the captain? Oh wait, I almost forgot. You're the co-captain." Zhu Tong's expression darkened, instinctively taking a step back. He had already experienced the potency of Zhang Yang's verbal onslaught. As an observer, it had been intimidating enough. Now, as the target of the attack, he felt even more vulnerable. Yet, Zhang Yang was undeterred, unleashing his barrage of words like a relentless artillery fire, speaking without pause. What else with the attitude? Didn't your parents teach you how to speak? Did you only learn this one word in school? Co-captain my foot. Who do you think you are? Let me ask you, where's your plane? You're pretending to be a co-captain without even having a plane. You worthless thing. If it weren't for your lack of skill, would we have lost the plane? If not for you, we would never have ended up stranded on this desolate island. With each utterance, he advanced a step closer, causing Zhu Tong to instinctively retreat. Visually, his presence was already diminished significantly. Is there anything wrong with my division of spoils? Are your ears deaf? Did you not hear that the wild boar was slain by me, Chun? Those two worthless beings are your men, aren't they? When hunting, they only dared to hide in the woods, not even showing their heads. You want to eat pork, yet you refuse to agree? Do you think too highly of yourself? A beggar complaining about spoiled food. What audacity you have. If you truly desire pork, why not bite a chunk off your own face? He suddenly pointed toward Wang Hao, standing nearby. At this, Wang Hao's lips twitched uncontrollably. You can insult all you want, but I haven't said a word. Why drag me into this? How is it that this fellow possesses such terrifying combat prowess? I had completely failed to notice it when he was under my command. Had I known, I would have gladly utilized him as my mouthpiece to berate our superior. Alas, at this moment, Zhu Tong's complexion had turned a ghastly shade of dark purple, a visage most unappealing. He trembled with rage, pointing at Zhang Yang, unable to restrain himself as he bellowed. You seek death. He could no longer endure it. In front of so many, he had been mercilessly insulted. How could he maintain his authority in the eyes of others? Since arriving at this camp, who had not shown him utmost respect? Even those with grievances dared not voice them, especially with the formidable men of the combat team looming nearby. Yet, ever since Chen Fang's appearance, the equilibrium had been shattered. The combat team had suffered a reduction of 4 members, leaving only 2 behind, which diminished the awe others held for them considerably. Fortunately, the remaining 2 had not disappointed him. Upon hearing Zhu Tong's words, they rushed over and stood beside him, glaring fiercely at Zhang Yang. Oh, what is this? Do you wish to fight? Zhang Yang's expression shifted, and he swiftly retreated a step, positioning himself instantly before Chen Fang. With his older brother backing him, his sense of security surged. He glanced back, emboldened, and once more pointed at Zhu Tong, prepared to unleash a torrent of insults. Enough. At that moment, Chen Fang unexpectedly intervened, calling him to a halt. Brother Chen? Zhang Yang turned, regarding Chen Fang with confusion. The latter shook his head. That's quite enough. He did not wish for matters to escalate too disgracefully, especially with Gu Xiaoro present.
Zhang Yang's earlier outburst did not solely target Zhu Tong. Wang Hao was also implicated, having been reduced to a mere fool. Even Zhao Mingsheng was not spared, for his earlier remarks had left him equally culpable. Just look at his face now. It resembles that of one who has ingested something foul. It was a struggle to suppress his feelings. I wonder if Captain Zhao has any opinions on this matter? Chen Fang inquired, aware that the ultimate decision rested with him. Zhu Tong was merely a dancer in this farce, devoid of real authority. In response, Zhao Mingsheng inhaled deeply, forcefully suppressing his discontent, and managed to muster a faint smile as he spoke. Brother Chen, what do you mean by this? Zhang Yang just acknowledged that you are the chief contributor to this hunt. Thus your word is final. As he spoke, he cast a glance at those behind Chen Fang, his gaze sweeping over their faces, pondering their thoughts. Moreover, these individuals had exerted effort during the endeavor, naturally deserving a larger share. It is quite embarrassing for us to receive any portion of spoils. Is it not sufficient to simply refrain from feeling embarrassed? Zhang Yang interjected, delivering another incisive blow. At this juncture, even Zhao Mingsheng's composure began to falter, his expression shifting with uncertainty. He found himself momentarily speechless, grappling with what to say next. Zhang Yang, that is enough. Are you not finished yet? At this moment, Gu Xiaoro could no longer endure the scene before her. She stepped forward, gliding disapprobingly at Zhang Yang. Perceiving her displeasure, he quickly shrank back, for she was destined to be the future lady of the esteemed doctor. A confrontation with her was not to be taken lightly. Gu Xiaoro shot him a fierce glance before turning her attention to Zhao Mingsheng and his companion. To the two esteemed captains, I truly apologize. His manner of speaking is rather unfortunate. He harbors no ill intentions, so please do not take offense. After all, he is one of Chen Fang's associates, and I must be cautious with my words. Ultimately, I'm also one of those under Chen Fang's care. In fact, it was he who saved me when I was bitten by a snake. Had it not been for his assistance, I might have perished on this island long ago. Thus, I find myself without any authority regarding the distribution of the wild boar. Chapter 80: The formation of a small group, with Xiaoro's words echoing in his mind. Zhao Mingsheng could hardly retort. He chuckled and raised his hands in a gesture of resignation, attempting to salvage his dignity. Besides, he appreciated his brother's forthrightness. Oh, you like him? Zhang Yang's eyes sparkled with interest, and he appeared to be unable to restrain himself any longer, seemingly eager to step forward for another round. Why didn't you say you like him earlier? I hadn't finished my scolding yet. However, Chen Fang had already discerned Zhang Yang's intentions. He placed a hand on Zhang Yang's shoulder and stepped forward. Since Captain Zhao has consented, let us finalize this. I shall return to prepare the pork and deliver a portion to you shortly. Very well, Brother Chen. We shall leave the arrangements to you. Zhao Mingsheng replied with a smile before turning to depart. Yet, as he turned, his expression soured drastically, darkening to an almost palpable intensity. Clenching his jaw tightly, he felt as though he might shatter his teeth from the pressure. Damn it, useless all of them. His ire inevitably shifted towards the deceased Song Zhong and his companion. Had it not been for their failure, Zhang Yang would not have dared to be so audacious, continuously undermining their authority and dignity in front of others. He pretended to be magnanimous, enjoying free food and drink while feeling justified. From behind, Zhao Mingsheng could faintly hear Zhang Yang's mutterings and Gu Xiaoro's quiet reprimands, which only deepened the scowl on his face. Excessive, utterly excessive. Do they truly believe I am powerless against them? At present, it appeared that he indeed had few options. Chen Fang kept his word. After preparing the pork, he retained a substantial portion for himself, distributing a quarter to Wang Zhao and the others behind him. The remaining quarter was left for Zhao Mingsheng to allocate as he saw fit. How he chose to distribute, it was of no concern to Chen Fang. Thank you, Brother Chen. Thank you, Brother Chen. Wang Zhao and the others nodded repeatedly, their faces reflecting gratitude, albeit tinged with guilt. They felt a sense of shame for receiving so much without contributing. Noticing the expressions on their faces, Chen Fang adopted a serious tone. You need not bear any psychological burden. Since you acted in solidarity, you are brothers of Chen Fang. If I have a meal, so too shall you. His words bolstered their admiration for him.
This was the essence of a true leader. In comparison to Zhao Mingsheng, Chen Fang was in an entirely different league. Witnessing this scene, Chen Fang inwardly smiled, pleased with the outcome. This was precisely the effect he desired. He recognized that a confrontation with Zhao Mingsheng was inevitable. Today, he had observed the simmering anger within Zhao Mingsheng. It would not be long before that anger erupted. Moreover, he needed to discreetly amass strength and establish his own foundation. It had become evident to him that if even the captain exhibited such unworthiness, the rescue team would not arrive anytime soon. Life on this island was not a matter of days. Having manpower was essential for accomplishing anything. Zhang Yang stood to the side, glancing at Chen Fang and then at the others, as if he had unearthed a revelation. His words became increasingly forthright, and he declared, "Rest assured, as long as you follow my elder brother, your lives will undoubtedly improve beyond your current circumstances." His voice was subdued, yet to Wang Zhao and the others, it resonated with immense joy. They were eager to follow Chen Fang, but felt a twinge of embarrassment to voice their desires, aware of their own limitations. However, when presented with this opportunity, none wished to let it slip away. They huddled together, whispering, "Brother Chen, I wish to follow." "So do I. Count me in." Excitement surged among them as they extended their hands, stacking them in a show of unity. This scene completely astonished Zhao Mingsheng. He could hardly fathom that a mere hunting excursion would lead to several of his followers being swayed. Of course, he was oblivious to this development. However, not far off, Wang Hao observed it all with keen interest. His plump face lit up, as if he had discovered a new world, prompting him to hurriedly rise and make his way toward Zhao Mingsheng and Zhu Tong's residence. Can he not contain himself? Chen Fang mused with a cold smile at Wang Hao's movements. He was entirely indifferent to this dog's actions. What harm would it do to inform him? He harbored no fear. Even without these individuals, he was confident in his ability to handle this motley crew, despite Zhao Mingsheng's numbers still exceeding his own in a confrontation. Only two robust men truly posed a threat. Yet before Chen Fang, they were nothing to be concerned about. Not wishing to dwell on such thoughts, he addressed the group. "If you do not mind, let us dine together from now on. Today, we shall also celebrate our harvest, shall we?" Dining together, Wang Zhao and the others' eyes sparkled with disbelief. Was Chen Fang truly accepting them? A wave of excitement coursed through the group. After a few seconds of stunned silence, they eagerly voiced their agreement. "Since the boss has said so, we certainly have no objections. It is our honor. Indeed, the boss is generous. How can we not embrace this? We would be immensely grateful for the pork you offer, but to follow you is a greater blessing." I have long harbored this thought. Fearing the boss would decline, the group chimed in, each anxious not to be left behind. Chen Fang's face broke into a smile as he scanned their youthful faces, many of whom were of a similar age to Wang Zhao or himself. Their eyes were bright and sincere, reflecting nothing but gratitude. They embodied a straightforward character, in stark contrast to Zhao Mingsheng and Wang Hao, whose gazes seemed laden with ulterior motives and emotional complexities. Interacting with such individuals could be utterly exhausting. Thus, Chen Fang could not help but gesture grandly, softly proclaiming, "In light of this, let us abandon the divisions between us. Let the pork be united. For henceforth we shall be one collective." A wave of excitement swept through the crowd, and had it not been for the consideration of Zhao Mingsheng's camp, they might have erupted in cheers. Lacking benches, several individuals sat on the ground, yet this did nothing to diminish their exuberance. Beside the central campfire, Chen Fang had already skewered the wild boar meat with branches, alternating between fat and lean, and was roasting it by the flames, sizzling and dripping with grease. A rich aroma wafted through the air, instantly enveloping the entire campsite. The tantalizing scent brought many to the brink of tears. Not only them, but even Zhang Yang and others could not suppress their salivation. Such a morsel, on a deserted island, was indeed a rarity. The pork, usually so commonplace, now held a value surpassing that of gold. Chapter 81. Hunger is the best spice. Does this not exude a tantalizing aroma? How could I have never considered pork to be so enticing before? Indeed, it appears that hunger is the finest seasoning of all. I feel that even if I were to perish tomorrow after a single bite,
I would accept it willingly. Look at your modest ambitions. I, at the very least, require 2 bites to feel satisfied. By Chen Fang's humble abode, a gathering encircled the campfire, laughter resonating through the air. Although they had only just assembled, Chen Fang exhibited no airs of superiority, which put everyone at ease, fostering an atmosphere of familiarity that blossomed quickly. Observing the scene, a subtle smile graced Chen Fang's lips. Indeed, this was intentional on his part. Despite these individuals having previously belonged to Zhao Mingsheng's camp, they had, in truth, been devoid of spirit, merely drifting through their days. Consequently, their interactions barely grazed the surface of acquaintance. However, now they were jesting freely, smiles illuminating their faces. The transformation in their demeanor was markedly evident. This was precisely Chen Fang's design. Such camaraderie would cultivate a sense of unity, enabling them to stand together when challenges arose. This was the essence of the community he sought to create, rather than a mere rabble. Of course, this was merely the beginning. The true character of these individuals would be revealed gradually through trials. The day's hunt was merely the first hurdle, and now they had entered the second. Unbeknownst to the others, while Chen Fang was grilling the meat, he had deliberately summoned Lin Qingxue and Gu Xiaoro, subtly observing the reactions of the crowd. It was evident that upon seeing these two, a spark of brightness ignited in their eyes. It was inevitable. Their beauty was simply overwhelming. Should they not react, one might question their sanity. Chen Fang was cautious, for he might not dare to keep them close, fearing that others would perceive them as beings from a celestial realm. Yet, he was pleased to note that their astonishment was fleeting. They quickly averted their gazes, recognizing the impropriety. Excellent. He silently approved of their reactions. For now, they had passed the first test. The initial response was merely instinctual. The subsequent gaze indicated a measure of character. Had they possessed the self-control displayed by Zhao Mingsheng, Chen Fang would certainly not have allowed them to remain. Such depth of cunning was far too formidable. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, the wild boar skewers were finally ready. Come, brothers, partake in this feast. Though devoid of seasoning, we shall make do, Chen Fang announced as he distributed the skewers to the group. These were not mere morsels. Each skewer boasted more than a pound of meat, a perfect balance of fat and lean, ensuring both texture and the necessary richness. Boss, at this moment, who cares about seasoning? The aroma is already driving me mad, exclaimed one. Indeed, my mouth is watering uncontrollably. Let me have a bite. I can hardly bear it. The group, all young men, wasted no time in accepting the offerings. Without a moment's hesitation, they grasped the skewers, disregarding the heat, and promptly stuffed the meat into their mouths. As they savored the first bite, expressions of sheer delight washed over their faces. The exquisite fusion of the savory fat and the succulent lean meat was an unparalleled indulgence. I have never found skewered meat so delectable before. Observing this, Chen Fang could only shake his head and smile helplessly. Indeed, when one is ravenous, anything can seem delicious. These individuals have truly endured great hardship in Zhao Mingsheng's encampment. At that moment, Gu Xiaoro and the others took a bite, only to furrow their brows in unison. What is this strange, foul odor? Gu Xiaoro remarked with a hint of disdain. Lin Qingxue also frowned, clearly sharing the same sentiment, though she refrained from voicing it. With a gentle smile, Chen Fang explained, "This is merely the intrinsic flavor of the pork." The intrinsic flavor? Gu Xiaoro knitted her brows and retorted, "How could that be? Do not attempt to deceive me. I have savored barbecued meat before. Their pork was never marinated, yet it was delicious even without dipping sauces, certainly not possessing such a rancid odor." With a light chuckle, Chen Fang turned to Lin Qingxue, who, taken aback, instinctively wiped her mouth. "Why are you looking at me?" she stammered. "Surely, you must be aware?" Chen Fang inquired. "I know a little," Lin Qingxue nodded. Seeing this, Gu Xiaoro's curiosity piqued. "Goodness, Lin, you know this too? Your company's ventures are quite extensive, aren't they? Could it be that in addition to cosmetics, you also delve into postnatal care for sows?" Upon hearing this, the expressions of the group darkened. What on earth? Especially for Chen Fang, a member of the company. That was Tsing Chang International. While they indeed engaged in various industries,
This was not one of them. Lin Qingsno, however, remained unfazed and turned to Chen Fang, stating earnestly, I have heard that the reason our pork tastes so exquisite is due to a well-established process. The crux of which is... At this juncture, Lin Qingsno's face flushed slightly, unsure of how to proceed. Gu Xiaoro, growing impatient, exclaimed, What is it, Lin? You cannot leave us hanging like this. It's dreadful to speak only half the story. It's about castrating the pigs. Chen Fang interjected smoothly. Huh? What does that mean? Gu Xiaoro still could not comprehend, clearly unfamiliar with the term. It means rendering both boars and sows incapable of reproduction. Chen Fang explained with a smile. What? How brutal? Gu Xiaoro's eyes widened in astonishment. Brutal? If you find it cruel to consume pork, I must commend your sensibilities. Chen Fang remarked with a grin, amused by her reaction. How old are you? Still thinking like a child. Her demeanor reminded him of his younger self, when he would desperately shield the chickens from his parents during slaughter, believing they were companions of humanity, so adorable that he nearly wept. Yet, once cooked, he could hardly wait to devour 3 large bowls, much to his parents' dismay. Gu Xiaoro was momentarily taken aback. The memory of savoring grilled meat with her best friend, the sizzling sound of various cuts of pork, made her mouth water, leaving her at a loss for words. Chen Fang smiled gently and continued to elucidate. With this particular process, not only can we eliminate any unpleasant odors from a pig, but it also facilitates quicker meat growth, thereby ensuring a greater yield. The reason wild boars possess such a strong and unpleasant odor is due to the absence of this procedure, coupled with their omnivorous diet, consuming everything, including carrion in the wild, which naturally diminishes the quality of their flavor. Hearing the word carrion made Gu Xiaoro involuntarily retch. She pouted and glared at Chen Fang. Are you intentionally trying to prevent me from eating? At that moment, Zhang Yang, who was engrossed in his skewer, suddenly looked up. Fermented tofu? Where is the fermented tofu? Chapter 82. Cured meat. I see you resemble fermented tofu. Chen Fang shot a speechless glare at Zhang Yang. In his insatiable appetite, was indulging in a rather fanciful notion. Well, fine. Zhang Yang retreated slightly, unfazed, and continued to devour the skewers of meat, his mouth glistening with grease. The others were no better in their eating habits. To savor the wild boar skewers on this island was something they had never dared to imagine. After all, during their time with Zhao Mingsheng, merely surviving without succumbing to hunger was a considerable achievement. The thought of eating pork? That was a dream fit for the spring and autumn annals. Back then, when they managed to acquire some filling provisions, it was solely the bounty of Zhao Mingsheng, Zhu Tong, and the combat team, leaving none for the rest of them. Now, although they weren't in a position to feast freely, each person was thoroughly content. What shall we do with the leftover meat? Gu Xiaoro gazed at the substantial half-slab of pork, her expression tinged with concern. With no refrigerator for preservation and the heat of the weather, it was unlikely to last more than 2 days before spoiling. This was a hard-won resource. While she wasn't particularly fond of it, wasting it seemed a travesty. Upon hearing her words, the others looked at Chen Fang with similar expressions of bewilderment, their eyes mirroring her curiosity. Even Lin Qingxue shared the same look of intrigue, genuinely unaware of what method Chen Fang would employ. Isn't it simple? Chen Fang replied with a slight smile, gesturing towards the fire pit. We can smoke it over the flames. That should suffice. Smoke it? The group paused momentarily, realizing that would render it undercooked. Brother Chen, are you planning for us to consume it tonight? There is simply too much. Wu De said, his face contorted in distress. While he relished pork, this approach seemed excessive. It was not merely a matter of gaining weight from a single meal. It could lead to dire consequences. Chen Fang chuckled at his words, a smirk on his face as he retorted, all for you? How naive. This is our sustenance for the coming days. We cannot afford to waste it. Smack! Just as he finished speaking, Zhang Yang delivered a light slap to the back of Wu De's head. Glaring at him, he admonished, Are you foolish? Brother Chen is cooking the pork to extend its shelf life. If you'd spent more time studying instead of scrolling through trivial short videos, you wouldn't be so clueless now. At this revelation, admiration sparkled in the gazes of the others directed at Zhang Yang, their faces reflecting enlightenment.
Even Gu Xiaoro regarded him with newfound surprise, realizing that he possessed some knowledge in this regard, having underestimated him before. This insight came to me by chance. You needn't envy me, Zhang Yang said, slightly bashful under the weight of their admiration, lowering his head modestly. However, at that moment, Chen Fang interjected, who said that was the reason. Huh? Zhang Yang's momentary satisfaction evaporated as he quickly raised his head, astonished at Chen Fang's words. So, it wasn't the case after all. How embarrassing. Lin Qingxue turned to Chen Fang and inquired, what is the reason behind this? Upon hearing her words, the others also directed their gazes toward Chen Fang. While roasting skewers of pork, he elucidated, this method effectively removes moisture, thereby extending the shelf life. It is akin to the process of curing meat. In the presence of moisture, pork becomes a breeding ground for bacteria, but with reduced moisture, bacterial growth is significantly inhibited. After his explanation, the group finally comprehended his point. How arrogant! You've only read a handful of books in your lifetime, and yet you take pride in it. How do you feel now? Wu shot a glare at Zhang Yang and playfully tapped the back of his head. Earlier, this old rascal had mocked him, and now he relished the chance to retaliate. In response, Zhang Yang awkwardly scratched his head. Well, it's more or less the same meaning. Soon, no one paid attention to his words any longer. After feasting, Chen Fang skillfully divided the wild boar meat into portions with a long knife and began to roast and smoke it over the fire. Meanwhile, in Zhao Mingqing's room, Zhu Tong sat on the floor, his face contorted with fury, fists clenched. Damn it! Chen Fang deliberately allowed Zhang Yang to insult me today while standing by with a smug grin, clearly intending to make me look foolish. I cannot let this go unpunished. This time, Zhao Mingqing did not immediately voice his opposition, but instead furrowed his brow in contemplation. Observing his expression, Zhu Tong sensed an opportunity and seized it, saying, Captain, we cannot allow him to continue like this. Otherwise, your authority will eventually be undermined, and you will lose control over him. Hearing this, Zhao Mingqiang frowned and, after a moment's thought, replied in a deep tone, continuing down this path is indeed not a solution, but I am somewhat reluctant to eliminate him. Reluctant? Zhu Tong's eyes widened, filled with confusion. That brat has become so brazen. What is there to be reluctant about? The thought of Zhang Yang rendering him speechless in front of others fueled his desire to swiftly rid himself of Chen Fang. Without Chen Fang, how could Zhang Yang possibly possess such audacity? Indeed, if he could be persuaded to serve under me, he would be an extraordinarily powerful ally. With his assistance, expanding our influence would be much more feasible, Zhao Mingqiang said, his eyes narrowing with ambition. After all, he understood better than anyone that, with the black box in play, the rescue team would be nearly impossible to locate them. For considerable time ahead, they would likely need to survive on this island. If he had someone like Chen Fang at his side, his capacity for growth would accelerate significantly. Soon, he could gather all the survivors under his command and become the undisputed ruler of this island. However, Zhu Tong retorted without flattery, but do you believe he will submit to you? I even feel that he is the true leader of the camp right now. Zhao Mingqiang, too, harbored a vague sense of foreboding regarding this matter. His hesitation stemmed from this very point. After all, aside from those two burly men, the remaining members of the hunting team were all standing behind Chen Fang and right before his very eyes. This was utterly outrageous. However, now that he contemplated eliminating them, he felt a twinge of regret. Just as he was caught in this dilemma, footsteps suddenly echoed from the entrance. In the next moment, Wang Hao's rather rotund face appeared. Upon seeing the two men, he hurriedly forced a sycophantic smile. Captain, co-captain, may I enter? Upon hearing this, Zhu Tong felt a surge of anger. This scoundrel, must he always delineate roles so distinctly? Was it intentional? What do you want? He coldly inquired, vexed. If it weren't for this fellow flaunting the few fish he had caught today, would it have been necessary for that brash individual to seize the opportunity to show off? Chapter 83. Stand up and step in. Zhao Mingqiang managed to muster a faintly amiable smile, waving his hand at him with an air of approachability. To win someone's unwavering loyalty, one must first extend a modicum of goodwill. Moreover, he found himself increasingly swayed in his sentiments towards Chen Fang. Excellent. Wang Hao felt a surge of joy in his heart and hurriedly stepped inside. Standing before Zhao Mingcheng, his face adorned with an expansive grin, he rubbed his hands together nervously, reluctant to take a seat uninvited. Please have a seat. What troubles you? Zhao Mingcheng inquired, concealing his disdain for Wang Hao beneath a veneer of politeness. It was undeniable that compared to Chen Fang, this individual was woefully inferior. To speak of mere appearances and demeanor, he was simply irksome to behold. Thank you, Captain Zhao. Wang Hao expressed his gratitude profusely, fully embracing the art of sycophancy in a corporate setting. Once seated, he leaned in conspiratorially, saying, Captain, I have uncovered something significant. Oh, what is this important matter? Zhao Mingcheng raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Well, Wang Hao hesitated, his expression faltering. You might not be particularly fond of hearing this, given the implications for you. Upon hearing this, Zhu Tong's irritation intensified. You insolent fool! Are you trying to keep us in suspense? Speak swiftly or face the consequences. With that, he seized a wooden stick in his hand. Wait, let me explain. Wang Hao quickly waved his hands, anxious to avoid further provocation. He cut to the chase, declaring, I've discovered that Chen Fang is forming a clique. With this revelation, anger flickered across his face, betraying a sense of indignation. This is a direct affront to your authority, Captain. You should know when I walked in, that group of us had their hands together, nearly shouting slogans of unity. I'm all too familiar with this display. Our company often employs such tactics during team building. You must be on guard and prepare in advance. To bolster his argument, he artfully quoted a phrase, feeling quite proud of his erudition. However, neither Zhao Mingcheng nor Zhu Tong paid much heed to his words. Their focus remained on Chen Fang's assembly. They exchanged glances, with Zhao Mingcheng's expression growing more somber, while Zhu Tong wore a look of vindication. Captain, we can no longer afford to wait. Action must be taken immediately, Zhu Tong proposed. Was his suggestion truly being entertained? Wang Hao's excitement surged at Zhu Tong's words, eagerly chiming in, Indeed, Captain, I understand your kind nature, your reluctance to take action against him, but if you allow this to continue, he will inevitably pose a threat to you. Acting swiftly is the wisest course. Zhao Mingcheng furrowed his brow, his internal conflict deepening as he leaned further towards their counsel. After a moment of contemplation, he finally spoke in a measured tone. Let us proceed with caution. I will seek an opportunity to converse with him and gauge his attitude before making any decisions. Must we still delay? Zhu Tong and Wang Hao both displayed a hint of disappointment on their faces. In this matter, they found themselves aligned on the same front, both fervently wishing for Chen Fang's immediate demise before them. Captain, we can no longer afford to wait. It is time to take decisive action. Furthermore, today's attempts to eliminate Zhang Yang and Wu De have proven futile. Wang Hao contemplated making further efforts, yet his words only grew increasingly verbose, hinting at an undercurrent of resentment. In truth, he felt quite discontented. He had even gone so far as to offer his woman to the other party. The fact that they could not even handle two ineffectual individuals like Zhang Yang was profoundly disappointing. However, as soon as the words escaped his lips, a tremor of realization coursed through him. He recognized the impropriety of his statement. Such sentiments were unbecoming of his position. Unwittingly, he began to adopt the demeanor of a former leader. The individual before him would undoubtedly take offense. As expected, Zhao Mingcheng's expression darkened. His cold gaze fixed upon Wang Hao. Are you expressing dissatisfaction with me? Wang Hao immediately felt a constriction in his throat, especially under the intense scrutiny of the two burly men standing behind Zhao, their eyes as piercing as bells, causing his heart to quiver. He hastily shook his head in denial. Captain, you misunderstand. I lack the audacity for such thoughts. If those two incompetents remain alive, so be it. I merely worry that their numbers are growing and we might struggle to control them. He sighed, Forget it, I've made my decision, and there is no need for further discussion. Zhao Mingcheng, feeling increasingly perturbed, waved his hand dismissively, a sense of inexplicable dissatisfaction gnawing at him. Could it be that he had truly erred in his judgment? He had always been exceedingly confident in his decisions. Initially, he had deemed Chen Fang, a recent graduate, easily manageable. What did a modicum of strength matter if he was ultimately bound to serve his interests? Yet now, the situation had begun to spiral out of control. Was Zhang Lily? After a few moments, he suddenly inquired, a need to release his mounting frustration compelling him to speak. Wang Hao's jowls quivered slightly. Was she truly not his woman? Stand up, will you? Is there an issue? Zhu Tong asked, his face clouded with displeasure, equally in need of an outlet for his frustrations. No problem, no problem. I had already given her to the two of you. Wang Hao forced a smile, though his words rang hollow. Well, under this roof, one must bow their head. If it must be so, then so be it. With this thought in mind, he dutifully asked, shall we return to the usual place, gentlemen? Yes, let us return to the usual place. Zhao Mingsheng nodded, rising first to head outside. Zhu Tong followed closely behind, while Wang Hao departed to notify Zhang Lily. Meanwhile, Chen Fang gazed at the smoked meat before him, particularly the layer of fat atop it, and let out a gentle sigh. Such lard was a lamentable loss. The smoking process had diminished its value, depriving the body of a vital source of energy. Yet, alas, the tools necessary for rendering lard from pork remain elusive. It appears we must make do with the current situation. Chen Fang, what occupies your thoughts? Noticing him lost in contemplation while gazing at the pork, Lin Qingxue could not help but inquire. I am considering procuring some tools. Tools? Indeed. For if we happen upon a wild boar later, the lard would be squandered. Observing the incessant dripping of fat from the meat above the campfire, Chen Fang could not help but smirk, then rose to his feet. Perhaps I should venture outside for a moment. Out of sight, out of mind. With that, he made his way towards the exit. Wait for me. I shall join you. Upon witnessing this, Lin Qingxue also stood up, resolutely following in Chen Fang's wake. Are you coming? Chen Fang turned to Gu Xiaoro and asked. She shook her head, responding, no, I think I shall pass. Having just eaten, I feel rather drowsy and wish to rest for a while, if that is acceptable. Chapter 84. Hearing what should not be heard, what's wrong with that? Just go to sleep, Chen Fang remarked, confident in the presence of Zhang Yang, Wu De, and a group of loyal followers. He harbored no concerns for Gu Xiaoro's safety. Moreover, it was likely that Zhao Mingcheng lacked the audacity at this moment. Perfectly, he had the chance to be alone with the ice-cold female CEO. The two of them walked side by side out of the camp, gradually making their way to the seaside. Chen Fang, what are you looking for? Lin Qingxue inquired with curiosity, recalling Chen Fang's earlier demeanor. She couldn't help but speculate. Are you searching for cooking utensils? Clever. Chen Fang chuckled, snapping his fingers before her. Without cooking tools, how could one render lard? Such preservation methods today are indeed wasteful. Furthermore, lard not only serves to replenish energy, but also acts as an air barrier, enhancing the preservation of pork. Not to mention, lard possesses myriad other uses. Is it truly cooking utensils? Lin Qingxue paused momentarily, her eyes widening in disbelief. In such a place, it would be understandable to collect some plastic bottles, but cooking utensils seem rather exaggerated, don't you think? Even if there were a pot, it had likely sunk to the bottom, making it improbable for it to wash ashore. In response, a smile crept across Chen Fang's lips. Who says it must be a pot? A basin would suffice. Let us search for a while. I'm merely trying my luck. And since we've just finished eating, it's a good opportunity for digestion. Very well. Lin Qingxue ceased her inquiries, obediently following Chen Fang, her gaze meticulously scanning the shoreline. The sky gradually darkened. The blood-red sunlight scattered across the sea, creating a breathtaking scene on the beach, evoking a unique sense of tranquility. Their silhouettes fell upon the sand, elongated gradually, as if holding hands. Noticing this scene, Lin Qingxue's cheeks flushed slightly. Unable to resist, she furtively glanced at Chen Fang, her heart fluttering. If it were true hand-holding, it should feel delightful, wouldn't it? As a CEO of a multi-billion-dollar company, she was certainly not lacking in wealth. However, she was sorely deficient in time, and this was her first stroll on a sunset-kissed beach. If she were to share this experience, no one would likely believe her. And Chen Fang was indeed the first person to walk the beach with her. Contemplating this, her face grew warmer, and her heartbeat quickened. Even though she endeavored to control her thoughts, she found it utterly impossible to suppress them. These past few days had allowed her to gain considerable insight into Chen Fang. Were it not for this ordeal of being stranded on an uninhabited island, she would never have had the opportunity to know this treasure of a boy. Each time she pondered this, she felt a sense of gratitude for the accident. Lost in her thoughts, she suddenly felt a warm sensation enveloping her hand. Coming back to her senses, her eyes widened in astonishment. Chen Fang had indeed taken her hand. This. Lin Qingshue's body stiffened momentarily, her mind swirling in confusion. What should I do? Should I refuse? Should I quickly pull my hand away? Yet, she felt a twinge of reluctance. However, if she were to allow things to progress in this manner, would it not suggest a lack of modesty on her part? Her heartbeat quickened incessantly, and even with her highly capable octa-core brain that could adeptly resolve myriad company issues, she found herself momentarily numb, uncertain of how to respond. Just then, Chen Fang tightened his grip on her hand. Caught off guard, Lin Qingxue stumbled into his embrace. Oh no! Panic surged within her. She felt her heartbeat racing to the point of discomfort, her mind inundated with 1,000 questions. What was happening? What was Chen Fang intending to do? Could it be that he, too, was captivated by the scenery and wished to act upon it? But what if he were to kiss her? Should she resist? In an instant, her thoughts became a chaotic whirlwind. Yet, before she could arrive at a conclusion, Chen Fang swiftly covered her mouth and whispered softly in her ear. Lower your voice. Someone is coming. Someone. Lin Qingshue's eyes widened involuntarily, her heart a mix of disappointment and embarrassment. After all that, it turned out he had merely detected an unexpected situation. She had indulged in so many fanciful scenarios. Despite her confusion, she nodded in acknowledgement. Observing this, Chen Fang gradually released his hand from her mouth. What's wrong? Where are they? Lin Qingxue peeked out, finding themselves concealed behind a rock. Yet after searching for a while, there was no sign of anyone on the beach. I think I heard something in the woods just now, Chen Fang replied, his tone laced with uncertainty. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingxue immediately perked up her ears, listening intently, even holding her breath. Just moments ago, she had been lost in her thoughts. She likely wouldn't have noticed even if someone had approached her. With her full concentration now, she indeed caught a faint sound emanating from the direction of the dense forest. Chen Fang confirmed the source of the noise as well. However, soon their expressions grew peculiar. The sound seemed rather inappropriate. It was undeniably of a nature unsuitable for children. Moreover, the noise appeared to be growing louder. Their faces turned exceedingly awkward. While Chen Fang still had the courage to glance at Lin Qingxue, she could no longer bear to meet his gaze. Words escaped her. What had begun as a picturesque stroll on the beach had suddenly taken a turn for the bizarre. Lin Qingxue felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Who on earth would come here? Could it be someone from their camp? Yet everyone was preoccupied with meals. Who had the mind for such antics? If anyone did, it would likely be Chen Fang, for he had certainly eaten his fill and more, and was in good health. What was I even thinking? Meanwhile, Chen Fang squinted, as he had already begun to piece together the identity of the source. Zhang Lili, regardless of whether he recognized the voice among those with sufficient energy at the camp. It was likely just him, Zhao Mingsheng, and Zhu Tong. After all, these two had done nothing but enjoy the fruits of others' labor. Moreover, the majority of the resources were firmly under their control. As for the women, he had seen the others when they emerged, but Zhang Lili was conspicuously absent. Clearly, this was a sequel to the scene he had clandestinely observed the previous day. A sardonic smile escaped his lips, accompanied by a tinge of regret. Why was there no mobile phone? Otherwise, he would have rushed over to record the revelry of these three individuals for Gu Xiaoro. It would have been enlightening for her to witness the true nature of the captain and co-pilot she so deeply trusted. Yet, it was evident that such an opportunity had slipped away. Without presenting the evidence to Gu Xiaoro, her disbelief was assured. Well then, let us depart, Chen Fang stated, unwilling to tarnish the ears of the ice-cold female CEO. Lin Qingshuo nodded in agreement, preparing to rise and leave. However, at that moment, a piercing scream suddenly echoed through the jungle. Chapter 85. The Wild Boar Herd. The sound unmistakably emanated from Zhang Lili. However, it was not a cry of allure. Rather, it resonated with sheer terror, as if she had encountered something dreadful. Simultaneously, the air was filled with the profane exclamations of two men. "Run! Wait for me!" Following this, a cacophony of disordered footsteps echoed, suggesting a frantic dash through the woods. What is happening? Had they encountered some beast? Chen Fang couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, instinctively placing his hand upon the hilt of his knife. Indeed, he had brought forth this long blade, which was his most formidable weapon, a companion he deemed essential. It not only proved to be extraordinarily effective during hunts, but also instilled a sense of trepidation in individuals like Zhao Mingcheng, owing to both his prowess and the presence of this very knife. For those armed with mere wooden clubs, it was an object of palpable intimidation, capable of tempering even the most volatile of tempers upon sight. What transpired? Surely something must be pursuing them. We too must seek refuge. Lin Qingxue instinctively clutched Chen Fang's arm, only to pause mid-sentence, realizing they were on the beach, surrounded by flat terrain, with nowhere to hide. It seemed they could only maneuver around a nearby boulder. "Fear not, for I am here," Chen Fang reassured, having already discerned their predicament, thus never contemplating retreat. Strangely, Lin Qingxue, who had been somewhat flustered a moment prior, found solace in his words, her previous anxiety dissipating as if enchanted by his calm assurance. "Help!" At that moment, the trio of screamers burst forth from the thicket, disheveled and unmistakably suggesting they had just been engaged in some dubious activity. It was none other than Zhao Mingcheng and his companions. Upon spotting the two figures not far off, Zhu Tong instinctively shouted. Yet, he quickly recollected that they were near their own camp, thus likely the members of his own crew. With this thought, he promptly shifted to an authoritative tone, bellowing, "What are you waiting for? Come over here at once." Chen Fang remained unmoved, his gaze fixed intently on the direction from which the trio had fled. He was unaware of what had instilled such fear in them. If it were a venomous snake, he harbored no fear, for such creatures were not swift upon the sand. However, if it were a bear or tiger, he would surely flee as far as possible. A mere knife would be inadequate to confront such beasts. It would require a true weapon, one of considerable caliber. Otherwise, striking them would hardly incapacitate them in the initial moments. "Are you deaf, you mutt?" Observing Chen Fang's stillness, Zhu Tong's anger surged, prompting him to curse once more. Zhao Mingcheng, equally displeased, shouted in unison, "Do you wish to perish? I am Zhao Mingcheng. Believe me, I could have you tossed into the sea to feed the fish by tomorrow." Upon witnessing the arrival of the trio and hearing Zhao Mingcheng's remarks, Lin Qingxue couldn't help but furrow her brow. Although she had previously failed to see through Zhao Mingcheng, she instinctively felt a sense of discomfort. Little did she anticipate that this individual possessed such deplorable character. While it was one thing to engage in reckless behavior with Zhu Tong and Zhang Lili, it was quite another to utter such words at this moment. It was as if he were an entirely different person from the one she had encountered in everyday life. "So, how does it feel to understand my helplessness now?" Chen Fang seemingly guessed her thoughts and, without turning back, chuckled as he posed the question. In response, Lin Qingxue let out a soft sigh. She was well aware of Chen Fang's insinuation. It was primarily due to Gu Xiaoro's unwavering trust in the two individuals. She couldn't fathom what enchantment they had cast upon her. "It's truly unfortunate," Lin Qingxue lamented, but soon shifted her tone, though one cannot entirely blame her. Zhu Tong's true nature has become somewhat apparent in recent days, but Zhao Mingcheng is utterly unexpected. He is indeed that kind of person. When I return, I must have a serious talk with Xiaoro. A talk? If mere words could suffice, they would have worked long ago, Chen Fang replied with a resigned smile. "You mentioned she has fallen under their spell. Without sufficient evidence, it won't hold any weight. Then what should we do?" Lin Qingxue found herself in a dilemma. Fully aware of Gu Xiaoro's character, while she appeared easygoing, once she set her mind on something, it was challenging for anyone to alter her convictions. This was both a blessing and a curse. Before Chen Fang could respond, her expression suddenly shifted. The source of their distress had finally come into view. Wild boars. Not just one, but a whole group. This sight sent a shiver down Chen Fang's spine, even as he beheld it. Although he and T counted them precisely, there were at least 5 or 6. 2 among them were somewhat smaller, evidently still juvenile, yet the other three were impressively large. What in the world? Had they inadvertently disturbed a wild boar's nest? Chen Fang's eyes widened. While he had successfully dispatched one wild boar earlier and savored its meat, that hardly meant he could handle the situation with ease, especially in the face of a herd. The sheer ferocity of these creatures was daunting, and if several charged simultaneously, it would resemble a battalion. Meanwhile, Zhao Mingcheng and his companions were drawing closer to Chen Fang. Zhao Mingcheng, leading the charge, furrowed his brow in recognition. Why did that figure appear so familiar? As they closed the distance, his expression froze in disbelief. It was Chen Fang. Did this mean that their indiscretions with Zhang Lili had been exposed? His brow tightened. This was disastrous. He had hoped to win Chen Fang over. But now that they had been caught in such a predicament, his facade was crumbling. There was no way to explain their disheveled appearance. Anyone with common sense could discern the issue. After all, he was still holding up his pants with one hand. At this moment, he found himself unable to contemplate anything else. After all, if he could not shake off the pursuers behind him, his life would be at stake. Chen Fang, save me. Zhang Lili, having recognized Chen Fang, could not help but cry out. Today, Chen Fang had indeed returned with a wild boar, which could undoubtedly deal with these fellows. However, in response to her plea, Chen Fang remained unmoved. As the distance between them diminished and the three assailants charged towards him, he had no time to ponder further. In the astonished gaze of Lin Qingxue, he swiftly scooped her up and fled into the distance. "Ah, Chen Fang you!" Lin Qingxue exclaimed, her cheeks instantly flushing with heat. "Lin, this is not intentional." Chen Fang could only utter helplessly, for it was not the time for explanations. If those wild boars were to catch up with them, he wouldn't even know how he would meet his end. Chapter 86. A pinnacle comparison between the simp and the Sigma male curse, that wretched creature, as Chen Fang lifted Lin Qingxue and dashed away without a backward glance. Zhu Tong could not help but exclaim in anger. He had not anticipated that Chen Fang bore no affection for him, and their relationship was fraught with discord. There was simply no incentive for Chen Fang to rescue him. With their positions reversed, Zhu Tong surmised he would have fled even faster. Zhao Mingcheng's expression darkened further. One crisis seemed to follow another. Even if they managed to survive this ordeal, he would need to contemplate how to deal with Chen Fang immediately. Fortunately, Zhang Lili was present. She had lagged behind, likely capable of delaying the advance of those wild boars, echoing the jest. "Why should I worry about outrunning a tiger? As long as I can outpace you, I am safe." In this moment, Zhang Lili had become the sacrificial pawn. She realized this herself, and had previously placed her hopes on Chen Fang, yearning for him to remember their past and lend her assistance. However, to her astonishment, he departed without a moment's hesitation. "Chen Fang, you are despicable." Feeling the wild boars closing in behind her, Zhang Lili shouted, her voice laced with resentment. "You never loved me enough. Leaving you was indeed the right choice." Yet, scarcely had the words escaped her lips when her eyes widened in disbelief at the scene unfolding before her. To her astonishment, Chen Fang had set Lin Qingxue down and was now sprinting towards her. Chen Fang. A surge of unexpected joy flooded Zhang Lili's heart as she witnessed his determined stride, reminiscent of heroic figures in films who rushed to save their beloved from peril. "Oof. I suppose you possess a shred of conscience." However, the reality of his behavior as a simp was disheartening. Even at this critical juncture, he chose to return. Zhang Lili's thoughts shifted seamlessly, and she began to feel pity for him as he gallantly ran towards her. "But since you are here to rescue me, I shall perhaps refrain from speaking ill of you in the future, once you are gone." Meanwhile, Zhao Mingcheng and Zhu Tong were utterly astonished. Has this fool lost his mind? Or is he simply a natural-born cuckold? They could hardly believe it, especially considering that they had just emerged from the thicket with Zhang Lili. That he would turn back to save her was the epitome of foolishness. As they ran, Zhao Mingcheng and Zhu Tong exchanged incredulous glances, yet their excitement remained undiminished. Chen Fang's return could potentially draw the ire of the wild boar herd, increasing their own chances of survival. Moreover, should Chen Fang perish here, it would be even more advantageous for them. Both Lin Qingxue and Gu Xiaoro would then become mere playthings in their hands. "Chen Fang, hurry up!" Why are you so slow? They're almost on my heels. Zhang Lili, now feeling entitled to the rescue of the simp, shouted with a tone imbued with complaint, utterly disregarding Chen Fang's humanity. Chen Fang had already brushed past Zhao Mingsheng and Zhu Tong with such swiftness that it stirred a gust of wind around them. Ah, Truliaru. A cold smirk crept upon Zhao Mingsheng's lips as he regarded Chen Fang's figure, perceiving him as nothing more than a fool. Hurry up, haven't you eaten? On the other hand, Zhang Lili's urgency was palpable. The wild boars behind her were nearly upon her, and she could even catch a whiff of their foul odor. In the midst of her distress, Chen Fang was about to reach her. Zhang Lili extended her arms, bracing herself to be whisked away by Chen Fang, just as Lin Qingxue had been. However, in the next moment, she froze. At a distance of about 2 meters, Chen Fang suddenly leapt into the air, extending his right leg in a quintessential flying kick reminiscent of a martial arts drama. Zhang Lili was utterly bewildered. Even a fool could discern that Chen Fang was not there to rescue her. Rather, he had come to doom her. Amidst the swirling emotions of terror and despair, she shouted at Chen Fang in fury. But before she could finish, Chen Fang's foot collided forcefully with her chest, propelling Zhang Lili through the air. She traced an arc before landing squarely amongst the herd of wild boars, even crashing onto one of their heads. The enraged boar snorted twice and gored her with its tusks, flinging her away as if she were a mere plaything, without a moment's pause. Ah! Zhang Lili's piercing scream echoed, resonating through the surroundings. In midair, she teetered on the brink of unconsciousness. With a dull thud, she landed once more, stirring a plume of sand. In the next instant, a swarm of wild boars surged toward her, their sharp tusks piercing her flesh while their jaws gnawed at her body. In an instant, the beach was filled with Zhang Lili's harrowing cries, sending shivers down the listeners' spines. The boars seemed intent not on devouring her, but on venting their rage, incessantly goring and biting her. Meanwhile, after kicking Zhang Lili away, Chen Fang resumed his sprint without a hint of hesitation, his speed unchanged from before. Swish! Sensing the rush of wind beside them, Zhao Mingxing and Zhu Tong were left in utter disbelief. What was happening? Wasn't the narrative supposed to be about the devoted admirer rescuing the goddess? This was not merely a deviation from the script. It was a stark contrast, a dramatic juxtaposition between the devoted admirer and the Sigma male. Zhu Tong felt his mind was overwhelmed. Zhao Mingcheng, momentarily dazed, quickly regained his composure. Forget it. Let us run. The wild boars are coming after us. Upon hearing this, Zhu turned back for a fleeting glance, nearly losing his wits in terror. That pack of wild boars had left only 2 behind to torment Zhang Lili, while the rest hastily resumed their pursuit of them. Damn it, no wonder he ran so fast. Zhu could not help but curse aloud. Meanwhile, Chen Fang had already approached Lin Qingxue. Chen Fang, you. Lin Qingxue's expression mirrored her confusion, feeling as though she was seeing him anew. In that fleeting moment, she, like everyone else, had assumed Chen Fang was rushing to rescue Zhang Lili. This thought had even stirred a twinge of sorrow within her. In such dire circumstances, she had surprisingly set aside her own concerns to aid another. The distinction between priorities had become abundantly clear. Yet, this abrupt shift left even her mind struggling to comprehend. Chapter 87. Surviving the aftermath. What are you still doing? Run, the wild boar is coming. Seeing Lin Qingxue standing there in a daze, Chen Fang could not help but shout. At the same time, amidst her astonished gaze, he swiftly scooped her up and dashed into the dense forest. After several seconds had passed, Lin Qingxue finally regained her senses, nestled in Chen Fang's embrace, listening to his hurried breaths, and could not help but inquire. Were you just going back to teach her a lesson? What else could it be? Chen Fang retorted, his pace unwavering. Did you think I abandoned you to save that wretched woman? Before Lin Qingxue could respond, he added, I may not see through people's hearts, but I can certainly discern who is beautiful and who has a good figure. Only a fool would go to her aid. Wouldn't it be better to embrace this stunning beauty as my wife? At his words, Lin Qingxue's cheeks flushed once more. She shot him a playful glare, complaining, There is no need to be so blunt in your compliments. It shows a lack of finesse. Then, biting her lip shyly, she added besides, "Who says I'm your wife?" Chen Fang chuckled. "If I'm holding you, then you are mine." Noticing that Lin Qingxue was about to say something else, he quickly interjected, "Enough already. I'm struggling to keep up as it is. If you keep talking, I won't be able to run anymore." Upon hearing this, Lin Qingxue obediently closed her mouth. Now was not the time for playful banter. However, this state of affairs lasted only a few seconds before she spoke again. "Chen Fang, do we run the wrong way? How did we end up in the woods?" She surveyed the surrounding shrubs and towering trees, her face filled with confusion. "Running here means we returned to the wild boar's lair, right? And it doesn't seem like we can run as fast as we did on the beach, considering all the obstacles." She could distinctly feel Chen Fang's speed diminishing. In response, Chen Fang found himself at a loss for words. "I ask you, how on earth did you manage to lead a multi-billion-dollar corporation? Sure, we ran faster on the beach, but the wild boar can run even faster in that terrain. In the forest, we have the landscape to our advantage. At the very least, we can climb trees." Lin Qingxue was momentarily taken aback, her face flushing with embarrassment. That does seem to make sense. At that moment, Chen Fang sighed, exasperatedly stating, "It seems they were right. Women in love have zero IQ." Lin Qingxue's eyes widened. "Who was in love with you?" "Certainly not me. You haven't even pursued me," yet the last part of her statement was barely above a whisper, almost imperceptible. Yet, Chen Fang caught it, and a smile crept upon his lips. "Who said she was an ice queen? She is nothing short of the quintessential neighborly girl. In love, she is equally adorable." Meanwhile, outside the forest, on the beach, Zhao Mingcheng and Zhu Tong were still desperately running. As the wild boar drew ever closer behind them, panic seized the two men. "What shall we do, Captain? It's almost upon us." "You ask me? I was hoping you'd have an answer," Zhao Mingcheng retorted, his irritation palpable. If he truly had a solution, would they be in such a dire predicament? Even now, he was clutching his trousers with one hand, fearing that if he loosened his grip, they would fall, leaving him to trip on himself and become fodder for the boar. "Hey, where's Chen Fang? Where did he run off to?" As this thought crossed his mind, realization struck him. They had been following Chen Fang all along, but the advancing boar had frightened them into glancing back too frequently, causing him to lose sight of Chen Fang's whereabouts. They must have gone into the woods. Zhu Tong interjected, having kept a watchful eye on Chen Fang's movements. "Into the woods?" Zhao Mingcheng furrowed his brow. His first instinct mirrored Lin Qingxue's. That was the territory of beasts, and the pace of their pursuit was slow. Entering would surely be courting death. After all, they had just fled from the woods. "Captain, we should follow," Zhu Tong suddenly proposed. "How can we? That's a death sentence." Zhao Mingcheng instinctively countered. "But Chen Fang has gone in." Zhu Tong's tone was urgent. Despite his inner desire to see Chen Fang gone, he was still willing to trust him in this moment. After all, the skills Chen Fang had displayed indicated he possessed some genuine capability. "If he went in, we must follow." Zhao Mingcheng began to object, but found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, it seemed far safer to follow him than to continue running aimlessly along the beach. Moreover, the wild boar was drawing nearer by the second. If they continued their flight, it was only a matter of time before they were tossed aside by the vicious creatures. With that thought, the two men dashed into the woods. The rustling of bushes and the sound of crashing leaves echoed around them as the wild boar relentlessly pursued. Within the forest, Zhao Mingcheng and Zhu Tong discovered an unexpected advantage. They could maneuver around the trees. The boar charged swiftly and with a sharp turn. It would have to cover some distance before turning back to chase them. No wonder that lad chose to run this way. It truly was an ingenious strategy. Seeing it work, Zhao Mingcheng couldn't help but express his admiration. After running for a stretch, he seized the momentum and leaped to grasp a tree branch, curling his legs up to elevate himself off the ground. Just as he hooked his legs, a wild boar thundered past beneath him. Phew, that was close. Zhao Mingcheng breathed a sigh of relief. Straining to secure his hold on the branch, he gradually hoisted himself upward. Fortunately, as a pilot, he possessed commendable physical fitness. After such a relentless chase, he still had the strength to climb, bolstered by the energy expended during his earlier passionate encounter with Zhang Lily. It was all a test of endurance. Zhu Tong, emulating his companion, ascended another tree, their positions merely a few meters apart, gazing at each other with expressions that reflected their narrow escape from death. It was indeed a precarious moment, as Zhao Mingsheng lamented while adjusting his trousers. Meanwhile, Zhu Tong clung to the trunk, panting heavily, clearly lacking the stamina of Zhao Mingsheng. Just then, a sound caught their attention, prompting them to snap back to reality. A glance downward caused Zhu Tong's countenance to shift dramatically. A group of creatures had gathered beneath the tree they occupied, tilting their heads in scrutiny, their crimson eyes sending shivers down the spines of both men. The relief Zhu Tong had just experienced vanished, replaced by a renewed sense of dread as he turned to Zhao Mingsheng, seeking guidance. "Captain, what shall we do now?" he inquired. Chapter 88. The Desolate Duo. What should we do? You ask me, and I ask whom? Upon hearing Zhu Tong's words, Zhao Mingsheng retorted with irritation. He too was at a loss for a solution. Now, the two of them found themselves in a dire predicament. They could not possibly confront the wild boars, nor could they retreat, leaving them to cling to the tree in fear. To make matters worse, the group of wild boars showed no intention of leaving, staring at them momentarily before settling down. It was evident that they were prepared to linger, creating a stalemate. This was truly disastrous. Zhu Tong's expression mirrored despair. These creatures were laden with fat and, being wild animals, were least concerned about hunger. After all, failing to catch prey was a common occurrence for them, and they could easily endure days without food. However, for the two of them, the situation was dire. If others from the camp were to come, it was likely they would succumb to weakness and fall from the tree within half a day. Below, the wild boars remained unperturbed, lounging on the ground and emitting contented grunts, occasionally nibbling on the grass nearby. "It's all your fault for dragging me into this chaotic mess. Now look what you've done. You ought to devise a plan." Confronted with the perilous situation, Zhao Mingsheng could not contain his anger and reprimanded Zhu Tong vehemently. Zhu Tong felt a wave of frustration wash over him, rendered speechless. "How could this be blamed on me? Just moments ago, your enthusiasm was far greater than mine. Moreover, wasn't it you who suggested bringing Zhang Lili out in the first place? Yet now, I find myself the target of your ire." However, he would never dare voice these thoughts to Zhao Mingsheng. In the crew and the camp, he was merely the second in command. Should a conflict arise, he knew no one would side with him. Though the enforcers appeared to support him, it was merely a reflection of Zhao Mingsheng's influence. If a rift were to form, he would find himself utterly isolated, facing a grim fate. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his rage and replied helplessly, "Captain, this was my error, but I truly did not anticipate such a scenario. It is all that cursed Chen Fang's fault." "Blame him?" Zhao Mingsheng raised an eyebrow in confusion. While he held no particular fondness for Chen Fang, attributing the blame to him seemed somewhat far-fetched. "Of course, it is his fault." Zhu Tong gritted his teeth, insisting, "You can see for yourself that these wild boars regard Zhang Lili as nothing more than a plaything rather than a source of food." At this, Zhao Mingsheng recalled the grim sight of Zhang Lili amidst the boar herd. She was either tossed aside or pierced by their tusks, or worse, bitten without being consumed. This realization struck Zhao Mingsheng as peculiar. In his haste to escape, he had not pondered these details, but now he recognized the unsettling truth. He was well aware that both domestic and wild pigs were omnivorous. When hungry, they could indeed turn to cannibalism. There are indeed numerous reports online of pig owners who have tragically met their demise in the pig pen, devoured by their own swine. However, this time, it seems these creatures have no intention of feasting upon them. These wild boars are seeking vengeance. Zhu Tong suddenly declared. "Vengeance?" Zhao Mingsheng furrowed his brow. "Precisely, consider it. Today, did Chen Fang not slay a wild boar? This group must have caught the scent of blood from our camp, prompting their arrival." Zhu Tong analyzed with utmost seriousness, placing all blame squarely on Chen Fang. Otherwise, why would they kill without consuming? "Captain, we merely encountered this pack of wild boars ahead of schedule. Even if we had not ventured out today, they would have inevitably found their way to our camp." Upon hearing this, Zhao Mingsheng fell silent. He found a semblance of truth in Zhu Tong's words. After all,
wild animals possess an acute sense of smell, far superior to that of humans. Moreover, the scent of their own kind's blood would surely be even more compelling. If they had been residing here for several days, what a coincidence it would be that while one side was slaughtering pigs, the wild boars were drawn over here. This notion does indeed hold some merit, he murmured softly. Upon hearing this, Zhu Tong felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thank goodness, I managed to persuade him. As long as I am not held responsible, all is well. In reality, his earlier assertions were nothing but fabrications. While wild boars may harbor a sense of revenge, the hunting location of Chen Fang and his companions was quite distant from the camp. Though wild boars have a keen sense of smell, it is not so acute as to detect such distances. Their presence here is merely a coincidence. They do not have a fixed territory and will relocate once they exhaust the local food supply. This encounter was simply a chance meeting. These beasts are inherently aggressive and will attack upon encountering other creatures. After all, once we arrive, this becomes my territory. Your presence here is an invasion. These wild boars do not concern themselves with such reasoning. Captain, what shall we do now? We are quite far from the camp, and even if we shout, the others will surely not hear us. Zhu Tong inquired cautiously, noticing Zhao Mingqing's expression had softened slightly. This stalemate cannot persist. Indeed, this time Zhao Mingqing did not erupt in anger, but instead fell into deep contemplation. However, after much deliberation, he devised no viable solution. In frustration, he even snapped a few twigs and hurled them downward, but they fell upon the wild boars without effect. Such feeble power is less impactful than the mere act of brushing against a tree. Yet, it only served to enrage the creatures further. As several wild boars rose once more, fixating their gaze upon the two men, one particularly bold boar retreated a few steps before charging forward, crashing violently into a tree. Startled, Zhao Mingqiang cried out, instinctively clutching the trunk, his body trembling. He feared that a moment's inattention would send him plummeting, becoming the next Zhang Lily. Captain, be cautious. Upon witnessing the scene, Zhu Tong hastily called out. However, this only provoked a fierce glare from Zhao Mingqing. What nonsense! Do you really need to remind me at this moment? Zhu Tong quickly fell silent, his lips twitching slightly, afraid to utter another word. Fortunately, the wild boar did not launch another attack. After that collision, even the trees began to tremble, leaving it dazed and disoriented. After a few minutes of stalemate, the wild boars once again lay down. Zhao Mingqing wore a look of utter despair and let out a resigned sigh. Well, there isn't much we can do at this point. We can only wait it out. Perhaps they will leave in a few hours. Zhu Tong nodded helplessly. Wasn't he this merely stating the obvious? What else could they do but endure this situation? Would they dare to confront the wild boars directly? Chapter 89. Returning empty-handed, those wild boars shouldn't have followed us, right? In the dense jungle, Chen Fang and Lin Qingxue had come to a halt, and she softly inquired. Hearing this, Chen Fang nodded. Since they haven't appeared for such a long time, they likely won't return. Then, could you possibly set me down? Lin Qingxue said. Her cheeks flushed, casting a subtle glare at Chen Fang. This fellow had been holding her for several minutes, and she couldn't help but wonder if he was doing it deliberately. Chen Fang finally regained his senses, his face turning red. My apologies. I was so preoccupied with resolving the wild boar crisis that I completely forgot. Despite his words, the uncontainable smile on his face cast doubt upon his sincerity. Oomph. Lin Qingxue huffed, her cheeks still rosy as she descended from his hold. The atmosphere grew awkward, leaving both of them at a loss for words. After a few seconds, Lin Qingxue broke the silence. So, are we heading back now? Of course we must return, but we need to take a detour, Chen Fang replied, surveying the trees before him. Retracing their steps was out of the question. Encountering the wild boars again would render their efforts futile. Lin Qingxue understood this reasoning and nodded in agreement. With Chen Fang by her side, she felt unafraid. Thus, after nearly 10 minutes of walking through the jungle, they finally emerged back onto the beach, having moved a considerable distance from where they had previously spotted the wild boars. Let's head back for now, Chen Fang stated, and together with Lin Qingxue, they walked towards the campsite. She occasionally glanced back. Noticing this, Chen Fang couldn't help but ask, What are you looking at? You're not thinking of helping those two chase away the wild boars, are you? How could that be? Lin Qingxue's voice rose in pitch. Those two are clearly scum. I have no intention of risking my safety for them. She added, for their sake, I wouldn't even consider putting myself in danger, not even for a scratch. I was just wondering if those two might meet the same fate as Zhang Lili. Chen Fang was taken aback. He hadn't expected the icy CEO to possess such a ruthless mindset. However, a touch of ruthlessness was not necessarily a flaw. After all, it was far better than being overly compassionate. Upon returning to the campsite, they were greeted warmly. Brother Chen, you're back. Wang Zhao, Zhang Yang, and the others stood up to welcome him, displaying a respectful demeanor. Zhang Yang, noticing Chen Fang's empty hands, appeared puzzled. Brother Chen, didn't you say you were going to fetch some tools? What happened? Don't even mention it. Chen Fang waved his hand dismissively. Tools? I almost lost my life in there. What on earth happened? Zhang Yang and the others were bewildered. In their eyes, it was nearly impossible for Chen Fang, who seemed capable of anything, to return empty-handed, particularly for Zhang Yang and Wu De. They had been following Chen Fang for a longer duration, and during these days, he had never returned empty-handed. This seemed to be the first instance of such an occurrence. Encountering some unforeseen circumstances, Chen Fang took a seat and casually remarked, not intending to disclose this matter to anyone else. The primary reason for his discretion was Gu Xiaorou's presence. He knew that should he speak of it, she would undoubtedly be skeptical. There was even a possibility that upon hearing of the two scoundrels' misfortune, he would feel compelled to risk his life to rescue them. Noticing Chen Fang's reluctance to elaborate, the others refrained from probing further. Time passed slowly, and the camp had grown exceedingly quiet. Many, weary from the day's exertions, had succumbed to slumber. However, after more than half an hour, a sudden sound of footsteps reverberated at the entrance. On night watch, Chen Fang instinctively turned to look, and upon seeing two figures, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, though he quickly regained his composure. The reason for his swift recovery lay in the fact that he was not overly astonished by their arrival. The two individuals were none other than Zhao Mingsheng and Zhu Tong. What bewildered him was the rapidity with which they had emerged. Not to mention they appeared to have escaped unscathed. How could these two manage to outrun wild boars on the beach? Chen Fang raised an eyebrow in astonishment, utterly clueless about the sheer luck these two must have encountered. Captain Zhao, Deputy Captain Zhu, you've returned. The unique titles, without a doubt, belonged to Wang Hao. He was also acutely aware of their recent endeavors. As he spoke, a sycophantic smile adorned his face. Having offered up his own woman, he was evidently quite pleased with the results of their 2 days of relentless activity. Surely, such accomplishments warranted him a favorable disposition. However, as soon as he uttered those words, he sensed something was amiss. Both men bore grim expressions, their faces painted with discontent. It appeared as though someone had wronged them, and they seemed rather disheveled. Captain, what has transpired? Wang Hao felt a shiver run down his spine, his brow furrowing in concern. Could it be that Zhang Lili had failed to satisfy them today? That should not be the case. That Vixen was unparalleled in that regard. This was evident from the radiant appearances of the two the previous day. No, he had to reprimand her thoroughly for not adequately attending to their needs. With that thought in mind, he glanced behind the two men, intending to give Zhang Lili a piece of his mind. To his astonishment, he found himself taken aback. Wait, where is she? He asked, lowering his voice, fearful of attracting attention. After all, these individuals had sneaked out, and he did not wish to tarnish Zhao Mingxing and Zhu Tong's reputations in front of others. Upon hearing Wang Hao's inquiry, Zhu Tong's expression darkened further. This wretched fellow had to bring up such painful memories. On their way back, they had indeed seen Zhang Lili, but she had long since lost her vitality. Her body was unrecognizable, either punctured by the tusks of wild boars or torn and mangled, bloodied beyond recognition. Upon recalling her tragic demise, with her eyes wide open and filled with terror, Zhu Tong felt a shiver descend upon his scalp, nearly overwhelmed by the urge to retch. Get away, he shouted impatiently, shoving Wang Hao aside and striding purposefully towards the room. He had no inclination to respond to the greetings of those around him. Wang Hao, utterly perplexed, gazed at Zhu Tong and then at Zhao Mingsheng, his eyes twitching involuntarily. What on earth is happening?
What's going on? I'll speak to you later, Zhao Mingxing replied, seemingly disinterested in providing an explanation, as he too made his way into the camp. As he passed Chen Fang, his steps faltered slightly. After a moment's hesitation, he approached Chen Fang directly and stated plainly, Chen Fang, I need to discuss something with you. Shall we step aside to talk? Chapter 90. Truly the captain, do you have something to discuss with me? Chen Fang looked at Zhao Mingxiang, somewhat astonished. What could they possibly converse about? Surely he hadn't forgotten what Chen Fang had witnessed earlier that day. Brother Chen, Zhang Yang and the others turned their attention towards Chen Fang, eager for his command. Wang Zhao and a few others hesitated momentarily before gravitating towards Zhang Yang's group, silently expressing their allegiance. Observing this, a glint of coldness flashed in Zhao Mingxing's eyes. This band of sycophants had quickly acknowledged Chen Fang as their leader after a hearty meal, hadn't they? No matter. Chen Fang waved his hand nonchalantly, unconcerned that Zhao Mingxiang would pose any threat to him. After all, the balance of power between their factions was not significantly disparate, although his side was slightly outnumbered. Those who remained were more loyal to him. Conversely, Zhao Mingxiang's group, despite their apparent size, was merely a disorganized mob, fickle as the wind. Their compliance stemmed from fear of retaliation rather than genuine loyalty. Should a confrontation arise, they would likely stand idly by. As for the two hulking fighters from the combat team, Chen Fang regarded them with disdain. He could easily handle them alone. Thus, he felt no apprehension regarding any underhanded schemes from Zhao Mingxing. Rising, he nodded, Captain Zhao, you are too kind. I am merely a group leader. If you have matters to address, please do so. There's no need for pretense. At these words, Zhao Mingxing's mouth twitched slightly. It seemed to him that this was hardly a compliment, but rather a veiled mockery. However, mindful of the others present, he concealed his feelings, merely smiling as he patted Chen Fang on the shoulder with a resigned grin. You rascal, are you doing this on purpose? Come, let us go to my room. Chen Fang smiled and nodded, following him out. Their camaraderie might lead one to believe they were longtime friends. Gu Xiaoro observed their retreating figures with a smile, nodding in approval. I knew it. The captain and Chen Fang are bound to become good friends. Initially, he was hesitant to come, filled with doubts. But now he trusts me, doesn't he? Upon hearing this, Lin Qingshue's expression stiffened slightly, casting a helpless glance at Gu Xiaoro. Internally, she lamented how naively innocent this girl was. If she were to discover what transpired that night, her worldview would surely shatter. Meanwhile, Chen Fang accompanied Zhao Mingxiang to their quarters. Upon entering, he unceremoniously took a seat, casually surveying the surroundings. It was his first time here, and naturally, he wanted to take it all in. You, Zhu Tong exclaimed, eyes widening in disbelief. Get up right now. That is the captain's seat. Chen Fang raised an eyebrow, disdainfully curling his lip. Even in such a situation, they were still concerned about seating arrangements. Upon entering, he had noticed the plush cushions and multiple layers of clothing and blankets, making it only sensible to sit there. He smirked derisively. When you were being chased by a wild boar, did you call for the captain's name? As soon as the words left his mouth, both individuals visibly flinched. It was an outright slap in the face. Images of being chased by a wild boar flashed through their minds, particularly the humiliating moments spent in a tree, which made their expressions even more grim. Fortunately, the wild boars lacked patience. Otherwise, these two would have succumbed to hunger while perched above. Chen Fang, do not push your luck. After a prolonged silence, Zhu Tong managed to utter such an ineffective threat. Or else, Chen Fang inquired with a smile, rendering Zhu Tong speechless. Indeed, what could he do? Chen Fang was, after all, beyond his reach. Had he any means to retaliate, he would have done so by now. Stuck in the standoff, Zhu Tong's fa-ade crumbled, forcing him to step forward, raising his hand as if to strike. Chen Fang, do not think I am afraid to deal with you. Is that so? Chen Fang replied nonchalantly, a hint of mockery dancing in his eyes. Then go ahead and make your move. Zhu Tong found himself at a loss for words. His hand froze in midair, caught in a dilemma of whether to strike or retreat. Chuckling at the sight, Chen Fang's derision deepened as he slowly rose to his feet, locking eyes with Zhu Tong for a few seconds. Suddenly, he raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to Zhu Tong's face. The sharp sound echoed as Zhu Tong was sent sprawling to the ground. Chen Fang looked down at him from above, disdain etched on his features. What are you shouting about if you lack the courage to act? Dazed and seeing stars, Zhu Tong felt a ringing in his head, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, igniting a surge of rage within him. Chen Fang, I will fight you. But before he could finish, Chen Fang delivered a forceful kick that sent him flying, nearly collapsing the makeshift room. Enough. Zhao Mingcheng could no longer bear to watch and quickly intervened. If this continued, Zhu Tong would surely be beaten to death by Chen Fang. Moreover, engaging in a brawl was not his intention. He had come to negotiate. Captain, are we just going to let this slide? Zhu Tong glared at Zhao Mingcheng, his face filled with indignation. Yet there was now a palpable wariness in his gaze directed at Chen Fang. Initially, he believed the other man's audacity stemmed from wielding a knife, but the reality was far more alarming. This man possessed terrifying strength. That last kick had felt akin to being struck by a truck. The force was overwhelming. Even after a brief reprieve, Zhu Tong still struggled to catch his breath. I said enough. Are you deaf to my words? Zhao Mingcheng glared at Zhu Tong, his expression darkening ominously. It was already humiliating to face Chen Fang. Why must this fool further disgrace himself in front of Zhao? Was he not a simpleton? At these words, Zhu Tong's countenance stiffened slightly, a torrent of dissatisfaction boiling within him. He glanced at Zhao Mingcheng, then at Chen Fang. What are you staring at? Get out of here. Stop adding to the chaos. At this, Zhao Mingcheng's expression darkened further, and he reprimanded Zhu Tong with palpable irritation. Upon hearing his words, Zhu Tong's expression stiffened, despite feeling immense dissatisfaction within. He did not dare to contradict Zhao Mingcheng's intentions. Taking a deep breath, he reluctantly turned to leave. In the room, only Chen Fang and Zhao Mingcheng remained. I wonder what Captain Zhao summoned me for? Chen Fang inquired, casting a glance at Zhao Mingcheng as he resumed his seat, occupying the same position as before. Observing this, Zhao Mingcheng's eyelid twitched slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. Suppressing his inner discontent, he sat opposite Chen Fang and spoke with a cheerful demeanor. It's nothing of great importance, merely a casual conversation with my brother Chen. Casual conversation? Chen Fang raised an eyebrow, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Having just escaped a deadly chase from a wild boar, he found it rather amusing that Zhao Mingcheng was in the mood for chit-chat. Truly, the captain's demeanor was remarkably steady. Chapter 91. Ready to act upon hearing Chen Fang's words, Zhao Mingcheng's expression stiffened. A surge of anger erupted from within him, almost transforming him into a second Zhu Tong. However, recalling Chen Fang's formidable tactics, he quickly regained his composure, forcefully suppressing the rising fury. With a smile that was more painful than tears, he spoke, Brother Chen Fang certainly enjoys jesting. I am not jesting, Chen Fang replied, shaking his head, his gaze fixed earnestly on Zhao Mingcheng. Zhao Mingcheng's smile faltered, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. As he pondered how to approach Chen Fang, the latter interjected. Let us speak plainly. There is no need for pretense at this juncture. Taken aback, yet not entirely surprised, Zhao Mingcheng pondered for a moment before nodding. In that case, I shall be direct. He fixed a penetrating gaze on Chen Fang and declared, Chen Fang, let us collaborate. Collaborate? Chen Fang raised an eyebrow. Having been curious about the old fellow's intentions, even contemplating whether he would resort to threats or offer some incentive to keep Chen Fang silent, he did not expect a proposition of partnership. Indeed, Zhao Mingcheng affirmed, meeting Chen Fang's gaze with seriousness. Given the current circumstances, I can no longer withhold the truth. The aircraft has likely landed far from our location. Waiting for rescue is virtually impossible, which means we might be stranded on this desolate island indefinitely. At these words, Chen Fang narrowed his eyes, feeling little shock. He had already braced himself for this eventuality. Observing Chen Fang's calm demeanor, Zhao Mingcheng appeared somewhat taken aback. Had he truly prepared himself for survival on this island? Therefore, Chen Fang inquired, what form shall this collaboration take? A fleeting look of astonishment passed across Zhao Mingcheng's face as he continued. Chen Fang, you possess strength, and I currently have some manpower, influence, and medical supplies. If we join forces, we could undoubtedly gather more followers to serve us, and in due time, we would reign as the sovereigns of this island. Does that not appeal to you? Why engage in mutual destruction? Sovereigns? Chen Fang raised an eyebrow, unable to suppress a cold chuckle. This fellow truly had grand ambitions. With his meager followers, aspiring to be a sovereign was nothing short of a dream. Yet, intrigued by the proposal, he asked, "So you envision yourself as the emperor, and I as your subordinate?" After all, Zhao Mingcheng was the leader of the camp, while he merely held the title of hunting group leader. Such a hierarchy was simply unacceptable. Zhao Mingcheng promptly replied, casting a glance outside and lowering his voice, "You have seen Zhu Tong. He is impulsive and lacks capability. Were it not for our previous camaraderie, I would never have permitted him to assume the role of second-in-command. However, with your arrival, naturally, are you suggesting I become your second-in-command?" Chen Fang raised an eyebrow, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Noticing the change in his complexion, Zhao Mingcheng furrowed his brow slightly. This young man certainly had a voracious appetite. However, this could be seen as a positive aspect. If he were devoid of desires, it would indeed be challenging to sway him. Thus, he continued, "Of course not. There is no need for us to distinguish ourselves from one another, as we are both merely having others serve us. Such distinctions are ultimately meaningless, are they not? Rest assured, as long as you agree, all resources in the camp, including women, shall be shared between us. Naturally, I will not touch those around you. What do you think? Ah, he truly is willing to invest. All resources shared. Yet he refrains from touching his own women. Perhaps he is even moved by the conditions he has proposed. However, has he overlooked a crucial point?" Chen Fang interjected, "Zhao Mingcheng, have you forgotten something?" Zhao Mingcheng appeared puzzled. "First of all, within this camp, whether it be resources, women, or manpower, I am not inferior to you. In fact, I may be stronger. Even the pork you dine on today was procured by me. Do you not find it rather absurd to propose such terms to me?" Chen Fang regarded Zhao Mingcheng as if he were a fool. The latter, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback. It seemed to be the case indeed. "Ha!" Chen Fang scoffed coldly, slowly rising to his feet, looking down at Zhao Mingcheng, and coldly stated, "So, spare yourself the delusions of becoming a local tyrant. If it weren't for Gu Xiaoro, you would both be corpses by now." Hearing Chen Fang's words, Zhao Mingcheng's heart quivered. It was the first time he felt the formidable aura emanating from Chen Fang. That icy gaze was almost too much for him to withstand. Although he did not resort to the direct violence he had shown towards Zhu Tong, the sense of oppression was even more palpable. As he pondered, Chen Fang suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder, leaning in closer, staring intently at him. "I have no qualms about that vile woman, Zhang Lily, but should you dare to lay a hand on Gu Xiaoro or Lin Qingxue, I will make your existence a living hell." At these words, Zhao Mingcheng's body stiffened slightly, uncertain of how to respond. Yet, Chen Fang suddenly broke into a smile and exclaimed loudly, "The captain has been exceedingly generous to me. I shall take my leave." His voice rang out, loud enough for those outside to hear clearly. After finishing, the smile on his face vanished in an instant. He lightly patted Zhao Mingcheng's shoulder and strode away, leaving Zhao Mingcheng alone, his expression a tumultuous mix of emotions. It was not until Chen Fang's footsteps faded that he clenched his fists tightly, grinding his teeth in anger, muttering curses. "That dog, how dare he threaten me? Does he have the audacity to threaten me? Captain!" As soon as he spoke, Zhu Tong's voice reached his ears. "Captain, what is the matter? What did you say to that kid? Why did you say those words about you being too good to him?" Zhao Mingcheng could hardly be bothered to respond. After taking a deep breath for a considerable time, he slowly regained his composure and replied in a low voice. "Inform the subordinates to prepare. Certain individuals can no longer remain." Upon hearing his words, Zhu Tong was momentarily taken aback, but soon a wave of exuberant joy washed over his face. "Captain, you have finally come to a realization." "It is not a realization." Zhao Mingcheng shook his head, a flicker of sternness flashing in his eyes. "It is that some individuals have overstepped their bounds and thus cannot be allowed to remain." "Indeed, your thoughts resonate with me. I have long held a dislike for him." Zhu Tong nodded in agreement, assuring, "Rest assured, Captain, I shall take care of this matter." With that, he turned to leave. "Stop right there." Zhao Mingcheng quickly called him back, irritation evident in his tone. "What do you think you are doing?" Zhu Tong paused, looking at Zhao Mingcheng in confusion. "What else could I be doing but dealing with Chen Fang? Did you not just say so?" Chapter 92. Captain, how high? Zhao Mingcheng felt a throbbing at his temples. How could this person be so foolish? He had never noticed it before. Had he been aware of such significant cognitive deficiencies, he would have suggested to the airline to dismiss this individual immediately. He even suspected that the recent aircraft incident might very well be attributed to this person's incompetence. Meanwhile, Zhu Tong remained blissfully unaware of the underlying issues. Noticing Zhao Mingcheng's silence, he couldn't help but inquire, "What's wrong, Captain? I must hasten my preparations. Otherwise, I shall be late." Zhu Tong spoke with utmost seriousness, clearly having concocted his plans long ago. He had been awaiting this command for quite some time, and had even rehearsed what to say to the others. "Captain, you must understand that our personnel here are primarily from the collection team, and you are well aware of their capabilities. They are utterly inept. Persuading them to take action would require considerable effort. So I must leave, lest I delay matters further." With that, he attempted to depart once more. "Come back here." Before he could take a single step, Zhao Mingcheng yanked him back. "What now, Captain?" Zhu Tong frowned at him, still oblivious to the fact that he had been inadvertently betrayed. Just moments ago, Zhao Mingcheng had assured Chen Fang that they were equals, and as for Zhu Tong, it was highly likely that, in an effort to appease Chen Fang's anger, he would either be severely harmed or eliminated. Even if he survived, he would merely be a subordinate to the two. "Why did you send someone to deal with him?" Zhao Mingcheng gazed at him in disbelief. "Huh?" Zhu Tong looked at Zhao Mingcheng, confused. "Aren't we preparing to confront Chen Fang? If they were not to take action, then what was there to prepare for?" Zhao Mingcheng was at a loss for words upon witnessing Zhu Tong's naivety. If only he were as capable as Chen Fang, strong, intelligent, handsome, and obedient. All these admirable qualities belonged solely to Chen Fang, with Zhu Tong possessing only his willingness to listen. "Can you possibly defeat him?" Zhao Mingcheng inquired. Zhu Tong's expression stiffened as he gazed at Zhao Mingcheng with a pained countenance. "Captain, we mustn't speak ill of one another." At this moment, he felt a sharp pain in his chest and face, a direct result of Chen Fang's earlier handiwork. This was a disgrace, being beaten by a member of the camp. If word got out, where would his dignity lie? Even if I cannot win, that does not mean others cannot, and besides, our numbers surpass theirs, Zhu Tong asserted, this being his source of confidence. If he had no subordinates at all, even 100-fold courage would not embolden him to challenge Chen Fang, for he understood that would be tantamount to courting death. As for the two burly men, they were a different story. The previous combat team had already fallen to Chen Fang. 2 dead, 2 injured. As for Song Zhong's 2 companions, it was safe to say their corpses were likely already decomposing, and the 2 useless Li Wei remained incapacitated in the camp, utterly useless. However, no matter how formidable Chen Fang is, it is inconceivable that he could overpower everyone alone. Contemplating this, Zhu Tong remarked, "Captain, aren't we all combine a match for Chen Fang? Do you truly consider him a martial arts master?" "Fool!" Zhao Mingcheng shot him a fierce glare, admonishing, "Do not forget that he is not alone. His companions are not mere decorations. Are they? What's the big deal?" Zhu Tong retorted, seemingly unfazed. "Those 2 lackeys are nothing but mere cheerleaders, and the likes of Wang Zhao are even more pathetic. They were merely part of the collection team. Despite their current allegiance to Chen Fang, should a conflict arise, they would not dare to act. They're a bunch of short-sighted turncoats, simply following whoever appears stronger. They are hardly worthy of our concern." After this analysis, even Zhao Mingcheng was left bewildered. Who instilled such audacity in this fool? Setting aside whether Chen Fang's subordinates were truly so incompetent, did he genuinely believe his own men were any better? Take Wang Hao, for instance. What good could he possibly be? Isn't he just another turncoat? Did he think that time spent with them equated to loyalty similar to that of the combat team? Noticing the myriad of expressions on Zhao Mingcheng's face, suggesting indecision, Zhu Tong seemed to discern his thoughts. He spoke again. "Captain, there is no need for fear. Let's not forget we possess the medical supplies, which are the lifeblood for these people. As long as we keep the location of the medical supplies a secret, they would not dare to leave or betray us. This statement earned Zhao Mingsheng's agreement. It was indeed their strongest card and the key to controlling the group. On this island, even the slightest ailment or a cold could prove fatal, let alone injuries from wild beasts, which could lead to terrifying infections. No one could guarantee their safety from injury on this island. Yet, relying solely on this advantage is insufficient. Chen Fang wields a knife. A single strike could result in immediate death, whereas illness or infection merely leads to a slow demise. The choice between instant death and a lingering end would likely sway everyone similarly. Captain, do not hesitate. Leave it to me, Zhu Tong urged, sensing Zhao Mingsheng's reluctance. Rest assured, I will ensure there are no unexpected incidents. I will act once most of them are asleep. No. Zhao Mingsheng immediately shook his head. If Zhu Tong could conceive of such a plan, do you think Chen Fang would be oblivious? Since arriving at this camp, I have observed that there is always someone on night watch for Chen Fang. An ambush is simply not feasible. Tonight, there will likely be even more guards. They will surely be on high alert after our earlier confrontation. An ambush is not a viable strategy. What then? Zhu Tong inquired, his dissatisfaction evident. Nothing seems to be permissible. How can a leader be so indecisive? He is now utterly impatient to take action, not only to eliminate Chen Fang, but also to instill fear in others. In that moment, whether it be Gu Xiaoro or Lin Qingxue, would it not become mere playthings in his hands? The mere thought of these two individuals intensifies his eagerness to act. Let us proceed according to my strategy. A surprise attack is indeed a surprise attack, yet it must not be reckless. Zhao Mingsheng pondered aloud, his words leaving Zhu Tong in a state of confusion as he looked at him, awaiting an explanation. Noticing Zhu Tong's bewilderment, Zhao Mingsheng offered a slight smile and beckoned him closer. He whispered his plan into Zhu Tong's ear. At these words, Zhu Tong's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he couldn't help but give Zhao Mingsheng a thumbs up. Captain, your strategy is truly brilliant. Chapter 93. Do you think I dare not? Zhu Tong gazed at Zhao Mingsheng with admiration. The latter's plan was, in essence, quite simple. It merely involved informing everyone about the wild boar situation, ideally accompanied by a view of Zhang Lily's corpse. This would instill a sense of fear among the group, thus paving the way for the preparation of traps to capture the wild boars. When the opportunity arose, they would push Chen Fang into the trap. It was still an ambush, but it seemed to carry less risk. However, Zhu Tong soon realized a new dilemma. Wait a moment, Captain. What's wrong? Zhao Mingsheng smiled knowingly at him. Zhu Tong furrowed his brow. Did you not just mention that? Chen Fang will surely be on guard. So how can we ambush him? With a cold chuckle, Zhao Mingsheng retorted, Well, it appears you possess a modicum of intelligence this time, albeit not much. Zhu Tong felt a wave of frustration wash over him. I'll take that as a compliment. But what if he is on guard? Does that mean we cannot secretly dig a few traps? Secretly dig a few? Zhu Tong's eyes lit up. That's a brilliant idea. We can have everyone dig together. And when the time is right, we can have a collection team come over to discreetly excavate a few more. At that point, we can lure Chen Fang into the traps. Ha ha ha! Zhu Tong became increasingly animated, eventually throwing his head back in laughter, as though he could already envision Chen Fang falling into the trap. Suddenly, with a resounding clap, Zhao Mingsheng struck the back of Zhu Tong's neck. Lower your voice. Are you trying to draw attention? Zhu Tong quickly hushed himself, glancing cautiously outside. Zhao Mingsheng continued. We must ensure that only absolutely trustworthy individuals are involved in this operation. We cannot afford any slip-ups. If we strike, it must be decisive. Hearing this, a knowing smile spread across Zhu Tong's face, one that men instinctively understand. His heart raced with anticipation, wishing time would hasten so they could subdue Chen Fang. Zhao Mingsheng said sternly, Don't forget, tomorrow, while Chen Fang is with us, have a few people keep an eye on Gu Xiaoro and Lin Qingxue. Understood. Rest assured, Captain, I will handle it. Zhu Tong declared, thumping his chest with confidence. The thought of the two women's figures made his eyes gleam, and he could hardly suppress his salivation.
Watching over women is a task I relish. Enough. Go now. And be mindful this time. Do not mess it up again. Zhao Mingcheng commanded coldly. Have no fear, Captain. I'll manage it flawlessly, Zhu Tong assured, thumping his chest once more. After Zhao Mingcheng waved him off, he turned and departed. Meanwhile, outside the room where Chen Fang and the others were, Gu Xiaoro looked at him quizzically. Chen Fang, what did the captain want with you? Did he mention something good? I heard you laughing quite heartily. Something like that. Chen Fang replied vaguely, nodding in response as he deflected the question. Lin Qinshue's eyes flickered as her gaze shifted between the two individuals, moving back and forth without uttering a word. She had already surmised that Chen Fang's earlier statement had been deliberately loud, likely intended for Gu Xiaoro's ears. What good could that fellow possibly have? Zhang Yang wore an expression of disdain, asserting that without my brother Chen, he wouldn't even be able to afford pork. Wuda, unwilling to be outdone, quickly chimed in. Not only would he be unable to eat pork, but I reckon it would be a struggle for him, even to catch sight of a pig running. You all. Gu Xiaoro's displeasure was evident as she prepared to retort. However, Chen Fang was quicker, countering with a smile. You underestimate our pilot. Our pilot has certainly seen wild boars running, and not just one. Indeed, how could he not have seen? Gu Xiaoro instinctively began to agree, but suddenly paused mid-sentence, realizing that this remark did not sound complimentary at all. Lin Qinshuo could not suppress her laughter, casting a resentful glance at Chen Fang. This guy truly had a way with words. If Zhao Mingcheng heard that, he would surely be furious. It wasn't that he saw wild boars running. Rather, he was the one fleeing from them. You all are too much. Gu Xiaoro glared at the group, stamping her foot, and then suddenly seized Chen Fang's arm, biting down on it. Ouch, are you a dog? Chen Fang exclaimed, looking at the bite mark on his arm with annoyance. Yet, she defiantly lifted her chin, asserting, I bit you. What can you do about it? Besides, I have nothing to lose, and you can't call the police here. Chen Fang suddenly chuckled. So you're aware that you can't call the police here? Gu Xiaoro, perplexed, stared at him, not grasping his implication. Since you can't call the police, what do you think I might do? Chen Fang feigned an evil grin while brazenly appraising Gu Xiaoro. Who says you have nothing? I see you possess quite a bit. In that case, I shall collect some interest. With that, he began to approach Gu Xiaoro. If you have the guts, come and collect. Gu Xiaoro, recognizing Chen Fang's jest, felt no fear. Instead, she stood tall, raising her chin to meet his gaze, her eyes sparkling with a mix of anticipation and nervousness. She trusted the two pilots implicitly, yet there was no romantic sentiment between them. However, Chen Fang was different. Ever since he had sucked the venom from her snakebite, her heart had developed a unique affection for him. Since arriving at this camp, though, she sensed that Chen Fang had grown closer to Lin Qinshuo, leaving her feeling somewhat dejected, as if there were secrets shared between them that she was not privy to. Thus, in her sudden boldness, she secretly hoped Chen Fang would take some action. Zhang Yang and the others, witnessing this, were taken aback and quickly averted their gazes, each moving with increasing haste, fearful of being caught in Chen Fang's line of sight. This is the woman of the boss, who would dare to gaze upon her. Do you truly believe I lack the courage? Chen Fang chuckled, his gaze fixed on Gu Xiaoro. The question of bravery is not one merely spoken. Even if I were to consider you bold, should you refrain from action, it would be rendered futile. Gu Xiaoro summoned her courage and uttered a remark that surprised even herself. Upon finishing, her face flushed a deep crimson. Oh, are you attempting to provoke me? In most aspects, I am unperturbed, yet I am particularly susceptible to such taunts. Chen Fang raised an eyebrow and suddenly leaned closer to Gu Xiaoro. Their eyes locked, the distance between them almost non-existent. Gu Xiaoro could even feel the warmth radiating from Chen Fang, causing her heart to race like a startled fawn, her gaze becoming increasingly flustered. Just as she was about to speak, a voice emerged from Zhu Tong. Everyone, gather around. The captain has something to announce. Chapter 94. Breaking news, astonishing everyone inwardly cursing. Chen Fang rose helplessly. Gu Xiaoro felt a twinge of discomfort as well, but being the first officer, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, recognizing the kindness shown to her by the other party. At that moment,
Zhu Tong glanced in their direction, his gaze darkening as he observed their actions. Those hypocrites, he thought bitterly. They pretend to be pure, yet their hearts burn with passion. Soon, the crowd gathered around. Wang Hao wore an expression of inexplicable unease. Since the return of the two, he had not seen Zhang Lili at all. He wished to inquire of Zhao Mingqiang about her whereabouts, yet he was afforded no opportunity. Resigned, he covertly dispatched the former leader of the collection team to search for her. After all, that scoundrel had bullied him before. If he were to send someone, why not him? However, over 20 minutes had passed, and there was still no sign of the man. Where's one of them? Zhao Mingqiang scanned the crowd, his brow furrowing. Though his leadership skills were not particularly remarkable, he was well aware of the number of people under his command. Captain, I sent him to look for supplies. Wang Hao quickly interjected, omitting the full truth. Upon hearing this, Zhao Mingqiang's eyes flickered, as if he discerned Wang Hao's intentions but chose not to comment further. Let him search. I could use Zhang Lili to incite panic among the crowd. It would be ideal if she were seen. Captain, what is the reason for gathering everyone? Wang Hao inquired. Who asked you to speak? Zhu Tong shot back, glaring at him. You insolent fool. Wang Hao promptly recoiled, a look of trepidation on his face as he regarded Zhu Tong, hesitant to utter a word. Unlike Chen Fang, he lacked the audacity to confront Zhu Tong directly. Coward, Zhang Yang remarked, rolling his eyes, his voice not particularly loud. Yet the stillness of the camp rendered his words crystal clear. Wang Hao's complexion changed dramatically, a surge of anger igniting within him as he glared at Zhang Yang. This scoundrel, ever since he distanced himself from me, he has grown increasingly arrogant. Yet, he dared not voice his anger, recalling the staggering power Zhang Yang had displayed last time. Provoking him now would surely lead to his own humiliation. Desperate, he looked to Zhu Tong, hoping for a word of fairness. Zhu Tong's expression shifted as well, his face contorted with fury as he turned towards the source of the disturbance. This is utterly intolerable. I just reprimanded Wang Hao, and now someone else dares to stir trouble. He felt a pressing need to make an example of this insolence. However, when his gaze landed on Zhang Yang, his countenance froze. It's this rascal. Instantly, the words he intended to utter were swallowed back. Wang Hao was afraid. Zhu Tong felt the same dread. The atmosphere became palpably tense, with all eyes shifting between the individuals involved. Some almost eagerly anticipating Zhang Yang's next move, while others were curious about how Zhu Tong would respond. The situation only served to darken Zhu Tong's expression further. What would he possibly do? The discourse was futile against Zhang Yang, and combat was out of the question with Chen Fang. All that remained was to endure. Enough. Let us all quiet down. Fortunately, Zhao Mingqiang intervened just in time, redirecting everyone's attention. It is likely that all harbored the same doubts as Team Leader Wang. Pondering the reason for my summons, which is quite straightforward, our circumstances are perilous. Pernicious? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd shifted subtly. While they were initially drawn in by the spectacle, the gravity of their own safety soon captured their full attention. A wild boar herd has emerged near our camp. And not merely one, but a multitude. Zhao Mingqiang spoke again. The revelation struck like a splash of cold water into boiling oil, igniting a frenzy among the crowd. What? A herd of wild boars? My goodness, what shall we do now? Their ferocity is formidable. I have heard they are more fearsome than bears and tigers combined. Should we relocate the camp? Otherwise, are we merely waiting for our demise? One is terrifying enough, but a herd? We ought to dispatch the hunting team to handle this. Do you think the hunting team possesses divine powers? How could they possibly deal with a herd of wild boars? In an instant, the crowd erupted into chaos, especially when those from the gathering team suggested that the hunting team should intervene. The individuals behind Chen Fang were particularly incensed. Enough. Quiet down. Zhao Mingqiang raised his voice, feeling a wave of discontent. Before Chen Fang's arrival, these individuals never dared to express such audacity. Now they had the gall to quarrel in his presence. Utterly outrageous. Thankfully, his authority still commanded some respect. Upon hearing his voice, the crowd fell silent. This situation weighs heavily on my heart, Zhao Mingqiang continued. To be candid, Both Zhu and I were utterly astonished when we first encountered this scenario. Furthermore, the wild boars were pursuing Zhang Lili from our camp. Despite our desperate attempts, we were powerless to assist her. At this juncture, he sighed, revealing a visage of sorrow. What? Hearing this, Wang Hao's countenance shifted dramatically. His leverage had just evaporated. Although he felt no genuine affection for Zhang Lili, merely desire, she was among the few he considered somewhat close on this island. Her potential demise stirred a ripple of emotion within him. The wild boars were truly terrifying, tormenting Zhang Lili beyond recognition. We watched, gritting our teeth. Yet a sense of panic loomed as well. Upon returning, we deliberated for quite some time before deciding to disclose the situation to everyone. Zhao Mingcheng feigned deep sorrow, performing with such conviction that his face remained composed and his breath steady. He paid no heed to Wang Hao or Chen Fang's thoughts. Wang Hao needed no mention. He was merely a sycophant. As for Chen Fang, even if he spoke, Gu Xiaoro would never believe him. It was a pity for Lin Qingxue, who had inadvertently crossed paths with her. To win her over, force would be the only recourse. Yet, it mattered little. Preparations were already in motion to eliminate Chen Fang, after which they would be at their mercy. At that moment, a sudden shriek echoed at the entrance of the camp, startling everyone, who promptly turned to see the source. It was the leader of the previous collection team, his face etched with terror as he sprinted towards the camp. His expression was one of sheer horror, as if he had encountered a ghost. While running, he shouted, "Captain, something terrible has happened. Zhang Lili is dead." With that, he leaned against the nearby wall and began to retch violently. The mere thought of Zhang Lili's tragic fate sent shivers down his spine and caused his stomach to churn uncontrollably. An eerie silence enveloped the camp. Everyone gazed at his panicked demeanor, their hearts sinking with dread. In stark contrast to Zhao Mingcheng's earlier words, this man's reaction was decidedly more compelling. Chapter 95. The demise of Chen Fang. Why are none of you surprised? The unfortunate fellow retched for quite some time before gradually regaining his senses and noticing the expressions of those around him. Although there was some astonishment, it was not as pronounced as he had imagined. They were already aware. Zhao Mingcheng took the lead, directing his gaze toward Wang Hao. Zhang Lili came with you. Summon someone to retrieve her body for burial nearby. What? Wang Hao gaped, eager to express that his feelings for Zhang Lili were not particularly profound. Moreover, if truth be told, Zhang Lili was now involved with both Zhao Mingcheng and Zhu Tong. What are you stammering about? Are you still a man? Hurry up, Zhu Tong reprimanded sternly. At this, Wang Hao's face fell despondent. He had already been warned about the wild boars and now was being sent into harm's way. What if he encountered one? That would surely spell disaster. Zhao Mingcheng and Zhu Tong were well aware of this risk, or they would not have sent him. Reluctantly, Wang Hao acquiesced. They gathered 4 more individuals, along with the unfortunate fellow who had been retching at the entrance. A total of 6 people now felt a semblance of courage. Me too. The unfortunate man pointed at himself, eyes wide with disbelief. He had just returned, his stomach emptied. The haunting image of Zhang Lili's tragic fate had lessened slightly, but now he was being told to venture out again. You won't find her if you don't go. Enough chatter. Lead the way. Wang Hao coldly commanded, ushering everyone to depart. After a mere 10 minutes, they returned, now bearing a gruesomely mangled corpse. Upon laying it down, the crowd within the camp erupted in shock, their eyes filled with palpable fear. Even Zhao Mingcheng and Zhu Tong, who had previously encountered such horrors, felt their hearts lurch. In their haste before, they had not examined the body closely. Now, viewing it up close was utterly horrifying. The face had been ravaged, bloodied beyond recognition by the wild boars, and several gaping wounds marred the body. However, due to the passage of time, the blood had long since dried, and the corpse had begun to bloat, appearing ghastly pale, akin to a specimen preserved in formaldehyde. Are these wild boars lurking nearby? Someone could not help but tremble as they spoke, their thoughts spiraling at the notion of being surrounded by wild boars, ending up in a fate similar to that of Zhang Lili. The others wore grave expressions, anxiety palpable in the air. Noticing the reactions of the crowd, a sly smile crept across Zhao Mingcheng's lips. This was precisely the effect he sought. The reason for retrieving Zhang Lili's body was to incite panic among the group. thereby uniting them in the effort to devise traps. This would facilitate the execution of his own plans more effectively. Do you see? This is the peril posed by the wild boars. Zhao Mingchang spoke gravely, drawing everyone's attention. With so many of us, including the injured, relocating is certainly inconvenient, so we must find a way to eliminate these wild boars. What? Eliminate these wild boars? The crowd's faces paled significantly at the suggestion. Was this truly feasible? Zhang Lily's lifeless body lay before them, a stark reminder of their peril. Zhao Mingqing observed the reactions of the crowd, then continued, of course, I do not suggest we engage in a reckless battle with the wild boars. That would be the act of a fool. Instead, we must devise traps to capture these creatures. No matter how formidable they may be, can they truly surpass humanity? Yet, his rallying words evidently failed to resonate. The expressions of the assembly were not only numb, but also steeped in palpable fear. Indeed, the captain speaks wisely. Zhu Tong quickly assumed the role of the morale booster, seizing the opportunity to speak. The more we cower in fear, the likelier we become prey for these wild boars. Conversely, if we rise to counterattack, we can not only eliminate the danger, but also secure a bountiful supply of meat. Imagine having fresh meat every day. At these words, a glimmer of hope sparked in their eyes. While the prospect of daily meat seemed a distant dream, merely having the chance to indulge in it was already a significant improvement. Even if Zhao Mingqing and his companion were greedy enough to capture several wild boars, surely they would not deny them a share? To abstain would be unthinkable. In light of this, someone boldly called out, "Indeed, the captains are right. I support the captain's decision to set traps and hunt the wild boars. Count me in. I refuse to believe we cannot manage this pack of beasts. If they wish to consume us, I too desire to partake in their flesh." The crowd erupted in agreement, shouts echoing their resolve. Zhao Mingcheng could not help but nod in approval, yet soon discerned a troubling silence from Chen Fang's group. The individuals behind him remained mute, their lack of response conspicuous. Damn it! Zhu Tong similarly noted the unsettling silence and cursed inwardly. Captain Chen, do you harbor reservations? Zhao Mingcheng suppressed his discontent and inquired. Chen Fang, please speak up. The captain is considering everyone's safety. Before Chen Fang could respond, Gu Xiaoro hastily tugged at his arm. Yet, concern etched on her brow, she soon voiced her worries. But you just killed a wild boar today. You must be exhausted. Will you have the energy for tomorrow? Is it too dangerous? Xiaoro, your reasoning is flawed. Zhu Tong interjected, fearing any complications. We are all here for the collective good. Who among us is not at risk? The captain and I are prepared to take the field ourselves. At such a moment, to worry about personal safety seems rather misplaced. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoro's expression shifted, and she quickly attempted to clarify. Captain Zhu, you misunderstand my intention. I merely, enough said. Chen Fang interjected decisively. Both captains are correct. This is for the collective, and we cannot let personal safety concerns deter us. Moreover, as the hunting team, how can we possibly sit this out? Indeed, we must proceed. They are merely wild boars. We have slain them before. Zhang Yang immediately echoed in agreement. The others, witnessing this, began to voice their support as well. The words spoken were merely akin to those uttered by the collection team moments prior. However, in the eyes of the crowd, they conveyed an entirely different meaning. These individuals only dared to voice their opinions after hearing Chen Fang speak. The intention to rally support was painfully evident. Wang Hao furrowed his brow and cast a glance at Zhao Mingcheng and his companion. Yet, Zhao Mingcheng appeared oblivious to any underlying tension, merely nodding in appreciation. He was confident that team leader Chen would not disappoint them. Thus, the matter was settled. Everyone was to rest well that night. For the following morning, they would embark on a hunt for wild boars. Hunt wild boars. The crowd roared in unison. Satisfied, Zhao Mingqing nodded, then turned to leave. It was only after stepping out of the crowd sight that he turned to his companion Zhu Tong with a sinister expression and said, Ensure that I have the right personnel arranged for tonight. Tomorrow, I intend to see Chen Fang perish. Chapter 96. Digging pits. Rest assured, Captain. This time, I will lead the team personally. There will be no unforeseen incidents. Zhu Tong nodded in agreement.
a glimmer of excitement evident in his eyes. He had long harbored a disdain for Chen Fang and yearned for an opportunity to take action. With that, he turned on his heel and departed. To avoid alarming others, he brought along only 2 burly men from the combat team, each wielding sharpened wooden sticks. Yet, Zhu felt no sense of security. They were venturing into the territory of wild boars. Should they encounter one tonight, his life would be at stake, a haunting shadow in his mind. If he were to climb a tree again, he truly wondered if he could descend safely. Captain Zhu, with just the 3 of us digging pits, how long will it take? One of the robust men lamented, glancing forlornly at his wooden stick. The tool was woefully inadequate. To excavate a decent trap would surely take an eternity. Regardless, we must produce 2 before dawn, Zhu Tong replied sternly, his impatience to see Chen Fang meet his demise palpable. This was a rare opportunity that could not be squandered. Fortunately, the trio possessed a shovel, which they had previously found by the seaside. It appeared relatively new, with minimal rust. Otherwise, they might toil endlessly without achieving their goal of digging 2 pits. The 2 men exchanged uneasy glances upon hearing Zhu's words. The task ahead was undeniably daunting, primarily due to the pitiful tools at their disposal. Despite their formidable physiques, they could not endure such labor. It was more exhausting than working with a stubborn donkey in the production team. After all, they had only just returned from hunting with Chen Fang that day, and while they hadn't exerted much effort, they had not rested either. Stop giving me that look and get to work, Zhu Tong reprimanded coldly. Our objective is merely to trap Chen Fang. We do not require pits as deep as those for wild boars. Once we have him confined, we can deal with him at our leisure. At this, the 2 men breathed a sigh of relief. After all, to kill a wild boar, the pit's depth must be significant. Additionally, they would need to place plenty of sharp sticks within, for that creature was thick-skinned and tough. Insufficient depth could allow it to escape unharmed. However, dealing with Chen Fang would be relatively easier. As long as they ensnared him, they could bludgeon him to death with their sticks. All right, just watch and learn, Captain Zhu, the 2 men declared, their confidence bolstered as they gripped their wooden sticks. Thus, the trio, under Zhu Tong's leadership, cautiously made their way to the designated location. This was the very spot from which the herd of wild boars had charged earlier that day. Regardless of whether any appeared tomorrow, they intended to bring everyone over. When the opportunity arose, they would push Chen Fang into the pit, and the plan would be complete. Captain, do you think a wild boar might charge out? The 2 men asked anxiously, eyeing the surrounding darkness. During the day, merely 2 wild boars had sent them into a frenzy. The thought of a whole herd rushing forth was enough to raise the hairs on the back of their necks. Keep your voices down, Zhu Tong hissed, casting a wary glance at them. He was more frightened than either of them. After all, today he narrowly escaped from that group of ruffians, having barely salvaged his life. That scoundrel Chen Fang. I am willing to risk everything to eliminate you, he muttered, his eyes ablaze with fury. Regardless of whether he could actually kill Chen Fang, he was fully committed to the endeavor. The danger of this place was palpable. One misstep could lead to his own demise. Be cautious. If you hear any noise, climb the tree immediately, Zhu Tong instructed, glancing around with vigilance. Understood, Captain Zhu. The 2 nodded in agreement, promptly grasping their tools to commence digging. Zhu Tong joined them, wielding a shovel, though his expression was notably more relaxed. However, his efficiency was disappointingly low, prompting furrowed brows from the other 2. Captain Zhu, perhaps you should take a break? Let us handle the shovel, one of them tentatively suggested, recognizing that the shovel in Zhu Tong's hands was not being utilized to its full potential. With the 2 of them operating it, the depth of the pit would likely double by now. We cannot afford any delays. In our current situation, time is indeed of the essence. A mere minute's delay could expose us to a herd of wild boars. Very well, be careful, Zhu Tong conceded, eager for a moment's respite. Without hesitation, he passed the shovel to one of them and swiftly ascended the tree. Finding a sturdy branch to sit upon, he quietly exhaled in relief. Safety was assured above. Observing his actions, the 2 exchanged glances and sighed softly. This leadership is truly something to behold. Yet, they dared not voice their thoughts, choosing instead to hasten their work.
They aimed to finish digging the pit and vacate the area. Thus, after nearly 2 hours of toil, the two finally ceased their efforts, panting and drenched in sweat. Although Chen Fang had given Zhao Mingcheng a quarter of the wild boar, they had yet to enjoy any of it tonight. They couldn't shake the suspicion that Zhao Mingcheng might be hoarding it all, leaving the two of them to work on empty stomachs. Their bodies now on the verge of exhaustion. "Captain Zhu, it's done," one of them whispered. "Is it?" Zhu Tong, who had been anxiously perched in the tree observing the surroundings, snapped back to attention, glancing downwards with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. "Excellent. This is precisely the outcome we desired." He descended from the tree, nodding in satisfaction. One could not deny the diligent efforts of these two. The pit was indeed impressively deep, measuring close to 2 meters. Most importantly, the volume of the pit was substantial, ample enough to accommodate 3 individuals comfortably. "All right, let's swiftly cover the entrance to ensure it remains inconspicuous," Zhu Tong commanded, theatrically gesturing with a handful of dry grass. The two, displaying keen insight, set about gathering a pile of twigs, intermingling them with dry grass and some green blades to conceal the entrance. Zhu Tong circled the pit a few times, adjusting the setup with meticulous care. Indeed, this appears more natural now. Others would undoubtedly remain oblivious. The two exchanged a look of exasperation. "What purpose does your fidgeting serve? The labor is ours to bear, after all." "Well then, let us depart. Tonight, we shall return and enjoy a restful slumber, for tomorrow this place will become the final resting ground of Chen Fang." Zhu spoke, his eyes sparkling with fervor. The mere thought of witnessing Chen Fang's demise ignited an undeniable thrill within him. He even envisioned Chen Fang pleading for mercy before him. Once Chen Fang is eliminated, the others shall merely be like reeds swaying in the wind, inconsequential. Mid-sentence, a sudden thought crossed his mind, and a glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. "No, we cannot spare Zhang Yang either. Once Chen Fang is dealt with, he shall be the first to face retribution." Chapter 97. Have I been accused? Zhu Tong and his companions quietly returned to the camp. Meanwhile, outside Chen Fang's room, the others had yet to retire for the night, gathering closely around him. "Brother Chen, I can't shake the feeling that Zhao Mingcheng is up to no good," Zhang Yang remarked, furrowing his brow. Though he had no solid evidence, his instincts told him that Zhao was not a trustworthy individual. The others mirrored his concerns, voicing their apprehensions in unison. "Indeed, Brother Chen, I share the same sentiment. You may not be familiar with Zhao Mingcheng, but he is far from a good man. We have toiled endlessly for him, yet we can barely secure our own sustenance while he hoards the best for himself. Only the combat team enjoys the better fare. We are relegated to mere laborers. Brother Chen, you are unaware he—" Enough. Gu Xiaoro could no longer bear the conversation, her discontent directed at the group. "What nonsense are you all spouting? Captain Zhao is absolutely not that kind of person. As a manager, he must consider the long-term implications. If he were to feed you all to the point of saturation, would we not all starve together? The nation has strategic reserves for a reason. Do you not grasp this basic principle?" The group fell silent, their expressions betraying their discomfort. After all, this could very well be Brother Chen's partner. Who would dare to provoke her? However, one among them dared to voice a dissenting thought. "But the nation's strategic reserves are predicated on the premise that the populace is adequately fed. How can they collect reserves while the lower ranks are on the brink of starvation?" Wu De, unable to contain himself, mustered the courage to speak. His straightforward nature often led him to be blunt, and he could not overlook the situation. Yet, as soon as he finished, Zhang Yang shot him a fierce glare. This fool truly has a death wish. Gu Xiaoro's gaze swiftly landed upon him, her dissatisfaction evident. Just as she was about to retort, Chen Fang interjected, "Wu De has a point. Many matters are not as they appear. What you see may only be a fade." At his words, Gu Xiaoro's brow furrowed in dismay. She instinctively prepared to argue, but Lin Qingsheng suddenly spoke up. "Indeed, Chen Fang makes a valid argument. Over time, one's true character will inevitably reveal itself. Even those who initially appear virtuous may show their true nature in this environment." You, seeing the others align against her, Gu Xiaoro felt a wave of injustice wash over her. She curled up, Turning away, her lips pursed in indignation. How could they all doubt her? In time they would come to understand. Behind her, Lin Qingsheng exchanged a knowing glance with Chen Fang, both shaking their heads in resignation. Their previous words were merely intended as a precaution. However, it was clear that the moment was not yet ripe for such discussions. As the atmosphere grew tense, the others chose discretion, quietly dispersing. Chen Fang, too, resolved to rest, entrusting the night watch to Zhang Yang and Wu De. Though he had recently gained several new subordinates, he still placed his trust primarily in these two. And then there is Wang Zhao. That young lad appears to be quite honest, devoid of any ulterior motives, and possesses a certain cleverness. After undergoing some trials, he would indeed be a valuable asset. As for Zhao Mingqing and Zhu Tong's so-called hunting expedition, he remains understandably cautious. However, their true intentions remain shrouded in mystery. He shall respond to their moves as they come. Unbeknownst to him, he had drifted into a deep slumber. Come dawn, the group arose early. After a modest meal, they were summoned by Zhao Mingqing and his companion. The men mostly departed, leaving behind only the injured and 3 women in the camp. 2 of these women had already been claimed by Zhao Mingqing and Zhu Tong, effectively becoming their subordinates. The remaining one was Gu Xiaoro. Lin Qingsheng had accompanied Chen Fang. Gu Xiaoro wished to join as well, yet due to the events of the previous night, she was sulking and did not exchange a word with Chen Fang throughout the morning. Chen Fang, on his part, did not call out to her, not out of spite, but because he deemed it perilous to confront wild boars alone, feeling uncertain about his ability to protect 2 women. Remaining in the camp seemed a safer alternative. After all, those left behind were in no condition to defend themselves, merely awaiting their fate. Gu Xiaoro posed no threat in this regard. However, she was oblivious to his reasoning and assumed Chen Fang had chosen to disregard her. This only deepened her sense of grievance. It was not until the others had departed that she picked up a small stick and struck it forcefully against the ground. That wretched Chen Fang, odious Chen Fang. Is it not merely a difference of opinion? Such matters can surely be discussed. What does his silence signify? Miser. At that moment, several dozen meters away, Chen Fang inexplicably sneezed. Brother Chen, is it that a beauty yearns for you? Zhang Yang inquired playfully, offering a compliment. Yearn for me? More likely to be